Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 97.9 is where you want to go to. 97.9.
Box. Mad Hatter.
Yeah, HD2.
Oh.
It's the best signal we have. HD2.
I thought you were telling people to pass on this show and just go see my girl, Young Jazz.
Is she on this morning?
Yeah, she also.
Are you sure you were listening?
Dasper.
You were listening this morning?
She looks
to
better
Young
than
Jazz.
Huh. Young Jazz is my girl. She, like I said, she speaks for Daspit. Her commercials have a different tone than mine.
I think I saw her anyway. I've
seen her before.
Yeah, I've seen her before. Anyway, thanks for telling everybody to go to another show. That's great.
You did.
Great start to
you
the
said,
show
"Hey, everyone, go to
97.9 HD2."
People don't know what that means.
Yes, well, see, that's why we got to educate people. That's what we're here for.
And if they don't have an HD radio, just like I don't, well, I found out I don't. I kept doing, and then all of a sudden they'll just hear Young Jazz and Mad Hatter, and all of a sudden they say, "You know what? This sounds better than hearing about Stephon Diggs out for the year and giving up a second-round pick for 8 games."
You know what even is worse? Deontay Johnson for Baltimore's 5th rounder. It's pick swap.
It's a pick
Carolina's 6th for Baltimore's 5th. A pick swap for Deontay Johnson.
So I asked about Deontay Johnson the other day to I asked about him yesterday for with somebody I hadn't spoken for a while he's on a bad team. This guy's an executive on a bad team, or he's a front office guy on a bad team. And he said, honestly, you got to be careful taking on Deontay Johnson. He said, the Panthers, he said, why the Panthers with their fragile ecosystem at ownership, at quarterback, the roster, why they would take on a known guy, a known problem like Deontay Johnson is beyond me. Now the Ravens can handle him. I mean, the Texans, look, I don't know. He's a free agent after the year's over, too. A pick swap, I'd have done it if I'm the Texans. I mean, unless he's an absolute turd. I would have done it if I'm the Texans.
Yeah.
Here, I was surprised. The Ravens now have Isaiah Likely. Now, correct me if one of these guys are injured, and I don't know about it. But they got 2 tight ends who can have big games, Likely and Mark Andrews. They've got Zay Flowers. They've got Rashad Bateman, who's really come on. They've got Derrick Henry. They've got Justice Hill, who can catch passes out of the backfield and be a scat back. Like, how many weapons exactly are they looking for right now?
Well, you can't have enough. Look at the Texans. I thought we had too many weapons, remember? Now we don't have any.
They actually have
you
5
get an injury here or there, and guess what? You're done.
Yeah, no, and maybe Stephon Diggs' injury let them know, and it's not that penal for them. Deontay Johnson's gone after the year, which is why he was relatively cheap, because if you trade for him, you're not going to keep him. But guess what? The Texans knew they weren't going to keep. Well, I shouldn't say that. Stephon Diggs could come back, but they gave up a second for him to get the whole year out of him. Deontay Johnson is just a pure rental. And when he walks, John, they're going to get, if they play the compensatory game right, they're going to get a compensatory pick for him. They're basically going to get their pick back.
And they're only paying him $625,000.
Yeah.
Carolina picked up most of the contract.
I mean, we're talking about 8 to 9 games. He's a guy who can play inside or outside. He would have fit. There's just no. In the locker room, he would have been fine. They've got leaders in the locker room. I ain't worried about it. He's on his best behavior trying to get out of here. That would have really helped the Texans. For those who didn't hear, we're not leading with the actual lead, which is as feared ACL tear for Stephon Diggs. Non-contacts never end well.
Nope.
And he's gone for the year. Don't forget, this is a guy on just a separate note that canceled 3 years of his contract. 2 were likely to be earned. 1 probably would have been a cap casualty year, but he canceled money that was coming into him because he wanted to hit the market and get some of that tasty new wide receiver money.
Well,
and now he is screwed. He is going into a contract year. Now he's he's a free agent after this year. It's the only way he would agree to this deal with the Texans. So now he has no contract after the year. He's got an ACL injury he's coming off of. Pitts just, unfortunately for him, he just squeezed himself out of money, but he also
what is his contract going to be next year? What does somebody pay him?
I mean, he's going to be on the PUP list to start the season more than likely. So he's going to miss the first, maybe designated to return. So what? He'll be a 32-year-old wide receiver coming off an ACL.
31.
He'll be 31, 32 in a season. Isn't he going to be 32 in the middle of the season or what?
Right now he's 30.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll call him 31. A 31-year-old coming off of ACL tear. I think the best he can get is a 2-year deal at about $16 million per, which would be a lot less than what he was making.
Than he was making. I think he was at about 18.
No, he was in the 20s, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's going to be less.
Listen, when he took that money, or when they canceled that contract, the first thing I thought of, are you sure you're going to make more than that?
Yeah,
sure?
Actually, regardless of injury, that's what I was wondering, because I know the prices have been moving up, but he's a guy who's had known issues at 2 different teams.
But something like this could happen too.
Yeah, and something like this, anytime you're older, something like this could happen. I mean, the odds were it wasn't going to happen, but it did happen.
I mean, it ain't about age. Deshaun had one of these when he was in practice.
Oh, no, but as you get older, though, it can create, any injuries. Yeah. Any injuries can creep up on you. Yeah. Deshaun had it in high school.
Well, Deshaun had it, remember, in practice right after the Astros won the World Series.
Yeah, no, Deshaun also had one in high school. He had one in the pros. Yeah, Deshaun's been has had some injury issues in his career, and a lot of groin issues as well.
Rhino's
a lot of groin issues.
LZ knows non-contact injuries.
Yeah, I mean, John, please don't correct me on this stuff. I know how you can hurt yourself when you're moving without anyone touching you.
Yeah, but you did that when you were young, when you were
old.
My
left foot hurts today.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, and I'm right now thinking, is it plantar fasciitis, or did I tear something in my heel? I've got to think about these things.
I mean, you can self-diagnose it. I mean, just go do it. Just go. Or I can diagnose it from here. I'm not going to be here tomorrow. Actually, today I'm leaving. I'm going to be there in Houston. And tomorrow night, I am going to be at Nick's place, and we want you to come. We want you to hang out. I'm buying the first dozen buckets of Coors Light out there. So let's go. Need you out there at Nick's place watching the game. I just now, okay, Robert Woods, Mechie Woods, Xavier, and Tank. Ooh, it doesn't sound great. It just doesn't sound like what we came into this season thinking. Now, you see, we were like, oh, they got too many guys. There are not enough basketballs for everybody. Yeah, that's right. I said basketballs. Just not enough. And what are they going to do? How are they going to get guys the ball? Now, all of a sudden, holy crap, we got to trade for somebody.
Sean, I wasn't worried about it. I just thought 3 wide receivers would all have 1,000 yards. I didn't think it was any big deal at all.
That is true.
Like, this is going to be perfect. 3 wide, and Tank's over there like, hey, I've only got about 200 for the year. And D'Amico in his thing is like, we need Tank to be Tank, is what he said in his press conference yesterday. We need Tank is explosive. He was really explosive in college. He was really explosive for us last year. We need Tank to be Tank. You do. And I don't know if it's a Tank thing or if it's a CJ thing or a Slowick thing or whatever, but man, this should be like Tank's getting ready to go off. We took one guy off the field and it was supposed to be Tank time. Now we got to take the other guy off the field. Maybe it's Tank time here. If not, it's going to be a problem because I don't think we're ready to see Xavier Hutchinson lead the team to a 90 yards in receiving day. I don't think Robert Woods, like Joe Mixon, has so much on his plate now.
Yeah, he's going to have
so much more. And the defense, too. And the defense is really going to have to step up.
Did you happen to hear Joe mic'd up?
No, I didn't. I need to check that out.
You need to watch it. It's pretty good. Well, I mean, he says a lot of bad words.
Oh,
I didn't think he'd talk like that, but he did. And it was a little disheartening.
I'd like for him to clean it up a little for the kids who are listening to Mic'd Up. How about we say, gosh darn it.
Dang it.
I'm tired of these stinking Colts aren't going to stop me. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. He did call one of their defensive ends a pinball. He was getting banged around and he ended up on the ground. Dude, it's a pinball.
He called the guy called Joe Mixon a pinball, or
no? Joe Mixon called the guy a pinball.
Oh, okay.
Because he hit him, and then somebody hit him, and then Tunsil hit him, and he went down. And he's like, "Did you see that? He looks like a pinball."
A stinking pinball. See,
stinking pinball.
I just found out that stinking can be used instead of frickin', which is used for the ugly word. We can use stinking now. That's kind of a Midwestern term.
Right. Well, what does CJ think of? I mean, this has got to be disheartening. CJ met the media and had some thoughts on Stefon Diggs no longer being with the. I mean, Robert Woods better step up because CJ it seems like he's a little disheartened here.
It sucks, it's not easy. It's not, something that I just can have a whole bunch of words for. I just hoping, and just trying to just wrap my mind around, what happened. But it's tough, you can't really you try to think positively about it, but, it's not a bunch of positive thoughts. And I just really feel bad for him. He's worked extremely hard. I think he was having one of them, the best times he's ever had on a team. At least that's what he told us, So, I just feel for him and praying for him, and just hoping, that, he keeps his head up high and, he'll bounce back even stronger. So, it just sucks.
Wow. That is, he was discouraged. Yeah. You'd almost never hear him like that.
No. No. Well, I mean, you lose one of the,
he's a good wide receiver. He's still a good wide receiver. Yeah. Nico's coming back, but
is he?
I hate to harp on it, but I just don't think you can count on Tank as a number 2 wide receiver this year. I don't know what it is, but it hasn't showed up at any point so far. So I think CJ knows I got to get Nico back.
Well, Nico is Tank. He had a touchdown catch last week. It was.
He had 30 some odd yards and a touchdown catch.
Yeah.
That's 32 yards. That's
all
great.
You're called on him. That's all you're called on to do. Well, but D'Amico did.
No, you're called on to do a lot more now.
Yeah, Tank needs to be better. He did. Tank has been, and he needs to be better. D'Amico also said, you know what? They didn't get Deontay Johnson, but D'Amico did talk about the guys that they do have there. And you know what? D'Amico likes them.
Guys you have, and with Nico, that you'll get him back at some point. Do you feel good about what you have that you don't need to augment it, or do you feel like
we like the guys we have, and our guys have been here. They've been working, understand how we do things, what we do. So we're excited to see who steps up next.
All right. Who leads them in receiving this week?
Wow. What a hard choice. I'm going to say Robert Woods.
I was going to say Robert Woods too.
Yeah.
Hutchinson
ain't getting open. It really depends. It really depends on who Sauce is on. Whoever Sauce is on, their day's over.
I think that's probably going to be Tank.
You think he'll do it on the little guy?
I think he's the most explosive guy they got.
I don't know. I think they keep him outside.
Well, you're going to put Sauce. You're going to put Sauce on Robert Woods?
Well, Robert Woods can play outside. Tank can play from the slot. Tank's much better from the slot. I don't know. This idea that Tank was fine outside, I don't know where this developed. Everyone's acting like,
he played a lot outside last year.
Huh?
He played a lot outside last year, and he was good.
But most of his production came from the slot. A giant chunk of it where he's got two-way goes sometime on option routes. He's closer to the quarterback and doesn't have, it's just Tank is a much better receiver from the slot. Much better. So maybe they can get him down inside and see what happens. When you're a small guy and you get pushed outside, it takes longer for the ball to get to on a lot of the routes that they're going to run. There's more time for bigger guys to crowd you and make it contested catches. The ball comes out. You're running routes that typically last longer as opposed to those short, quick routes from the inside. I just think Tank is made for the inside. I think he's got a chance to be a special receiver from the inside. But for this week, I don't know how the Jets are going to handle it. I actually don't think the Jets are going to look at the Texans and do anything different. I think they're basically going to say, okay, CJ, okay, Mr. MVP, people putting you in the MVP discussion this year. Let's see you beat us with this. And if I'm the Jets, my guess is they're just going to line up base defense. I don't think they're going to do anything funky. I think they think the Texans aren't going to be able to move the ball on them enough.
Well, if it goes by, if last year was any indication, against Zach
terrible.
Wilson. That was just an ass whooping they got, and hopefully it's not going to be like that. Hopeful, and you know what? You're really, really depleted right now, man. This is not the time to start this gauntlet with the Jets, the Lions, and the Cowboys. This is not what we were looking for. We were looking for at least 6-2, but we weren't looking for this. Time to talk about. You know what? If you're looking at a stuffed up toilet or sink that you can't fix, or you're looking at pipes leaking, you're looking at some issue with your plumbing, there's one place to go. Our guy, Billy Brown, we love Billy Brown. 281-488-6238. You have to have that number in your phone. You're at a stoplight right now. Put this number in your phone. 281-488-6238. Lance, we've used it a few times.
We've used them more than a few times. You basically need to have somebody staying at your home as an Airbnb for whenever you need to have them out there. And it's for small things. Like, it's not like the plumbing's all jacked up. It's, hey, I'm not a plumber, okay? I can try, and I probably do a great job at it. But the fact is, I don't know how to re-pipe a home, and that's what they had to do for me. That's a major deal. And if you have older cast iron, pipes beneath your home, it's just a matter of time before they start to leak, and then it can cause major issues. That's what happened for my home. It's going to happen for yours too. The best thing to do is get a hydrostatic test right now and find out if you have any leakage. They can do that. They can go on with cameras and take a look at it. But maybe while they're there, how about they clean out your tankless water heater, and they fix that leaky shower that you have. They can do all that stuff. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. And good morning, Houston. It is Wednesday morning. Time for you to start your day. And this is going to be a great one. And it's Groundhog's Day. We'll find out if Punxsutawney Phil is going to see his shadow today.
Groundhog Day.
Boy, really unfortunate what happened to Stephon Diggs. For those who haven't heard, Stephon Diggs, it's a torn ACL. John, I guess the question now is who's going to step up? Who do you think is going to have the most receiving yards for the Houston Texans in this next game?
What happened? Why are we starting the show over?
Dell just didn't like the way the first 17 minutes went. So he said, you know what? Let's run it back.
I was supposed to do another spot. I took my headset off, though. Were you talking to me, Dell?
No, the whole thing Dell just killed off the show and said, let's restart this.
Well, I didn't do it on purpose, but something crashed, so we had to get back to the show. We'll figure out the rest.
Oh, I was wondering why we are out so quick.
Don't worry about it. Yesterday, the power completely went off here.
It did?
Yeah, this building, you never know what's going to happen. You just got to be on your toes. You were on the air when it happened, Dell, weren't you?
Yeah, it's a quick flutter. We were able to continue the show, but the phones are down for at least the rest of my show.
Yeah, no, I left and just went and played disc golf. I just did what any normal person would do and went and played disc golf.
That's not what normal people do.
Yeah,
that is not what normal people do.
I just said, you know what would John do? He'd go play golf, and that's what I did. I played golf, but
no,
with
you
a
didn't.
disc.
You played Frisbee.
Played golf
John
with a disc at TC
Frisbee.
Jester. By the way, I went to a disc golf.
I wouldn't go to TC Jester.
I went to there's a disc golf store close to there.
Nothing against TC Jester.
TC Jester's a nice track. Yeah. I think I don't know if it was Palmer designed or who designed it, but it might have been Nicholas. But
Joey Palmer?
Yeah, Joey Palmer.
Joey Palmer.
I don't know if it was Nicholas.
I don't know who designed it, Palmer or Nicholas.
Is it a Nicholas design course? Tommy Nicholas?
Nicholas
Anyway,
Mickleberry.
There's a disc golf store over there, and I stopped in just to get something. You know, I had to get some new clubs. And every time I go in, they're really nice people, but I mean, it is a weed factory. All I could think of was, man, every time I try to tell people, no, disc golf's just not a bunch of people smoking weed. I'm like, but sometimes it is.
Yes, it is. No.
Sometimes it is.
I mean,
it's weed adjacent. I can tell you that.
Does TC Jester just smell like a giant joint?
No, but on hole number 4, there's a hat with a marijuana leaf. You know, and it was on top of the basket. Like, hey, somebody lost their hat here. And I just thought, boy, this is a little on the nose, boys. A little too much. So yeah, the stuff went down, but Dell was able to do. We've got sometimes things just break here, and then they eventually get fixed here. I mean, you know, some would say this whole building's on an ancient burial ground, based on the things that we've had happen here over the years that we've been here. I mean, years. Remember that one time our satellite dish ripped a hole in the roof during a hurricane and water crashed all over the.
I don't think Mr. Gow wants you to relive that. What with the lawsuit and all.
What? We had a lawsuit.
Well,
Oh, I didn't know that.
We had issues because it was our satellite dish.
Yeah.
That apparently I don't even want to get into that thing.
Oh, okay.
Because that got ugly.
Well, here's how it ended. It ended with emergency workers on our floor who ended up taking a dump in a urinal. You remember that, John? Where we had no plumbing and no water, and somebody decided that a urinal was the place for their business.
They were gross.
And then Ro, that sassy black lady who used to work with us, who said, "It smells like open ass in here." And that's the first time I ever heard that phrase.
Open.
And I hope you never hear it again.
Well, see, I was going to do something here for Damaris, but then you mentioned open
go
ass.
ahead. No, your turn.
Todd apparently doesn't listen to the show. He's like, don't forget to mention Damaris. Like, we didn't talk about the fried turkeys yesterday, which is what Yanni wants everybody to get. This, you got to order them, too, because they run out. Every year they run out because they're so good. So get your Cajun fried turkey. Go to Damaris.com and sign up for your Cajun fried turkey because it's awesome. Okay, Todd. I'm sorry, Todd. You don't listen to the show. Apparently, you don't know nothing about this show because we talk about Damaris's fried turkey. And Dell doesn't even like turkey, but he would like this one. That's a weakness.
I've admitted to it. The Damaris turkey is one of the few turkeys I will touch. Much like I don't like Notre Dame. I don't like turkey, but Damaris gets it done.
Right. Exactly.
It's in the playoffs. Their Cajun fried turkey will be in the playoffs. Just like
but the Cajun fried turkey has a chance to win it all. Like Notre Dame, a normal turkey like Notre Dame, the ceiling isn't very high, but we know what they are. Yeah,
they could be a 12 seed.
Yeah, a normal turkey. Yeah,
a normal turkey. But Damaris's has got a chance to win it all. Yeah. Let me ask you a question. What was the best part of last night's game?
The best part of last night's
Mavericks
game?
T-Wolves? What do you mean?
Not Mavericks T-Wolves. Yankees Dodgers, the World Series. Remember that game?
No, who's watching the World Series?
The first half for Anthony Edwards was really good.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
He had a great first quarter.
24 in the first quarter, didn't score in the second quarter, did not hit 38.5 is his total, that updated underdog number that goes on.
And the Mavs run away with it.
You're not talking about the World Series,
who's watching that? Baseball still going on?
You talking about World Series? The Yankees, it's at home, and somehow they score a bunch of runs. Buzzers. Really interesting that the Yankees all of a sudden started scoring a bunch of runs out of nowhere when they get home. Really interesting. Hello, buzzers.
I can't hear John. Are you trying to talk, John? I can see him, but no one can hear him.
It's just more broken stuff.
It's not on our end this time, I don't think.
We can't hear a thing with John anymore.
John, what's the deal? His lips are moving, but no sound's coming out.
That means he's lying.
I don't know what the deal is. Well, I think it's better off because he wanted to talk baseball. Who wants to talk about baseball?
Well, the Yankees scored 11.
Sorry, John. You might have to reconnect. I don't know what the deal is. I can see you.
Probably the building.
Did the internet go down? Because that would be a problem.
Internet for him?
Yeah. Our internet's up, right?
Our internet's connected. His internet's not down, or we wouldn't even see him.
That's true.
Yeah,
I like the mime John more than anything else.
We'll get it fixed. He's right now. He's reconnected.
People can see you giving the finger. I don't know.
Not a lot of people can see, but John has 2 fingers in the air.
It's not our fault. You were just connected. What happened?
Hey, let's say things that he would hate right now. John can hear us. It's like John's paralyzed. Like, you know those movies where people are paralyzed? They say, you will be paralyzed,
but you'll feel everything. Yeah.
You'll be able to see and hear everything. So I think Jalen Green is a really good shooter, an efficient shooter.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to start. Dell, do you have something that you'd like to say?
I would imagine John's going to come back. Hopefully the Dodgers win it. Is it 2-3-2 or 2-2-1 for the World Series?
2-3-2.
So hopefully the Dodgers win it tonight, so John can bring his Dodgers championship World Series hat for Gilbert that he's going to buy. Yep. That'll be awesome. Bring that. Make sure you pack it, and make sure it's not wrinkled when Gilbert gets it. You don't want to damage the hat.
Oh, good one. I think in hindsight, one of the most overrated quarterbacks we've seen come out of the college era as we've moved on.
This is interesting.
Has been Joe Burrow.
I would agree.
Yeah,
he can't stay healthy. He was carried. He's a Chase and Higgins merchant.
Yeah, I mean Tua. Tua? People talk about Tua getting carried by his guys. Joe Burrow isn't carried by
What's Joe Burrow like when Higgins or Chase isn't interested in playing football? Does Joe Burrow look good?
Yeah, you got to have the very best wide receivers out there for Joe to do anything.
Yeah,
and that's when his back's not blown out.
Yeah, that man got his back blown out by Jordan Jefferson and Chase over the offseason. Now look at him.
Yeah,
talking about 10 wins. You ain't winning 10 games, Joe.
What else can we do that John can hear and it can silently kill him?
Do we want to talk about how handsome Joey Votto is?
Well, he could give it. I mean, he's got free time on his hands now.
Yeah.
He could move to the West Coast. John's going to be here this week.
Well, the whole family's going to be here.
Are they?
Yeah, they're all going up to Kilgore, right?
Are you sure? I don't know. John's not here. We can't ask him. If Wendy stays behind, maybe she'll have company.
Well, that's ugly.
Maybe John's dreams. John's
become reality.
John's actually like the guy. You know, when a woman. This actually has happened before, by the way. This isn't just a theory where you get in trouble for a woman's dreams.
Sure.
Like what you did in your dreams. It's flipped now. Wendy gets in trouble for Joey Votto.
It is Halloween season. Like Nightmare.
Is he back yet?
No. Nightmare on Elm Street, like where his dreams come to life. Is that what you're talking about? So instead of Freddy, it's Joey Votto?
John won't go to sleep. Just sitting there, staying awake in his bed.
His eyes are, no Votto. He's so afraid. Votto comes up from under the bed.
Dragging his bat on the ground like Freddy did with his glove of knives. He's dragging his bat on the ground, and by bat I mean actual bat. That's not a euphemism where he's dragging his bat.
He starts to hear music. He's not sure what it is. It's Votto's walk-up music.
I don't even know what the Freddy music. I know the Freddy music. If I heard it, I would know the Freddy music.
Of course.
Nightmare on Elm Street music. But what else can we go after John with? Oh, Jalen Petrie is playing like a Pro Bowler this year.
We love the Jalens here in town.
The Jalens are underappreciated.
So my problem is I'm not sure.
Jalen was beaten on that Josh Downs near touchdown.
When he ran, which
can't keep up with guys because he can't.
Slow.
Once the route goes beyond 10 yards, Petrie is.
He's a pure in the box safety. Like 10 yards is his box, and if it goes beyond that, the Texans are in trouble.
Yeah, John's not wrong on that.
No, we can't disagree there. I don't know if John's actually trying to do anything to rectify the situation.
All I see is him staring at us, sitting there goofing off, waiting for his Dodgers to win the whole thing.
Yeah, he's texting us and calling us names, but not telling us what the deal is. He's giving us the fingers
I'll go
again.
Back to bed now.
I don't know what he wants from us.
You D words.
I'm doing all I can.
What are you doing, Dell? How did you break? He just left.
I'm doing all I can on the board.
He just left the show.
People can see me on the stream using this finger to try to bring him back. I'm not sure what's going on. He's just gone.
He just left. He got tired of us hurting his feelings. He needs to toughen up. They're just jokes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who are you, Tony Hinchcliffe?
Tony Hinchcliffe could go after him.
It could be much worse.
The Italians. Those dirty people just slather themselves with olive oil and busy doing dirty stuff with the Greeks. See? Tony Hinchcliffe could go after John and just tell him, jokes.
Tony Hinchcliffe of Italian descent, actually.
Is he?
Yes. I looked that up. Yeah. Well,
it also must be English because Hinchcliffe sounds like an English.
Well, it was looked up on. Someone looked it up on Twitter because, of course, we got to dive deep into people when they go viral. And someone pointed out,
oh yeah,
if this was like the 1920s, you would be the oppressed people because Americans, Anglos hated Italians. Now look at you, repeating an awful history in America. Someone had to do that to get after Hinchcliffe. Of course, Hinchcliffe.
Easy, mister.
Hinchcliffe will just tell you, it's just jokes, everybody.
See, and that's what I told John. This Joey Votto stuff, it's just jokes. He's probably not ever going to do anything to Wendy.
Yeah.
You're the one that brought it up.
Yeah. It's your dream. Us. I mean, the reality is Lamar Odom hit on Wendy.
Yeah.
And that was turned aside.
So if you just joined us, John, for some reason, was connected to the show and all of a sudden couldn't be. We didn't hear him, but he could hear everything we were saying. So we took literally everything that he hates and brought it to the show, like called Joe Burrow an overrated quarterback. He couldn't do anything about it. He just had to sit and listen. We talked about his Dodgers. He's supposed to bring – Gilbert called yesterday, and he wants John to bring him, a hat or –
He wants a Dodgers World title, a World Series hat.
Yeah.
Championship hat.
And John was adamant. Not just adamant. He almost yelled at Gilbert.
It's the first time he's ever, literally said no.
Hardcore refuse Gilbert.
No.
Yeah.
No chance.
It's usually a soft no or an excuse. This time he almost screamed at Gilbert no. So that's how that goes. Well, I guess we'll break it here and see what happens.
I guess you can do your Zadok here.
I'll talk about Zadok Jewelers. I'll be more than happy to talk about it. I'm going on Friday to go look at a new watch that they're unveiling from Breitling, and really excited about that. I've told you before, they're the home for the best watches in the state of Texas. They have every one of the biggest and best brands from watchmakers from around the world are all there. They're exclusive boutique locations here in Houston. They're the boutique locations, so they have exclusive timepieces that no one else will have. They buy, they sell, they trade watches. So if you're somebody who's really into the watch game, you probably already know about Zadok, but if you don't, or you're looking to get you a really great timepiece, maybe you say, man, I've really stepped my game up over the last few years. I want to get something really nice. They've got you covered. And it's not just, look, they've got Rolex, but it's not just Rolex. They've got amazing timepieces around the world. Until you go in and see for yourself, you just won't know what I'm talking about. So I recommend going into 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. But it's not just that. It's also getting that diamond engagement ring. Now is the time. The weather's turning. People are going to start having their big moments outside where they go make the engagement. Let Zadok help you find the perfect ring and help you set up the perfect moment. And, of course, when you talk about bracelets and necklaces and earrings, they have you covered with the latest designs, and they also have master craftsmen in-house so they can custom make anything for you that you like. Is Zadok Jewelers, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadok Jewelers.
That is her, and this is me talking about my man, Kent Jones over at Dream Rate. Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, FHA, VA, anywhere in Texas, any kind of loan that you can get, Kent Jones is here for you. Kent Jones will find the perfect loan for you. Brokers are just better, people. Don't do your mortgage without a broker. He's going to save you thousands of dollars. And not these big, huge houses that put their names on golf tournaments and bowl games. No, that's not the way to go. The way to go is with a guy who's going to give you the attention that you deserve. A guy who's going to be, he is really, really going to be precise, and he's going to be persnickety. I like the word persnickety because he's going to find all of the little loopholes that you can save thousands and thousands of dollars with. Over 1,400 career closings. He knows everything about the mortgage game. And listen, if you are somebody that's looking right now, thinking about buying a house, give him a call and he can give you all kinds of great advice. He is unbelievable. You'll save thousands, not throughout the life of the loan, but at signing. It's crazy. It is crazy. You, my friends, are going to get the best out of Kent Jones every time. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN, or 975loans.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Are you two jerks done now? You two jerks are done? I can't hear you again now. Okay. You don't hear me? Yeah, no, listen. I know you're doing this, Lance, and I know you're doing it, Del. I know you do.
I was just going to do that.
I couldn't hear a thing. You guys turned me off completely.
You couldn't hear. We didn't do anything. You couldn't hear us.
I didn't hear one
Joe
word you
Burrow
were saying. That's why you were getting the double.
I don't
rods.
believe you. You heard what we said about Joey Votto, Joe Burrow.
Nothing.
We said all the things that would make you sad.
Nothing. I heard nothing. Del shut my whole thing down.
I didn't shut
do
anything off. I didn't do anything.
You had to reconnect
because he took it off the air.
I didn't take it off the air.
Like an a-hole.
I didn't take it off the air. Something happened on your end.
All the things. We thought you
Nothing
could hear
happened
us.
on my end.
Nothing happened on this end. Nothing happened. I didn't touch anything.
Yeah.
We thought you could hear us, so we said all the things that would make you upset. Jalen Green is a good shooter. Jalen Petrie's a good player.
You bought the World Series title, or you're going to buy the World Series title hat, the Dodger one.
Yeah, we said Joey Votto could be coming to town when you come up.
I heard none of it.
Houston.
I heard none of it. None of it. Because
only.
Del took me off the air as soon as I started
air.
talking about baseball.
Joey Burrows, Joe Burrow slander we had. We thought you could hear. We were trying to torture you.
No, there's nothing. I got nothing out of either of you, and I don't care.
Yankees win, big deal anyway. They score 11.
Did you see the guy and he got kicked out of the game too? Mookie Betts has got his glove in the stands.
Two guys got kicked out of the game, yeah.
Yeah, and the guy opens up the glove and takes the ball out. I mean, that was fun. I mean, you're going to throw him out of the game. Stop already.
I mean.
And that was the first inning.
Look, as I said when you couldn't hear, John, Yankees all of a sudden start magically scoring runs whenever they get home. Huh. That's buzzy.
No, actually they didn't. Did you know, how about this? In game 3, they watched 24 fastball strikes. That was the second most this year.
I saw you. We both read the same John Boy stat. It was all four-seamers, too, which are straight down the pipe. Not a lot
right down the middle.
Yeah.
You want to talk about a team that's tentative, and until Volpe hit that ball last night, I mean, they were another Freddie Freeman's first inning 2-run homer.
6 straight games of home runs.
And you know whose record
set
he
the
broke?
record.
You know whose record he broke?
Who?
George Springer's. 5 straight.
Springer did.
They were tied at 5 straight.
Wow.
Springer homered in 17 and 19 in 5 straight games.
Wow. I didn't know that was Spring who got it.
I had forgotten that Springer was even on the team in 19.
Oh, no. That 19 team was sick.
That was a great
The most
team.
incredible lineup. It was Springer, and then it was Uncle Mike, and then you had who? because Kyle Tucker was at the back end. After that, it would have been, well, you had Jordan in there somewhere. He was a rookie. Jordan, and you had Bregman, and you had Carlos, and you had Kyle Tucker. You had, my gosh, what a lineup. You had Josh Reddick. What a lineup that was.
Yeah.
Garrett Cole, and you had the two top pick. You had number 1 and number 2 in the Cy Youngs. Number 1 was Verlander. Number 2 was Garrett Cole.
How did they lose that? How the hell did they lose that? I mean, that is just incredible. That's the worst. AJ, nice job. AJ, not bringing in Cole. I'll tell you this. If they needed him, they might have gone to Cole last night if they had to have him. All hands on deck. Now they got Cole tonight. Cole wins tonight. I mean, it comes back to LA. Cole wins tonight. You know that this will be the first time. I want to say, I think this is the first time that a team that's gone up 3-0 will have played a game 6.
Oh, they haven't even gotten to game 6.
They haven't even gotten to game 6 in the World Series.
Sorry, I just flipped. I'm now cheering for the Dodgers because I want to see Garrett Cole lose in spectacular fashion. For me, it's on for life with Garrett Cole. So, sorry, I'm now for the Dodgers.
For me, it's on for life with Joe Kelly. Anything to do with the Dodgers.
I want Garrett Cole to have a miserable game.
Anytime, Joe.
Dodgers are going to win. I'm going to accept the inevitable, so I might as well get a bad Cole start out of this. So looking for Garrett Cole to fall apart.
Yeah,
the way he handled that exit from Houston, like I said, it's on for life with Garrett Cole. It's on site. Not really literally a fight, but every time I see him, I want to say something ugly about him. That's what I mean.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I don't have that kind of hatred. I have that kind of hatred for what. Just thinking about Joe Kelly in his Dodgers hat makes me just want to puke. I just can't stand him. I can't stand Joe Kelly. So, and all the things that all those Dodgers said about it. Screw you. And Cashman is still playing that same song too. But I'm sorry. This is the only time in my life I've ever rooted for the New York Yankees. Because it's the Dodgers.
Yeah, I'm actually not rooting for anybody. Like, if I can, some type of carnage, if it's getting a lick in on Garrett Cole, I'll take it.
The best thing to happen now that the Dodgers are up 3-1 is for them to win it in Yankee Stadium and all the sad fans.
So they create sad fans. Their fans can't celebrate in Dodger Stadium.
I mean, I'm sure they have a watch party,
just
but
little.
You gotta look for find the small things.
Who are the Dodgers? Who are the Yankees going to blame then? Well, who cheated them then, right? I mean, honestly, who cheated them? Because somebody's going to be. Well, I'll tell you who's going to take the blame is Judge. Did you see when it's 10-4, Judge finally comes up with an RBI? Holy
God Almighty, John! I ran his numbers the last 4 postseasons. Going into yesterday, he had 113 at bats. He was hitting 188. He had this is the last 113 at bats. He has 113 at bats. He had 1 double, no triples, only 16 hits. He had 14 walks. I'm trying to remember the strikeout number is absolutely insane. His slugging percentage was down around high 600s. Like, this is 4 consecutive World Series. No matter what happens, unless they come back and win and he's the star, he's never getting out of this because it's going to end with him having another bad postseason.
You know what? And I thought A-Rod was right. He goes, Judge, you look at your numbers, you look at your stats in the postseason, and you're never going to like it. You can't possibly like it. What you have to look for now is moments. You come up with 2 on, and you come up with a big hit, you come up with a home run that'll give the team the lead, something like that. But he's never, ever going to be able to overcome his playoff numbers, ever. I mean, it's so bad. He's so bad in the postseason. And he literally half the at-bats that he's had this postseason have been strikeouts. Up until last night, he had a couple of, but he was at like 20 strikeouts in 42 at-bats. I mean, just a ridiculous number. So bad. So terrible. But yeah, I think A-Rod is probably right because A-Rod had some of the same stuff too. He had to just come up with some moments, and he came up with some moments in 2009 finally came up with some moments. But yeah, Judge finally. I can't. You want to talk? Who does it remind you of coming up with a hit up 10-4?
Well, one of our pseudo GMs, the Cauldron.
I mean, I didn't want to go there. I did not want to go there, but it's just
no. I thought, yeah, I obviously think about it, but he's just taken so many bullets over the years. I wasn't going to bring him up.
Yeah, so many hits. He's got Judge in his postseason career, 86 strikeouts in 217 at bats. 86 strikeouts. That's awful. In 217 at bats. If it was a regular season, he would have 240 strikeouts. If these numbers extrapolated,
his numbers are off. Like his numbers are off so far. His numbers are off about 90 off batting average from regular season. They're off over 300 points in slugging, about 100 points, about 90 points in batting average. His strikeout to walk ratio is substantially worse in the postseason. It's Aaron Judge. There's no way that New York is not looking at Aaron Judge as a lamb killer. I mean, you saw how upset people are at Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker's done well. This is actually a little bit of a run right now for Kyle Tucker, but Kyle Tucker still has, like, he has rings. You've won rings while Kyle Tucker has been here. Well, you won one ring while Kyle Tucker has been here.
Yeah.
But and you see how upset people get here. We remember when Jordan doesn't show up against the Braves in a World Series where he had carried the Astros the 2 previous series. This is Aaron Judge, multi-time MVP, one of the greatest to ever do it, and he is a 0 in the postseason for a long time now.
So his in the wild card, he's played in 5 games. He's got a 12-17 OPS, which is really good. In ALDS's 707 OPS. In ALCS's 715. World Series 411. That is, you want to talk about a guy whose career, he's a Hall of Famer. He's got over 1,000 OPS in his career, over 1,000 for his career, and he's got a 411 in the World Series. I mean, you talk about that. He's going to catch it. That's a whole.
Well, he's one of the great players. He's one of the great players of any generation.
Yeah.
And he's just, we remember you ultimately for what you do in the postseason. Like it's not going to trump. And it's the same thing with Bagwell when we talk about Bagwell Biggio. For as great as they're Hall of Famers too, but you can never get away from that. The same way that you never have to worry when you have the big wins in the postseason. Let's break it right here. Don't forget, Josh Pate is going to be coming up at 9:00 for you college football fans. We're going to talk a little college football with Josh Pate as well.
All right, we're going to talk about H&P right now. We're going to talk about your business and how we can make it better. Well, how H&P can make it better. I can't make it better. H&P, that's what they do. H&P will come and customize a plan perfect for you. Well, I'm telling you, I don't know how many employees you do have. If you're the CFO or the COO of your company, and you're driving into work right now, and you're thinking, are our expenses too high? Are we doing it ourselves, and we're doing the payroll ourselves, and we're doing what? Think about it. Okay, so technologically, you're not even close. You don't know what you're doing there, right? If you're with an admin company that's doing your payroll, that's doing your HR, that's doing your benefits packages, there's a chance you're paying too much there too. There is a good chance you're paying too much there too. Well, how do you think these admin companies got so big? They're so huge. The profit margin is awesome. You know why? Because those benefits packages is where they're making out big time. H&P doesn't do benefits packages. They give you options for different benefits packages, and you are the ones that save. You're looking for the best way to get your people your payroll and your benefits. It's H&P. Let them customize a plan perfect for you. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, Del, I put in sound from Brian Flores. I've seen a couple of people say knee-jerk reaction on Joe Flacco on taking Anthony Richardson out, just like it was with Bryce Young, and they had to bring him back. Anthony Richardson will start for them again this year.
Keep in mind, something no one's talking about is, did you see the wrist injury?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's talking about that.
Well, it's his left wrist.
Potentially playing into it.
Yeah.
There's more than just – there's a lot more to it, I think, with Anthony Richardson, several factors.
Well, Shane got on him, too. I think I think that was, pulling himself from that game was it was a really bad look, especially – well,
it had no impact on the game. None.
So they're playing Minnesota this week. So listen to Brian Flores talk about the Anthony Richardson pulling himself out of this game.
I think Anthony he's a young player, still trying to find his way to a degree, but still makes a lot of plays. I mean, I know there's been a lot of talk about the play where he came out, but did you watch the play? That throws a 300-pounder off him. He runs around. I thought it was an incredible play. I mean, I got tired watching, but I think he's a very, very talented young player. He's a dangerous player. On any snap, he could break a couple tackles and go the distance. He's fast. He's got a huge arm. When you talk about QB mobility and off-script plays, I mean, that's what he does and keep his team in a game. Even when not every throw is, perfect for him. He still has that deep, that explosive playability, which, you have those, you have 2 or 3 of those.
So who does a defensive coordinator want to get ready for? Anthony Richardson or Joe Flacco?
Well, I think he knows Richardson, the Flacco gives him a better chance to win. I think he wants Richardson in that game.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to talk Steichen into putting Richardson back in there.
But he's tougher to prepare for. Anthony Richardson is tougher to prepare for because he does throw the ball down the field.
Well, yeah.
And he does. And he's impossible to tackle.
I had a great conversation yesterday with a guy who's a sports psychologist who used to be in the Navy SEALs. This guy's maybe one of the smartest people I've ever talked to. And he was talking about the difference between talent and ability and skill. And there's a difference, and he's defining them. And he says, and he pointed to Anthony Richardson. He said, Anthony Richardson, talent is what you're born with. It's innate. It's you're born with a certain level. It doesn't mean that talent is ever going to be, that it's ever going to be nurtured. There's people who have talent who never even play football or basketball or who don't play in sports or don't play deep into sports because they don't develop it and they don't develop their skill. But he said Anthony Richardson has just immense talent. He said he may not have great, his hand-eye coordination is going to be what it's going to be. There's certain things that will never improve. He talked about your spatial awareness is static. It will not improve. There are certain things that are never going to improve. Your talent is your talent, and it doesn't ever improve. You can build on it and build the skill off of it. And it got me thinking, like, yeah, from a talent standpoint, there's certain elements that go into talent. Anthony Richardson is very talented. He is not skilled at all. And Steve Francis was very talented, but he wasn't skilled. Talent, unless talent is developed, unless raw talent is developed, and if it stays unskilled and it never turns into, you never go from your ability to your skill, then you're cooked. Like you never will be anything, especially at the quarterback position. There are guys who are talented, who play wide receiver and running back, but they just, they're never really that skilled, but they can still stick around. If you're a quarterback and you don't become skilled at some point, you just can't stick around. He made a point, actually, that Lamar Jackson, he said, and this guy studies this he's done it for multiple teams. He said, Lamar Jackson has elite field vision. He said, a lot of people don't realize this. They don't realize, but his spatial awareness is elite for his field vision, which kind of threw me off. I didn't think of that. He said, now he's slower on some of the processing. But what happens is through repetition and repetition, he now recognizes the shapes of defenses. In other words, certain shells. He now, through repetition, it's coming faster for him where he recognizes the space that is available to him and where the space is going to be. He said he's working with a little bit better anticipation, but his recognition through repetition has improved immensely. And we were talking about the S2 thing, and he said the S2, you really can't improve on certain elements of the S2. He said they may tell you that you can improve a little bit. He goes, you can't improve on many of the elements that are inside the S2 test. You just can't improve on it. But I bring that up because, you know, if you don't have a skill level, like Lamar Jackson's talented and he's developed his skill. Anthony Richardson has never done it. And if you don't play, and his point was, I don't know what the Colts are going to do because you can't develop your skill if you don't play. And yet, if you want to win, probably Flacco gives you a little better chance. Although I would tell you this, John, Flacco against that blitz, they're going to blitz a ton. I mean, they lead the league in blitzing. I don't know how Joe Flacco holds up against a blitz because he is a statue.
Yeah, I'm not sure that in this game, in this instance, Anthony doesn't give them
I think
Richardson
comes back to. I think Flacco can only do so much, but I say that, but he played substantially better for the Browns last year, helped get in the playoffs. But you remember what happened against the Texans? He looked bad against the Texans.
And once they're out of it, then you got to bring them back. Like Bryce Young is playing now because what's the sense of playing Andy Dalton?
Yeah, 1-7. He needs reps.
Yeah, he's got to get in there. All right, we got to catch up. 713, we apologize. We had some technical first time we've ever had technical.
Yeah, it just finally got us.
Yeah, it finally got us. So we got to make up for it here. We apologize for that. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. I want to talk about Matt Hogue and the great people over at HogueLS.com, HogueLandscapeServices.com, Hogue, Hogue. I'm looking at the backyards. I'm looking at the patio. All right, this is a home that has just a little patio, but he's got the black rocks and the shrubbery and the little statues and the table and with the umbrella table. I mean, it looks like $1 million. And it's not that big a deal. It's just not that big a deal, but it looks like it's the perfect backyard. It doesn't matter what size your backyard is. Hogue Landscape Services can make it look tremendous. They're not only just come and cut your yard every week and trim your bushes or plant flowers. They are design unbelievable backyards. Unbelievable in that you won't be able to you couldn't think of the stuff that they can do, but between the pickleball courts and the putting greens and the basketball courts and the pools and the fire pits and kitchens and outdoor TV and the lounge area, I mean, they're awesome. They are exterior decorators and they will make your backyard special. Hogue, HOGUELS.com. Tell Matt Hogue you heard it right here. All right, welcome back. Big week for college football. Ohio State at Penn State. Not sure Drew Aller is going to play, but they look pretty damn good at going to Wisconsin and playing despite.
Yeah, they did against the Wisconsin team that's playing a lot better. It's in Ohio State, right? Or no, it's at Penn State.
It's at Penn State.
Yeah, I was going to actually go to that game until we're going to be inducted into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame finally. So I can't go to that game, unfortunately. But it'll be. Is it a night game? Hopefully,
it's an 11 a.m. game.
Ooh. Mm-hmm. We're not going to see that one.
No, we're not going to see any of it.
Well, who knows? Maybe we will. If speeches start going a little long, I'm watching on my phone. You've done it before, John. You were at a big event in L.A. and watched a whole football game.
Have you guys read your speeches?
You get 4 minutes, and I don't even know. We probably get 2 minutes.
Yeah. Do you split? Do you go up there together? And
I don't know,
speak?
but if that's the case, I'm going first because Lance has never hit a break in his life.
He's very verbose.
I'm just going to say I did it. Anything is possible. I'm just going to go everything Kevin Garnett's ever said.
What about what Jason Tatum did? Are you going to do that? The we did it thing that Jason Tatum
did? It, yeah.
What about I'm going to do the Michael Jordan.
The fist?
Whoever
no, he'll use it to settle scores.
Oh, you're going to.
So I'm going to settle scores.
You won't be up there being very, very gracious. You will be taking shots. Who's the first person that you will take a shot at?
Ooh,
first person I'll take a shot at. Probably Fred Fowler.
What? What?
The villain arc on John.
What is the matter with you?
Established. Good Lord.
No, I'm not going to take a shot at Fred.
Would you like to take that back?
You want to openly tell the world that you were joking and you're not going to do it?
I was joking. The first person that I'm going to.
What a terrible. What's wrong with you?
He has cemented himself. It's over. It's over, bro.
We did it! I love Fred. I'm not going to take a shot at Fred. First person I'll take a shot at. Oh, I got a couple I can, but oh well. Back in the 6
Is that a surprise? Are you going to reveal that, or are you just going to pretend like you're not thinking it?
No, I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna. I'm not attacking the Falcon. It was a joke, idiots.
You said it.
I did say it. It was a joke. Okay.
John Hinchcliffe up there.
Hey, Fred is happy that I mentioned him. Okay.
They're just jokes, everybody. Jokes.
Yeah.
You're too
jokes.
sensitive.
I got jokes.
You're too sensitive.
I got you. You got jokes. That's all they are.
So we don't know. The first guy who popped into his head was Fred, which might go into some,
I thought that would be the worst person.
Yeah, it is actually. You hit the nail on the head. The worst person you could mention.
Yeah, the worst person I could have possibly mentioned. So that's what
I would have thought you would have gone with Lance.
No, he's got so many scores to settle. He'll go after Bill Van Rysdale. He'll go after people who he's already vanquished.
I haven't vanquished anyone. The first person I thought of was Bill Van Rysdale. but
obviously, I already knew
he's fine. I don't care. He
was just a program director trying to do his job.
He was a sports program director that hated sports.
Yeah, that's true.
That is true. He said it.
That's true.
I hate sports.
He was a news director.
You're programming the station. I mean, it was just terrible. And then I had to threaten his life.
Well, that seems aggressive.
Yeah, it was. It was a little.
You threatened his life? I thought you just threatened to beat him up.
Yeah. Well, I would have beat him
to death.
Maybe.
What was it even about? Do you remember what he said that made you so mad?
No idea. No, I don't know. He was messing with. I don't know. I don't know. He said something about the show or my job or something, and I was like, "Oh, I will beat your ass." But no, I don't. I'm going to be very actually. I'm going to be very nice. No, I'm not going to pull Michael Jordan. Are you going to go Kevin Garnett? Are you going Kevin Garnett? We did it. We did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's you.
Top of the world.
Yeah.
Anything is possible. All of them.
Yeah.
I'm doing all of that.
Are you going to ask the question, what took so long?
I'll say, well, it's about
damn time.
It's about damn time.
If it wasn't for Todd Farquharson, it would still be not happening. Okay.
Well,
Todd's the only reason Lance and I are in the Hall of Fame.
Do they do enough research, or do people have to be put up for the Hall of Fame?
Put up.
Okay, and then they have to do the backstory and find out.
Then you have to get voted on.
Did you get in unanimously?
Yeah, I'm sure.
We have no idea.
I wonder who voted against you.
Todd just came up one day and said, "Oh, by the way, you guys are in the Hall of Fame." Oh, great, thanks.
Who voted against us?
I wonder who could vote against you.
Rich Lord.
Does he have a Hall of Fame vote?
He probably signed up just to vote against us.
I don't know how they distribute the votes.
As soon as
is it like the Heisman?
Nominated,
like if you're in the Hall of Fame, you get a vote.
As soon as he heard we were nominated, you can sign up to be to vote. You can vote.
You can.
Yeah, I think there's a cost, but you can vote.
I wish they would ask.
I think anybody can vote.
I wish they would ask me.
If you can only be in the Hall of Fame and vote, I'm voting no on everybody else.
Hey, you don't want the Hall of Very Good. You want the Hall of Fame.
I want the Hall of Fame. You got to be great. Okay, that's all. We ain't taking you. You ain't good enough. Okay.
Ooh, they're daring you to rip. They're daring you to rip Joel Blank in your acceptance speech.
Oh no way. Zero chance. Zero chance. Okay. I don't want a text that's gonna be like the whole phone. No, I don't want that. I don't need that in my life. Okay.
On notes.
Yeah. No. Why would I rip Joel anyway? I don't know,
but get your list together. It's gonna make for a good performance if you spend it ripping people like Jordan.
Yeah, I'm currently looking up how to become a voting member. If I can get in a quick no to you guys before you're actually inducted.
No, it's too late.
Yes, membership is open to radio professionals, friends, family, and members, colleagues, or even fans of Texas radio. All you need to do is to sign up. It's an individual membership is $50 for the first year and $20 for a subsequent year. Or if you want to be a lifetime voter, just a one-time fee of $500. So there's not a lot of requirements to get into.
Oh, just money.
Yeah, if you pay, you can be a voter.
Yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah. You've made
people actually
so
paid
mad
to vote on us. How about that?
Twitch is so mad at John.
What are they upset about now?
One guy I've never seen before.
What is he mad about?
Fred always credited John with the reason he got on the radio.
Pissed off.
And then he ended up being better than John at radio.
Ha ha. You pissed off Twitch, John.
Don't try to back out of that, John.
Oh my God!
He just said
you idiots. Of course I wouldn't bash Fred Fowler, dumbass. You're so stupid.
Oh, see? Now look at it. Now you see.
That guy's. I mean, you know what? I'm in honor of Fred. That guy's a dickweed.
No, you don't have to drop that.
I'm not sure.
Don't drop that.
I'm trying to keep you in the Hall of Fame.
Fred used to say it all the time.
Well, the people on Twitch can hear it anyway. They can hear it anyway.
He said it.
The people who you directed that at can hear it.
In honor of Fred, I just called that guy a dickweed. Okay?
Yes, Quine. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to get up there and say things like slay, yes, Quine. I'm just going to be
don't
super
embarrass
obnoxious.
your children.
Yeah, that's right. My parents said, Lancey, are they gonna tape it? We'd like to go, but it's a 6-hour drive for us from New Braunfels. Like, don't do that. Mom will just tape it. I mean, my wife will just tape it. One of the kids will tape it and send it to you, and they're gonna see me just saying things like "slay queen."
Accept the seriousness of this. People are happy for you. Don't
I know
embarrass
it is
yourself.
weird that we're not acting like that. Like I told my wife, she goes, "The kids are coming." I said, "I'm not buying tickets for the kids." She goes,
"They want to go."
I'm sorry that you don't take this serious. But we're all very excited for you and happy. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm being a jerk. That's fine. John steps to the podium and says, first off, F your B and the click you claim. He said you're going straight into Tupac's Hit 'Em Up.
No, I'm not doing any of that. I'm honored. I feel this is great. This is awesome. And thank you, Todd.
Yeah, nice job, Todd.
Yep. And we are. I'm thrilled. And you know what? On your obituary, Lance, and my obituary, you know what the first thing he's going to say? He's going to say Texas Radio Hall of Famer.
Mine's going to say oft injured.
Well, maybe yours.
I wasn't until I came back. No injuries at all, ever. And then I come back here and I get that foot injury with the unfortunate.
How's your foot right now?
Purse jacking. What's that?
There was no purse jacking.
Did you sleep wrong on it?
What are you talking about? Shoulders are good.
No, no. That's your ladder. Okay.
Yeah,
curves.
The ladder injury is right here. The disc injury is upper ankle on the right. The foot injury is on top of the foot where I had the Liz Frank. What other injuries?
Stop the purse snatcher?
Oh, my wife did scratch my cornea badly one time.
Yeah, she did. Yeah.
That was actually when I was at 790. It was in the middle of the night. I turned, and her fingernails just whack. It was really, truly terrible. That one is no good. I hope you never scratch a cornea because that one is truly terrible. I feel like I have some other ones that I'm just not remembering, other injuries. But I've been pretty much an Iron Man lately, so that's fine.
What was the thing that had you take a picture of yourself because you had the face in your hotel?
Whenever I had taken pain medicine on an empty stomach.
You were
after
just
I hurt
sick.
my foot.
Yeah.
After I hurt my foot.
Can somebody send us that picture again?
No.
I'm sure Dustin has it.
I don't know which is my favorite picture. You laying in bed or the cowboy hat on?
No.
An ill-fitting cowboy.
Those
Dallas
are
Cowboys
bad.
hat.
Those are all both terrible.
Those are great pictures.
John
great pictures.
is the Hall of Fame, someone said.
That's you're damn right. Let's talk a little. Hey, you know what? Lance, bring a bottle of Maestro Dobel, and we will celebrate with Coors Light and Maestro Dobel at the podium.
We probably should make it sponsored in grand fashion, bring our own alcohol sponsors. I put on the cape for Maestro Dobel. If you got something bad to say, you're going to have a long day because we're not going to tolerate that slander. And frankly, I've never run into anyone who has said a bad thing about Maestro Dobel. In fact, all of them are very, very pleased, and some even pleasantly surprised. I don't know why I've gotten that message before, like, wow, way better than I expected. I don't know what you expected. I'm telling you the truth. Maestro Dobel is great. There's never a harsh, it never goes down with harsh flavor, with a harshness. It's always smooth. It's never bitter. It's always got that the flavor profile for the different types of tequilas that are made, Reposado, Añejo, the Cristalino. Those are the three that I think are the best sipping tequilas for you. And you are going to find that each one of them is slightly different, either in appearance or certainly taste. And all these bottles are going to be available to you at your local liquor store. Occasionally, they won't carry one of the types of tequila, so make sure you ask for it by the type of tequila. Say, hey, I want you to start carrying the Maestro Dobel, the Reposado. I really want to try that. And I think you're going to love that one and the Cristalino too, frankly. The Añejo is my favorite and the Cristalino. Great to sip, made the way it's supposed to be made. Over 100 years there in Tequila, Mexico. It's amazing the background that goes on with the tequila makers there. And you're able to find it at your local liquor store. It's Maestro Dobel. Wherever fine liquors are sold, you're going to find my friends at Maestro Dobel.
And you think there's going to be some Coors Lights flowing there? Huh, Michael Carroll? Yeah, I think there is. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be passing out Coors Lights at Nick's place on Thursday night. Of course I'm passing out Coors Lights. I mean, that's what I do. It's what we do. It's what the listeners want, okay? So come to Nick's place Thursday night and enjoy cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. But you don't have to be at Nick's place to enjoy that. You can be anywhere and enjoy Coors Lights. While you're watching the game, while you're not watching the game, while you're playing golf yesterday, yep, sure did. And you know what? I played better when I had a couple of Coors Lights in me. I'm telling you, I tried to go the front nine without it. Coors Lights, I hit the turn and I said, man, I'm just better. I'm just a better person when I have cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights, and a better golfer, which makes me a better person. The better you are at golf, the better the person you are. I think that's proven. And the more Coors Lights you drink, the better the person you are. I think that's proven. If you're looking to be a better person, okay, all the way around, play golf and drink cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
And the Hall of Fame induction 2024 class. Here's John Granado.
Yeah, nice. Marcus Spears says, I'm telling everyone who's watching the Houston Texans, thank God for your quarterback. God is responsible for CJ. There's no question about that. God is, and we do thank God. You don't appreciate him enough. You don't feel like CJ is the quarterback you thought he would be this year.
No, I don't think he's playing as well as last. Well, I take that back. I don't think he's playing as well as I expected, but I was expecting him to maybe be the best quarterback in football. So, a high bar.
Yeah,
he is.
And
this is a blessing for CJ Stroud. Why are you playing this, Del?
We're thanking God for CJ. Our God is an awesome God.
This is called, yeah, you hear that? Little behind the receiver. He had to turn and it got batted away.
That's blasphemy right there.
He seems to miss Dalton Schultz just by about 8 inches every time.
No, he doesn't.
It seems
what is wrong with you? You don't appreciate CJ. You know what? You don't deserve CJ.
To be unsettled.
You don't deserve CJ. You don't.
I love CJ.
Seems to be unsettled. Is that what you just said?
His feet are a little unsettled when he throws.
If you were being bared down by 7 defensive linemen every single time you drop back.
Maybe call the protection to get your self-protection. Slide right, slide
or
right.
Or if your offensive line could pick up a twist, you could throw the ball.
Hey, coach, why the hell is 76 still in the game? Get me that white guy from Notre Dame.
We're 6-2 with Canyon, so shut your face.
That's what D'Amico said.
That's what he told you.
Says, I got lots of wide receivers all over the place, but I'm still kind of sad when you ask me about it.
Why do you hate CJ so much? God sent him to us, and we love him.
Jesus was tested as well. Jesus was tested as well. Everything didn't go smoothly for a 14-3 season for Jesus either, John.
Jesus did not have a 14-3 season.
No.
He was undefeated.
Well,
no, I would say there was some.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't lose 2 in a row.
But there was some tough. He had a tough schedule.
Yeah,
no.
The
he
schedule
took a beating,
was challenging.
But he won.
Now
he took a beating. He's kind of like CJ. He took a beating, and he still won.
That, John? Jesus is like CJ.
You heard him.
Jesus is like CJ.
What would CJ do? You know what?
Do you want a bracelet?
That says, what would CJ do? WWCJD.
That's right. That's right. CJ would not like this segment.
Well,
I think you would.
Lance was talking about how he can't handle pressure. I wouldn't like it either.
Well, he has a lot of it to deal with. No, I think CJ's having a fine year. There are throws that are incredible on tape. Some like his ability to not have his feet squared, see something, and throw accurately.
His on the run, throwing along the sideline line,
really
back
good.
over the middle.
Really good. There's still things he does amazing.
Well, and it's everybody's taught you don't throw late over the middle. CJ, it's like whatevs.
Well, but he gets it, but it doesn't usually get him though.
No, it never gets him.
Yeah,
he throws it perfectly
because he doesn't make bad. He typically doesn't make bad dangerous decisions. CJ typically takes good care of the football. So even if the placement and accuracy is not quite where it was last year in some regards, and the pocket pressures has been about the same. When I looked at the numbers, it was 54% last year. It's 55% this year. So the change is there's not a lot of changes from just a pure pressure standpoint. I just think what CJ has a chance to be one of the 3 best quarterbacks in the league. Right now he's not. I think it's Josh. I think it's Goff, and I think it's Lamar, right? You think those are the 3? I think Josh and Lamar for sure, the top 2.
Josh and Goff.
What's that?
Goff
3?
No. No.
In any order. Lamar, Goff, Josh Allen, are those the top 3?
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
And I mean, somewhere, lurking is Joe Burrow lurks in the shadows. We probably should mention Kirk Cousins. I am a little bothered by the fact he has 7 interceptions right now. He has 14 touchdowns, 7 interceptions. He's putting together a great game. What a great pickup it was for them. Almost makes you I'm sure in Atlanta they're having some discussions about, man, can you believe we spent a first rounder on a quarterback? Does it look like they're gonna get rid of Kirk Cousins anytime soon? No, they
are. Look where they are though, and when have they been there? And Matt Ryan got them to the Super Bowl, but that's a while ago now. I mean, they've been quarterback poor for a while now.
By the way, I think the next tier is C.J. Stroud. After the first 3, I think you go Burrow, C.J. Do you put? I can't put Dak. Too many turnovers.
Dak.
I can't put Dak in there.
Dak, stop.
You're not putting Dak in there, right?
No. Who?
I'd probably put Matt Stafford in there. Are you putting Purdy in there?
No. Are you talking about next level?
Well, the second tier.
Second tier.
But they got a chance to.
How about Mahomes?
These are guys who have a chance. Oh, I'm sorry.
How about Mahomes? You going to put him anywhere?
I would not. Yeah, let's put Mahomes. Do we have to automatically put Mahomes in the top 3? I guess we have to, right? So who's out? You kicking Lamar out? You kicking Goff out? You kicking Josh Allen out?
Well, Mahomes.
If I say you've only got 3 that you can have, I'm kicking Goff out.
Who leads the league in touchdown passes?
Is it Goff?
Nope.
Is it Josh?
It's not. No, you won't get it.
Wait. In touchdown passes, is it Baker?
It's Baker.
Yeah. Baker's had a lot.
Baker's 21-9.
Oh, Baker's got 21 tutties?
21-9. The next best is Lamar at 17. But Lamar's 17-2.
If we live in a world
that's
where
pretty good.
Oh, that's great. That's why his decision making and feel. That's why the conversation I had with that guy who said, look, the way he described it was great. He says he's recognizing the shapes of the coverage. He said, when you first start and you're a quarterback, you see 11 guys. He said, as you play more football, you start to see just coverages and shapes that you recognize of coverages. So you start to recognize, I've been here before, and this is what this is going to look like against that coverage. And he said when they talk about the game slowing down, it means you don't see 11 men anymore. You only see about 3 men because you start to recognize your plays. You start to know the plays so well. You've done so often. You already know there's like 3 guys you have to worry about on any given, progression for a play. And 17-2 is saying something now. That's strong stuff for
17-2. Josh Allen is 14-1.
That's why Josh, these two guys, these turnover factories in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
17-2 and 14-1. Baker Mayfield's got 21 touchdowns, on pace for over 40. This is the world we live in.
But
more interceptions and touchdowns for Pat Mahomes. I'm tired of seeing Pat Mahomes as the leader in the MVP. Get him out of there. Steve Spagnuolo should get the MVP.
Baker makes mistakes that kill his team, though. Those 9 interceptions are costly.
I was just pointing out, we live in a world where Baker Mayfield's going to throw 40 touchdowns potentially. Josh Allen has thrown 1 interception, and Lamar Jackson's a 17-2. And and the guy who is one of the leaders for MVP has more interceptions than touchdowns, and his name is Pat Aikman.
The rating, the top 3: Lamar Jackson, Jared Goff, Russell Wilson, and then Josh Allen. Russell Wilson is 3 touchdowns, no interceptions so far, and they're winning football games with him. Russell Wilson may be the answer in Pittsburgh. We'll see. Joe Burrow, 15-3, and they've got 3 wins.
Wow, that's a lot better than I was expecting for Joey B.
15-3, yeah. And CJ right now 11-4, and he's got a 95 rating. He's down 13th in the league in quarterback rating.
Yeah, Derek, why am I bad for saying he's not playing quite as well?
Because that's blasphemous. That's why.
Well, he's 13th in the league.
Yeah, and a quarterback rating. We got a break. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But Lance wants to talk about John Daspit first.
John Daspit is the personal injury lawyer here in Houston that if you're serious, you go to John Daspit. If you're seriously injured, it's not even a choice. You've got to go to John Daspit to get the very best settlements, because what you're going to be facing is a long recovery physically. If you're badly injured, you have hospital bills. You got to get all the x-rays, the CAT scans, the MRIs, the things that really add up cost. And he's going to make sure that the insurance company pays for that. He's going to make sure that they pay for the time you miss from work, which can be substantial when you have a physical injury and you have a physical job. But even if you don't have a physical job, you could have a back injury. You can't sit at your desk all day with a severe back injury. I mean, you've got a long, long rehab ahead of you. And unfortunately, you hurt the back, sometimes you're never the same. And so that's why the pain and suffering is very, very important for John Daspit, is he wants to make sure that you get a settlement that is going to represent everything that you have gone through and everything that you may continue to go through for the rest of your life. And that's why his settlements are so strong. That's why he does such a great job. He never, if they go to court with John Daspit, they lose. And it's really that simple. So many times insurance companies will go down to the wire with him, and then they end up saying, okay, John, let's settle. We'll give you more than we were going to give you. And that's why he wants to fight for you, so that you don't get screwed by these same companies that would crush you if you were by yourself. It's John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. 713, call now, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
It's a big weekend here. We got John and Lance going to Kilgore for the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. But if you're going to be in town and you want to go watch college football, we got tickets for you. K-State versus the Cougs at 2:30. That'll be November 2nd. That's Saturday at TD-ECU Stadium. It's an afternoon of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. And it's a blackout. The blackout special. If you don't get tickets from us, a ticket, a T-shirt for just $30. And get this deal now. If you want it, go to uhcougars.com/black. That's uhcougars.com/black. Come early, be loud, and wear black. But like I said, we're going to give you a chance to go. So caller 5 at 8:45 wins a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus nationally ranked K-State. Chance for the Cougs to win their second Big 12 game in a row. Caller 5, 8:45.
Nice. Cougs game. What? 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776, the number to hang out with us here on the show. I gotta fly back today. What should I watch? Dell, you watch anything good lately?
Oh, Slow Horses would be good for him. That's a good show.
Do you have access to Apple TV on the flight back?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, Slow Horses. You have what's his name?
Gary Oldman?
Gary Oldman's in it. He's the lead in that.
Is it good?
It's good.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Yeah, I like it. So
Gary Oldman is just as cantankerous. Man, you'll like Gary. Trust me, you'll like Gary Oldman.
Yes,
he's a degenerate horse guy.
No, he's a degenerate spy. Slow Horses is the name of the place they send spies. Slough House, and it's called Slow Horses. It's what they call spies and
who screw up,
but they're not out of the service, but they send them off to this place because they want them out of the way. So they send them there.
They're the screw ups, cokeheads,
gamblers,
addicts.
All of them. Yeah, they all have problems.
Yeah, so you'll you'll like it. There's not going to be there's no sex scenes in there that'll get you tripped up either on a plane.
I don't know if it's season 1 or season 2. Not that you guys love House of the Dragons, but one of the actors, what's her name? Team Green, the Queen, Team Green. She's in the show. I don't know if it's season 2 or season 1, but Olivia Cook's in there too. But so a lot of obviously English actors that you're going to recognize their faces, even if you don't know their names.
Slow Horses.
It's Slow Horses.
Yeah, it's a good show. It's a good watch. It's every episode's fairly quick. They've got I definitely would recommend that. I just finished all 4 seasons, waiting for season 5 now. So, and I got to find a new show to watch now. Slow Horses I've been waiting on. I got to figure out the show I'm going to watch now. But that's got 4 seasons, and it's only 6 episodes, I think, a season. So it's not like, it's not crazy.
The best thing about that show is even at the end of the season, they show you a preview of the next. So they're always working. So it's not like this thing with TV. Now, John, you have a lot to catch up on, so you won't have to be bothered. But for Lance, you don't have to wait like 2 years for the next season because they're shooting.
It looked like they had the whole season done. The episode, they said, coming up in season 5, like, just release it now. You obviously have shot everything.
Yeah, so that's the difference between what TV is, what they do, and what TV is today. It's like a year and a half to 2 years between seasons now for the good stuff.
I'm gonna download it.
Yeah.
Slow Horses. All right, there you go. The recommendation did Michael Carroll recommend that for you?
No, I knew about it already. Michael Carroll, he won't be with us this week because he's taking time off. But yeah, Michael Carroll on Fridays, 11:30. Stuff to watch. He's good on that. In that regard.
Michael Carroll does that on Fridays?
Well, he comes on and we talk about.
Is he good? Does he have good recommendations?
Yeah. Now it's centered around the stuff he likes. So if you're not, I guess, quote unquote, a nerd, you may not like it. But yeah, he kind of tells you what sucks and what doesn't, and we lean on him.
All right.
Because of him, I didn't watch the Joker movie.
Oh man, did that?
Yeah, he was out on that. Yeah,
everyone hated that, including. They caught a lip reader found Lady Gaga at the official premiere. They watched it for the first time. Lady Gaga was sitting next to
Joaquin
Phoenix, and Joaquin turns to her. He goes, "That was terrible." And she goes, "Did you think so?" And he goes, "That was awful." You didn't think it was awful? And she goes, no, I liked it. He goes, that was just terrible. Like the lip reader found him ragging on. They had a video of it, and then the rating and the Rotten Tomatoes has got it super low. I'm like, okay, good. I don't have to watch this. You know what I'm not watching? I'm not watching Penguin. It's probably good.
Like it.
Is it good?
It's less comic booky than you would think, considering the title and the character. There's not any real comic book elements other than the Penguin has to survive. So he has plot armor, so he's going to survive some stuff that maybe a normal person wouldn't. But it's a crime drama.
Plot armor. Like, I've never heard that phrase before.
The main character armor. Or this guy obviously cannot die. He's the Penguin, so he's not going to be dying. That's out of the question. So that's what it's called.
It doesn't look like. That's why it appealed to me. It looks like some kind of mafia movie.
It is.
Like what they do. The makeup on
Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell is insanely good.
There's a reason HBO. It initially I think was going to be just a Max series where you can just you can take it as it comes on demand. But I think they realized how good it would be, so they put it in their prestige time slot on Sunday nights where they put all their best stuff for that reason, because it was better than they probably thought it was going to be. 2 movies
that I was excited about that I hated. Number one, I hate Tim Burton. If Tim Burton,
the Beetlejuice guy,
hate everything he does. I watched Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, when it first came out.
Okay.
It is one of my least favorite movies in history, along with Pineapple Express. I was so excited for Pineapple Express, and I just did not like it at all. I thought Pineapple Express was a huge bust. I hated, to this day, the Penguin so bad when Tim Burton did it.
Did a movie called The Penguin or Batman with the Penguin in it?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Probably Batman with the Penguin in it. But that is Danny DeVito. It was just awful.
It was awful. But, okay, one thing I am really Gladiators 2. I'm looking forward to that.
Denzel's in it. Yeah. Who else?
That looks good. But they're not going to call it Gladiators 2.
It's called Gladiator 2.
It's called Gladiator 2?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we doing? You don't take a great movie like Gladiator and call it Gladiator.
Well, no, Godfather 2.
Yeah, you want it to be.
Yeah, but that's before that. But that's before there were.
What do you want it?
If it was just Rome or something like that, everybody no, that's just another.
Oh, you wouldn't. No,
it's Gladiator 2.
Yeah, the Gladiator 2 is lazy, but it is letting everybody. Hey, we just want you guys to know this is Gladiator.
Yeah. Okay. Pedro Pascal's in it. He's.
Is he going to get his eye sockets torn out by Mountain?
Well,
I've already seen Gladiator. It's called Game of Thrones.
Well, he is a disillusioned general. He's not happy with Rome. At least that's from the trailer I saw. So you'll see him in it, and there's going to be references to the Russell Crowe character. I don't know how they'll mention him. I think one the
skinny Russell Crowe or this Russell Crowe.
He's not in the movie, or maybe he is.
This Russell Crowe.
No, he's dead, so he won't be in it. But no, because one of the guys, the lead character, is the son. Remember, Russell Crowe had that kind of relationship with the Queen, I guess you would call her. Her son is in the movie as an older, now a grown man, and we see how he develops from being a little kid.
Is he the Emperor?
No. In the trailer, you see somehow, some way he had to run away, I guess, from Rome because things are in upheaval. So somehow, some way he got disconnected with his mom. He's not sure who his mom is anymore. According to the trailer, she's older. You can take her to leave with Connie Nielsen, but we're going to follow the story of that kid now as a grown man.
Oh,
we should put John on that show with the Mormon swingers
on Hulu.
Yeah.
What? I don't want to be on a show with Mormon swingers.
Well, he's
Mormon
definitely
mom.
He's definitely not going to like it because it kind of derives off from TikTok.
What? What?
It was called Mom Talk or Mormon Talk. These Mormon wives came together and became popular on TikTok, and it turns out they're all having sex with each other. Well, swinging
the Mormon
and all
community,
that stuff.
Yeah, it was like, and all these wives are. It doesn't. I don't think it falls under the auspice of their religious
Doesn't
beliefs,
seem like it,
but they are getting it.
They're all in their mid-20s to early 30s, it seems like, and they were having a good old time.
Yep,
that sounds like a good show.
But
Mormon
you don't see that.
Dustin wants me to.
I turned it on all excited, and I'm like, "Oh, this is like."
Well, it's not. It's a reality show. It's not a drama.
Yeah,
you're not going to see any of that stuff.
Dustin wants me to watch porn.
Why? On the plane?
And Art, and Art wants me to watch Euphoria, which is porn, and I'm not doing either of those. Okay? So.
I'm kind of upset that I've never watched that after seeing some of the Sydney Sweeney cuts.
Yeah.
She would assault you again. She will assault
you with her. Listen,
watch
you want to assault the basket? Yes. You want a pro dunk hoop so your kids can dunk? Yes. The kids want the pro dunk hoop, Dad. They want to raise and lower the goal so they can dunk. Go to the website. You know what the pictures are all of? Kids dunking. You know why? Because that's what kids want to do. And when they see this goal, as you can raise and lower it, you're going to be outside all the time having fun. Your kids are little. Let's say they're 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grades. They can't even reach a 10-foot goal. It's not any fun. This sucks. I'm going back inside and playing video games. No, have the kids outside. Now it's going to be cooler outside. The kids want to get out there. Basketball season is here. They want to play, but they can't play on a 10-foot goal, especially one of those with the sand that shakes all the time. That goal sucks. ProDunk.com, the best goal in the market, period. And with just a push of a button now, you're raising and lowering the goal. Best goal ever? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. I need you to get to ProDunk.com. Dad, buy him the goal. ProDunk.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back. Quick segment here because we got Josh Payton. This is a big college football weekend. 9 o'clock, we got Josh Payton. We went a little long last segment, so we apologize. This is going to be a quick segment, but we got Gus here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, Gus, what's up?
Not a lot, man. Just getting ready for Taylor Swift week here at beautiful Indianapolis. So, you know, there's all that. Hey, just asking, do we have our eyes set on any kind of trades coming up to the trade deadline to kind of bolster that O-line, to kind of give CJ a little bit more time?
If you had your druthers, would you trade for a wide receiver right now, an offensive lineman, or a cornerback?
You're asking me?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
I mean, I think O-line, just because, yeah, our receivers aren't, you know, even with Diggs going down, we were still pretty good. It's just atrocious. Listening to you guys over the weeks, we're not as good as our record shows, and it's the O-line has been since day one has been that kind of thorn on the side of the team, I think.
It really has been bad. It's surprisingly bad, too. It's surprisingly bad because it was supposed to all come together this year. You spent a lot of money. You spent a lot of draft capital. It's been really bad. But I think you need more weapons now. I mean, losing Diggs. I mean, one of the reasons that you were considered, and, oh, by the way, you got to get open for CJ, and he got to hit you in a hurry because that offensive line isn't very good.
Here's one right now, John, that Kevin Patra from NFL had to the caller's point. Andres Pete from the LA Raiders, longtime New Orleans Saint, just kind of average, just kind of a guy at guard, but he's better than Kenyon. And they said, and he matched Andres Pete with the Houston Texans in his article. That's not bad. He said trades of offensive linemen are rarely executed in season, which is one of the reasons, by the way.
Except Cam Robinson yesterday.
Except Cam Robinson, but I almost never think about trading offensive linemen that are any good, at least. But he's one of those guys who's kind of average, so it would make some sense. But the Texans have to do something for his blocking problems. I'm getting to that. Off the snap, blow-bys, and whiff blocks Sunday against Indianapolis, the Texans allowed a mind-boggling 13 quick pressures. An offense can't function that way. He said on Sunday, Houston tried to bench Kenyon Green, taking him out for a series, but his replacement, Jarrett Patterson, was immediately injured. How about trading for a potential solution? After spending 9 seasons in New Orleans, Pete is currently a backup in Las Vegas, playing just 36 offensive snaps this season. The 30-year-old brings versatility as a left guard and can play tackle, which might come in handy. It hopefully won't come in handy, but that's actually not a bad – that's one of those things where you might be able to get a 7th. You might be able to give up a 7th for their backup. Worst case scenario, a 6th, or maybe do a pick swap. Like we'll do a pick swap in a 6th where you'll get our. Well, you wouldn't do that because the Raiders will have the better pick. But maybe you say, look, we'll give you our 6th round pick, and we'll take your 7th round pick, something like that. That's not a bad option. And he said another option for Houston could be Evan Neal, a 2022 first-round pick by the Giants who hasn't played an offensive snap this year. He was benched, the former first-rounder, high first-rounder. Maybe that would make some sense. Bears benched Nate Davis. I don't think he's a possibility. Evan Neal's interesting, though. The Giants are going nowhere, and he is going to be out. He'll be a cap casualty next year. Why not? Yeah, that's not bad. If you could get him for cheap, maybe offensive line could be something that would be in play for the Texans.
Pete is an unrestricted free agent as well next year. So,
what about Mike Williams, John, from the Jets after you play them?
Not bad, but Dell is telling us that we need to get out of here because we have Josh Pate. We can talk about that after Josh Pate, but we got college football to talk on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I've got to talk about my bookie. Josh Pate will probably slip and give you a winner here or there. I know that 5 Star is going to give you winners this week. I know Justin, when you play Beat the Warehouse Live guys, he's going to give you a bunch of losers. You play the other side.
He did. Justin was bad this week.
Bad? Was he really?
He picked a lot of favorites and didn't work out well for him.
How's that? How about that? I mean, that's just you got a way to make money here. And you do it at MyBookie. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975. It's time for you to play, win, and get paid. It's time for you to bet anything, anytime, anywhere. Love MyBookie. You will love MyBookie as well. So easy to navigate. It is a great site. Bet on everything. It's just not just football. It's basketball, baseball, hockey, soccer, cricket, election, whatever it is that you want to bet on, you can bet on it. You get live casino gambling as well. Double your deposit at mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. Play, win, and get paid. And you can get your money out of there. It's not hard. They got an easy way for you to get your money out. And listen, you're looking for a great place. If you know the game, you want to play the game, mybookie.ag, promo code Bet975. All right. One of our favorite times of the week. Bringing in Josh Pate to talk college football here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Josh, welcome in. What a week we've got. You're going to be at Penn State, Ohio State. Drew Aller is banged up. We'll find out whether or not he plays. Penn State looked pretty good against Wisconsin last week. Ohio State scuffled a little bit, right? So without Drew Aller, can Penn State beat him?
Yeah, they sure can. I don't know if everyone watched that Wisconsin game, but not only did they have Aller go down, they trailed when he went down. They went into halftime down 10-7 and brought in Pribula and came from behind and actually ended up being comfortable at the end. It was kind of funny to watch it because it reeked of the Texas A&M game. A&M starts Wigman, and he's your starter, and you try and ride him, and he's not good enough, and so you bench him, you bring in Marcel Reed. That sparks the offense. You're kind of watching it, and you think, man, he kind of looks like he puts Colin Klein, the offensive coordinator, in his wheelhouse a little bit more with his skill set. I felt the same way watching Penn State. I felt like when Pribula came in, Andy Kolnick, he had that more mobile threat that he wanted, and Pribula can still throw. Like they think of him as a poor man's Trace McSorley up there. And so I think they got a really big program win. And now they put themselves in position where they can vanquish one of the really, really big foes they've had up there that they haven't been able to take down since 2016. But, man, did either one of you watch Ohio State, Nebraska and see how bad Ohio State looked on the offensive line?
Oh, it wasn't good. They lost their left Josh Simmons, their left tackle's out. Now their backup left tackle is out. They've got they're on their third left tackle now. That's a major issue.
It is. And
Nebraska will give you the business. They are cantankerous up front.
Yeah. And so Ohio State could not run the ball. There's a really interesting thing happening right now with them. You think about how frequently Bama has struggled to run the ball. LSU has struggled to run the ball. Georgia is in the 90s in rushing offense this year. Texas has struggled to run the ball at times. There are a lot of big boy programs that cannot consistently depend on running the football right now, which is just fascinating to watch. But with Ohio State, if they can't do that, like if they can't go into State College and depend on that, they're probably going to lose the football game, would be my guess. I think that there will be, and this is just my guess, I think there'll be enough desperation back against the wall mode that they'll find a way to win. But I got so little confidence in that I could see that game turn on a dime.
So Ohio State loses. Are they out of the playoff?
I always hesitate to say yes with these big brand names, but I don't, unless a bunch of other chaos happens, I'm not sure where their quality win would come from. They wouldn't be in the Big Ten championship game at that point, I don't think. I mean, what are we going to say? Are we going to say them beating Indiana? And I guess from a ranking standpoint, that would be a big win, but I also wouldn't be all that confident that I just pick them to beat Indiana. I think they would be on the outside looking in at the very least. And then both of you know as well as I do, we wouldn't even need to wait to the end of the season to find out if they make it. If they're a 2-loss team the week of Halloween, basically, those people will come for Ryan Day, right or wrong. They will come for him because this is one of those examples of a championship or bust team, championship or bust roster and coaching staff. And if you end up in the aggregate even further away than it felt like you have been, you're talking about a really, really uncomfortable conversation.
Can you imagine a scenario where you expand to a 12-team playoff and Ohio State, LSU, and Alabama are not in the playoffs?
That is no. My answer to you is no. I can't imagine it.
I can't either.
There is no world. If you presented that when we started talking in August, there is no world where I would have even given that serious consideration, because I would have had in the back of my mind a normal failure for these teams is losing a regular season game. And okay, but if they do that, they'll still have cushion. They'll still be able to lose another game. And I would just think maybe one of them, but all of them, there's no way. And sure enough, we're sitting here and it could happen.
But you know what's funny though, Josh? I'm looking at the odds right now. The odds-on favorite to win the NCAA championship is Georgia, plus 325. That's just a little bit more than 3-1. Second, Ohio State, 3.5.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's an interesting dichotomy of they're one of the top 2 teams, and then Oregon is right there, right there next to them. So they're one of the top, we'll just call it top 3 teams in terms of the odds. And then we're looking at a scenario where they could be out of the playoffs. Like, this is usually you don't fall 12, you don't fall that many spots in terms of the perception of a team. But this is the kind of year we're having. Indiana to win a national championship plus 4,500. Now they don't have their quarterback. We'll see what happens there. And Penn State could throw absolute chaos into this thing. They really could, and so could Texas A&M. And then if Texas A&M beats Texas, but Texas A&M loses against who do they have left? They've got one. They have South Carolina, but they got another one that's kind of a tough game.
Texas?
No. Besides Texas,
who? Texas A&M? You're talking about?
They don't have
a tough game.
Auburn,
they got
at Auburn.
Auburn.
That's a game they could lose.
Auburn
they could lose
sucks.
that game at Auburn.
Auburn sucks.
Everyone says Auburn sucks. I don't know that Auburn sucks. They went and beat and actually handled a pretty good Kentucky team at home at Kentucky. This idea that Auburn just kept losing, but because they were stepping on their own toes a lot as well.
I'm not sure Auburn beats Vanderbilt this week.
Well, no, but Vanderbilt beats a lot of teams.
Yeah,
but when have the Aggies just done exactly what you thought they were going to do? When's the last time, John, that they just won out? They always stumble somewhere.
This is different.
Why?
Mike. Yeah, I don't know, Josh. What do you think of Texas A&M? I think they're going to beat Texas.
They didn't have anything unless Marcel Reed.
You guys should have listened to Josh last night because he set a stumbling block for A&M this weekend.
Uh-oh.
I'm worried. Yeah. I picked South Carolina to win the game. I'm a little
you
about
yeah,
it.
that's right.
No.
Sure did. I think that a couple of things I've seen. I have watched A&M really shine twice this year. I was there for one of them. It was the Missouri game. And I felt like in both the games, the Missouri game and the LSU game, they were at their best when they put the guy at quarterback. The other team seemed very ill prepared to defend, which is wonderful. And that's taking advantage of your roster. Not that they wanted Wigman to be bad enough where they pulled him, but it turns out it was for the betterment of the team and to get the win. I wonder, going into this game, just how sustainable that sort of run is. Because what I worry about in this one is I worry about you going into face a rested South Carolina team that's way below the radar. That team is way better than whatever they're ranked. I don't even think they are ranked. And there's a thing that can happen, especially if it's Reed that they roll with, which I assume they will. There is a thing that can happen here when you take that kind of green element at quarterback on the road against this kind of pass rush. I just worry about it. And there's a big argument among South Carolina circles right now of will they look any different offensively coming out of the bye week? And there are two radically different schools of thought up there. One of them is Shane Beamer's not making any changes. They're just going to try and stick with what works and ride it out. The other one is we got a real good chance to do something here. Lenore Sellers has been making strides. We have got an opportunity. Like let's try and layer the offense a little bit. And so we'll see where they go here. I just feel like in an intangible form, there is something bottled up for South Carolina this weekend that they're sort of ready to open. And I'm really worried about A&M going into this game.
Well, this is what the SEC is. There's hornet's nest all over the place. That's why, Texas coming in, Oklahoma coming in. Everyone says when A&M first came in, all the thought is just like you got a hornet's nest almost every other week. There's a problem, especially if you go on the road with how loud it is. Is there any scenario where you could see Connor Wegman being the starter this week? I haven't seen that it's been officially announced.
I think he does. I wouldn't put it past Mike Elko. I think he's going to start him.
You will lose against that pass rush if you start Wegman. How you could do that against a guy who looked that good, Reed, who, by the way, every game he started there, he plays well.
But I think exactly what you said, Josh. They're going to go with the guy that they're not preparing for. This week, South Carolina is going to be preparing for Marcel. And I think he goes with Connor Wegman, and Connor Wegman looked great when they weren't preparing for him, right?
Yeah, I've been interested in how the conversation's gone. I mean, as soon as A&M won that game last week, I was watching the post game, and whoever was on the field there and in the studio afterwards, their first question was, this is Marcel Reed's team now, right? Like, he's QB1, right? And both of the games that I've watched them look their best in, secrecy at the quarterback position or change at the quarterback position has been a strength for them. I don't know how you don't maintain a plan moving forward where you incorporate both of them. I mean, if I were an opponent coming up on South Carolina's schedule or A&M schedule, I want you designating a guy. Now, this sounds counterintuitive. This is not the way football normally works. Normally, you don't have rotating musical chairs at quarterback. But if you put yourself in the best position to win by keeping both guys involved, as atypical as that may be this deep into a season, then you do it. That's not the long-term plan there, obviously, but if that's the best way to move forward this year, then you do it, and you lean on special teams and you lean on defense and you play complementary style that, gets you ready to be in contention for some stuff in November.
Let's be real about this, though. Connor Wegman against Notre Dame was bad. Then he's got whoever they played some slappy that they beat. Then he's gone for X amount of weeks. Then he comes back against Missouri in an easy win, but he has no touchdown passes, threw for 276 yards, no touchdown passes. Then against Mississippi State, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions, but they got to win 34-24. Not a cover, but they got to win. They were a big favorite. 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions. Then he goes up against LSU, throws for 64 yards on 18 passes, no touchdowns. He's still a guy who's got 3 touchdown passes and 4 interceptions. It's not looked good really for him in any particular game. You could say, man, Connor Wegman looked really good here. But I see what you're saying. I also think South Carolina, because they're coming off a bye week, they had done some pre-study on Connor Wegman, obviously. I bet you this week it's almost all been Marcel Reed, because that way at least you say, okay, we've already studied for this. Because Blake Baker, the defense coordinator for LSU, he just chose to take a chance and not really prepare for Marcel Reed. And I get it. You probably weren't going to see Marcel Reed. But, oh, my God, when Reed came in the game, LSU was cooked. And they weren't exactly stopping the run very well before Reed came in the game. Once Reed came in, it was really exacerbated.
Well, they didn't have a plan for that offense.
No plan.
Josh, I got a question for you. We've seen a couple of guys, Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels. We've seen C.J. Stroud come in ready as an NFL quarterback out of college. The other guys have all pretty much flailed out, okay? You see an NFL quarterback ready college quarterback right now?
I never do. I don't follow or cover the Sunday game as much as you guys would, but I hardly ever see what I would call an NFL ready quarterback in college. Meaning I would trust him to carry a franchise on his shoulders the moment he steps into the Sunday game. Now, it may be that I just have a really extremely high standard for how I grade that, but I look at the situation holistically, and I am always fascinated that the smartest people in the NFL room have gotten themselves into this situation. And that situation is, of course, the higher you're drafting, the worse you've done. Therefore, the more desperate you are. And the more money you're going to pay guaranteed to a guy, that justifies playing him immediately. But does it really? Like, I would look at it, and I don't care how big the money gets, and I don't care how big the spotlight gets. If I'm trying to run a franchise sustainably, you are earning your starting position. Now, this sounds old school. It sounds bygone in nature. But you know what? If you're talking about chronic issues across the league, then maybe a bygone way of thinking is what you need to revert back to, because it is not the worst thing in the world, no matter how high I draft you and how much money I pay you, to have you sit 1 or 2 years and learn how to play the position of professional quarterback, like at the highest level. And the other thing is, I think college football has sort of thrown its hands up and understood more limited practice time, and also the way the game has evolved in terms of portal. I think college football has looked and said, yeah, we're supposed to develop, and we'll develop them enough to win in our system, but it's not necessarily our job to get guys ready for the pros anymore. And I'm not so sure I wouldn't run my college program the same way. So you're not getting a ready-made quarterback out of college, and they're stepping in the NFL. They're being put in a no-win position in many cases, on no-win teams in many cases. And fans throw their hands up and say, oh, man, this guy sucked. He was a bust. Well, there are 47 other variables in that equation that don't involve that guy. that you may want to consider before you just label a guy a bust.
Yeah, no. Well, listen, I thought LSU last year played Jaden Daniels. I mean, he ran the ball. They ran their offense. And, the pros be damned. He's going to run for us, and he's going to do, and be as good as he can possibly. And yet he's still pro ready. But now he's got Cliff Kingsbury, who was a college coach and is pretty, inventive, and he got great.
He had 5 years as a starter, John.
Yeah. No, absolutely right. No, he did, and absolutely, and he played a lot of football before he got to the pros. C.J. Stroud played a lot of football. Caleb Williams played a lot of football before they got there, which is really, really nice. There are other guys that did and weren't ready. Okay. Who's the best college quarterback in the country in your mind?
In terms of being like pro ready?
No, in terms of whatever. Who's the best? Because listen, a lot of guys have fallen by the wayside this year that we thought were going to be really good.
Right. So the one I think is the best, if you're just giving me full reign and I'm going to
guess you're going to say Dylan Brooks.
I'd say Gabriel.
I mean, Dylan.
Exactly
Dylan Gabriel. I'm sorry, not Dylan Brooks from the Houston Rockets.
As a college football quarterback right now, if I'm not having to worry about the next level, there's no one playing at a higher level than that kid is right now.
Yeah.
And you know what? He might be the most. How many games has that kid played? He may translate next year because of how much football he's played.
He's got a slappy arm. I don't like him as a pro prospect. Man, I love him as a college player. He can run. He's been able to win games at 3 different teams, 3 different universities. Dylan Gabriel's a prototypical college football quarterback.
Lance, I almost got in a fist fight with a guy the other day because I was on the phone, so really there was no threat of it. But I'm just yelling back and forth because I'm talking about Gabriel, how good he's been at Oregon, and the guy said, "Yeah, but he's not gonna translate to the next level." And the entire point was nothing about the conversation involved the NFL. We were talking about Oregon and if they could win a national title. And this guy has gotten such an NFL draft mind virus that he cannot go 5 seconds without poo-pooing a guy because he may win a Heisman and a national title, but he's not going to translate. Well, I don't care in the context of that conversation. No. I'm worried about who's going to win the Big Ten this year.
Right.
Yep.
Right. And that's what, and some guys aren't made for it. And some guys are, like Colin Klein could somehow find ways to win for Kansas State. That guy never had a chance. I'll tell you another one. Who was it? The one, the Heisman, John, from the quarterback that LSU pummeled, that Nick pummeled from Oklahoma?
Kyler Murray?
No.
Caleb Williams?
Back in the early 2000s. He was a great
Jason White.
Jason White, great college quarterback. Never had a chance in the pros, but he was really fun. Tim Tebow is the ultimate great college quarterback.
Yes.
Never had a chance in the pros.
There's a lot of great college quarterbacks don't translate.
Yeah, but Dylan Gabriel can run and pass, and
he doesn't have the big time arm, but yeah.
No. But for college, I don't care. And it doesn't matter in Oregon because all you're doing is throwing shorter passes anyway for the most part.
Yeah. I'm looking at right now the Power 5. All the NIL money, guess who leads the way? Texas, $22 million. Ohio State, $20. LSU, $20 million. Georgia, $18. Texas A&M, $17. Michigan, Alabama, Florida, Clemson.
Ooh, some of those teams are not getting their money's worth.
Oklahoma, not getting its money's worth at $14 million. What the hell happened there? Penn State, $13 million. Oregon is only $10 million, $623,000. And they're pretty damn good. Pretty damn good. You got to develop the players. You got to find the right guys for your system.
The amount of money they've been spending on players over the last 5 years before NIL. I was hearing some of the numbers that were probably not supposed to be paid. Oh my God! Don't worry, they've been spending in the past.
Oh yeah. Oh no, this isn't the first time they're spending.
Del, so we got to get to break because of the ratings. We have to get to the break on time. We're having a good time with Josh Pate.
Or perhaps
Josh Pate was going to fist fight a guy, and you want to get to break.
I'm not even thinking about the rate. I'm thinking about Josh. It's been 20 minutes.
I'm thinking about Bobcat of Houston.
That's true.
Bobcat of Houston and Damaris Barbecue, who bring us Josh Pate every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Bye, Josh. Where are you going to be this week?
Penn State.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And you're going to be home early, 11 o'clock game. How about that?
Well, it is Penn State, so it's like getting off the moon.
Hey, you were at the Longhorn game. You said you didn't want to see the goalpost traverse the city of Nashville without and you not be there. You didn't get to see it.
I didn't.
But you got to see a cover.
They kept it close.
Hey, there's a college quarterback, Diego Pavia. That's a college quarterback. That's a college quarterback. All right, Josh, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for hanging with us once again. That's Josh Pate, brought to you by Bobcat of Houston and Damaris Barbecue right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Get your steer loader from Bobcat, and you get your Thanksgiving turkey. Order it now. Go to Damaris.com. Otherwise, you could get shut out, and you do not want to get shut out of that fried Cajun turkey this Thanksgiving. Time for a little quick assist, Lance.
Quick Assist ticket company they're not a ticket company. They're a ticket sales company. And so what they do, and this is all they do, you don't buy tickets from them. They help you sell your tickets. And let me tell you why they're a lot different than the other guys. What they do is all these different ticket companies out there, Quick Assist says, we have a technology where we can take your tickets. Let's say you have 2 tickets to, I'm going to say Texas and Texas A&M at Kyle Field, right? You say, okay, I've got 4 tickets. I want to sell this. The prices are just so high. I'm going to watch it on TV, or I'm going to be out of town, but I want to get maximum dollars. Quick Assist will take your tickets. They list them on 15 different ticket sites, and then they utilize dynamic pricing, meaning this system they have, this program can analyze the supply and the demand on it, and they can raise your ticket prices seamlessly or lower them depending on what needs to happen so that your tickets sell. They're sure to sell, and they sell for the best amount that you're going to find with the most amount of eyes on your tickets. No one else can do this. They are the first in this business to do this, and this is an unbelievable opportunity for you to maximize your tickets. And they do NFL, college football, NBA, Major League Baseball, NHL, all of it, college basketball. They do it all. Make sure that the dynamic pricing is and the most eyes possible are on your tickets through Quick Assist. Go download their app, search Quick ASYST in the App Store, download it, and start your day today. It's Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. Guys, this season, Underdog is running a special promo or a bonus almost every single day. Like profit boosts, you can pump up your winnings in just a tap when you apply the profit boost to eligible series. They do basketball. Last night it was a 31% boost for basketball. They do football, 20% boost. They have that available. Discounts. You'll get adjusted projections on certain players' stats to give you a better shot at getting that big win. They will lower a player's scoring from 24.5 down to 19.5. Just go higher. You're taking advantage of that. And they got free picks where it's basically a sure thing. A player just has to go higher than like 0.5 rushing yards or 0.5, 0.5 innings pitch. Something super, super easy where it's an automatic win. Download the app, sign up with promo code Lance. That's what you're going to have to do. And deposit right now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code Lance. Do it today with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Conservative play, call 800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You combine those breaks,
Yeah, we're
nice
good. We're good to go. Let's go.
We're good. This is our final segment today. I'm going to be headed back to this afternoon. I'll be in studio tomorrow. I'll be at Nick's place tomorrow night. And the Texans and Jets are going to be going at it. We mentioned Cam Robinson to the Vikings. We
Deontay Johnson to the Ravens.
Guys shut off my microphone as soon as I started talking about the Yankees and Dodgers.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
That was serendipity. We didn't do it, but we're glad it happened.
Yesterday was Deontay Johnson was traded. I like that football has trades now. They didn't used to have trades. They moved it back, and now it makes more sense. Cam Robinson goes. So a couple of names. Cam Robinson goes to the Vikings. Deontay Johnson, wide receiver, goes to the Ravens. So the Ravens, who already have quite a few skill position players, add another one there. But he's also on a final year of his contract. So you're basically renting him, which is fine if you're the Ravens, because what's going to happen is if they let him walk, then he'll sign a contract that'll be a pretty good contract, and the Ravens are actually going to get more back in the trade deadline. They'll get more back from as a compensatory pick than they paid for him. More than likely, it's actually going to be a plus gain for him. Some names: Kevin Patra had some names for the Houston Texans from the NFL, NFL.com, their writer. Some really interesting names that I hadn't thought of. The first one, as I mentioned, was Andrus Peat, the backup guard who has barely played at in LA for the Raiders, Las Vegas rather. And here's the thing with offensive linemen. Typically the only guys that are going to be available are guys who are not playing, because teams who have starting offensive linemen, they're usually not going to be willing to give them up. But he had three names. Evan Neal, former first rounder who failed at tackle, is now a guard. I think he's got a chance to be an NFL guard. I would absolutely be intrigued by Evan Neal. He's still on a rookie contract. I wouldn't want to give up a ton for him, though, because, I mean, he's sitting there. He hasn't played this year for the Giants at all. So Evan Neal was one. He had Andrus Peat was one from the Raiders, who probably you can get him for a seventh rounder. It wouldn't cost you anything. And then, guy I don't want is Nate Davis from the Bears. He's been benched due to poor play. No, thanks. I don't want someone else's backup who's been benched because of poor play. I get that these other guys are, but Andrus Peat was a longtime NFL player. Evan Neal has first round size and came from Alabama. Are we going to have to start having conversations about Bama busts, about guys from Alabama who don't make it?
Well, as many guys as they put in the league, of course there's going to be busts.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird because I sometimes feel like coming out of Alabama, Nick has you ready to go, and then it's almost like you take your foot off the gas once you leave Alabama. I'm not sure, maybe these guys, some of them aren't. I'll give you an example, okay, J.C. Latham. So let's take a look at Bryce Young. I don't think it has anything to do with Bryce Young, but right now Bryce Young is not going great. Now, the other three from last year's draft class, phenomenal. Will Anderson, Jahmyr Gibbs, Brian Branch. I dare you to find three players from one university in a draft that has played better than those three. Just been terrific. 2022, Evan Neal, bust. Jameson Williams, not a bust, but did you see now the police officers in Detroit, he had an unlicensed gun in his car. He had a license that was licensed, and he had a permit. His brother did, but there was a second one under his seat that is licensed to Jameson Williams, but he did not have a permit to carry it. And so they had him in the cop car. Did you see this, John?
I didn't see it.
Okay,
no.
so they had him
I heard of arrest, but I didn't see it.
Yeah, they had him in a cop car to arrest him. I want to say it was October 7th. And remember, right now he's suspended. Last year he's suspended for gambling. This year he's suspended for PEDs is what he's currently suspended for. He was going to be arrested, but then the officers on he tried to pull I'm a Lions player on him, and they're like, I don't care. This is against the law. Then a sergeant came in and was like, what are you idiots doing? This is Jameson Williams from the Lions. He called somebody else, and whoever was on the phone said, go ahead and let him go. And he goes, yes, thank you, beautiful. He goes, all right, so I'm going to let him go. So Jameson Williams got out of it. He just got out of it for being Jameson Williams. It wouldn't happen to you. It wouldn't happen to me. It wouldn't happen to Dell. It wouldn't happen to anybody else.
Well, now that you're a Hall of Famer, it might happen to you.
Maybe, but I don't know that Radio Hall of Fame carries as much weight as being a Lion currently. Now, if it was the old Lions, they would have arrested him and maybe planted drugs on him to keep him in jail even longer, because the Lions used to be terrible. But no, they got him out of there. And then the police department, somehow it came up again. Probably these other officers like went to internal affairs or something, because now they're doing an investigation on it, and they now have a warrant out for his arrest again. Like, he's going to get arrested for real this time. No. Jameson Williams. So he was an Alabama guy who's been in all kinds of trouble. John Mechie just hasn't done a whole lot since then. Jalen Waddle.
Cancer. Yeah.
Who's that?
John Mechie.
Yeah, I'm just talking about.
Well, yeah, but you got to bounce back from cancer. So
he's had 2 years. He's going to get his chance maybe this week.
Are you treading the line of calling someone a bust who just recovered from cancer?
Yeah.
No, I didn't call him a bust. John Mechie hadn't really done a whole lot. He was a second round pick. Jalen Waddle, Pat Surtain, Devontae Smith.
Those are very good players.
Pretty good. Mac Jones, first rounder, bust. Alex Leatherwood, bust. Najee Harris, solid.
He's fine. Yeah.
God, I forgot they had 6 first-round picks.
Derrick Henry, yeah. Okay, any good? Yeah.
Okay,
Mark
Jedrick
Ingram?
Wills, below average, first-rounder.
Yeah. Well,
Henry Ruggs, prison.
When you got as many as
who was in prison?
Henry Ruggs.
Oh, okay.
Prison. Jerry Jeudy, not good. Tua, bust.
Super bust.
Trayvon Diggs, bust.
He's got Dylan. Dylan Gabriel thinks he's got a popcorn.
Oh, you mean Dylan Brooks?
Dylan
Brooks.
Both
Jonah
Oregon guys.
Williams, first rounder, bust. Josh Jacobs, pretty good. I mean, most of these guys do hit.
Yes.
Quinnen Williams, Irv Smith was a bust.
We're going to see Quinnen Williams on Thursday.
Quinnen Williams, Josh Jacobs.
Bust.
A lot of these guys.
You better hope
Tua,
on Thursday is.
I hope he is.
Tua was good, but there's plenty. There's plenty who don't make it.
All right. I got a list of, you mentioned guys of offensive linemen. Here's a list of wide receivers they should trade. They could trade for. Mike Williams.
Maybe.
Adam Thielen.
I mean, you're basically talking about Xavier Hutchinson all over again. Neither one of these guys are going to.
Tutu Atwell.
No, I don't need another tank.
Another tank.
2 tanks? No.
KJ Osborne.
Just a guy.
Tyler Boyd.
Doesn't really get open that much. More of a gadget guy. No.
Well, then you don't want any of them.
No, I don't want any of those guys. I'm not just giving up draft picks because I'm scared. Oh, I'm so scared. Let me just add anybody.
I don't mind giving up a 6th rounder for.
Okay, let me throw a name at you. Cooper Kupp.
Hey, no, they're in it. They won last week.
So what? Cooper Kupp, they're still going to have to figure out their financials. They probably won't because they won the game last week.
Cooper Kupp. Now you got
Cooper Kupp's 31 too.
Huh?
Cooper Kupp is 31 years old. He's clear. Puka Nacua comes back from his injury and immediately gets 100 yards. And Cooper Kupp's like, thank you for my 51 yards.
Isn't he one of those guys that he would have to ask out for them? Like, are they just going to trade away Cooper Kupp? Like, we would never trade away Andre Johnson.
No, they had talked about it. They had talked about it previously, but he's not the same player he was before. And I don't know. I think because of he only played 9 games in 2022, Last year, he missed 5 games. This year, he's only played 3 games. Injuries have become a serious issue for him the last 3 years, and he makes good money too. But as John said, they may look at this as, hey, San Francisco's light this year. Seattle's trailing off.
4-4 leads that division.
What did they win?
It's the Cardinals.
Didn't they win last year to get in the play? They won 7 of their.
I've got the Rams in the play. Remember, John, I got the Rams in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean they come on strong at the end of the year. That's a Sean McVay team, and now they're healthy. They ain't trading anybody.
Okay, so next year Cooper Kupp makes 12.5. That's not crazy. Although the cap hit, actually for them, the cap hit is $29.7 million. In 33, the cap hit is $27 million. They may just cut him after the year's over. Is probably what they would do instead of trading him, because the cap hit is $29 million next year. They ain't paying that. They're not paying Cooper Kupp $29 million, and he's oft injured. They're not giving him. They're not going to extend his contract much more. He still has 2 years left on his contract after this year, and his salary hits are $29.7 and $27.3. I mean, that's a lot.
Yep.
That's a lot for him.
Guys, we started off this week discussing the Texans not meeting the eye test. When we look at them, we know the record's 6-2, but we look at them and go, we're not sure they're good. Well, ESPN has their FPI. It's just some analytical way of determining the best teams in the NFL. 6-2, 2 seed. That would say you're maybe, if at the worst, the 5th or 6th best team in football. Where do you think the Texans rank in ESPN's FPI? Their power index.
I would
5th.
say 9.
Lower. Lance.
12?
They are 12th in the FPI.
Football power index, they're 12th?
They are 12th, including behind the 49ers, who are 4-4, the Bucks, who are 4-4.
Name the teams ahead of them from the top.
Let's start with 1, the Lions, the Ravens, the Bills, who they've beaten, the Chiefs, the Eagles, the 49ers, the Packers, who they lost to, the Commanders, the Steelers, the Vikings, who they also lost to, and the Bucks. Those are the 11 teams.
I don't think much of our team.
No, they do not.
Yeah, but who are you taking out there? I would maybe challenge
maybe the Bucks.
I would challenge Bucks. I might.
Do we think the Steelers are better than
I might
the Texans?
I might challenge Steelers. I'm not sure they are. They're not efficient offensively at all. But as I sit here today with no Stephon Diggs and no Nico Collins, today Texans are probably about 14.
And by the way, other than the Bills, who have like a 4-game lead in the AFC East, the Texans have according to FPI, the 2nd highest likelihood of winning their division, or maybe 3rd highest, making the playoffs, and then around the 3rd highest to win their division. So they understand that this is a playoff team because of more of the circumstances around them, but they don't think they're that good.
That win over the Colts was huge last week, and I know people don't probably think of it that way, but had that play stood by any, if anything had happened wrong and that touchdown, that fumbled touchdown had stood, good Lord, that would have gone down with Rosencopter, because it was Indianapolis, B, it was just a terrible pitch by CJ Stroud. Like, it just didn't make any sense at all. Had that actually stood as a touchdown and the Texans don't go back and score and win the game and you lose, because your schedule is about to get a lot tougher. What a disaster that would have been. Because as it stands now, I just don't know that the Colts can catch you. I just don't. The Colts they're just missing too much from their offense. I don't think the Colts can catch you with that win. But had you lost that, it'd have been a little scary. But now that you swept the Colts, you have a tiebreaker over them. I think you're in pretty good shape. Not only good shape, I almost feel like you're a lock to be into the playoffs.
But our apparently, according to the FBI, our eye testing is pretty accurate. They don't pass the eye test so far.
Yeah. And well, when I bring it up about CJ, I guess I'm a bad guy, but it's the whole team. You are a bad
person when you bring it up about CJ.
CJ's
the only reason that this team
and
is
he's 11. He's 11-4 right now. It's okay. It's all right. CJ's playing. Oh no, CJ is playing well enough to win. He's just not. I don't think he's at the crisp level we saw him at the end of last year. That's not necessarily the case. And Tank Dell's been bad this year. Just has been completely ineffective, which really hurts him because that was his big guy last year. For first 7 games, man, Tank was a major factor last year in that offense. You don't have that, but you do have Joe Mixon, and that's something you didn't have last year, and Joe Mixon changes things. You're starting to get a lot of pass rush from the edges, John. You still have a weakness in the secondary with giving up too many explosive plays. No one's really talking about it, but my gosh, the amount of explosive plays that have been just missed because of quarterback overthrows, we could be looking at a major narrative working against the Texans because they've given up enough, 25 plus completions. You could have a ton of 50 plus completions if it weren't for some slight overthrows in there. So I think that's something not talked about enough.
I'm worried about this game. I'm worried about this one.
Well, they're a dog, and I think they're going to end up being at least an open 2. My guess is the Jets will be a minimum of 3 and maybe even 3.5 to 4 by game.
I'm sure it's out there, but a 4-game difference in teams this late in the season, and you're an underdog on the road to a 2-6 football team.
Yeah. But if so, if Diggs were here,
yeah, we talked about talented Jets team.
But you win this game with the obstacles that you have to overcome.
Yeah,
losing Steph Diggs and Nico, having to play Kenyon Green, guarding Devontae Adams and Garrett Wilson.
Hall.
Trying to get to Aaron Rodgers, who nobody can get to.
Everybody gets there.
Everyone gets there.
Oh yeah, that's right. This is a trap game. This is a 2-16. This is like,
well, it's not a trap. You're an underdog.
Yeah, this is like playing Vanderbilt before you play Alabama. You got Detroit next. Okay.
Well, I'm worried about the Jets.
Straight.
You're not a favor against. You're not even a favorite against the Jets, John. People don't think you're going to win there.
Who are these people?
Line makers in Vegas.
Besides me, who are
beside you? Yeah,
you, Sean Mapes in Vegas. Don't take the Texans.
Doesn't like the Texans.
He doesn't like the Texans.
And me.
And Lance. There it is. So 3 out of the 4 people who are part of the 7 to 12 block.
You do, Dell?
I'm Mr. Positive. I'm positive.
You like the Texans.
I'm positive the Jets will win.
Okay. There we go. All right, we got a break because we got news. Oh, the weird. Right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, I'm talking about the big game. We gave away tickets earlier. You got Kansas State coming to town. It's a little payback for last year when Kansas State took care of that business, and they took care of it pretty ugly. The Cougs with a win last week. How about that? All right, let's go. Starting to get a little listen, they showed some heart last week. It was a tough, hard-fought game. Let's have that same kind of tough, hard-fought game this week. Let's get on out there and support them Cougs. It's blackout day here at the stadium. It is a 2:30 game, Kansas State and University of Houston. It's blackout, and a salute to heroes. Tickets start at just $15. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. You got to come early, be loud, wear black, tailgate out there, TDECU Stadium. Show your Cougar pride, but we're black, not red this time. We're in black. Tickets start just $15. uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. Apparently, this story, it's from 1995, but it just rose. A U.S. death row prisoner chose a cigarette over his last meal, but the prison refused, saying it was harmful to his health. 2 hours later, they electrocuted him. Which is more harmful, electrocution or a cigarette?
I thought the whole thing, at least in movies, where when someone's about to die, they give them a cigarette, like Firing Squad, those types of movies where they line them up. Hey, you want a cigarette? Yeah, I'll take a cigarette before I go. What's the prison doing? Just give them the cigarette.
That was back in the day, Del.
I know,
but now today it's bad for your health. Okay.
Well, you're killing me. So, is it of any of your concern? You clearly don't care enough to keep me alive.
A Russian court has ruled that Google owes Russia media stations around $20 decillion in fines for blocking their content. And the fines could get bigger. Do you know how many zeros there are in 20 decillion?
Is it 10?
Higher.
I don't know.
There are 34 zeros. Two followed by 34 zeros. That's how much Google owes Russia media stations.
According to Russian courts?
According to Russian courts.
Okay.
Yeah. How's Google going to come up with $20 decillion?
Payments.
That's
just got to get a payment plan going.
Paying for.
Maybe pay it $2 billion a year.
Speaking of problems, just 23 hours ago, it was reported that the Air Force, you know how much they spent on a plastic-bodied soap dispenser for one of their planes?
You know, it's funny. We're going to talk about how much it costs for groceries and all that stuff, which, you know, I get it. In the meantime, we've got people absolutely stealing money from the government. Go ahead. Tell us how much. It's about to be the same ridiculous stuff we've always heard with military spending. Well,
this one's even more ridiculous.
Okay.
They paid $149,000 for a plastic soap dispenser for their jet.
So somebody is stealing.
They overpaid nearly $1 million for a dozen different types of spare parts.
Yeah.
The inflated cost for spare parts means they can't buy enough, and the plane cannot fly missions because they have overspent and they can't get the stuff that they need.
I mean, you want to talk about grifting and kickback? That is disgusting. That stuff's been going on forever. I get our milk is higher. Man, we got people literally stealing money, and we just let this stuff pass. Like, there should be tribunals for this. You should be embarrassed in front of the world. There should be entire, committees.
Wait a minute. Whose fault is it? The guy who charges $149,000 for a soap dispenser?
Both.
Or the guy who approves it and says, yes, that's okay?
Well, the guy who approves it clearly is in on the grift.
Yeah.
There's a kickback coming from him. This is straight out of Chicago Politics 101.
Okay. Well, and I can't be prouder. I am not proud of this, though, because I'm Greek. A 28-year-old man from Greece has recently been found guilty of creating a disturbance by repeatedly trespassing on his neighbor's property to smell their shoes. He's actually going to prison because he won't stop smelling their shoes.
Wait, you go to prison for smelling shoes?
Yeah. He's got a suspended prison sentence.
Oh, so no jail time.
But if he does it again, he's going to prison.
So is he walking into their home or the shoes outside?
Just outside.
Them? Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't matter where they are. He's going over and smelling
What if I'm
them.
Please get your man.
What if I'm the Amazon driver? So I'm on your property delivering something. I can't smell your shoes? Well,
no.
Why not?
Oh, I can't smell your shoes?
I can't smell your shoes? I'm dropping off your newest MacBook. I can't smell your shoes?
Yeah. No. They can't smell my shoes.
What kind of world do we live in where I can't smell your shoes?
I'm here every day dropping off packages to your lonely wife, and I'm not going in there doing things you don't want me to do.
He's in there smelling his wife's shoes, which is,
smelling
what comes next. It's a gateway to panties.
But I think you think smelling shoes is a gateway?
It's a gateway. It's a gateway. Sir, I'm only smelling her shoes. when are you going to break into my house and start pulling the panties?
Well, I wouldn't be breaking into the house. You'd
and
be
you know,
inviting
the Greeks are out of control.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've known that for years.
John, can you answer the question? Is smelling shoes a gateway to smelling panties?
Yes, it is. It's a panty. Yes, it's definitely a gateway to panties.
It's a gateway.
It's a gateway. Well done, sir.
That's why we're in the Hall of Fame.
In India,
true.
Apparently they're none too pleased with people calling them stray cows. They feel like it's insulting to the cows to call them stray. They want you to call them destitute now. Do you feel like cows?
That's worse? How is stray worse than destitute?
I don't know.
Destitute sounds terrible.
Apparently.
Like, I'm not calling a dog a destitute dog. It's a stray dog. It's a stray cow. An unhoused cow?
I mean, they got all those good cows that nobody can eat. And
Well,
now they're destitute. They got nowhere to go.
So sad.
It's very sad.
It's sad for the cow. The cow's like, hey, man, I'm delicious. Eat me.
I don't know if cows think that way, but I'm sure the cow's like, I'm a stray cow just roaming free, but now I'm destitute? I don't feel destitute.
A pet tortoise in Piedmont, Oklahoma, was missing for over 2 months. They found him 100 feet from his home.
Well, it's a tortoise. How far could it go?
Well, that's how could it be lost?
How far could it go?
How could it be lost for 2 months?
A tortoise is lost.
Just look in your front yard. It's gonna be there.
A 100-yard radius.
Yeah.
You're gonna find it.
That thing's not going anywhere.
In 2 months, he got 100 feet.
And what's with the people who couldn't find him?
They're apparently it's a home for the blind. They can't find a tortoise 100 feet from their house.
That thing was asking to be found. Just, hey, I don't know where. I'm not really sure where I am, but I know I'm too far away. Just come get me. And they couldn't find him.
Lance, this story is especially for you as we finish it up strong. A council employee deemed eligible for compensation after tripping over a puppy fence while working from home. Tripped over a puppy fence. You could have gotten, you know what? When you were walking over that curb and fell down, you could have gotten compensation.
Shouldn't have lied about the whole, catching a purse
Yeah,
snatcher.
because it could have, is the curb too high?
You should have.
Does it go above the standards of Mobile, Alabama?
But instead, you use your lie to kind of protect yourself from embarrassment. Now you're doing something that curb couldn't have been prepared for, trying to catch a purse snatcher.
And I didn't know Daspit back then.
Yeah. You got to work the angles.
Slipping
Lancey.
You could have owned Indianapolis.
It was in Mobile, right?
Oh, was it Mobile or
Mobile.
Indianapolis?
Yeah,
Mobile,
Alabama.
Who's looking to own Mobile?
I never
they
forget
don't
that
have
anyway.
no money. They don't have no money in a Mobile. Never mind.
Yeah, I could have. Oh no, there's money. Oh, you got some Southern money in Mobile. They also believe they started Mardi Gras. By the way,
yes,
they believe the real Mardi Gras starts in Mobile, Alabama.
My daughter lived there. Yeah,
I don't know why they think that, but they definitely think that.
Letting that stand.
Yeah, she lets that. Oh no, that was Steffi who did that, right?
Steffi actually walked over all the curbs and didn't fall. Well, she falls a lot actually. My daughter does.
Yeah,
fall.
see, and it's probably because of Mobile.
My daughter falls.
I wonder if I can retroactively sue them 7 years later.
Yeah, my daughter falls walking upstairs.
Ooh, not great.
Yeah. No, that's We're done, and we are glad that you could join us. And we will talk to you again tomorrow. I will be in studio tomorrow, and I will be at Nick's place tomorrow night, and want you to be there. I'm buying Coors Lights. The first 12 buckets are on me. So get there and get your Coors Light on and watch the Texans and the Jets. And, oh, by the way, the Rockets are playing tomorrow night as well against Dallas. So we got that to watch too. So you got to be at Nick's place. It's Halloween. You don't want to be home giving out candy. You're instead, let's watch it. Those kids are going to be ding dong, ding dong. No, I'm watching the game. Beat it, kids. All right? Don't need this here. So let's get over to Nick's place where nobody will bother you for candy. I got to talk right now before I go about Jim Fiume over at Gulf Coast Windows. Exterior doors, windows, just nothing compares. When you see, and I've been there, and I've seen the showroom, I mean, it is extensive, and it's difficult because they got so many, okay? What kind of window are you looking for? An aluminum? You're looking for vinyl? You're looking for hurricane? You're looking for wood clad? I mean, it's tough to make the decisions, especially if you're building your home, okay? What kind of windows do we want to use? Your builder is going to use a cheap window. That's what he's going to do. Your builder is going to use a cheap window and a cheap door because he saves money that way. He charges you for an expensive door, but, he's got to put it in, but it's going to be cheap because he doesn't want to spend the money on it, all right? He's already decided what the price of the house is going to be. He ain't putting in really nice stuff. You want the French door, the sliding patio doors, the storm doors? It's not a regular sliding patio door. It is first and top of the class. It always is. You're looking for the best in windows and doors. You're looking for the best insulation. You're looking for the best warranties. Gulf Coast Windows is it. 713-849-5454 or gulfcoastwindows.com.
Last time we were here, in the midst of all the nonsense that happened, that always happens from 10 to 12, we were trying to figure out why we hadn't heard an official announcement on the status of Stephon Diggs. I know that came down maybe an hour or so or two after this show is over. So we all know what the deal is. But here's D'Amico Ryans making it official. The Texans are going to be without their star wide receiver for the rest of the year.
It's a start. I know everybody's asking an update with Diggs. Unfortunately, he tore his ACL, so he'll be out for the year. Really hurts our team to hear that news, and he's been such an important part to our team and just everything that he brought, not only on the field but off the field, the energy, the leader, like the way he worked every single day. He brought a lot to our team, and we have to pick up the slack. A lot of guys have to step up, pick up the slack, but definitely praying for him to have a speedy, successful recovery. It's definitely a blow to us.
My immediate reaction is some pushback against people who are saying, well, was the trade worth it? You can't play that game. I don't think you can play that game. Unless you are vehemently against it, and when you heard about it, and you're like, well, if he gets injured, this trade sucks. If that was where you stood when it happened, then I can't fault you, because you foresaw this happening and you thought to yourself, the Texans are putting themselves in a troubling position. They gave up a pick that high for Stephon Diggs, and what if he gets hurt? If you said that, all right, you win, Playboy. I can't fight you on that. But if you were, hey, I love the move, I love them being aggressive, and then you're now out because a serious injury happened in football, I can't let that ride. It was a risk, certainly. You went in for an older player, not that his age contributed to the ACL, but a lot of people, well, I wouldn't say a lot, but some people have talked about you could have gone after a different receiver and drafted one, a Brian Thomas per se, if you had not traded down initially and then traded the pick. Okay, if that was your thought going into the offseason, once again, I'm not going to fight you too much, but the hindsight stuff, I can't be with. The Texans made a move that, for the most part, we all agreed with, saying, we know they need another weapon, and they decided to go get one of the more accomplished receivers in all of football. And he had been, from all accounts, whatever you consider a good citizen is, he wasn't the guy people were trying to paint him as someone who could tear apart a locker room, and we all kind of thought that was going to be the case. It was a new spot. He wasn't looking to be destructive. It's a good football team. He wouldn't have to worry about playing on a bad one. And it was a spot where he could, because of what they did to his contract, get back into free agency quickly. And the only way you do that and have it work out for you is to play well and not be someone where people are like, man, does Stephon Diggs really ripped apart that young team? He really made CJ Stroud's life a living hell. You don't want to make a guy with that high of an approval rating. You don't want to make that guy miserable. So Stephon Diggs, according to everyone who's around him, was great in that locker room, and it comes to an end prematurely. And that's the macro view when we talk about his future as a player, and maybe even if he ever plays for the Texans again. But the micro is they got a game tomorrow, and they're in big trouble, I think. We're 4 for 4, Sean. Everyone a part of the 7 to 12 block, as I like to call it, although you're part of the 12 to 7, I guess you were 12 to 6, I guess, as well. Everyone thinks the Texans are losing tomorrow. We are 4 for 4 in that. It's a scary spot that the Jets are 2-6 and they're still the favorite. And if you go man for man right now, we knew Stephon Diggs wasn't going to play no matter what the extent of his injury was. But you go man for man, the Jets, I would say, are a more talented team than the team the Texans are putting out on the field tomorrow. That doesn't mean that they'll win, because we saw a more talented team of the Jets lose to the Patriots with their backup quarterback, who was their starter, but was their backup because he stunk. But they had to put him in because the starter got concussed, and the Patriots still won the game. So we know the Jets are capable of tricking off a game. Sorry, Rafael Stone said it. We're just going to use it. That's what we're going to do here. We know that the Jets are capable of tricking off a game against a team that's outmatched. And the Patriots are one of the least talented teams in the football, particularly on offense. And they found a way to lose that game. So the Texans can go in there and win. I just don't like the spot. Short week. You are down another weapon. You got questions still about your offensive line, and we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans about why Kenyon Green is going to get more opportunities. By the way, there's a report out there, or at least a story from an ESPN personality, Jeremy Fowler. Maybe we just call him a writer. I don't know if he makes enough appearances to be a personality, but that Kenyon Green could be a trade candidate, which we need to dive deep into, because is that one of those things where some coach out there is like this is going to be gender specific, but it's the only way I can do it. Like we hear all the time about, I can fix this guy. Like that's always attributed to women who think they can fix a man. There's always a coach out there who thinks they can fix a player, and he's a former first-round pick, all those things. I can fix him. Is that what that is, or are the Texans trying to offload him? But Jeremy Fowler's putting it out there that Kenyon Green is a trade candidate. What the Texans could get if they were the one putting him out there, I don't know. But we'll get into that later. But in New York on a Thursday, you've already voiced you don't think they're winning that game.
Just doesn't
it don't feel
good.
right.
Doesn't feel good.
All of it lines up for a frustrating, annoying loss on Thursday night. And the talk coming out of it is beyond what's wrong with the Texans. It'll be, do the Jets still have a chance? All feels like that's coming on Friday morning from the national perspective. I don't want it to happen. And if the Texans win, it'll be home, whatever. But if the Jets win, it'll be a major story that I don't want to deal with, particularly if the Yankees are still alive. I don't need 3 good days in New York for New York sports. I need a loss tonight for the Yankees. The Knicks can lose to the Heat as well. I'd appreciate that too. But who cares that much about that? But I do need the Texans to beat the Jets, because 3 straight days of New York happiness, I ain't looking for that. And anyway, but it's in the realm of possibility. Yeah, I don't feel great.
It's just, I think it's the Thursday aspect.
It is. It's the short week aspect. You're going on the road.
This is the first time D'Amico Ryans and CJ Stroud and everyone else who is a second-year Texan is playing on a short week, because last year the shortest week they played on was on a Saturday against the Colts the last week of the season. Every other game was, I think, at noon. There was like 2 late games, like late afternoon games. But this is the first time that they actually have to organize and, get physically ready to play on a Thursday night against a veteran team who's coming off an embarrassing loss. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
None of the intangibles say this should be a Texans win. It does. None of it goes in their favor.
Even the tangibles.
Sure. Well, that too. Yeah.
Those tell you that at the very least, this is going to be a close game.
A dogfight, scrappy. We know they have a dominant defensive tackle in Quinnen Williams.
Yeah.
And the Texans don't really have a great interior.
And they haven't played well on the road.
That's another thing. Now, it's a different type of opponent. As much as we can talk about the Colts not being great, at least they're an average football team. The Jets have been terrible. But that doesn't mean they don't have one more in them.
That's the thing. It's the death throes it's the last of a dying football team.
Yeah, the quicksand is obviously going to take you, but there might be a couple more, maybe at least in this case, 60 minutes of fight where you don't immediately go under.
Yeah. There's just one last kick that they could have.
And that's just assuming they have any pride, which they very well may not. They may be broken.
I think I've said a couple times, if they have any pride, XYZ, and they've lost all those games.
Yeah.
So I don't think they have any pride.
They lost to the New England Patriots with their backup quarterback, who, not just the backup who had to start, the backup who came in because the starter got hurt. So, particularly a young quarterback who is getting all the reps to get himself ready. And then Jacoby Brissett just goes in there and wins. So the Jets don't have any pride, but this may be like you're near death and you don't want to go into the light. This might be what Thursday night is. Unfortunately, the Texans just happen to be the team who is standing in the path of the Jets. Maybe just season falling apart completely, but they may want to on a Thursday night tell the world we're not done yet.
And then immediately lose next Sunday.
Yeah. That's what it will be. If they beat the Texans, the frustration will be when the Jets get their ass kicked the next week, and we're like, what? How do we look? What
was this for?
Yeah, but the scenario sets up for this to happen. I mean, sure, the Texans could throw all that to the side and win, But we've seen enough football. We've seen enough of these scenarios. It all feels almost inevitable. The question will be, can the Texans overcome what could be their worst loss of the year by far? We'll get to what DeMeco Ryans said about apparent trade candidate Kenyon Green, because he was asked about it, of course. We know, if not for the injury to Jared Patterson, I almost said Juice again, but I got it right this time. If not for the injury to Jared Patterson, Kenyon Green would have been sitting down instead of playing. But he's back, and DeMeco had a defense for Kenyon Green again. That's his guy. All of those guys are his guys. He's going to defend his guys. He doesn't throw guys under the bus. It just makes him sound silly because you have to back your guys. Because we all know he's in a position where he's not going to rip a guy, but the world, all the Texans fans, anyone covering Texans media knows that what he is saying about this particular player isn't true. And I listened back to the show yesterday, by the way, not because I'm a narcissist, but I was uncomfortable. Maybe I'm a narcissist, but that's not the reason I listened back to the show. Sean did. Well, maybe you are. I saw that in there. That didn't get by me. I listened back to the show because of Kenyon Green on the mobile. I was like, did we ever laugh at the chicken stuff? Because that might have put us in a bad light. I listened back. We did not laugh at his chicken stuff. We did laugh at the Twinkie cream, which I think keeps us safe. But do we need to make a call here? Because I could feel the Kenyon Green on the mobile stuff going down a path where we're going to be like, all right, that's enough. I feel that could happen. Do we take a stand right now and say no more Kenyon Green on the mobile if you're going to reference fried chicken? Do we make that the line? You could do the call, but you cannot talk about the man eating fried chicken.
I'm comfortable with that.
I think we can allow
because it is dancing on a thin line.
Yeah, I think we can allow the creative process to continue.
Yes,
but he's got to divert away from that particular
food.
Yeah,
just a different food. Not watermelon. But just different.
Wow,
food. Just a different.
Oh, you Tony Hinchcliffe. That was part of his bit. A guy whose name a lot of people didn't know. He was popular, but a lot of people didn't know that guy's name. Now, far more people than he probably wants to, considering the reaction he's getting. Maybe a lot of people will tune into the next Kill Tony. We will see. Yeah, whoever you are out there, because we don't know your name, you can do the Kenyon Green bit on the mobile thing, but stay away from the fried poultry, unless it's turkey. You can do the turkey thing, I think.
Yeah.
Sean and I have finally drawn a line. Other than Julian's stupid San Francisco 49er thing, we don't draw lines on the show. We've finally drawn one.
We've let La Salsa cook for almost a year.
Entire existence of this show. Whenever he wanted to do something, he can. But this one, I had to listen back.
Eric Wong, no notes.
No, you should feel proud, Kenyon Green on the mobile. You forced us to draw a line, mostly because of how close you were dancing to blatant racism. So maybe you shouldn't feel so proud, even if that wasn't your intention. All right.
I think you should be a proud boy.
Well, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't be, considering what's happening to those people who made a statement on January 6th. A lot of those people are finding their way into a jail cell.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that's the line. I'm not sure that's where you want to go. Mostly because who wants to spend time in jail? Your political beliefs aside. You want to go to jail for them? Maybe you do. Okay. We'll come back with DeMeco Ryans on Kenyon Green. I'll explain why I'm currently doing a show like it's 1985. No laptop. What am I? Who am I? Yeah, notice. It's a strange thing when you take when you actually notice it's a strange thing, considering how everyone does a show.
Do you want some newspapers out there?
I need a fax. I hold it in my hand.
You want me to print out the doc?
No, I have the doc on my phone.
Oh, okay.
I can look at it. I'm not completely devoid of technology. I've adapted, but normally there's a laptop here, and no longer. Got to get a new one. In fact, I'm picking it up today. Okay, Kenyon Green, or at least DeMeco Ryans on Kenyon Green when we come back. We found NFL media's quarterback. I know Lamar Jackson's the people's quarterback, but considering what happened as far as the quarterback change yesterday, I now know who NFL media's quarterback is. We'll get to that too. We will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Art asks if we're praying for for Stephon Diggs' leg to heal. I guess that's based off praying for a speedy recovery. No, I never do that because I assume medical professionals have that handled. I don't imagine my prayers are going to make his knee heal. But that's just how we phrase things.
Yeah.
It's nothing more than that. Are you asking, do I think DeMeco said a prayer for Stephon Diggs' knee? Not his knee specifically. He may have said a prayer for Stephon Diggs, keep him in the right mindset, loves his guy, but I don't think he bent knee and said, I really hope his anterior cruciate ligament comes back as strong as ever.
Yeah,
Maybe even stronger. I don't think he said, in Jesus' name I pray. I don't think he did that for his ACL.
Yeah. I don't think Del and I aren't I'm not praying for a long recovery. I'm not praying for a short one either.
No, it didn't even cross my mind to pray for his knee. Hope Stephon Diggs is doing well. It's the price of playing football. It's just what it is. We come to accept it.
Wow.
It is. We come to accept that guys get hurt.
Just throwing it. You're willing to throw people's bodies away for your entertainment.
I'm not. I just know that's the unwritten contract we signed.
If he dies, he dies. That's what Dell's saying.
No, if he gets hurt, I understand.
if he's the 900,000th need to get shredded on the NRG turf in a non-contact way,
it happens. That's all I'm saying.
It happens a lot.
Yeah.
Ask Wes Welker. Ask Jadeveon Clowney.
Was that turf or grass for those guys?
That was the pallet grass.
Yeah.
So and there would be seams in the middle.
I remember. It's one of the reasons
they don't have that anymore.
They went to field turf because they could not grow grass, or they couldn't grow it, and then the pallet stuff was awful, so they had to switch over. And I don't know if Stephon Diggs' knee is the result of the switch, but I was thinking to myself, probably would have happened on the pallet grass too. It's just
probably would have been worse on the concrete.
Might have happened in game 2. Who knows? Just how the Texans field has gone since the inception of that building. Okay, we'll get to you. You want to talk movies? I think you wanted to call in yesterday, but our phones crapped out because we had a bit of a power outage that was quick, but it did affect our phones for longer than we would like. And also, we will give away UH tickets again today. I believe it's still our day today. Maybe not. I'll look it up. But for our winner from yesterday, if you have not reached out, if you're listening right now,
he did.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we got that.
All right, awesome. Okay, so got that out of the way. But beyond our problems with our power, let's move back to the Texans. The Texans have an issue at guard, namely Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green will start on Thursday because they have no choice. The guy who was his likely replacement is not playing due to being in the concussion protocol. So here's DeMeco Ryans when asked about Kenyon Green. He defended him and talked about how they've done with him.
There was some good from Kenyon Green's performance. Did he do enough to maintain his starting spot with the offensive line?
Kenyon has done fine. Kenyon, of course, like I said yesterday, he had some bad plays. A lot of guys had some bad plays, and everybody's asking about Kenyon, and nobody feels, worse about this than Kenyon, right? And he knows he has to play better. He will play better, and let's go to work. Like, that's what it's about. It's not about everybody trying to figure out, is Kenyon out? And let's Kenyon is ready. He'll be ready to roll, and we won 6 games with Kenyon. Like, we got to keep going.
Well, you did replace him in the middle of a game. So you clearly thought he wasn't ready to roll enough. He had played poorly. Now, would he have kept his job after a short week? I guess it would have depended on how Patterson fared if he was able to finish that game. So it's just what the coach will do. Defend your guy. Tell the world that he's fine. Stop asking questions. It's pretty much, hey, stop asking questions. You got me up here, and I'm running out of excuses because right now I don't want to lie to your face about Kenyon Green. But if you keep asking me questions, I'm not going. He's going to turn into Saban. What did Saban do to that reporter? You keep asking. I forgot what he said. It's famous.
He's like,
now.
I ain't gonna do it.
I ain't gonna. You keep asking. I ain't gonna do it. He's talking about his quarterback situation. I think
Hurts and Tua.
Yeah,
that's what it was.
That far back. So this is D'Amico's way of saying, you keep asking, but I'm not gonna do it. You're not gonna get the answer out of me that you want. That he's awful. We want to replace him. We just don't have an opportunity because we don't have the body. He's not gonna do it. I think I think he would like to be done answering questions about Kenyon Green. You know how that happens? Kenyon Green plays better. Then you can answer different questions about how Kenyon bounced back.
Easier questions.
Yeah, those are great questions. You want to answer those questions. Kenyon Green bounced back. He put out a great performance. He handled Quinnen Williams. Oof. Seems unlikely.
Yeah.
But that's what he wants to talk about. But how that happens is Kenyon Green has to play better. Okay, we will get to La Salsa here. He wants to talk about movies. What movies in particular?
Hey, what's up, Billy Jelly?
It's not my name.
Hey, I wanted to weigh in on the Australian show remake.
Okay.
I think Parks and Rec would be a cool remake for Australia because you can make it brutal like alligator bites and stuff. But my favorite movie of the year so far has been Longlegs. Have you seen Longlegs, Billy Jelly? Just wanted to know. Thanks. Bye.
Once again, not my name. But yes, I have seen Longlegs. I haven't seen it a second time. I liked it initially after I saw it, and now that I think back on it, it was fine. It's creepy. The Nicolas Cage character is creepy, but it's fine. It turns out he's not even the biggest villain in the movie if you watched it.
The biggest villain, society.
Or I can't. I'll give it away. So
I didn't see it,
so I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say who I would consider the biggest villain. You never want a portrayal to happen the way this one did. So check it out. It's not bad. I don't know if it's the best movie I've seen all year. I would have to think. We were talking about a remake of Friday Night Lights, and that's where this call is coming from. And we're talking about The Office too, and where it would go. And I think Sean was the one who said, "Let's put The Office."
No, there is going to be an Australian
office. Okay, that's what you said.
And I think that's too late to.
It's too far down.
Make your own office.
Well, if it's from the creators of The Office and they're cashing checks from it, which I imagine they will.
Yeah.
If it's that, then hey, you want to franchise your TV series and put it in Japan and in Korea just because the checks cash no matter where the show is being broadcast? Understood. I will give the Australian Office a chance just to see what they try to do, because just don't make.
Seen 15 seasons.
I actually have only watched a couple episodes of the American Office.
Okay,
so I am not Officed out. I've seen I think it was only one season of the British Office, so I could deal with an Australian Office. I'd be fine.
So you're the person who's like, The Office. What an interesting
new
idea.
No, I'm not gonna say.
Wait, they talk to the camera?
No, I'm aware of what The Office is about. So no, and how it was set up. I've seen the clips. So no, I'm not gonna think it's new and inventive. But it won't be something where like, oh, this is clearly this character, because I don't know a lot of the characters. Only by how people reference them, but not their actual scenes, because I didn't watch that show. So I'm in. Give me the Australian Office, as long as it's not with the paper company.
What about Australian Parks and Rec? So it can be brutal with the alligator fights, like let's also say, because you know how brutal Parks and Rec was.
What would be the little Sebastian character? Would it be a mini crocodile? A mini crocodile? Yeah, probably a mini croc. But you couldn't keep that croc around for long. Like, how long would the season have to? How many seasons before that croc outgrows being a mini croc and now it's just really dangerous?
It's like Uggo, where you just go through them. You just cycle through.
Yeah, and to be fair, we're not gonna be able to tell the difference from one croc to the other. You could just pull another croc that's adolescent croc, and we'd be like, yeah, okay, same one.
It's the title of Little Sebastian.
That makes it great.
Actual.
Yeah, the mini horse we don't care about. That name is great. We need a great name for the croc.
Yeah, and different crocs play the role of being.
Yeah, the mantle.
Yeah,
the mantle of Little Sebastian, the mantle of that croc. We need a great croc name though. It's got to be Australian but unique. But we wouldn't know. They'd have to come up with that.
Yeah. I'm not doing your job for you.
What's an unlikely?
Pay me. Then I'll
what's an unlikely name you would name a croc, but throw little in front of it so we can all laugh, right?
That's for the creators to find out.
Yeah, but Little Sebastian was, Little Sebastian. I don't know if we're going to feel the same way about a miniature croc.
Maybe a koala. They have so many animals over there that are unique to them.
Yeah,
so.
and you probably won't have to worry about the koala trying to kill you on set. So maybe they go with the koala.
Yeah, wallaby.
Yeah, the wallaby I like. Not a kangaroo. Those guys blow up and try to beat the crap out of you. A wallaby.
That's the normal horse.
Yeah.
in the scenario, that's the normal horse.
Yeah, that's a regular size horse. A wallaby is the play. Turning off my phone so telemarketer doesn't call me.
No, that's Australian NBC ready to throw a bag at
make
us.
A deal or cease and desist because they've already got that. They've already got the wallaby out there and like, hey, you can't pretend like that's your idea. Yeah. So do we just call the wallaby Little Sebastian or do we come up with a different name?
I don't know.
I don't know any Australian names. That would be funny.
Yeah. I only know a very few Australians. Steve Irwin.
That's a regular name, though.
Josh Giddey.
Once again, a regular name.
Ben Simmons.
Once again, too regular of a name. Australians, if you're out there, what's a cute name that you would name a wallaby?
Crocodile Dundee.
That's a mantle.
We need a Crocodile
Speaking
Dundee
of reboots, yeah.
Why don't we reboot that?
Why haven't we done that? Because probably what they got away with in that movie, they couldn't in 2024 and beyond. So maybe that's why they won't ever do that again. Maybe Paul Hogan, if he's still alive, put his foot down. No more. It's my title, no one else's. All right, when we come back, we will get away from Little Sebastian. Although I love to talk about Little Sebastian. We'll talk about really the NFL media's favorite quarterback going forward, considering what happened to him. Anthony Richardson has been benched, and it kind of set off a firestorm of what's wrong with the NFL. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, it's later, right? I don't have a laptop, so I'm just guessing. My book is later in the show, I believe. It's in the 11 o'clock hour.
Stay tuned.
Now that stay tuned for me to talk about how you should gamble and gamble properly.
Thursday's coming up.
Yeah, tomorrow's risk-free. The risk-free betting. We're not going to give them 2 spots in one. They're not paying me for 2. What are you doing? All right. Yes, my bookie will come up later in the show, but when we come back, we'll talk about Anthony Richardson, him being benched, and what it apparently means for how the NFL develops quarterbacks.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Anthony Richardson is benched. Joe Flacco will play. From anyone who has watched the two play this year, you would say, at least in the business of quarterbacking, throwing the ball from the pocket, Joe Flacco's clearly better. And I think we both said last week that the Colts would have been better off starting Joe Flacco. Now they will. Now I'll ask this of you, Sean. Do you think this is more to do with his play, which has not been good, but do you think he would have survived being bad at quarterback if he didn't set people the wrong way by tapping out? Like that, not the media, who cares? But, people were saying, I don't know how they know this, that that Colts players weren't happy with it. That bothered him. It bothered people on the sideline, bothered personnel. Do you think if he doesn't tap out for a play, he's the quarterback for their game against the Vikings?
It definitely helps his chances. It definitely would have helped his chances. I don't know, because of how poorly he's played, that they're like some of the completion percentage numbers that he has, it's like worse since 2000 among the 400 quarterbacks or whoever who's played. So there is a little bit of like, he is playing very, very poor, like beyond, like historically bad from at least the completion percentage aspects of it. So it's not crazy. You would think though that if the tap was a big deal, or as big of a deal as maybe we're making it, that he would have just gotten pulled from the game like permanently.
Yeah, I don't.
And they might have won. Like
yeah,
that's the thing. That game was so big for them because, I mean, now we're looking at them at 4-4, right? 4-4.
Yes. 2
games out, but they've completely lost the tiebreaker to the Texans. So essentially 3 games out of the division, where if they would have won that game, they'd be tied for first.
Now they're in that wild card realm where they're fighting off multiple teams as opposed to really being in the division race.
Yeah. So unless you're, I guess if you're going to make the move where you are going to go so present focused, which if you're starting 40-year-old Joe Flacco, I'm safe to say you're pretty focused on the present and not this long-term project with Anthony Richardson. Shouldn't you have done that in the game where you could have been tied for first if you had won? Like, you should have just made the move.
You should have pulled him in that game and said we thought Joe gave us the best chance to win because Anthony was playing poorly.
And you would have been A, right. Yes. B, you could have maybe changed the outcome. We don't know for sure, but if we're right and we think Joe Flacco's better, and I think that's a common belief among people who watch the Colts, probably should have gone with them in the Texans game, not after the Texans game.
And this is where that pulling has gone, because they pulled Anthony Richardson, clearly a raw prospect coming out. No one thought he was NFL ready as far as being able to win from the pocket. They thought this was going to be a longer developmental process for him. People who cover the game, who make their living covering the NFL, watching games, really more watching film, and then writing about it or putting out clips on Twitter, are using this as an example of why the NFL has a problem developing quarterbacks. Now, from anyone who watches the games like us, sure, we analyze, but most of the time we're watching it like anyone else. Oh, that guy stinks from the pocket. That guy's not good. Why is he playing? We kind of react in that way as opposed to looking at the all-22. A lot of people understand, Anthony Richardson can't throw a football accurately enough for it to justify keeping Joe Flacco on the bench, particularly if you want to win games. Because as much as the long-term project is what the Colts would need, because Joe Flacco is just a stopgap, and they've been doing this for years now. But if you're a fan week to week, all that flowery talk of this is a 2 to 3 year project is cool, except when you have to go through it week after week and you lose a game you think you should win, and you watch your team win, but it ain't because you're a quarterback. You think to yourself, we're okay. What if we had a quarterback who was competent? Could we be good or even have a chance to win the division? And people who analyze the game are like, you can't pull Anthony Richardson. You knew it was going to be a project. This is what you're in for. That's easy for you to say. You ain't part of that organization. You ain't a Colts fan. When you watch the game, you generally are watching it from perspective, oh, he did something cool. A lot of it's like, look at his arm. Because Anthony Richardson fits all the prototype stuff for a superior athlete, which you might want at the quarterback position, except, throwing a football accurately. That one thing. But you think you can fix that because he's big, he's strong, he's fast. He can do all the things you would want from an athlete at that position. You start to look at superhumans at the position, and you think of Josh Allen. Patrick Mahomes isn't as athletically gifted running the football, though he scrambles pretty well. But he's one of those types who can make plays out of nothing. Lamar Jackson's another, just a different body type. So everyone's looking for one of those guys. And they think those guys deserve more chances than a pocket passer who's struggling because there's a ceiling to what they think that pocket passer can be because he doesn't have the athletic tools of another guy. So apparently the line has been drawn. Anthony Richardson getting benched. That means the NFL now has a clear problem developing quarterbacks. You start looking at the most recent quarterbacks being drafted, from Justin Fields to Bryce Young to Mac Jones. Throw Trevor Lawrence in there too, despite getting the big deal. Obviously, Anthony Richardson in there as well. It's not been a good run beyond C.J. Stroud in these last couple drafts of guys. Kenny Pickett throwing him in there too, of guys being drafted and living up to their draft status. And most of it, I think, is from people who had priors about Anthony Richardson, who thought, I love the ability, I love what he can bring, so I like him as a prospect. When anyone who watched him at Florida was like, okay, Colts, go ahead with that one, see how that works out. He didn't play a lot of games at Florida due to injury and youth, and now due to injury and ineffectiveness, he won't be playing a lot of games for the Colts. Now, he'll be back. He might be back this year. Particularly if the Joe Flacco thing doesn't work out, they will bring him back. But if Joe Flacco plays well, they're not going to play Anthony Richardson the rest of the way.
Yeah, unless Flacco gets hurt or maybe the scenario where they actually don't make the playoffs. And so in week 17 and 18, they have nothing to play for. Then they maybe they do, maybe they don't. I would put Anthony Richardson back in if you're already eliminated and not play Joe Flacco, but we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think it now puts it into a very interesting position. Like this offseason, do the Colts need a quarterback? Do they bring back Joe Flacco?
That's the argument to play him because he got hurt last year, so you didn't know much.
Yeah,
this was a year where you would find out more, and it's crazy. Let's find out in 2 years, and less than 2 years because he didn't play very much last year. And if he doesn't prove it this year, when we know he's raw, okay, time to pack it up and move on.
I think it's 10 starts for Anthony Richardson.
It's not enough, even for a guy with a different skill set. You don't know in 10. It's not going to be enough unless it's a clear win for you. You're never going to know for the most part in 10 starts.
Yeah, unless it's like Patrick Mahomes,
CJ, and all. We know some guys has started out great, and we know, okay, that's a dude.
Yeah.
And that, Carson Wentz would say, I was a dude, and then I turned out I wasn't a dude. So even that happens too.
Carson Wentz, we knew.
So even that happens too. He was a MVP candidate, gets hurt, and was never really the same quarterback again. Another guy.
We knew immediately.
Yeah. So as much as I say, you kind of know. I'm sure Washington fans thought before he got hurt that they knew, and then clearly he was not that guy. So 10 starts is all it took. But the problem is the Colts are in a spot where they think they can do something. They knew last year with a backup quarterback, they almost made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So this year they think, hey, why not try it again? And a wild card spot's there for them. So I'm not surprised by it. I don't really care that much about people who side with, hey, this was a long-term project. You knew what you're getting into. As I said, that's easy for you to say. You ain't playing for your job. You ain't got a roster full of guys who know that the guy they played with earlier in the year is more likely to put them in spots where they can win games. Like, they look at the games they won with him, with Anthony Richardson. Their last win against the Dolphins, another 10 completions for on 24 attempts.
That's the thing. I think he's under 50% completion.
He's like 44 point whatever,
which is
it's awful,
crazy.
It is awful. So all those receivers that are out there, you think Alec Pierce is like, ooh, can't believe they benched Anthony Richardson. You think Josh Downs, I can't believe they got rid of my guy. No.
free 5.
I watched A.D. Mitchell, the rookie, how frustrated he was on Sunday after a couple of overthrows.
Yeah.
Where he beat Stingley on one. A step and a half, maybe. That ball, thrown by an accurate quarterback, may go for a deep ball, a touchdown.
Yeah.
And instead, it sails out of bounds, and on third down, and A.D. Mitchell's
Yeah, A.D. Mitchell's this frustrated, and his previous quarterbacks were Quinn Ewers and Stetson Bennett. And he's like, this guy sucks. This Richardson guy, wow.
I've seen A.D. Mitchell frustrated. Go back to the semifinal.
Because they weren't throwing it to him.
Yeah, they weren't throwing him the football. So
and they immediately caught a touchdown pass.
Yeah, well.
And would have caught another one.
Squeaky wheel.
And would have caught another one to win the game if
Quinn had thrown it.
If number 3 put it on him.
Yeah, squeaky wheel. He got one. He could have got another one, except Quinn couldn't do it. Chuck down Charlie. There's numbers about Quinn.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, they're not good.
I was reading some of them to Paul and Joe yesterday.
Not great for Texas. I don't know if he's even the unquestioned starter anymore, but Sark will say
he is the starter.
But he is the starter.
I think you just take unquestioned.
I think unquestioned's gone. After you get benched, you get benched in the game. They bring you back. Unquestioned is off the table.
The fact that Sark has to say it in every press conference means that it is questioned
because someone's asking.
Because Kurt Bowles is raising his hand.
Kurt Bowles better watch it. Sark's gonna treat people like D'Amico's about to treat people. You better stop asking me about Quinn. You're gonna go Saban on. He probably would have learned from Saban how to answer questions about a quarterback controversy that he doesn't want to be a controversy. Watch it, Kurt Bowles. You're pushing Sark.
Yeah. Cedric Golden, don't get any ideas either. Naming guys from the
Anwar, watch it. Yeah. Watch it. You're certainly not gonna take it from Jeff Ketchum.
Catch these hands.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how Catch looks in the ring. I'm gonna say probably not great. I'm just gonna assume he probably would have told us at some point if he was a good boxer. Okay,
he definitely would have tweeted it.
Definitely. So there we are. Anthony Richardson, the NFL media's quarterback. They love this dude.
How did he become the NFL media's quarterback?
Because he's big and strong, and they're always looking for the next Josh Allen. Those numbers came up, by the way, how he favorably compares to Josh Allen's early tenure. So he's going to be the next one, obviously. Give him time. The Bills gave Josh Allen time, and look what they got. Why are you punting on him right now?
So I liked him, especially like the combine stuff. I was like, oh, okay, so this guy's just like a one-of-one athlete at the quarterback position. I understand like why he's going to be picked highly in the first round.
Sure.
But to then watch him play, and like it's just so it confirms everything, all the knocks you thought about him before the draft, where it's like this guy doesn't play. He had what 12 starts, 13 starts at Florida, and now after 10 starts, like he still looks
he's the same guy,
raw and terrible.
He's big, strong. You can't tackle him. In fact, Brian Flores talked about it before the announcement was made. That about the tapping out. He goes, hey, because Brian Flores is the DC for the Vikings. They'll play the Vikings this week. Hey, did you see the play? Shrugged off a 315-pound man. He was talking about Foley Fatukasi. Yeah, I'd be tired too. So that's the intrigue, the ability to do that.
And he'll get another shot. Like he will
probably play this year if the Colts season, like we talked about, if the Colts season doesn't go the way they want with Flacco, or Flacco gets hurt because quarterbacks get hurt. He's an old man. He probably, for football terms, he probably will get hurt.
Yeah,
he'll likely play again.
But if we're talking about to bring it back to the start of the show, Kenyon Green being a trade target before the deadline, something tells me that another team is also going to be infatuated with Anthony Richardson, and he's going to have a chance to develop. It's probably not going to happen in Indy unless, again, Joe Flacco gets hurt or something, and he comes back in and plays way better.
Yeah, if Joe Flacco leads the Colts to the playoffs, they're going to have some real questions in this offseason. Not about bringing back Joe Flacco, but the questions will be about
bringing back the other guy.
Yeah, bring about Anthony Richardson. And is he going to follow in the same lines of Justin Fields, where people are going to be enamored with him, defend him like Dan Orlovsky was doing on Twitter? Mostly he just said, hey, the numbers don't speak to what the film looks like. Okay, sure. But our own human eyes told us what it looked like, and he hasn't been good all year long. But, film watchers, they watch games really kind of out of context. They don't watch games for the moments and what a 3rd and 8 means and if he's going to sail a ball over his head. But on 2nd and 6, he throws the ball on target, and the receiver either drops it or gets knocked away. Hey, that's a good play. But what about the 3rd and 8 when it mattered most, where he completely missed his guy, or when he overthrew A.D. Mitchell? They don't really take that stuff into account. They just look at it play by play. But It'll be that where they'll be enamored with him. Someone will take a shot on him, and then I don't know, someone will sign Russell Wilson to that job too and take his job again, like he took Justin Fields' job. Because even the Steelers, who love to get by with scrappy, underperforming or average quarterbacks, that's what they love to do. Saw Justin Fields like, actually, we'll take the guy everyone's making fun of, the guy who was dressing up as a quarterback when he wasn't even active. We'll put him back in before we want to see Justin Fields again.
But
it worked out.
If it works, it works.
That's what I'm saying. So sure, people were defending Justin Fields. People will defend Anthony Richardson. But the likelihood is, unless he is on the Josh Allen track, by the way, Josh Allen didn't get benched for anyone, but if he is on that Josh Allen path where he's just a guy who needs more time, I think that's unlikely. The more likelihood is he turns into Justin Fields. He goes someplace else because people are like, hey, Anthony Richardson needs a shot. And then insert, I don't know who would be the veteran at that point, who's been washed for a couple of years. Hey, maybe it'll be just a former Seahawks quarterback. Maybe Geno Smith will be on the market. Some team signs him, and Geno Smith just waiting there for his turn and goes, okay, I'll take his job because he's not good either. I feel like
Mayfield.
Well, that's not a well.
Oh no, Sam Darnold. At least Sam.
Yeah,
Darnold.
yeah. I feel it could be a Sam Darnold type who walks
Winston.
in. Yeah, of course. Jameis is always an option. I don't mind it because he's a Colt. I don't care if the Colts never find a good quarterback, but I can see the Justin Fields path for Anthony Richardson.
Yeah,
and at least Justin Fields got to play.
He did. He got what, 3 years?
Did
basically.
Did they ever bench him for Tyson Bagent?
I don't know if Fields ever got benched. I feel like he did.
He might have, or maybe because he got hurt. I don't remember. But it wasn't after 10 starts.
No.
They certainly gave him more time.
They let him cook.
Boiling water is what he was doing. Cook
ramen.
If he was lucky, there was ramen in that boiling water, and now he's backing up Russell Wilson, who has the Steelers winning games enough so that ESPN has stories or the crying about, are they a real contender? Yeah, you beat the Giants the way you did. Obviously, you're a contender. Of course. Sure. All right, we'll come back in hour two. We will we'll hear more from the Texans. CJ Stroud certainly had thoughts on Stephon Diggs being unavailable for the rest of the year. We can talk about baseball, mostly how a Yankee fan's getting treated because he did something that any other fan, if they did it, would be getting ostracized. But ESPN's doing a story on that fan who stole that foul out. Really? Steve Bartman's like, what happened to me? I got killed. No one's doing puff pieces about me. I got ran out of Chicago. This guy, a hero. Of course, the Yankees stave off elimination. Freddie Freeman's like, come on, man. 4 straight games. Could have been the MVP of the World Series in a 4-game sweep. Now I got to do it again.
I got to do this one more night, or else people are going to be disappointed.
Yeah, if he doesn't,
I will be disappointed if
he doesn't hit another home run. We're going to look at him like, wash, Freeman. Right. What happened to you?
Got carried at this ring.
15 minutes of fame are over, Freeman.
Yeah, this is Gavin Lux's ring, all right?
Bueller's ring, among others. Unfortunately, it'll probably be Joe Kelly's ring as well. Okay, hour two. We'll get to that when we come back. I checked the email. It is a giveaway day for us today, so let's do that now. Let's go caller 4, 713-780-3776. You want a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus Cougs versus K-State game. Stupid email. We get so many emails about giveaways that I just happen to click onto the
wrong
one. But we do have tickets to give away against Kansas State. Yes, we do. So if you want to go to the K-State game, Cougs K-State on Saturday at 2:30, caller 4, 713-780-3776. It'll be a night of thrilling plays or an afternoon, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. It's a blackout day. So wear a black shirt, wear a black hat, wear black. The Cougs going to be in their black uniforms. I saw them painting the end zones. They'll be black as well. The logo will be black. It's a time to see if the Cougs can win a second consecutive Big 12 game. They're playing better. Utah came to town. They beat them in their last game at home. Got a chance to follow it up with another win. It is their blackout special is a ticket and a t-shirt for just $30. To grab this deal, visit uhcougars.com/black. That's uhcougars.com/black. Come early, be loud, and wear black as they want you to pack TD ECU Stadium.
Wear black ski masks. For when the Cougs steal a win.
They probably want your face exposed.
Okay. Well, when you're going through security.
That's the worst time to wear it.
No, put it in your pocket.
Yeah. Don't have it on. Well, have it on you, but not on your face.
Yeah.
Walk in there.
Ski mask.
I'm not sure
stealing a win.
I'm not sure they want it positioned that way. I'm just gonna say wear black. That's what they ask you to do. Let's celebrate the Cougs and root them on as they try to beat Kansas State. Kansas State, good football team. They're competing for the Big 12 title. They are nationally ranked. I think they're certainly in the top 20. You got a chance for another upset. It'd be nice to see more progress. They've won 2 Big 12 games, trying to get to their third with K-State in town on Saturday. It's an interesting weekend in college football. We have not discussed it that much. We've kind of talked about what happened on Saturday and even earlier in the week, considering the Kyle McCord stuff and the Liberty stuff. But you got Oregon heading to Michigan. You got Ohio State heading to Penn State. And, of course, you have I'm trying to think of the other big games.
We have another ranked matchup that you haven't brought up yet.
Which game am I forgetting?
A game, one of the, 2? Yeah, 2 games involving ranked teams. 7:00, Pittsburgh goes to SMU on the ACC network.
That's right.
To do battle 2 teams that I think are undefeated in the SEC. Is Pitt undefeated in the SEC?
They're both
or the ACC.
They're both undefeated in the ACC, I believe.
And they're also
Pitt's undefeated overall. SMU hasn't lost to BYU, but they are a one-loss team. Pitt is an undefeated team. It's a shot to stake their claim to a ACC title berth. I think
Pitt, it is one of the 2 games between ranked matchups,
but because of
the other one is 4 versus 3,
the blatant lack of respect for the ACC, it winds up on ACC network.
Yeah,
more to do with Pitt, the name Pitt and SMU, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think if this was Florida State and Clemson, it probably would have been on ESPN.
Well, that game was on ESPN and Florida State. It's terrible. So yes, you're right. You are right. Yes, you are.
They don't even have to be good.
You're absolutely correct. That was
what channel is Florida State playing on? Oh, they're playing on the ACC network.
Well, they deserve it this week. I don't know.
They're
playing North Carolina.
Yeah, UNC.
Yeah, Mac Brown's never beaten Florida State. This is probably his last chance. Is Mac Brown coming back next year?
Yeah, come on.
Really?
4 more years.
They're not sick of him.
4 more years.
Sure, if you don't like UNC, you would be chanting that.
Yeah, I don't really care.
Yeah, you don't care. I understand why you're saying it. But he's never beaten them. That's 2 tenures at UNC. Florida State has had his number, and he's going to try to get a win in a game that they should win. But Mac Brown doesn't always win games he should win.
Yeah, I will say Florida State, for a 1-7 team, they make you work for it.
Yeah,
unless you're actually good, then you don't.
Well,
but if for like the kind of mid ACC teams, which is what UNC is, you have to bring your A game.
You have to,
or your B game,
or their quarterback falls on his face and just turns the ball over in 3 straight plays. That's how Duke won their game. Yeah, even in the game on Saturday, Miami didn't punt very much, but it was long, drawn out drives, and they forced some field goals. That's why the game was close until like into the fourth quarter. Well, close in the way that it was a 2-score game, but no one ever thought Florida State was going to win that game.
Yeah.
But they kept making those drives, 10, 12 plays. We're not going to let you beat us over the top. Run the football, which Miami was able to do. So there's a real shot for them to win that game. The problem for them, as it has been all year long, how many points can you expect? They got to 14. One of them was in garbage time, and the other one was on apparently was going to be a fake. They weren't even going to run the fourth down play, the sneak that turned into a 40-yard scamper. It was supposed to try to draw Miami off sides, and they would have called a timeout. But because of how bad they are on the offensive line, the guy snapped it anyway, surprised everyone, and then the quarterback scrambled for a first down. That's how awful they were on offense, that the best play of the game was something that could have turned into a disaster because no one was expecting the snap. That's Florida State football this year. And if Mike Norvell didn't trick them into thinking Alabama wanted him, he'd be fired. Because even coming off of 13, you hear everyone talk about them, even coming off of 13-1, this is a fireable season because of how embarrassing
they're
it is.
1-7.
Yes.
I don't think I'm startled every time I see it, either during one of their games or on ESPN when they're talking about the matchup. And by the way, they're talking about it less and less now. But every time I see that, I'm like, how do they still just have one win? You look at their schedule, you're like, I've watched at least parts of a lot of these games. I don't know how they lose all of them.
At this point, the 1-7 is more embarrassing for Cal than it is for Florida State. How did you're the one team who couldn't find a way. It's not like Florida State had an explosion on offense. Cal could put nothing up, and Cal's one of those teams who is always in close games, and they finally got one. I think actually they had a blowout over the weekend. I don't remember exactly how that final score went. But so, yes, all we're really talking about and thinking about is, can Mac Brown win a game he should win when he's been predisposed to losing games like that throughout his UNC tenure?
And up next, I don't want to look past UNC if I'm Florida State.
Of course not.
Obviously. I know you have Mac Brown's number, but come on. Then next week they go to South Bend to play the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. So if 2-8 looks a lot better than 1-9. So get a win this week.
They do have like Charleston Southern, which a lot of people are pointing to as clearly their second win. Maybe.
Maybe their third. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be their third, and UNC is the place they can get it.
And then Florida. I don't think they beat Florida.
No, Florida, despite their record, all their losses are to top 15 teams. And they were competitive against Tennessee.
Yeah.
Probably should have won that game, and maybe would have won the game if Graham Mertz doesn't get hurt celebrating a touchdown.
Yeah, and they'll have another loss to a top 15 team this week. They play Georgia.
Yeah, the cocktail party, yeah.
Yeah.
So Florida, they're going to have a lot of good losses. Normally that would work in the SEC, except there's too many of them.
You haven't won.
Yeah, you haven't won enough. Like two good losses is great in the SEC. You got a real shot to make a playoff.
4?
4 is stretching it.
Also, one of them's to an ACC team, so that's actually not a good loss.
Despite what the ACC team is, you're right though. You lost to what now is a top 5 team at home. Bad loss for Florida.
You lost to a team that had to come back to beat Cal, the only team to lose to Florida State.
So if we're going to do the transitive property, yes, it's an awful loss for Florida, no matter what you think about.
You basically lost to Florida State.
I mean, at this point, you might actually lose to Florida State, but you've already lost to them.
There's no way they lose to Florida. Or okay, not no.
Don't say there's no way. They lose to
not
Florida
no
State.
way.
That's in Tallahassee.
I think Florida wins. If DJ Lagway plays, they win.
He better. They don't have anyone else really.
That's why.
I don't know.
I don't want some walk-on to come in. I'm like, I guaranteed this win.
Throw in the caveat. There it is. But don't ever underestimate Billy Napier and his ability to.
But I'm not estimating Mike Norvell.
Yeah, you shouldn't do that either. He doesn't have Jordan Travis on his roster, so he's pretty much cooked. But I've seen Billy. I don't trust him.
Are they going to start calling Mike Norvell like AAC Mike? Like they call Billy Napier Sunbelt
They
Billy?
can't because of winning the ACC last year. They can't get that off. They might call him. I don't know. There's something to do with one win that they might be able to do if he goes 1-11.
Mike, but when the I is a 1.
Yeah, and the L's are 1
like
too.
It's R2 pack.
I mean, the L's fit, but if you want to change the double L's and Norvell to ones too, you can do that too. Or just turn them into capital L's.
Yeah, or Norvell, but with 7 L's.
No, it's 12. No, it's 11. Just Norvell. Yeah.
Every game they lose.
You can do that. You could do that like it's K's. Yeah, you could do that too. Yeah. So that's kind of we'll get into more college football tomorrow, but kind of piqued my interest after giving away those tickets to think about the weekend. Oregon, they go to Ann Arbor. Don't think they're under much threat there. Jack Tuttle has retired, I believe.
Yes.
So it's now up to Alex Orji and
Davis Warren.
Davis Warren. Oof. What a quarterback room Michigan had. How did that happen? Oh, I know how it happened. Jim Harbaugh left late.
How
are they in this position?
They won the national championship last
They
year.
tricked themselves into believing Alex Orji was going to be good. But instead, if you're going to do that, you have to go all in. I said it before. Now you don't have the guy to implement the system, but you got Alex Orji. Turn yourself into Oregon. Not this version, the one with Darren Thomas and Kenyon Barner and LaMichael James. Turn yourself into that spread option, run, and use the run to dupe defenders and throw it behind them, because it's not like Orji's going to function in a timing offense, but if he can trick a guy into coming up and you can run a guy behind a safety, maybe you can make some plays there. But no, they weren't going to completely change the way they do things. They tried to kind of mismatch how their offense would be, and it has turned out poorly. But they did beat Michigan State.
They did beat Michigan.
So congratulations to them. Well on their way to making a bowl, Michigan.
They still can brag about beating Ohio State the last 3
and
years.
Colston Love. Well, that's true. They got a couple more weeks for that.
They have 3 more weeks to brag.
And
about
of course,
actually, no, like a month.
Yeah, that's the last game, late November. And Colston Loveland, the Michigan tight end, after they beat Michigan State, he got into a bit of a scrap on the final plays, and he dropped Little Bro on them. Going back to the Mike Hart days of calling them Little Bro. It is what it is.
I mean,
is anybody from Texas going to do that if they beat A&M? We calling A&M Little Bro?
That's a disrespectful to Mike Elko and the program that he's built.
And Texas would never do that.
No,
they would never disrespect A&M.
Not Mike Elko.
I am so thrilled that game's going to mean something. It's perfect. I don't
always mean something. Yeah.
Sure, just like Miami, Florida State meant something last week. Sure.
All those kids that played against each other growing up.
We had this discussion. Like 8 of Miami's starting 11 defenders are not from the state of Florida.
Just everyone just take note of the trajectory of the programs in Florida.
Yes.
And while you're taking note, I will be looking at some transfers to come in and take your spot.
Talk about all these recruits you mean all the recruits are just going to bring in transfers to play over?
Well, the good ones we'll keep.
Sure.
We'll keep Ruben Bain around.
Well, that's
for one more year until he goes to the draft.
That's a good choice by Mario. But yes, Texas A&M, I'm glad it's back. I'm glad it's going to mean something, mostly because of everything that's going to come out of it. The game is like secondary to me. Honestly, win or lose, I don't care who wins or loses. Actually, we're the Aggie station, so I care that the Aggies win. But no matter what happens, all the talk, the tears, the shame, the trash talk, it's perfect. And if it means a spot in the SEC title game, even better. Give it to me. We can't. Yeah. Sorry. I'm blanking on his name. Justin Tucker. Sorry, Justin Tucker. Your moment is done. It's over.
Case Keenum or Case McCoy too?
No. Who remembers Case McCoy in that game besides Texas people?
Great scram.
Justin Tucker is the one everyone remembers. Yeah. But it's over. That moment is over. We're back to games meaning something again.
It is crazy that's. I mean, this is gonna be nuts. That's the last time they played.
Over
like
a decade
that
ago.
long ago.
We're talking about a decade ago.
We're talking about Justin Tucker.
And maybe the first game back could mean almost everything.
Yeah. Think about how many games they could have played in the middle where
nothing would have mattered.
A bowl game was at stake.
Now it's
a spot at the Texas Bowl was at stake
for one of the two teams. Yeah. And now we're talking about a spot in the SEC title game. Look at that.
Look at us.
Who would have thought? Certainly, I wouldn't have thought about A&M. Credit to Mike Elko, who has not made a decision on whether it'll be Marcel Reed or
don't make the decision.
Connor Wegman.
There's a chance that DC just doesn't prepare for one
for either. He goes, I don't know who to prepare for,
yeah.
So I won't prepare for any of them.
I'll just choose the wrong one.
So he's learned the lesson of all of what we've been like dummies like us trolling about. Hey, you know what's best for A&M? For the opponent not to know who's playing.
Yeah, just switch them every week.
Because generally when that happens, they have a great game. But when they know who's going to play, particularly when Connor Wegman's the starter, things go poorly. This time, Elko's leaning in. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah.
Is there any chance Wegman starts that game?
There's a chance. A chance.
Yes, it's true, but I can't imagine. Not after all the juice from that game, Marcel Reed. You throw Wegman in there, it's like a wet blanket. Or maybe Elko loves himself some Steve Spurrier, where we're not even just shifting quarterbacks per drive. We're doing it per play.
That's the way to do it.
Give me some of that.
That's the way to do it.
Honor the man who was synonymous with the SEC for all those years.
Reed comes in, run for 5 yards, 2nd and 5. All right. Bring in Connor Wegman, incomplete pass. Cool. Back to the sideline. Reed.
Give it
another run for 5 yards, first down.
This is what I'm looking for.
Wegman, another incomplete pass. There's going to be a theme here.
You keep leaning into something that I'm noticing.
When you need an incomplete pass, Wegman, come on in.
But they won't be ready for him, so he'll be great, like Mizzou wasn't.
Yeah.
All right, so A&M hasn't made a decision at starter. No one believes Connor Wegman starting that game. But Mike Elko, you do you. You can do no wrong. At least right now. Don't lose to South Carolina, though. It's the thing. He even mentioned it. He was talking about how much the 12th man. Well, a reporter asked him and brought up the fact that the 12th man is behind him and so on and so forth. He goes, "Yeah, and I won 7 games too. I'm not naive. I know what this is. I'm winning games." He knows.
Yeah, he should be like, I was an assistant under Jimbo Fisher. I know
what happens when a head coach loses games.
I know how this can turn out for me.
Yeah. As much as the good feeling persists with A&M, don't go losing to South Carolina on a Saturday night, particularly if you do play the wrong quarterback, whoever anyone thinks that is.
100%. If they lose another game this season, what we're gonna do is after the game be like, they played the wrong guy.
Yeah,
that's just what we're gonna do now.
I will not say that if Marcel Reed loses a game. I have said for all year I don't believe in Connor Wegman.
Okay.
So if Marcel Reed loses a game and he plays poorly, I'm gonna be like, you know what?
He can't do it all himself.
Yeah,
receivers need to get open.
I'm not gonna blame anyone, so my narrative will stay strong. But I will say that's the game. The game that it is what it is. Sometimes it happens. Your young quarterback plays poorly, but if he plays Connor Wegman, I am definitely blaming him for that decision. We're the home of the Aggies, by the way. You can hear them Saturday night against the South Carolina Gamecocks in Columbia. The Gamecocks coming off a bye. It's a dangerous spot. Josh Pate, who joined John and Lance earlier today, said he thinks South Carolina is going to get him. We will see. And he'll be in Happy Valley for Penn State, Ohio State. So, as Sean mentioned,
he's been in Dallas for Pitt, SMU, but okay.
Why? So he can be like one of 30,000 people in that building?
Yeah.
Actually, it's a big game. There'll be
Josh
people
Pate
there.
Day.
It'll be Sunday. It'll be Saturday night. It's a big game. People will show up. Will it be a sellout? It is Pitt, so who knows? All right. I would say we are way late, but Sean will just come by.
We're right on time.
We're right on time. He'll just come by and we will be right on time. When we come back, we will hear from CJ Stroud on the absence of Stephon Diggs for the rest of the year. We'll also get into some numbers for Jalen Green. It is certainly small sample size theater for him. It's only been 4 games, so these numbers can dip drastically. But right now, if you just look at it, they're all numbers, playing like one of the best 2 guards in the game. And I'll get into something I mentioned way back on Monday. There is a potential star that if he's available, rival execs say the Texans. Rival execs say the Rockets would be in on him, and I'll get Sean's opinion on that. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're back inside the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Del Olaleye. I mean, you're not actually in the studio, but if you watch ESPN Houston's YouTube channel, it's kind of like you are. No, not really? Okay.
We were talking about Georgia, Florida. We'll get to the CJ Stroud sound here, but that game will take a 2-year hiatus from Jacksonville because the Jags are renovating their stadium. And instead of putting it on the campuses of Georgia and Florida for a year, they are going to move the first game in 2026 to Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta, and then move the second game to Raymond James Stadium in Tampa. So they're gonna stick with the NFL stadium thing and try to make it a neutral site for both, but still play it in the state of one. Now, obviously, Georgia's never got the chance to play it in their own state, but we know Georgia people travel. This was a clear chance for just 2 times, put that game in the Swamp and put it in Athens. It's just twice. I know I'm sure there's money considerations, and the game has consistently not had a home field advantage, but switch it up a little bit. You know what? Maybe both teams will like it. Maybe both schools will like it, and it becomes a thing going forward. But instead, it'll be in an NFL stadium twice, which I think college football gets hurt by that. But I understand the tradition of putting it there in Jacksonville because it's been there forever. Get it. But you had a chance to put that game on campus for both schools, and they're not going to do it.
Especially because it's 2 years.
It's not. Yeah,
if it was 3, if it was 1, I can see why you don't. Yeah, but
each team would get a chance to host that game for the first time. I'm sure it's happened before I was alive, but since I've been alive and was conscious of football, it's always been in that. Well, what was once dilapidated, and now they're trying to update it. Stadium.
That's the whole point.
The Gator Bowl. Yeah,
they're trying to undilapidate it.
Yeah, so I think they missed out on a chance for something pretty cool. But oh well, money always wins, and I'm sure in some cases some members of those schools didn't want to have a game on the road. So we move on from that. Okay, CJ Stroud never had to play a neutral site game against his rival. That game was always in Michigan or at Ohio State. And he spoke yesterday because it's a short week, so he spoke yesterday, but also we wanted to hear from him in regards to losing Stefon Diggs. Stefon Diggs had a lot of stuff surrounding him coming into this season. What would he be like as a teammate? Well, CJ Stroud spoke to what he has been and what he brings to the table and how he will be missed.
It sucks, it's not easy. It's not, something that I just can have a whole bunch of words for. I just hoping, and just trying to just wrap my mind around, what happened. But it's tough, you can't really try to think positively about it, but it's not a bunch of positive thoughts. And I just really feel bad for him. He's worked extremely hard. I think he was having one of them, the best times he's ever had on a team. At least that's what he told us, So, I just feel for him and praying for him, and just hoping, that, he keeps his head up high and, he'll bounce back even stronger. So, it just sucks.
CJ sounds a little down. It'll just be him and Tank out there, and Mechie and Woods will be out there too. But throw Hutchinson in there as well. Not exactly the thought we had going into the year that, at least for a game, the Texans wide receiver core would be whittled down to those guys. All that 7-1-3 stuff, the Nico Collins emergence, you get pretty thin pretty quickly. And I know people were discussing how deep the Texans' offensive weapons were, even beyond the top 3. And maybe suggesting that's why they shouldn't trade for a wide receiver. There's a reason guys like Hutchinson and Mechie have been afterthoughts. Like, if one of those guys had emerged even last year, do they make a trade for Stefon Diggs? Maybe, but if you have full confidence in a third wide receiver, maybe you're not making that trade. Now, those guys get elevated into spots where they're at worst the 2 or 3 or 4. I mean, wherever you want to put Robert Woods. I feel like it's going to be a big mixing day, a big mixing night at least. Sauce Gardner, DJ Reed, Quinton Williams.
I think
Quincy Williams.
I think Tinktail's got something for Sauce Gardner. There's not very much of him to hold, so Sauce Gardner might not be able to grab him.
You make a point that I love. Old grabby ass Sauce Gardner. That man got treated like an all-pro as a rookie. They just let him to grab anyone. We don't care. You want to grab star receivers? We're good. We're good. And it led to him having a really good year. He's a good corner, but he's very grabby. And the officials have decided. The officials aren't even like, we can't throw flags on all of them. Like, I think there was one primetime game where he got hit with a lot of them this year. I forgot what game it was. But for the most part, in his career, Sauce Gardner has taken the approach. They can't call holding on all these. And the fact the officials are like, we're not going to call holding on any of them.
Yeah.
For the most part. It did happen once this year where Reed and Gardner got crushed with flags. And they were shocked because, hey, you don't do that. You don't call flags on us. And I was shocked, too. I've watched enough of those guys get away with grabbing guys and nothing being called. Trust me, Texans fans, Tanktail's going to get grabbed a lot. And they're going to make the officials throw flags. Just think if you had a full complement of receivers, all those guys would be complaining about being held because that's what the Jets DBs like to do. Now, they may not have to worry about it so much. It may be only Tank that they do that with. I don't think they are worried about Hutchinson or Woods or Mechie running by him. It's unfortunate that the Texans are so undermanned when it comes to their wide receivers because this was a matchup and a game where I would favor them if I thought they had enough. I just don't think they have enough.
If Diggs was still healthy,
I would probably even be concerned with Diggs. I think Nico's.
I was going to say, so
Nico's the guy.
Nico, no Diggs.
Nico, no Diggs, and Tank. I feel way better. I think don't know if I would lean win because there's still the Quinton Williams versus Kenyon Green and the rest of that interior of the Texans thing.
Kenyon Green's ready to roll. Thank you very much.
I was told that. Yes, so ready.
Positive.
I was told he was ready to roll, but I also have my human eyes. I have ears that I heard D'Amico, but I also saw the end product for Kenyon Green on Sunday.
They won 6 games with Kenyon, all right?
They won 6 games while Kenyon was there. They didn't win 6 games because of Kenyon. He happened to be there while it was happening.
He was on the field.
Yeah. True. Kenyon ain't the same as like a passenger quarterback.
Oh, bus rider?
Yeah, I don't know if you can call an offensive lineman a bus rider because if they're bad, I guess Kenyon would fit. He's bad. We know he's bad, and they still win games. He's kind of a bus rider offensive lineman. He happens to be on the bus. At least when it comes to pass protection.
Yeah. Yeah. Because all the peekaboo stuff that they do. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Kenyon Green on the mobile there. I would ask that he be a better crossing guard then. If he's going to be near buses or around buses, be a better crossing guard for your driver.
No, because crossing, yeah.
Be a better crossing guard for your driver.
Yeah.
Make sure he can get through traffic easy. Hold off oncoming traffic.
I mean, that's the hard part is that he has to stop people.
Is he going to hold off oncoming traffic enough for your bus driver to do his job?
I feel like the wave is the only move he has.
The only problem is he's not putting up a hand to stop the other guys for coming through. He's waving CJ through, but not stopping Quinton Williams and others. He's waving and not looking and going, oh, wait a minute. There's another thing I'm supposed to be doing here. That's the problem. We joke because we care.
Mm.
And if we didn't joke, we'd be a lot more brutal, I think. So we're just gonna make crossing guard jokes because if we didn't, it'd be it'd feel a little different here.
Yeah. If we actually watched the all 22 and we're actually watching how bad.
No, we feel great about it.
At.
They think they watch the all 22 and talk about how many plays he does make.
That is true. So maybe I don't know. Maybe we're being too mean for the guy that they benched in the middle of the game and only had to put back in because Jared Patterson got hurt. Yeah, but maybe we're being mean.
Yeah, we're crossing the line. You didn't want him to play anymore. There was a report.
You benched him.
There was a report of the quarterback coach yelling at him to get it together. Not his O-line coach, by the way. Where the hell are you, Strausser?
Well, there's 3 offensive line coaches. So.
There's an assistant offensive line coach, the head offensive line coach, and then Gerard Johnson as an assistant to the assistant offensive line coach.
He was the only one yelling.
Mostly because, hey, you're killing my guy.
Yeah.
Cut it out. Protect my quarterback. We're just asking for competency. I'm not asking for Kenyon Green to be great.
No.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think it's possible, particularly in this matchup. Be competent.
Yeah, because you can have like one
But
like subpar, like just below average. Don't be actively bad.
Yeah,
just
you can make up for a average to below average offensive lineman because you can do things.
If he's playing right next to Larry Tunsil, you'd think you
could find a way to make do. But if he is so completely bad that you can't even get there to help him, we got a problem.
Big problem. Hopefully Quinn Williams doesn't get a good night's sleep or something.
You want him to be will it make him angrier or tired?
Nah, just groggy.
Groggy. Yeah. Hey, take some melatonin before the game.
Or he's thinking about the Halloween party or something, just distracted,
It's New York City. The party's going to be great.
Yeah. Think about am I going to be the only one dressed up?
Well, is my brother going to screw me over again? Is Quincy going to do something?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are they going to be, I don't know, thing 1 and thing 2, or I don't know what brother costumes they can do.
Step brothers. Maybe they'll do something. I don't know. But I mentioned Quincy because he's a problem too. He's a guy. He's a guy who he has a celebration you're going to hate.
That's Shaq Mason's problem.
If Quincy Williams is making plays as a linebacker, he does a thing where he makes a play behind the line of scrimmage, and he does this big celebration that a lot of the other Jets players get in on when they're playing well, which hasn't been the case. So they haven't done a lot of that this year. He's going to be the guy you dislike a lot because he's exuberant. He's going to let you know about it. I'm going to need to not see Quincy Williams making any plays, mostly because I don't want to see that stupid celebration. I need competency from the offensive line, and then you got a chance to win the game. Do I expect competency? Are the Jets allowed to run stunts?
Because the Thursday night, you shouldn't be allowed to. Short week.
It's true. It's a short week. Not a lot of prep time. You shouldn't be allowed to run stunts. That should be a rule.
BS.
Of all the rules that we've discussed, no stunts on Thursday nights.
No, a holiday too
for player safety. No stunts.
Player safety.
That's right.
Player safety.
Put that rule in place.
I think I've exclusively talked about how the Texans will block the Jets and a little bit the receivers.
The Jets aren't going to block the Texans, by the way.
I was going to say, we have not talked a single second about what Aaron Rodgers
is in for it. In fact, we should play that sound coming back. Devon Gottschall, who is a Patriot, they helped author that embarrassing loss for the Jets. He talked about how Aaron Rodgers ain't the same dude getting away, which means really good things for Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson and the rest of the Texans. So while C.J. Stroud may be under siege because of a bad offensive line, the Jets' offensive line is average at best, and their quarterback ain't mobile, not what he once was, which gives the Texans a real shot to up those pressure numbers, up those sack numbers, and make Aaron Rodgers as miserable as Quinnen Williams and Hassan Reddick may make C.J. Stroud. So we'll talk about that. We'll hear from him when we come back, or Devon Gottschall about Aaron Rodgers when we come back. We'll also talk a little bit about what Jalen Green has done and what player may be on the Rockets' radar before we wrap up the show. But before we get to all that, let's talk about MyBookie. Thursday night is risk-free Thursdays, which means you bet. And if you don't win, it doesn't cost you anything. You get your refund. And, of course, if you do win, you take home that money. MyBookie ain't against helping you guys out. They have their tiered programs. It's a loyalty program where the more you bet, the more chances you have to win prizes. Always good. And the website is mybookie.ag to check it all out. From the NFL to college football to international soccer. We got MLS soccer. The playoffs are going on right now. Dynamo in the playoffs. Take a look. See what catches your eye. Maybe you want to place a bet on the hometown team in the MLS playoffs. I give you all these things because of that tagline. You should know. Bet on anything, anywhere, anytime. And use that promo code BET975. That promo code allows you to sign up. And, of course, remember, they match up to $1,000. So if you deposit $200, you get to play with $400. Why not take advantage of that? Go to mybookie.ag, where you can bet on anything, anywhere, anytime.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So the Texans have a compromised quarterback, mostly because he's old and he has the Achilles. And he's not moving the way he once was, which would seem to benefit the Texans as they're going to try to make Aaron Rodgers miserable. Here's Devon Gottschall, defensive tackle for the Patriots, on what he saw from Aaron Rodgers on Sunday.
The Keon talked about was that Rodgers didn't seem as mobile as he's been.
Yeah, I think he's struggling right now. Just a Hall of Fame quarterback like that, hate to see him go out that way, but, always going to take a win against him, build on your resume. But, yeah, he definitely don't look the same. You just don't look like he can move back there. I can run him down and catch him. He don't look mobile at all, so it was good for us. We know we can get after him and attack him in the passing game too. So, I'm glad to come out here with him.
So if you are looking to even what is going on out there, because we suspect that the Texans are going to have issues protecting their quarterback, you have a compromised quarterback with a okay offensive line, not good. They're not good. And you've got two of the premier pass rushers in football and a really good defensive coordinator. This is your shot, because the Jets' weapons, they're good, but it doesn't matter if you can't get them the football. So that would be the plan. And, of course, you got to deal with Breece Hall. Breece Hall is a back, I won't say underutilized, but they have him and they have Braylon Allen. They're two talented backs that we kind of discount because the Jets are terrible. But if the Jets were even okay, we will be talking a lot about those two guys because they're really good duo. Braylon Allen's big and fast, and you can say that about Breece Hall. He's just a smaller, faster version of Braylon Allen, honestly. But two big-time backs that the Texans are going to have to deal with. We'll see with Henry To'oTo'o back. I don't think Azeez Al-Shaair is going to play, but To'oTo'o's out of concussion protocol, so you have one of your starting linebackers back.
I can't wait for, no matter how this game goes, really, for afterwards to be like, this is the perfect time for the mini bye week that you get after playing on Thursday night.
Sure,
because this really is the Texans have reached the point of the season that most NFL teams reach, where it's just everyone's hurt. Everyone's hurt. You're having to depend on guys where in August, if we had told ourselves that we're going to have to depend on them, we would all be like, ugh, I'm not sure I love that. Wait, the Texans have started who at linebacker for the last 3 games?
How's Devin White on this team?
Yeah,
I thought he was going to start for the Eagles.
Devin White's on this team? Yeah. What'd they trade for him? Oh, nothing?
He didn't play a snap for the Eagles, and now he's with us. Great, I guess.
Yeah, it's a very, again, whether or not they win, I think the week off or 10 days between their next game, that is going to be so huge. So huge for the Texans. Not just Nico Collins, Azeez Al-Shaair, the guys that are out there playing that aren't hurt or aren't on the injury report or aren't out. Just again, they're just so much. You just need to get through this game. I maybe we're both just expecting losses, so this is how my mindset has turned into, where it's just like, hey, listen, it's gonna be a close one. I don't think the Jets can, or I don't think they're capable
of running away with
of Minnesota Vikingsing this. So just, hey, it'll be a game in the fourth quarter. Try to make some plays. You have the better quarterback, and then hopefully you're getting at least 2 starters back. Maybe you're making a trade for an offensive, like the next week's team, the Week 10 version of the Texans. I feel like it's going to be better than the Week 9 version.
The only problem for that is the Week 10 version is seeing the Lions. So
yeah, well,
and I only bring
extra
it up,
time to prepare.
I only bring that up because 6-2, you feel pretty good. You drop to 6-3, and now you're staring 6-4 in the face. Not that it should matter in this division, but all of a sudden you go from a 2 seed to maybe your 4 seed in a matter of weeks, simply because of how the schedule sets up for you. So that's why this game is really, really big. We know they don't do well against the NFC North unless they're playing a rookie quarterback in a second start.
I forgot about the NFC North. Yeah. Oh my God.
Yeah. Now this one's at home, so we will see if that makes a difference. But they're going against, at this point, the best team in football. So winning and getting to 7-2, and then the Lions game can be like, you know what? Great if we win it. If not, no big deal. So that's how the schedule can play out for you, and the feeling on this team can turn really quickly. You talk about having extra time to prepare. They're going to need it. The Lions are nuts right now.
Prepare for all the offensive linemen that they're going to throw to,
and the way they're going to manipulate you with the play action, all the things. It's going to be a test.
Yeah,
the best team they've played all year long. Okay, let's get to this before we wrap it up. Jalen Green's numbers. I talked about it early, and I talked about it before we went to break here. They're impressive. He's up near 29 points per game, and he is a guy who has been streaky from three. He's had 2 good games from three and 2 off ones. But the counting numbers are impressive. 36, 29, 22, and 28. He's been a guy who, if we're just looking at 4 games, you would say, this is what we're looking for from a guy who has everything to prove this year, despite getting a new deal. You credit him for being the explosive scorer that he's expected to be. I called it small sample size theater in the notes because he put up those numbers against the Spurs in his last game. He was shooting under like 40% from three. The numbers weren't great from the field until he did it. That's what a 1 game sample size can do for you. So, but give him all the credit for right now. He is available, and and let's just say missing shots isn't deterring him, which I don't think we questioned at all. So far, so good for Jalen Green. I would like Alpy to pick it up a little bit through 4 games. He hasn't been what you would expect, but it's early. But that's just a bit of a progress report there. The Rockets are 2-2. The guy I mentioned that people, at least rival execs, are suggesting the Rockets are in on if he becomes available is Jimmy Butler. Now, they either 2-1. It's, once again, early. But that's the guy that rival execs think the Rockets would go after pretty hard if he becomes available. Now, the Heat don't have any interest in trading him. Jimmy Butler doesn't have any interest in being traded. But it's only October, and it is Jimmy Butler. You never know. So I guess be on the lookout for that. Keep rooting for a certain team in Miami to keep losing games, and maybe Jimmy Butler becomes available if you even want him, because he's going to want a big deal too. Okay, we're done for the day. I got to go get a laptop. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow. And since this show's over, what do? We did it! We did. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant and George on Wednesday, October 30th, 2024. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. And the Savannah Bananas Invitational finally became something special last night. No, I'm not saying that the Yankees are on the verge of making history by being the first team to force a Game 6 after being down 3-0, which was a serious talked about conversation this morning on all of the Speak for Your Pizza programs. No, I am talking about something that might save the dying, boring game of baseball that happened last night. I am going to toss it immediately to Dodger Joe Davis on the call on Fox Sports for game number 4.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out, one gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turned into a double back at Dodger Stadium. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off. Pries the ball out of there. A for effort.
Well, he won't be watching the game much longer.
There's the stick in the mud with the commentary right after that. Look, that ball's right down the right field line. And I feel like if I'm sitting there, I'm a season ticket holder for the New York Yankees. I have every right to that ball that Mookie Betts does. So I have no issue whatsoever, unlike all these pearl-clutching pussies this morning who are acting like what happened last night in baseball wasn't the best thing that's happened in that god-awful sport in a series without the Astros ever. I'm happy it happened. I am happy that for now, those fans have not been banned for life. They are paying season ticket holders. They are doing their part to try and help the Yankees win. It was fantastic. Just watching the replay right here as Mookie Betts goes down the right field line. This guy grabs his glove, physically opens it up, pries it open like he is someone that is trying to open up a clam, a mussel, a lobster, and removes the ball forcibly. It was hilarious. If you think otherwise, I kind of think you suck. Hi, Joe.
What do you think about the other guy, though? So I think the first guy, I'm more okay with the guy who has the glove.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like the other guy.
I'm okay with
grabs
both.
his arm.
I think the other guy should have punched Mookie in the face, honestly. I mean, if
that's one of my big takeaways from this is that if they're going to say this is okay, and the Yankees did, the Yankees said those guys can be there tonight. Now, Major League Baseball has asked those guys to be banned from the game.
Don't do it, Yankees.
I think they're going to have to do
No,
it.
they don't have to do they don't have to do a damn thing.
I mean, Paul, if they're going to make the Astros open the roof, I feel like if baseball says you have to ban fans, you have to ban fans.
No, they don't. They don't. Disobey Rob Manfred. He is a powerless schmentz. He can't do anything. Yankee fans know what that means. That guy can't do a damn thing. Stand your ground. Those are hardworking New Yorkers. They don't know any better. They're trashy people. They're sitting near right field. That's where the trashiest of the trashy New Yorkers are. Somehow they have money to afford to be able to sit that close to the stadium. Are they selling drugs? I don't know. Don't care. Those guys are paying customers, and the customer's always right. And guess what? Those guys were just minding their business when a ball came their way, and then a glove was in front of them, and they thought to themselves, you know what? No. I say no. And they took it out of Mookie Betts' hands, and this is one of the greatest moments in baseball history.
I have one rule. If we're going to be pro this and we're going to allow this, then, and I think you're going to be with me on this, if Mookie Betts decides to throw a punch and go into the stands and fight these guys,
Even better for baseball.
then that has to be allowed. Okay.
Yes,
just make sure we're on the
100%.
same page. Like, if you're going to put your hands on a player, then you become fair game. This isn't the NBA
right,
where people are making soft comments and people are getting upset and the players are calling texts and trying to get people ejected. If you're going to do this, you have to be okay with getting punched in the face, and you're not allowed to sue the player.
That Yankee fan's done more than Brian Cashman's done in 20 years to help the Yankees win a World Series.
I think that's a very good point.
I mean, the fans care. And again, they're dirty people. They're Yankee fans. They don't know any better.
I mean, what do you expect from Yankee fans?
No, I mean, listen.
Or Dodgers fans. Like, it could have gone either way, honestly.
And I mean, isn't it pretty awesome that for a brief moment in time, Dodgers fans were really pissed off about that? That's what I'm rooting for. I'm rooting for both of these fan bases to have a miserable time as this series takes the life out of all of them.
That's what I'm hoping for. And baseball, I've said it a million times, it is boring when the Astros are not involved. At best, generally it's just a slow plodding, kill me, I don't want to watch this anymore kind of event. But last night, I didn't watch it live. Last night when I saw that pop up on social media, it gave me a pants tent before baseball, because this is how you save the sport. You let fans do stuff like this. And look, Mookie Betts is highly compensated for his services. He's fine. What is he going to do? Sue this guy? What's that guy going to end up giving him in terms of the money? He's probably put down all of his life left him because he got those World Series tickets down the right field line and has season tickets to the New York Yankees. They're expensive, and he thought in that moment, you know what? I'm going to try and help my team out. And he did help his team out.
Well, apparently this is just very normal behavior for this gentleman, Paul. This man has been identified as a member of the ice hockey club team
I heard
at the University of Arizona because he's friends with Gronk. So apparently this guy has been publicly identified by Rob Gronkowski himself, and we shouldn't be surprised by his actions.
Game 5 of the World Series in 2017 between the Astros and Dodgers, move aside. This is the greatest moment in baseball history. What it is. It made people are talking about baseball. No, it's not. People are talking about baseball. I think that's great. I think it's great for the game. This is how you grow a god-awful, boring-ass game. I mean, look, you have fans removing balls forcibly from gloves of players who are on a team that somehow has unlimited amount of money to spend on every single great player.
I mean, the most memorable moment of my lifetime as a baseball fan is fan interference. So I get where you're coming from. Now, I hate that fan. Steve Bartman's the worst. He was not celebrated like these Yankees fans.
He should have been. He was a paying customer, and Moises Alou honestly was kind of a bitch with the way that he handled.
Now,
that.
see, these guys are trying to help.
He had no
their
chance
team.
of catching that.
He had no chance to catch that.
That's what's funny. Like,
him and his pea hands had no chance to catch that. But like at least they were helping their own team. He was hurting his own team.
Yeah. You got to be smart with it. You got to be smart. Also, and I could be wrong, but I believe this actually would be legal in the Savannah Bananas baseball rule book.
Fact, it is illegal. If a fan catches a ball at a Savannah Banana game, it's an out. So if the ball's caught, it's an out.
Okay. But can the fan pry the ball back out? Because
I'm going to assume if you can catch it and make it out, then I would assume everything is in fair play at that point.
Like how they say the ref is part of the field in football, where like the ref can knock over a defender and give up and allow a touchdown, where the fans are part of the field. The fans are also part of the game, and they can do whatever they want.
I'd be fine if we just brought that rule to baseball. Yeah. Look, we've seen the NFL take things from the XFL, like this terrible kickoff, the sky cam from the very first version of the XFL. That's what Major League Baseball needs to do. Just bring in these Savannah Banana rules, and we'll all be happy.
Let's do it.
I mean, I would love, and I think if a press member catches it, like if we see Paul Gallant, out there drinking a marg at an Astros game.
Yeah, not in the press box.
Say that center fielder would have to have little superhuman power to jump up into the third deck. But if that happened,
I'm just saying if you catch it out, you get to make sure Aaron Judge sucks in the playoffs.
A couple of texts here from the 409. That's Bush League. They're paying spectators, not active participants. If someone did that to Kyle Tucker and possibly hurt him, this whole conversation would be different. It would be. Guess what? It didn't happen to Kyle Tucker. Another texter.
Also, the possibly hurt thing. Like, can we not do the possibly hurt thing?
He didn't get hurt. And
he
honestly,
didn't get hurt.
That was
there you go.
Listen, now I'm going to be serious for just a second. This was an objectively hilarious moment, okay? Took me 10 minutes to get there. It's one of the funniest things I've ever seen in a baseball game. No one got hurt. It was really funny. It didn't affect the game at all. It was just funny. It really was just funny. Can we just appreciate that sometimes things are funny?
It's not everything has to be so serious all the time. Like, it's not some referendum on fans or the end of sports, whatever. Like, you're right. No one got hurt. He's fine. The play stood as called. He was out. All's good in the world. Like, we're all fine here. Honestly, that's more fine than the one that they referenced on the call when the fan clearly reaches into the field to catch a home run. Like, those people are idiots.
No. That guy's doing his part too. Although he was doing it for the wrong team.
Yeah, that's the problem with him and Bartman.
Maybe put some money on
doing it for the wrong team.
Maybe they had some money on the game. Okay,
trying to make sure Glaber didn't get that home run.
They took some unders.
Yeah.
If the ball's coming to you, you know what? I want to catch it. I want to catch it. I want to do my part. And if the ball is going into the opposing player's glove, I want to take the glove and physically remove the ball from it. in a hilarious fashion. The look on his face as he did it too. I mean, the guy knew he was being a rat bastard in that moment, and I love it. I actually have a lot of respect for him. Supposedly, he has not officially been banned yet. They said that they are not going to revoke his season tickets, and guess what? He is a paying customer, and he did what he thought would be a help to the New York Yankees.
It actually looks like they're getting a full refund for their tickets tonight.
Because even getting a refund.
So the Yankees are going to listen to Major League Baseball, but they're going to give them a refund. Don't have to do that. Nope. I will say I kind of respect the Yankees for like standing by their fans.
Yeah, I do.
It's a good PR move because like I don't think all teams do that. I think you might see a lot of teams like, oh, this guy's just done forever. I will say this one's a little bit different. If a fan is like reaches into play and it's a clear like they don't know what they're doing moment, I hate that they get ejected. At least just let him move a few rows back.
I agree with that.
Just let him move a few rows back. Like
swap.
Yeah, just take him out of play. Like you don't have to like kick him out of the stadium. Like they're just making a simple. This guy's different, but like they're just making simple mistakes in a regular season game. Why are we kicking him out?
No one got ejected for fighting each other for Shohei Ohtani's home run ball. No one got ejected for that. Isn't that worse? Oh, it is. You're right.
Did no one get ejected for that?
No one got ejected for that. Oh, wow. It's insane.
But at least like security just breaks them up.
Right.
Like, all right, later.
No, and then they try to they try to strong arm you into giving the ball back for free because you're a good fan, huh? You're a good fan. You'll give us the ball back so that we can give it to Shohei Ohtani for free.
And now it's being sold for like $5.5 million.
Yeah. I mean, listen, what if that could have been like the walk-off home run in a World Series? If that guy's trying to if Mookie Betts is trying to catch that, I would try to do the same thing because that ball's worth so much money if no one sees it.
And guess what?
In that moment, everything's on the table. If it's like a game-winning home run, everything's on the table.
Yeah. Mookie Betts gonna think twice next time he gets near that fence.
My biggest fear is
you're sending a message.
My biggest fear is baseball is gonna way overreact to this, and
put nets up.
The nets are there for a reason. We know we saw it happen here in Houston. Is basically the reason why there's more nets in the stadium. Are they gonna go all the way? Like, what if they go all the way around?
Just nets 360?
How about cages?
Yeah. I mean, they have them at Wrigley, basically.
Cages. Keep them in cages.
Yeah.
Like, there's like little cages so like you don't fall into the field and die.
Probably should have cages in right field at a Yankee game. Yeah. I mean, there was a moment of silence for cancer, and Yankee fans did this. So, it's on brand. I just yelled, "You suck, Freeman," during a moment of silence for cancer.
That's tough.
I mean, he did hit a fourth home run in the game, and I mean, if he had said that literally a minute later, that's okay.
Yeah, just wait. Like, just wait a second.
There's normally a pause after they finish.
Yeah, like as like the announcer, like you can tell, like when the music stops, that's your moment to yell, "Freddie Freeman sucks."
Like before people start clapping. But after the music stops, you suck, Freeman.
Or like as it starts to get quiet.
Yeah.
Like you gotta do the beginning of the end.
Start of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like just not the middle. Like have a little bit of class. But it's New York. What do you expect? Bunch of scumbags. Freddie Freeman. Now he just broke George Springer's record for most World Series games consecutively with a home run.
He can't help himself.
Whew.
He can't help himself.
It's like he knows what pitch is coming.
That was the greatest moment in baseball history. You're wrong if you think otherwise. We're not even going to embrace debate. We're just going to move on. You're wrong. How about that? What a show. It is Gallant George. He is Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Up next, the Texans, low-key virgins for this game on Thursday. What? Paul, what are you talking about? You are really all over the place today. True. Stick around.
LeBurge, best place to go and bet on your favorite Texas teams, whether it's the Texans, the Astros when season's back on, or the Rockets. ESPN Bet. It's a great time there. You've got the 24-foot video wall, 19 betting kiosks. The food's excellent. Beer on tap. You can do a beer tower. Sean and I did a beer tower last time we were there. Little Dos Equis. A large one. It's a good deal. So it's always fun. I highly recommend going for a college football Saturday. The NFL environment's fun, but being there when Texas or Texas A&M is playing is absolutely an incredible environment. Or just when you got a top 25 matchup going. But it's fun. They got all the TVs up there. I think there's like 9 games on the big TV, and there's TVs on the side as well. So during a college football Saturday when there's just absolute chaos, everything is available to you. When you leave Texas and bet on your Texas teams, make sure you do it at ESPN Bet inside LaBerge and Lake Charles.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
And for us, as we evaluate each game, it's always an internal look at us and how we can play better. Wins, losses, it doesn't matter. Like, we go back and we look at it closely and see where we can improve. Even today, there are a lot of things, right, that we can clean up and we can play much better. Happy to come out with a win, but there will always be things to clean up. And it's just about, as this season moves forward, it's about our team getting better, right? If we can continue to get better each week, we'll be in a really good spot.
That's Texans head coach DeMeco Ryans saying a lot of nothing before the Thursday game against the New York Jets. He was asked about the Texans' approach on a short week. They play Thursday night football for the first time with DeMeco Ryans as head coach, with CJ Stroud as quarterback. They are Thursday night football virgins, Joe George.
Yeah, and that was the question about how they prepare for a short week, and that was the answer we got.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, makes sense. He's just like a different version of Bill Belichick. Bill Belichick was just like on to Seattle, on to Cincinnati.
Much mumblier.
Yeah, DeMeco just gives long answers where he says it's only about us. Doesn't matter who the other team is. Doesn't matter Aaron Rodgers, is drinking his special tea now. That's supposedly making him healthier.
Oh.
All these different things that they got going. It doesn't matter. It's all about us and what we do internally.
And everything's good. We only focus on the good.
Mm-hmm.
We only focus on the positive. We don't focus on the wide receiver depth. We don't focus on the offensive line situation. The Jets have a good shot at winning on Thursday, and they are 2-point favorites for mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, which is surprising, seeing as we are about, let's say, 30 hours or so away from that game. They have a good shot at winning because last year they handled them very well. They handled a Texans team that they knocked CJ Stroud out of in that game, but I don't believe Nico Collins was in that game. Tank Dell was already out. And with the way that things went in last year's game where the Jets defense did a very good job of stopping the run, are you looking at the Texans offensive line as being capable of running well there? And on top of that, are you expecting the Texans to have a good approach for a Jets team that is talented, if not an absolute dumpster fire mess? They're still talented. On a short week, how ready can you get in a couple of days, considering the issues that you have that the Jets took advantage of last year with Zach Wilson under center?
I mean, it's challenging because all the things you would ask them to want to do to make changes and the interior offensive line, they're not going to do it. They don't have time to do it. They're not practicing much this week. Yesterday, they did a walkthrough inside, so they're barely on the field at all. So in terms of Hutchinson and Mechie and Robert Woods stepping up to replace Stephon Diggs, which I know we'll get into later, but like, you don't have time to continue working with those guys. I mean, look, Mechie, they're barely playing this year. And now they're your entire offense, those three guys with Tank Dell. So it is really hard. It's not a gimme. There's a lot of talent on the Jets. But my gosh, would I be disappointed if the Texans lost this game?
I think we all would.
They just lost to the Patriots.
Yeah. But I think if you look at the Jets, you know that they are capable of more. I would not be surprised by it at all. I would be annoyed. Yes, I hate the Jets. Yankee fans, they're terrible. Jets fans, special breed of terrible because they're addicted to a terrible product. They're addicted to huffing paint. But on top of that, they still carry themselves with that same arrogant energy that Yankee fans do. At least Yankee fans can claim 26 rings and then go to a World Series game and do their job. Remove the ball physically from Mookie Betts' glove and boo a guy during a moment of silence for cancer.
Like, should we be worried about the fans this weekend trying to sack CJ Stroud?
I wonder how many are going to be in attendance. It's a Halloween game. And on top of that,
I think
they're not playing well.
Yeah, I think there's an off day for the World Series that day. It might be over by then also.
But you're a parent. Halloween, big deal for kids. Are you going to go out if you've got a family? Are you going to go to this Thursday night football game?
Yeah, but as we just discussed for 15 minutes, Paul, they're a bunch of scumbags. I'm assuming that means they're also bad parents.
They'll leave their kids.
That they're
I gotta watch the Jets on. I'm not gonna take Junior out. Forget about it.
You think Fireman Ed is like, I gotta go trick or treating with my grandkids, or he's gonna go to the Jets game and be upset he's not on the big screen?
I'm watching the Jets here. Screw Anthony. He could go have fun with his friends.
Yeah, like what do you think Tony Soprano would have done? Tony would have said, Anthony, you go.
He was a Jets fan.
You're fine. That's why he's not the best character in the world at times. Questionable judgment being a Jets
Honestly,
fan.
it is reflective.
Be a Giants fan. Maybe you don't. Maybe you get killed at the end. We don't really know still. Spoiler alert, I guess. But it's only been 20 years. But yeah, I mean, I would assume that Jets fans are not like me. They're not good parents. They're not going to go trick or treating.
You patting yourself.
break your arm there.
Oh my God.
I'll be trick or treating, rain or not.
I think there's a chance it'll be a somewhat empty stadium, and I will say, for their faults, it does get pretty loud there. For their faults, I think it is louder there for Jets games than it is for Giants games. Take that for what you will. We do have a couple of updates from the Jets this week. Jeff Ulbrich said this about a Thursday night game. It's a fantastic thing as far as getting the taste out of your mouth. To sit on that one for 6 days. I mean, it's hard enough to sit on it for 1 day. So I really believe it's a good thing for us right now. It reads a lot more sexual
really
than
gross.
It sounded.
The way you read that was just really gross.
But I mean, I thought that was a funny quote. I looked for the quote.
It's a very funny quote.
I looked for the quote online and I could not find it before the show. I spent way too much time looking for it. And I feel like my rendition of that is better.
It definitely is.
To sit on that one for 6 days.
That's the part.
It's hard enough to sit on it for 1 day.
Oof.
Get that taste out of your mouth.
I hope people don't clip this.
Well, what's there to clip? It's just the head coach talking about Thursday night football. I don't know what you're talking about.
What a weird quote to say. I mean, I get his point, but I wish I could hear the context because it might be funnier that way if he's just like says it very seriously. But
I bet he did.
But as you hear him say it, you can hear the weird innuendos coming out of his mouth. Because now I can never hear it correctly. Like now, if I ever hear him say this quote, like I'm just gonna be thinking of you the entire time as he says it. He's right. Like it's good for the Jets. It's probably bad for the Texans a short week.
Aaron Rodgers admitted that he's slow. Yesterday we played Devon Godchild, the Patriots defensive end, who said, "Yeah, he isn't fast anymore." But you mentioned there's some sort of tea that he's drinking.
Yeah, I saw this where it's like Greg Zuerlein, who's now on injured reserve.
Greg Zuerlein, they put him on injured reserve finally after he lost him 3 games. They finally put him on injured reserve, and now they're having 2 guys try out for the kicker job. So back to Aaron Rodgers and his tea.
Yeah, they found some tea, or it's just like it's like spices and water that are supposedly helping with his muscle inflammation. So he's just trying to find a way to turn back the clock. He can't do his ayahuasca during the regular season. He says that's only an occasional thing. So he says he doesn't do it all the time.
Ayahuasca, you'll lose a lot of fluids from ayahuasca. I've never done it, but I had a friend who did it, and he took a journal of his entire experience. And from the sound of things, you are just sitting in a cave with 3 to 4 other people, and everyone is puking and using buckets for other things. It is not, let's just say, a little cave that smells good. It is full of noises and horrors.
I don't think I'd ever want to do it.
He was really trying to sell me on it.
Really?
I think he wanted me to go do it with him. And I just politely said, yeah, I just don't think it's for me. But he did give a very detailed account of it. I was interested listening to him talk about it.
If you were going to do it, would you rather do it with a friend? Like,
No.
like a little buddy system, or do it by yourself?
He said he saw things. And I thought to myself, like, that helped him apparently repair emotional trauma that he has with his family. And I thought to myself, you know what? No thanks. No thanks. I'm cool never revisiting any of that again. I'm very cool with it.
Like, I don't need to fix that.
No, that's just forget about it.
Keep that in its little box.
This is
and
how the
let's not
Irish
open
deal
it
with
back
it.
up.
We just totally forget about it and repress it until it comes out in a frothing rage.
Now, did he do this because of Aaron Rodgers? Because Aaron Rodgers is also dealing with lots of family strife.
No.
In
He
his
hates
life.
sports.
Okay.
He hates sports, so definitely not. Also, and one last thing, Rex Ryan wants to coach the Jets again.
Sure.
Good luck.
Honestly, it would be so Jets if they hired him right now. It really would be. Not as the head coach necessarily, but as a consultant. And then all of a sudden, a couple of weeks later, they're pulling the Jeff Saturday with him, except for he's a guy who actually has success as head coach with the Jets.
Did he coach after he got fired by the Jets?
Yeah, he was the Bills coach for a little bit.
That's right.
I think he was a coordinator in a couple of spots too. I think.
That's right.
Then he went into TV. He's
That's
really
right.
good on TV. He should never go anywhere else.
No, him and his feet love. Stay there.
He should be the Jets head coach while also being on Get Up 4 times a week.
I mean, Doug Gottlieb is doing a national radio show and coaching a college basketball team at the same time.
Let Rex Ryan.
Well, I can't Rex Ryan do it. Tom Brady's an owner of a football team and on commentary. Like, precedent's been set.
Also, it's the Jets. Like, what? Like, oh no, they're not going to have a coach that's going to get the most out of this talented roster. They haven't had that in a while.
I mean, the studio he uses is in New York, so he's not to commute to New Jersey for work. But like,
lots of people can do multiple jobs. Lots of people can do it.
It's true.
Joe, full-time father.
Yep.
Full-time radio host.
Yep.
Full-time Bears podcaster.
Yep.
And soccer coach.
Yeah.
I'm ready for that to be over.
But no, you committed to it.
two games left. We had a game.
Only 2 games.
We had a game
left.
last night. 2 games left. Ready for it to be over.
You committed to it.
Yeah, expand the season.
We're on the field. Hands in. We've only got 4 kids of the 8. 1, 2, 3 Rockets. Everyone's excited. Joseph's on the field. He's going to play for the first time this season in a game. The whistle blows, and he left. And he went to the park.
I like it.
He just
pulling a Brandon Martin.
He just ran away.
Would have been even better if he picked up the ball and just punted it.
yeah.
He just left.
Or who? Andrew Bynum, where the practice with the Sixers, where every time he caught the ball, he would just shoot it.
Yeah.
Just no matter where he was, he would just shoot it immediately.
I would have loved that. I would have loved for him to do that.
That'd be an improvement.
No, he just left. And I was like, I just looked at my wife. I'm like, that's your problem. Like, I got other kids to deal with.
You little Antonio Brown Jr. I mean, Joe George Jr.
Feels
love
like it.
Love it. Yeah. Everyone has multiple jobs. Me, flag football free agent, first. Radio host, second. Third, rodeo committee member.
Oh, did that officially happen?
I have another meeting tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see.
Do you know what committee you'd be on?
Poultry Action Committee.
What is that?
I don't know. That's what tonight's meeting.
But being part of the PAC sounds.
There's something with chicken, and apparently I raise money for an auction, and all I do is I tell people it's for the kids. I don't know why, but I'm just saying it's for the kids.
All right.
So there you go.
It's for the kids.
By the way, I'll if I spam out a link, just remember the link is for the kids.
It's for the kids.
It's a donations. Do not go to me. They go to the kids. Straight to the kids.
Don't boo or don't yell at Paul like those Yankees fans yelled at Freddie Freeman during the cancer moment of silence. This is for the kids.
Don't be and don't be like Mookie Betts getting mad about people just trying to help out. Okay, like I'm trying to help out the kids, just like that Yankee fan. He was trying to help out young Yankee fans. Be happy.
Set a good example.
I mean, if you're like 10 years old, you've never seen a Yankees title.
Boom. He's Joe and Paul. Sean behind the glasses. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In Soft Boys, we're going to lead off with my hero. He is not soft. I love this man. I would literally fight for him, which honestly is something I think he wants. You'll hear what we're talking about next in Soft Boys. Stay put. In honor of the time that LeBron James was confronted by Rockets head coach Ime Udoka in the midst of a game, LeBron James was doing some bitching. Ime Udoka highlighted this to a referee. LeBron James took issue with Ime Udoka saying the word bitch. I don't think LeBron would like this show based off of me thus far. Sorry, I've been a little bit of a potty mouth today. And then Ime Udoka just called him a soft-ass boy. The man who replaced him in Boston is the alpha of all alphas among NBA coaches. I am so glad that I wanted Joe Mazzulla to stay after that really rough Eastern Conference Finals loss to the Miami Heat that the Boston Celtics had, because he is the weirdest in a way that even Jim Harbaugh would probably give him the side eye. Joe Mazzulla, I don't know how he got to this tangent while on a Boston radio station, but he talked about something that he would like to see return to basketball. And guess what? It involves his favorite thing, mixed martial arts.
The biggest thing that we rob people of from an entertainment standpoint is you can't fight anymore. We should just bring back, like, fighting.
I mean, I'm not against that. I'm not against those days in the NBA.
What's more, yeah. I mean, you want to talk about robbing the league of entertainment. What's more entertaining than a little scuffle?
I agree.
How come in baseball they're allowed to clear the benches? How come in hockey they're allowed to play? I don't understand. Like,
hockey,
don't tell me
actually let them go for a while. How about just hard fouls in the sport? I mean, even if it doesn't rise to the level of fighting, there's no. You don't have the hard fouls anymore. You don't have the fear of going inside. You don't have the fear of some of the other of the opponents.
Yeah. I just don't get why some sports are allowed to clear the benches. They have bats and weapons. We don't. We just have a ball.
It's fair. It's fair. Joe,
yeah. I mean, the other sport has like one of the hardest surface playing instruments and a puck and sticks, and yet we're not allowed to throw it out a little bit.
I like this take. He's not wrong.
I love it.
I mean, if we had the shooting that we have in the NBA today with like the toughness and like the hard fouls of the early 90s, basketball might be the perfect sport. Ratings wouldn't be down like they are. That's probably how he got there.
They asked him about what rule he would want to change.
Oh, okay.
And at first he started talking about power plays, where he was like, if it's a flagrant foul, just take a guy off the court for like 10 seconds. Too. And then he went into like what would need to happen for it to be a power play, and then he got to talk about fighting.
I think this is great. Now, I've said long and many times, as someone who really, like, my favorite sport is football, and I do like basketball, but it has tired me over the years. I'm not enjoying watching the Rockets to this point this year. We can talk about that later. Too many threes. They're not that good at it. Whatever. 4th and 3s attempted, 14th and 3s made. Whatever. It's fine. I want to see this. I want more football in my basketball. I'm not ashamed to admit it. I feel like basketball players are very often the softest of the soft in sports, which to me is crazy considering they are the largest human athletes that we have. That's what boggles my mind there. How can you, as a man, respect yourself after flopping? How? How can you respect yourself when everyone is going to zoom in and replay that a million times in the same way that we're doing Zapruder analysis of that Yankee fan who stole the ball away from Mookie Betts? By the way, that was hilarious. This is something that I really would love to see more of. I'm not going so far as to say bring fighting back, but basketball could use a little extra physicality. And I think a lot of these guys, for whatever reason, they are cool gaming the system and looking terrible in these slow motion replays in the process. And they have no issue with that. It's strange to me.
I honestly, and I don't really get why the opposing players don't have more of it. Maybe it's because they know they want to get away with it too. But do you think at some point like it would just piss you off enough to where you want to punch someone in the face? It's like if I'm gonna tap you on the shoulder and you're going to fall to the ground like I just tried to murder you, like wouldn't you just like want to hit him the next time? Like actually like act like if you're gonna fake the foul, like, then I might as well just foul you. I mean, the NBA was better in just 6 years ago. Like this is, you don't have to go back to the 90s. But the flopping now is way out of control.
It's really, I think it goes further than 6, sadly. I feel like it's been happening a lot. I think that we maybe have gotten a crash course in it, and some people really like James Harden, and others were just completely turned off by it. But I mean, it's been at least a decade, right? I mean, we're talking 2012 when he came here, and 13 is really where he started to do it.
Yeah, I think like league wide, it's gotten extreme. Like recently, like
The
more
replay's
recently.
not fixing it, right? And
Yeah, but yeah,
Can
you're
you
right.
hard foul someone who flops. Could get one hard foul. If somebody flops, you get the hard foul up.
Yeah, I do like the power play rule though, but we should do it for flopping. If you flop, you have to leave the court.
I mean, sometimes you basically get a power play when the guy just lays on the court on the other side after not getting a call. Oh, it's kind of a power play that you get for, again, like 10 seconds while the guy walks back to the court, walks back into the play yelling at the official. Shout out to Luka Doncic.
And to his point, in hockey, when they like made like a concerted effort, probably like 5, 6, maybe it was a decade ago at this point, where they were like, we're not going to allow fighting. And they really tried to crack down on it. And it like ratings plummeted. And then as soon as they were like, well, people clearly liked it and they let it come back up, they slowly started to creep back up again. And they've never really recovered. And there's other reasons for that too. But like they saw like a clear trend when the referees were jumping in right away and not letting them go. And it hurt their product.
Speaking of hockey, I do find it just very funny that Joe Mazzulla looks at bats and hockey pucks and hockey sticks and being like, they're playing with weapons. It's like, no, they're playing with hockey. No, that's a weapon.
I mean,
that's a weapon. Everywhere I look, I see a weapon.
Based on Joe Mazzulla, it's a weapon.
Everything's a weapon.
He definitely
that pin is a weapon.
He definitely is a Casey Jones #1 fan, the guy from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like he definitely.
That's over my head, but I like it.
Yeah, like he doesn't like the Turtles.
No.
He likes Casey Jones using a hockey stick and puck to knock out the villains.
Because he's like, what? I forgot which one of them, but he has giant swords and he doesn't just murder people.
Yeah.
Well, why doesn't he murder people?
You know, that is a great point about the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Are none of their blades sharp?
Like, what are they for? Like Michelangelo, like he's
the nunchucks. Like
I get that him and Donatello makes sense, but like the other two guys have like pointy objects and they never like stab anyone.
No, you're right. That is bizarre.
For defense,
soft boys,
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, not willing to kill. Come on.
Yeah, do you think Shredder's gonna think twice about killing?
No, he'd kill the bleep out of them and then make turtle soup out of them. Turtle soup, by the way, very good.
Really?
Oh, ever had it?
No.
It's really good. Yeah. I don't know if that's bad to have it.
I'm morally against it, but that's good for you, Paul.
I didn't know if it was like sharks or whatever.
or shark fin soup?
Yeah,
never had shark fin soup.
I heard it's terrible though. Don't want to try it.
Truly don't know. I actually would try it. Again, if offered to me, I'll be like, hey, this person's just trying to feed me.
I've had shark before.
Yeah?
It was okay.
I can't imagine it would taste.
It's a fish.
It was like weird. It was actually more like it was weird because of the way they prepped it.
Mm-hmm.
It was like fermented shark.
Okay.
So that was kind of weird, but that's how they eat it in Iceland.
Oh.
And I was like, this is kind of gross. Didn't love it.
These things would kill the bleep out of us if we were still at the bottom of the food chain. So, I mean, I don't care. I mean,
true. Fight back.
If they're cute and fluffy, #mammals, then there's some moral qualms that I will take. But if it's a fish, if it's a bird, I do not care. I do not care at all. I guess that's mean. Anyway, soft boys. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got one other one. This is from Sunday. Panthers corner Jay Sehorn, not to be confused with Jason Sehorn, confronted Broncos head coach Sean Payton after the game for running a fake field goal and trick play on 4th and 2 while up 28-7 in the fourth quarter. Sean Payton's response, fantastic, said, hey, you don't want to get blown out. Stop us.
I'd imagine that, we're talking about parenting earlier. I would imagine that Joe Horn is a disappointed father hearing his son be this much of a soft boy.
This is Joe Horn's kid?
Yes.
I didn't know.
Oh,
that.
wow.
Yes.
I also had no idea.
Like, I would imagine that he is like very disappointed in his son for having this take.
Yeah.
The man who whipped out cell phones and celebrations and things like that. This is such a soft take. Sean Payton's right. Stop letting him score.
He's just trying to practice some situational football. And listen, the Broncos are one of those teams that are going to need to practice fake field goals and stuff if they want to pull up an upset in the playoffs. So, yeah, they're going to try it against the cannon fodder of the NFL. Let's just be brutally honest here. One last one. I don't like this. And again, I hate Missouri in the SEC. I just don't think they belong. And seeing Missouri's mascot dancing with the Alabama mascot during Dixieland Delight in Tuscaloosa was a pretty embarrassing moment considering Alabama was up 27-0.
The only time mascots should be friends is when it's halftime of a Texans game and they're playing children in football. That's the only time they're allowed to be friends. Besides that, mascots should stay on their own side of the field.
I like the Colts mascot. The Colts mascot. Have you ever seen the Colts mascot video going up against like eight-year-olds who are fully padded?
Him
runs like
him and
Derrick Henry.
Yeah, him and the Braves mascot are always like elite when they do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But I think it was like week 2. I think it was the
Bears?
No, I think it was the Bills game. They played at halftime. A bunch of kids in pads.
Okay.
It's a good halftime show.
That is a good one.
Let's do it. That is Soft Boys every Wednesday at 12:30. Gallant and George, he's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Up next, the Texans did not make a trade yesterday for a wide receiver after the news of Stephon Diggs tearing his ACL out for the rest of the year. So the question, are they going to do anything? Should they do anything? There are a couple of rumors afloat about things the Texans might do. 1, at wide receiver. 2, on the offensive line. And we do, I think, have the workings of another trade in the NFL. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Some guys aren't going to make it all the way to the end of the season. It's just the way it goes. When it's your time to be called up, you got to answer that call. And that's huge. We, as a unit, got to answer that.
That is Texans wide receiver Xavier Hutchinson yesterday. After Stephon Diggs, we found out he had torn his ACL and will miss the rest of this season. He, John Mechie, Robert Woods, they're going to have to fill the void of a wide receiver group that now is without both Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs. Yesterday, Joe presented the idea of the Texans trading for Deontay Johnson. Johnson went to the Ravens for nothing much more than a pick swap. I believe it was Johnson and a 6th for a 5th round pick. So now he's on the Ravens. I don't know if he's going to make much of a difference because I do think he's kind of similar to Zay Flowers, right? Yep. I mean, I don't know that he's all that good of a receiver. I think he's an average receiver to above average receiver, but that was somebody they theoretically could have traded for, and he has produced in the past. So maybe it does work out for him in Baltimore, but I am wondering if any moves happen. And I know Jeremy Fowler of ESPN.com puts together articles around this time of year involving trade situations. Per Fowler, Kenyon Green is an under-the-radar trade candidate on the offensive line. And he says that I wouldn't be surprised to see the Texans active early next week. I hear rumblings they're poking around at receiver. Darius Slayton from the New York Giants, Kendrick Bourne from the New England Patriots, KJ Osborne, I'm not sure where he is right now, and Jacoby Myers with the Raiders are all possible candidates for the Texans to make a trade for. I would love to see Jacoby Myers here, by the way, as somebody who watched him in New England. Kendrick Bourne a little less so, but hey, if they're looking for another receiver, I'm not saying no. I am saying, though, you should be able to make it work with the guys that you have and with CJ Stroud under center. And I think more pressing, Joe, is that they need to go get an offensive lineman.
Yeah, and the trade that we saw yesterday with the Vikings and the Jags made a trade for Cam Robinson.
Correct.
And that was like a 6th round pick?
Cam Robinson is heading to Minnesota for draft pick compensation. I don't even think that it's been released to this point. Perhaps it has been in the time since I saw this article, but generally when it starts off like that, it means that the compensation isn't going to be much. So maybe it's a conditional pick that can be one thing and turn into another.
It's Cam Robinson and a 2026 7th for a 2026 5th round pick.
Well, that goes to show you how the Jaguars feel about Robinson.
Yeah, and they just wanted to get rid of
contract.
But
right.
like the Vikings just lost their left tackle for a season, so that makes sense. But between that and the Deontay Johnson trade, I'm surprised what the market looks like for these. If this is what a high risk guard would cost you, that'd be a great deal for the Texans to get a 7th and a player for only a 5th round pick. If that's what the market is, then it's almost inexcusable to not make a trade at this point for a guard. And really, if the market's this low on both wide receivers and guards, I also really like this list. I'm right there with you. I really like Jacoby Myers. He's had success in New England and in the Raiders.
It was a mistake that New England let him walk, yeah.
But, I mean, he's having success with Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew.
It's pretty hard to do.
Like, Darius Slayton is another guy I really like. He has games where he puts up, eye-popping numbers, and Daniel Jones is his quarterback. So if you're going to trade for someone, those guys is a good list. I'm also with you on Kendrick Bourne. I'm, intrigued by him. I know you've watched him play more than I have. He's been one of my I'm a sucker for him on fantasy football teams. He was always a late stash guy. I think he was going to pop off.
He's had some weird locker room things in the past. I feel like that's been more on the Patriots than it's been on him.
Yeah.
So whatever the case, it's nice to hear that they're looking. And if what the Deontay Johnson trade is what it is, where you're swapping a 5th for a 6th, or with Cam Robinson, where you're swapping a 5th for a 7th, essentially, and Robinson. That should not be too much. And look, this is the time of year where I know that the scouting departments of an NFL team are focusing on what's going on in college football. But you do have a pro scouting department in every single front office. Caserio has been doing this long enough where he should know exactly how he should be operating around this time of year in terms of scouting guys that maybe the Texans have liked in the past as offensive linemen, whether it's due to the pre-draft process or just studying them on the film study that they're supposed to do of other NFL teams looking for anything that could potentially help them out. I mean, this is their job until the next couple of weeks. Then they don't have to really focus on it anymore. So there should be targets out there. And then I know that a lot of teams are going to be hard-pressed to get rid of an offensive lineman who's good, but if his contract's expiring and the team's not doing so well, then why not? I think Fowler proposed, Joe, Nate Davis.
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a good yeah.
You don't want that. Okay. Like that's
worse than Kenyon Green.
Well, he's been inactive the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
Because
healthy scratch?
Fat, out of shape.
Okay.
Didn't practice all offseason.
Oh, yeah, I'm out.
And the offensive line was immediately better as soon as they took him out.
Okay.
So I'm going to pass on that one. I'd rather watch Kenyon Green go back out there. I mean, Nate Davis was a good player for the Tennessee Titans, and he's been a good player for the Bears until this year. This year has been a disaster. I get the thought behind it is that you trade Kenyon Green to a team that is not going to make the playoffs most likely and is trying to develop young players. So Kenyon Green gets a fresh start. You get a guy who at one point had success in the NFL. And if Nate Davis were to come here and to be bought into the system, it would make sense. But I just find it strange that, he's having to be inactive every single week. And I mean, he's part of the reason why Caleb Williams got sacked all those times here in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
He was the starting right guard that game for the Bears.
Oh, God. Okay. Yeah. I don't want anything that's a part of that offensive line.
Yeah.
I'm out. All right. But there's options out there. And if the Texans aren't doing their job, then I guess they won't bring anybody in. But I do think at this point, that's all that the Texans pro scouting department should be doing. Wide receivers are already very well studied. You should be looking for whatever you could potentially find for offensive linemen. And this is, I mean, you're pulling all-nighters until the trade deadline, in my opinion, especially with where you are right now. You can't just keep telling us all these positive things about how Kenyon Green is going to get better. And D'Amico had more of it yesterday. We'll play it on tomorrow's show leading up to the game. At a certain point, it's just word salad and pointless and low-key infuriating, specifically just the way that they've been so optimistic and positive about things. And you know what? That's good in the locker room, and it's good to have your players back. All I'm saying is I'm just wondering if the urgency is being created behind closed doors, and maybe trading for a guy does create a little bit of urgency if you're not willing to be a hard ass with these guys.
And considering they won't, make any changes, I'm assuming that what they tell us is what they tell the players. Kenyon Green's going to be back out there this week.
Well, I mean, did you see Big Sarge's tweets?
I did, but Aaron Wilson just tweeted that they were considering going to Kendrick Green.
Okay.
And they're sticking with Kenyon Green.
Okay.
So I think Sarge was alluding to the fact because he never actually puts any words on his tweets. I like your Sarge. But
said it.
I do, but he doesn't actually tweet anything. He just tweets these like he's Deshaun Watson with rap lyrics, vague hypotheticals. But there's nothing in the tweet. But we were assuming his tweets were about a left guard because he is well informed, to his credit.
Yeah, he's there. I mean,
he's there. He is well informed. He just doesn't actually put the information in.
When he put that out there, I thought for sure they were moving from Kenyon Green and that they're putting up smoke screens or something like that. And maybe they will on Thursday, honestly. Maybe they're trying to keep the fog of war going. We'll see what happens. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glasses. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Up next, where are the Houston Texans among the best teams in the NFL? What tier are they on? And what theme will I use to tier the NFL? Stay put. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Hour 2 of his radio program. Texans and Jets Thursday night football action tomorrow. We're having a watch party at Nick's place tomorrow. You should come out, join us as we send off John Granado and Lance Zierlein to their Texas Radio Hall of Fame induction. Very cool to see those two getting their dues for a very long, successful career here in Houston sports radio. The Texans game against the Jets is one where the Jets are actually favored by 2 points. This is Texas quarterback C.J. Stroud talking about the Jets on Monday.
It's my first time playing on Thursday, so I'm leaning on leadership from older guys, and their biggest thing is recovery and mentally straining on the game plan. So it's a short week, but it's prime time football. I got to be ready to play at a high level. And yeah, I believe that the Jets are going to be very highly motivated. They got a lot of weapons over there. One of the best quarterbacks ever to play. A big fan of his. Their defense, they have some really good corners. D line is really good, and I think C.J. Mosley and Quincy Williams are two underrated defenders in this league. So they're a great defense. We gotta be able to withstand the surge early and just keep building and keep rolling.
They are short week virgins. This is their first Thursday night football game with D'Amico Ryans with C.J. Stroud, and shout out to C.J. Stroud, who talked about, one, turning to veterans on a short week, but two, checking the boxes of every single Jet player that he could remember off the top of his head, complimenting them. Can't give them bulletin board material. You want to give them honey instead of vinegar.
Well, he did only mention one of the Williams brothers. He only mentioned
another one?
He said Quincy.
Okay.
That's the linebacker. Quentin is his brother, who's the defensive lineman on the Jets.
Okay.
So he disrespected one of the brothers.
They're not actually related.
No, they are.
Oh, they are related.
Yeah. Yeah, they're related they're on the same team, and they're both really damn good at football.
Wow, interesting. I did not know that they were related.
Yeah, normally you don't see the brothers on the same team. Usually they're somewhere on the opposite side.
Or especially if they're Williams, like they'll just be the Williams brothers, but not actually related. No,
yeah.
they're
actually brothers.
The parents are obsessed with the "qu" sound, huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
They also must be miserable because
Big
both
into
their
Q.
children play for the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
You would think that you'd be like, hey, one of you guys, can you at least one of you find a good team?
Right.
Like, can one of you give us a chance to go to a Super Bowl one day?
You can change your name to Quit, son. It's okay. Change your name. Just quit on these god-awful losers. But hey, they're 2-point favorites. I don't think it's going to be a pushover game. The Jets did beat the Texans 30-6 last year at MetLife with Zach Wilson under center.
That game was so bad. I think that was the worst one all year.
Yeah,
the Panthers game was bad too. The Panthers game was ugly.
At least they were in it at the very end.
Yeah, the Jets game was just bad.
Yeah, they never had a chance. And the weather was terrible. Stroud got concussed. It was brutal. So let's power rank the NFL using tiers. I'm going to use these as tiers. The worst things as we get closer and closer to the election. The worst things that you just can't get out of your face. The worst. This is the worst of the worst. Everyone who cares about the election way too much. I want nothing to do with you. And I can't get away from it online. I just can't get away from it. Honestly, there's a part of me that hopes that the election never actually happens.
Do you just keep like rabbit holing, just like going through?
I can't get away from it, Joe. I go on social media and all my For You, it's just telling me like, hey, this candidate's done this. Hey, this candidate's done that. The world will end if you pick this candidate. The world will end if you pick the other candidate. No, you're the worst. And honestly, you guys need to get lives. And I feel like some of the people that are doing this, the merchants of doom and gloom, I feel like you are making our country worse and whatever. So the worst of the worst. Fire these people into the sun. Fire these teams into the sun. Panthers, Titans, Raiders, Giants, Jaguars, Patriots, Saints. I hate all of you. You make me hate watching football.
They almost make you like baseball.
Almost. Still, I would still rather.
I know.
I'd still rather watch Steelers, Giants than a World Series game unless a fan is stealing a ball away from Mookie Betts, because that was awesome.
Grabbing his arm.
Yeah, more of that. The second to last here, nonstop negative political ads. The reason that this is not in last place is because, I'll admit it, I kind of like negative political ads. I kind of like just watching them and not looking away because there's just something about them. Candidate X will eat your children. Do you really want this? And then it turns into like a bright, happy tone. Candidate Y is all about the future, pushing forward. It's so funny to see these things in the way that they're done. Honestly, I would love if I can ever get a job that's not in sports radio, I would love to just do negative political ads.
Should we make some?
I could make some.
You can make them against their stations?
No.
Oh, okay. No. You know what the worst part about these is? I think they used to change more. They get too stale now.
Right.
I feel like I just keep seeing the same ones over and over again. Like there's way more negative stuff. It's like, guys, open your bag a little bit. Give me more commercials.
The one I really love, and a lot of political candidates, whether it's national or local, have been doing this, was the he's for you, not they, them. Whoever came up with that first, shout out to you, because you probably made a lot of money off of that. Or it just got stolen from you and you have unleashed a monster upon society. But anyway, this is the second to last tier, the political ads, as far as the NFL goes. Browns, Jets, Bengals, Cowboys, and Dolphins. They also suck, and yet they're entertaining in how sucky they are.
Yeah, they're like the car wreck. You can't look away.
You can find joy in these sucky teams.
Well, because
the other ones you can't find joy in.
Jameis Winston's on the Browns. There's joy there when he's playing football.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
The Jets.
What's Jared Jones going to do?
Jeff Ulbrich. What was Jeff Ulbrich going to say?
Right.
What is he going to sit on in the press conference?
We got to read that quote again.
What's going to happen to Tua?
That one maybe you're watching through your fingers.
Yeah, it's like you're like,
but you can't look away.
Yeah.
How will his head bounce this time? And again, we wish Tua well. Third to last here, the candidates. The candidates are boring. Let's be honest. Every year they're boring. Maybe this year's a little bit different, but they're always boring. You don't really want any of them. you didn't have a choice in picking them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're just there. You got these two options: Rams, Colts, Chargers, Bears, Bucks, Seahawks, Broncos, Falcons, Steelers, and Vikings. They're not the worst of the worst, but they're boring. They do nothing for me. And yet they're going to be in front of us a lot. Specifically, Joe, your Bears.
Honestly,
and the Steelers.
The only team in here that I don't think belongs in this category, I don't know which one they really belong in. I kind of like watching the Falcons play football right now.
I don't.
They're kind of fun.
I feel like they're NFC South fun. Which is like Tuesday night action.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a fair.
And I feel like the NFC South, I don't know if they passed a rule while none of us were looking. I feel like the NFC South just constantly plays each other. Like everyone else, like the Texans only play the Colts and the Jags and the Titans 2 times a year. I feel like the NFC South plays each other like 3 times or 4 times a year because they're always playing the Bucks.
Maybe it's just like they're always on TV. It seems like they're always on TV.
Not really though.
Or maybe it's because like their games are crazy, so they're always on. Like they dominate red zone.
Yeah, maybe that. Yeah, I think there might be some red zone and like the Terry Bradshaw pop in. They dominate that.
Okay.
Fourth to last tier. The conventions are so goofy. They are so goofy. The conventions, the rallies, all of these things. Whether it's one where everyone's getting mad about what an insult comic said, or it's another one that took place in our own backyard that everyone was hyped for because there was a famous person who was supposed to sing there. I do enjoy the theater of these ones, but at the same time, it's not the actual dance. The Cardinals, Eagles, Texans, Ravens, Commanders, Bills, and Packers are in this tier. They are the conventions and rallies. I guess it's fun if you go and you want to people watch and see who would actually go to these things. I am surprised that anyone would want to go to these things. Like, what are you doing?
I had a couple friends who went to the one here in Houston, and it kind of blew my mind.
Yeah, I
was like, what? Like, what does it do for you?
Yeah, because it. All right, you get to hear them talk. They're just gonna,
but they're gonna look like ants, probably most likely.
Yeah, you're not gonna have good view.
It's not like you go to a game and like there's the jumbotron. So like at least if you have bad seats, you can see it on a big screen.
I guess it's kind of like Coachella, except for there's no music at all. You're just hoping that someone is going to surprise you.
Yeah, it's someone in a pantsuit's going to talk to you
exactly
and wait for applause.
But it might be someone cool that comes out of nowhere, right? Like it might, but it probably won't.
But even then, they're just going to walk in front of a podium and talk.
Yeah. The only time it's like really worth it is like when Hogan's music hit. And he couldn't rip the shirt the other day.
Oh no,
I
didn't see that.
He must not have cut it properly before, but he was like
he has back problems.
Yeah, and you
gotta like they really gotta help him out. Like you gotta cut it before. Like just like honestly like Velcro it.
Or like an NBA, like the NBA warm-up shirts where it just pop away, tear away.
Maybe a pop away tank tops for Hulk Hogan. It's the only way you can really do it anymore.
Last tier. This is the top tier. The best part about the election is the day after the election. Why is it the best part? Because watching everybody act like the world is ending or like things are about to change. Just this hope or the doom and gloom on both sides. It makes me laugh so hard because nothing actually ever changes. Nothing ever changes, but everyone reacts like it will. I really enjoy sitting back and watching the reactions to panel discussions on television. Like, what does this mean for democracy? Stuff like that. I actually get a real kick out of it. And I get a kick out of watching the Lions play football. I get a kick out of watching the Chiefs.
Yeah, I don't want to see either of those teams play Houston this year, though.
Well, guess what? One's coming to town in less than 2 weeks.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then when you play in a stretch of 3 games in 11 days.
And we might be talking. I mean, listen, after that Lions game, we might be looking at the Houston Texans with a lot of stars in our eyes, thinking that, hey, you know what? The future's different for the Houston Texans.
You're right. Super Bowl contenders.
Or after losing to the Lions, we're going to be acting all doom and gloom.
Yeah, Detroit's going to, break their franchise curse.
And in reality, I mean, like, nothing's probably going to change. Nothing's going to change. They're still the Texans. Oh, so there you go. They're close to the top at least. How about that?
Yeah, they're in the second tier.
I still think that they're overrated, but I mean, of all those teams that are in that tier, like I put the Cardinals in that tier because I feel like the Cardinals are really trending straight up.
Agreed.
The Eagles and the Texans, what's the difference? The Eagles have actually been to a Super Bowl. That's the difference. Ravens have actually made it to an AFC Championship game.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders are also sort of like the Cardinals, just trending upwards. Bills, Packers, like we trust all of those teams more than we trust the Texans right now.
You could have put an argument that the Bills could have gone to the top tier and the Ravens.
The Bills,
if you wanted to.
The Bills were close based off what they did the last 2 weeks.
Can I ask you a question though about your tier rankings?
Mm-hmm.
Your final tier.
Yeah.
So was it intentionally just 2 teams that are red and blue, or is that a coincidence?
That is a coincidence.
Okay.
That was a coincidence. You're gonna be like one of those TikTokers.
I'm just.
Oh my God!
I'm just saying. I was trying to figure out if your tiers were genuine or not, or if like you set it up to have a red team and a blue team in your top tier.
Did you not? When you look, I got the Super Bowl logo. That the colors for this year. One of them's green and one of them's red. And last year there was the same thing. It was Chiefs and Eagles in the Super Bowl. Oh my God!
It's more orangey this year.
Mm-hmm.
Probably the Bengals then.
It's gonna be a bunch of shit. Is that the Bengals? Is that gonna
Or
be the Cleveland Browns?
Maybe Bears alternates.
Oh my God!
Did the look that Joe gave me?
It's so incredible.
Such a dirty one.
Denver Broncos?
Like I just like guys like.
Oh my God!
I just at some point need the Bears to be good so I can stop getting kicked. Like
just
one day.
It's gonna be a tough week. Or I mean, you're halfway there.
We're almost there.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A lot of pearl clutching yesterday. Who pearl clutched more? Everybody that was mad about the greatest moment in baseball history last night when some Yankee fan ripped a ball away from Mookie Betts on a foul ball? Or was it when a rival of the Houston Texans was benched? We'll talk about it. Stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
We saw the greatest moment in the history of baseball last night. Low bar, but seeing Mookie Betts have a ball physically removed from his glove on the right field line by a Yankee fan who laughingly knew exactly what he was doing is one of the greatest images the sport has ever seen.
So should it have been an out? Or should
Mookie did not complete the catch.
That's a good point.
Did not complete the catch, and that ball was close enough to that fan where, did it become his personal property?
I'm assuming he got to keep it, right? Oh, do you think when they took they kicked him out, you think they took it away?
The ball, he did not keep the ball. He pulled the ball out, and the ball went flying into the field.
It landed in right field.
See, now I lose some respect. Like, if you're gonna do that, you got to recover the fumble. Okay,
job security is
possible. Jump down over the wall. And
at that point, you might as well. Like, you're all in. Now, Mookie Betts would have swung at him if that would have happened.
I don't know, Mookie Betts.
You don't think Mr.
I don't know if he's swinging.
You don't think Mr. 300's throwing a punch?
I don't think so. Mr. 300?
Bowler.
Oh.
Elite bowler, Mookie Betts.
Then, yes, I especially don't think he's throwing a punch. If he would have said, like, he does MMA or something, like Joe Mazzulla would have had this guy in a triangle hold in 5 seconds. But, no, I don't think Mookie Betts is throwing a punch.
I think Mookie Betts might have if he jumped on the field. But that ball security by that guy should have had to hold on to it. He can't go to the game tonight now.
If Mookie really wanted that ball, he would have punched the fan. But you pay a guy a lot of money, and he plays for a team that really doesn't have that killer instinct like the Los Angeles Dodgers. Then that's kind of what you get. A guy who doesn't have the killer instinct to punch that fan.
Would he have gotten suspended if as the ball because basically they're holding him up with one hand, like holding him up by one of his own arms, trying to get the ball out. If he just started punching with the other hand, would he have gotten in trouble? Or would people have been like, "Hey, don't reach over"? Or would it have been like the Malice in the Palace, where it's like, "Hey, don't punch fans"?
I would say, he probably would be suspended. I don't think you should be.
Would they have done the Brian Abreu, Gurriel suspended the 15 games at the start of this thing?
But that's ridiculous. Like, whatever. Like, if the fans want to get involved in the game, you pay for those seats.
They're American heroes. Build a statue.
But you also have the right to get punched in the face. So a player should not this. It wouldn't be the Malice of the Palace. It's different. Like, Artest had no idea where that cup came from. They punched the wrong guy. Now, Jermaine O'Neal,
the guy that he almost murdered,
had every right to where if Jermaine O'Neal doesn't slip, he kills that guy.
Right, guy who looks like Turtle.
Yeah, right. Once they came on the court, everything's fair game. So if Mookie would have thrown a punch last night and he got suspended, that'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, I would have been Team Mookie there if he punched him, but he didn't. So I'm Team the Yankee fan because that's again
Rob Gronkowski's friend.
Yeah,
which is I think that's the craziest part of the story.
I didn't even know that.
He's Rob Gronkowski.
Now he's probably a cool guy. If he's Rob Gronkowski's friend, he's probably someone I want to hang out with. Playing a little club hockey in college at Arizona. What? They have a rink? It works there.
Hey, there's a club hockey team here now. The Cougs got one.
Oh, didn't know that. Interesting. Yeah. Anyway, so a lot of people clutching their pearls about that. It was funny. No one got hurt. If someone got hurt, different story. But guess what? No one got hurt. Oh, it's going to set a precedent for other people to do it. Good. Baseball's boring. I want more of this. Okay.
Yeah. Also, can we go 2 weeks without? Oh, this is going to set a precedent for how fans act at games. Maybe fans have always acted like this at games.
They always have.
They're Yankee fans. I just watched that Red Sox-Yankees documentary, and after a play where Alex Rodriguez literally purse-slapped the ball out of Bronson Arroyo's hands, do you know what Yankee fans did? They proceeded to throw bottles onto the field to the point where the entire right field line and left field line were lined with police in SWAT gear. This actually happened. This is what Yankee fans do. They've always done this. And it's never going to change. This is just who they are in that rat hole of a city. Okay? That's what it is. So let's just appreciate the moment for what it was. A memorable, fun moment where no one got hurt.
Especially in a World Series that as a lot of people watching it supposedly, but I don't care about.
Yeah, I'm just, and again,
like
why would we?
Yeah, like I mean, I was out last night. Like we were out to dinner and it was on. I saw the Freddie Freeman home run, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool." And there's like a random Dodgers fan at this like brewery we were at, and she was clapping. And then I went and ate my dinner and drank my beer and
there you go.
Didn't care about what was on.
There you go. A lot of people clutching their pearls about that. A lot of people are clutching their pearls about Anthony Richardson, Colts quarterback, being benched. And I'm fascinated by it. I'm fascinated by the amount of people that think that by benching Anthony Richardson, he's just done as an Indianapolis Colt. He's got 2 years left under contract. And what he did on Sunday in subbing out of that game because he was winded was give Shane Steichen the opportunity to do something that he wanted to do. Head coaches want to win. If you work for a boss that once fired a head coach so that he could hire Jeff Saturday off the set of ESPN, you know that your job is never safe. You want to win. There are 52 other players on an NFL team. One player is not the priority over the rest of the roster. I know a lot of people look at things that way, and I think you're losers. The quarterback is not more important than the actual team, especially when you have questions about him off the field, which, by the way, there are. Heard about that through a person who is way more connected than me. Dominic Foxworth was talking about that on an NFL show, saying, yeah, I'm hearing some things. I can understand why this happened. And yet, specifically people in the nerd audience who have forced their way into talking about football and somehow having an actual big platform, these people are of the belief that you can't do this. It's not right. It's not fair. Some people are making it about race and saying, well, why is Daniel Jones still starting? Well, it's a different organization. Oh, why did Josh Allen get such a long period of time? I don't know. Maybe a guy who starts a game 2 for 15 should be benched. That's just a thought. And I get that there were some drops in that game. So what happens if 2, 3, 4 of those passes are caught? He's still sub 50%. He's 6 of 15 at best.
I mean, it's also like, that's a lot of that stuff is crazy revisionist history. It was really never this bad for Josh Allen. I mean,
he had some moments where he looked shaky, but yeah, 2 for 15 to start a game is iconic, terrible.
But also, there's a difference between the Bills then and this team now. We all know, we see it with our eyes. People don't see this because they don't watch the Colts regularly. That's a good football team. That's a well-coached football team. That's a good football team. And there's 53 guys on that roster, and 52 of them are trying to win, and one of them is tapping out of football games.
Yeah.
And the backup quarterback, Gardner Minshew, was better than Anthony Richardson last year, which is a huge indictment on your quarterback. And now 40-year-old Joe Flacco, who, yes, he was better than Deshaun Watson. Not hard to be better than Deshaun Watson. Also not hard to be better than Anthony Richardson. He sucks.
Yeah, he's not good right now.
He's not good.
He's not going to get, he's not magically going to get more accurate. He's just not. And if you're one of those wide receivers and the ball is not being thrown in the right spot, which happened several times in the game, even if one of them was dropped for a touchdown pass, if that's happening all game long, you're getting more and more pissed off as the game goes along. If you're an offensive lineman, you're getting more and more pissed off as the game goes along. If you're a defensive player, you're getting more and more pissed off as the game goes along. If you're Shane Steichen, you want to keep these guys engaged and happy, and you might have close to a mutiny if you keep playing this guy who is losing you football games. It is so strange to me that everyone else becomes cannon fodder for a quarterback in this league due to the people who are talking about this game that have never actually played it at all. Not even at the high school level, not even at the Pee Wee level. Because you could tell if you were a teammate for someone who was that bad, you would say to yourself, why is this guy still playing? He sucks. Why is he out there? Why is he not getting me the football? It happens a lot. This is a game that is about results. And it's weird. I wonder about these people and their takes on Anthony Richardson. Oh, it's not fair. He should get more of a chance. And I wonder, how are these people as parents? Serious question. Oh, well, he's going to figure it out. Is he? I don't know. At a certain point, there has to be accountability, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's, and they'd be the same people that if they cover, like if anyone in Houston is saying they have a problem with this, I guarantee you they want Kenyon Green benched. What's the difference?
Well,
what's the difference between Kenyon Green and Anthony Richardson?
That's a good question.
They're both bad, but one's the quarterback. So what you're saying, people want to treat these quarterbacks like they're babies.
Mm-hmm.
They want to make sure that they're protected from the tough hits. They want to make sure that they have every opportunity to succeed. And then if they're bad, they want to make 1.5 million excuses for him. He's historically one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL right now. He should be benched. There should be no pro clutching. He's terrible. Joe Flacco has a chance to take them to the playoffs this year.
Yeah.
And Anthony Richardson shouldn't be the quarterback for the Indianapolis Colts next year. He should be a backup somewhere.
Well, I honestly, he should be on the Colts next year. Stay on the team. Next year, hey, maybe it's better. But he clearly needs to be more committed. And maybe this actually gets this out of him. But you still got 2 more years, and there's clearly some skills there which you want to perhaps hone and make better. But it's been strange to see the backlash to this very obviously needed to happen move on a team that actually has a chance to make the playoffs. I don't understand it. And I also don't understand the people that are making this about race online, which there are. I mean, he stinks. I saw Keith from LA text about this. Don't force race into this. I don't want to. I honestly, I didn't even see that until today. I was having a conversation with somebody because I got really mad seeing some of these dorks who randomly have huge platforms talking about football who are saying like, oh, well, now you've just cost yourself a Super Bowl. I'm here to win Super Bowls. You want to install a winning culture. I can't believe that we haven't learned in watching the nothing that the Philadelphia Sixers have become. I can't believe that we haven't looked at that and thought to ourselves, hey, they enabled losing for years and years and years and years. And it fermented into loser juice to the point where here's Joel Embiid who's saying, I'm not going to play every single night this year. No one's taking you seriously now. I mean, the Knicks have leapfrogged you, for God's sakes, in the NBA. How do you not look at that and try to apply it to all sports? If you're a coach, if you're a teammate, and this stuff is enabled, and it just continues and continues, how does, 1, Anthony Richardson get better? 2, how does the team get better? The organization get better? Because it is not all about the quarterback. It is about the situation. And, I mean, we're seeing guys all of a sudden have career renaissances with Jared Goff and
Sam Darnold,
Baker Mayfield. Different locations.
Geno Smith.
With winning cultures, guess what happens? Yeah, things get better. Geno Smith, I'm actually wondering about with Mike McDonald. But to what you're saying, yeah, with Pete Carroll.
Yeah, those are 4 first-round busts that now have great careers. Look, and now you've seen Bryce Young get benched, Anthony Richardson get benched. And the difference between, like, if people want to try to use that, like the race card and bring up Daniel Jones, like this, then you don't watch football. Because Drew Lock is the backup in New York, and he really sucks. And we've known he sucked for years. Joe Flacco took a team to the playoffs last year. He's a Super Bowl champion. It's different. Joe Flacco has great numbers this season when he's in a quarterback for the Colts.
And his teammates love him. He has always been well-loved wherever he has been. And that is important in situations like this. And when he's played in a couple of games this year and the team has done well with him under center, they're going to want to continue winning. It's not all about the quarterback. And it's bizarre seeing some people say like, oh, I got real questions about this. How can you have questions about this? He's not playing well. It's really simple. This is a sport that is entirely performance-based, and cutthroat decisions happen all the time. Guys get cut after having a good year regularly, whether it's due to injury or what. And it's strange to me that people are upset about the benching of Anthony Richardson like it's some crime that's been done against him. It's not. He's not playing well. He's going to the bench, and he has a chance to turn his career around, and hopefully he learns from this.
And he quit on his team.
He did.
He quit on his team.
He did.
Like, if he doesn't quit on that play, this probably doesn't happen.
If they're winning and he quits on the play too.
Yeah.
Like, no one, it's probably frowned upon, but hey, they're not winning and he held the team back. Like, if they had pulled in Joe Flacco on Sunday, I think they win. I think a lot of people feel that way.
I think they would have won if Flacco would have stayed in at that moment.
Yeah, I'm with you. Anyway, he's Joe. I'm Paul. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Let's get right into the 10-minute drill here since we're basically talking about football already. Did anyone see this recent Jameson Williams story? So Jameson Williams was suspended 2 games by the NFL for violating the NFL's performance-enhancing drug policy. Now, he just recently was arrested and released on October 8th. They found a concealed pistol in the car. The gun was registered to a brother who had a concealed pistol license. Another gun was registered to Jameson Williams, who did not have a concealed pistol license. So he got taken into custody and then released. And now all of a sudden, Detroit police officers are wondering why he got released. So Jameson Williams seems like a dumbass.
Yeah.
Suspended for gambling, PEDs, this incident off the field.
I think we're meeting like our new Josh Gordon in real time.
At least with Gordon, it was just drugs and weed.
Yeah, but just someone that is
almost rather that be that
extremely talented, and where he's got the injury and then all these issues after. I mean, to be suspended now, he's going to get suspended for this most likely.
I would think.
And
he's already suspended too.
Because you don't you don't deserve the benefit of the doubt at some point. Like, I mean, now the NFL suspensions are weird. Like, we know Jordan Addison's his suspension is still looming out there, but like this guy, just stupid. Just get the concealed carry. Like, you registered the gun. Like, you did half the job. Your brother who's in the car for you has his concealed carry and has his gun registered. Just finish the job, man. Just like finish your responsibilities as an American citizen. And like you're good to go. And he did the Detroit Lions thing.
What's that?
Apparently, no, like the I play for the Detroit Lions.
Oh God,
he kept saying he played for the Lions.
Yeah, he's an idiot, man. I mean, listen, good thing he's talented because he's going to keep getting chances over and over again. But just like with Josh Gordon, eventually those chances run out. This guy's got to learn. I mean, he's wide. There's a wide variance in the dumb things that he has been doing and showing poor judgment with. Quarterback switches across the NFL. Brian Daboll is sticking with Daniel Jones while Anthony Richardson is being benched. And we'll see if any other quarterback changes get made in the near future. But that one, I know a lot of Giants fans are pissed off about it. To what you were saying a moment ago, Drew Lock is really bad.
Yeah, there was I'll see if I can find it. They were talking. Brian Daboll was talking about like why they're going back to Daniel Jones, and it was. If I was Drew Lock, I would he basically just tells you how terrible Drew Lock is.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
He's like, he's so bad, essentially, is what he's saying, that we have to stick with Daniel Jones.
Richardson, meanwhile, officially on the bench for the rest of the year unless Flacco loses the job. That per Shane Steichen today, continuing to go around the NFL in the 10-minute drill. Mike McDaniel is pulling trust the process out for his 2-5 Dolphins while talking with the media yesterday.
He's very supportive. And that was very similar to what last night was. I think he's also supremely competitive. So, he doesn't like to lose, but he's kind of, we're definitely aligned in that it's the process and evaluating that.
Trust the process.
Okay. Trust it. It'll get better.
He's been there for 5 years. It is pretty crazy to think how time has flown, but I mean, McDaniel's been there long enough. And I get it. Like Tua is tied to him
for 5 years.
It's been 5 years. Imagine telling your fans that. It's been there a while.
I think it's been 3.
Is it 3?
I think this is 3. Yeah, because Flores was Tua's first coach, and Tua's drafted
you're right.
in
I'm
2020.
dumb. I don't know. I was listening to something today.
Probably said Tua's.
Yeah, it's probably Tua.
2022.
Tua was drafted in 2020.
Tua's been here for 5 years.
Honestly, when Sean said 3, I thought that was still wrong. Like,
well, this is year 3.
Yeah,
it has flown by though, and like the new car smell is definitely off of Mike McDaniel.
Yeah, and he has.
We're on hot seat watch. I don't think we're too far away. I know he just got a new contract,
but he was talking about his relationship with the owner right there. He says the owner trusts the process. I don't know, man. Dolphins ownership is pretty suspect.
I mean, this is a team that just got their first round pick stripped last year because they were tampering.
Yeah,
like while they had Tua. They drafted Tua and then tampered with Tom Brady in the same offseason.
Someone should have gone to jail for that, for tampering with Tom Brady. Unbelievable. Tom Brady gets suspended 4 games for something that's more probable than not, and the Dolphins don't have someone executed for tampering. Unbelievable. Anyway, I'm not biased at all. Hey, Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. He wants everybody to stay level as the Eagles are now 5-2.
But here's what we talked about. Doubt, criticism, and hate, right? You got to bell block all that out. Well, it's the same deal with praise. Block it out. So now we're getting praised. Put your fucking head down and work, because there's nothing like the work. What was the line, Tyler? Treat praise like perfume. Smell it, sniff it, whatever you got to do with it, don't drink it.
Okay, that's Monday.
There we go.
Okay. Praise sucks.
He's such a tryhard.
Yes. He's also not for long at that job, I'd imagine.
I don't know, though. They're 5-2 now. I mean, who do you trust down the stretch? The Eagles' talent or the Commanders' talent? I trust the Eagles' talent more.
I know. We watched the Eagles collapse last year.
True.
Like that's what I'm struggling with here.
True.
It's like because you're right. Like they've looked really good. Like Saquon, and AJ Brown, like they look good this weekend against Cincinnati. But I'm just like they collapsed so hard last season. They had like 10 wins and they just fell apart.
Hopefully, the Houston Texans will not fall apart Thursday night. The latest on the injury front for the Texans, they're going to be missing a lot of guys and a little bit more, including who do you believe in the most to step up for a bunch of banged up Texans? He's Joe and Paul Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. First, let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Did you know that at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975, MyBookie has a risk-free bet boost? If your bet hits, you win big. If it doesn't, MyBookie will refund your wager. Well, Texans are playing the Jets tomorrow night. And the Jets are 2-point favorites, which seems crazy just given all the Jets have been through this year. They fired their head coach. They just lost to the Patriots. 2-point favorites? Huh? Well, look, maybe it's Thursday night games. You don't trust the Thursday night line, but go to mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. You bet on Thursday. If that bet is wrong, guess what? You're getting your money back. What's to lose there? MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. If you've already played on MyBookie, there are reload bonuses using that promo code. Click bonuses and use promo code BET975. It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything. Live blackjack, poker, the presidential election, anywhere, anytime, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He want us to win it all. You know, we all harp on we want to win it all ourselves. And, you know, it's going to be, we're going to do it for him for sure. Like, that's our brother. Like, no shadiness. That's our brother. That's my guy. And he know we ready to go out there and rock out for him. And if the roles will switch, I know he'll be ready to do it for each and every one of us. So we ready for it.
That is Texans wide receiver Tank Dell, asked yesterday about his brother, family, Stephon Diggs. They're going to win it for him.
Think he'll be there on the sidelines?
Stephon Diggs?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question.
Don't think I've seen Case Keenum this year.
Is Case Keenum committed to the city of Houston?
Yeah.
Is he even is he on the team at all? Like
He's on IR.
I know he actually is. They kept him, and when they put him on injured reserve,
He has a locker room spot. There's an LED screen above his locker that has a picture of Case Keenum playing for the Texans.
or did they give him like a retirement package? And we're just like, hey, we're gonna let you go on injured reserve and pay you out for the year.
Whoa.
I'm just saying.
Take the tinfoil hat off. Case Keenum is always with us.
He's earning his money, all right?
Yeah. And Case Keenum will always be a quarterback. I do feel like they need to explain who Case Keenum is a little bit more in that Lowe's commercial that we see.
To a national audience.
As the backup. Right. I feel like Josh Dobbs, and people are going to say I'm racist for this, but Josh Dobbs a little bit more believable as a backup quarterback because he's a big guy. Case Keenum, I would not guess that guy played in the NFL.
Also, Josh Dobbs, was a kind of a storyline for at least the first half of last year, first 10 weeks of last year, where he would pop up on a new team and be good. Case Keenum, you really got to be paying attention to Texans football to know that Case Keenum's still in the league.
And Dobbs is also a rocket scientist, right, or something.
Yes,
so
astronaut.
I mean, there are other ways that Dobbs I think could be marketed, but yeah, I feel like they should have to show a highlight of Case Keenum before they show him coming in as a backup.
Well, maybe you're Houston legend, Case Keenum.
You never know. Maybe there's a version of that commercial for every city. So maybe in Minnesota, it's Josh Dobbs is in that commercial.
But I've seen the Josh Dobbs one.
Oh, I haven't seen the Josh Dobbs one.
That's why I think it's a national thing, and they only have those two guys.
Oh, okay.
I think. I don't know. You could be right.
I'm just saying, maybe Taysom Hill is the one who does it in New Orleans. You localize.
Hey, you're Kerry Collins.
Well, while we're talking about backups, there are going to have to be backups who step up because while Henry To'oTo'o, safety Kalen Bullock, cornerback Kamari Lassiter are all good to go for Thursday's game despite being on the injury report, Damian Pierce has been ruled out. Linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair has been ruled out. Guard Jarrett Patterson has been ruled out. Safety Jimmy Ward has been ruled out. The Texans signed running back J.J. Taylor to the active roster. I like Taylor's wiggle, but Taylor is one of many running backs in the league who I feel like the size, this is the level of football where he can't overcome his size.
Yeah, I was curious about the pick when they made it, but seeing it in action, I'm not so sure at this point for him. I kind of wonder if
I liked him in New England. He's had some good moments in preseason games, but
no, I'm with you. I mean, Pierce being out, I guess I didn't realize the groin injury was that bad, or I don't know. I guess I missed the.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jordan Love apparently is dealing with a groin injury. That's a serious one, and yeah, it's weird. You never really hear about groin injuries being bad ones.
Yeah,
it's times like that where you wonder where's Lindsey Vonn, because Lindsey Vonn famously joked about J.J. Watt having a groin injury.
She did. It was very uncomfortable.
Yeah, it was for everyone involved.
I don't think we're allowed to make those jokes in Houston anymore, though.
What?
Massage jokes.
That is definitely something that
because of the Correas
is up for debate.
Yeah, because of the Correas.
Exactly.
No broken ribs. No broken ribs.
What other massage problems have Houston athletes had?
J.J. Watt being made uncomfortable. That's it.
Because Deshaun Watson wasn't a Houston Texan anymore. He had already quit on the team.
Yeah.
When all those things came to light. And he may or may not have had some
True.
help finding places to get those massages, but that's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
Hey, Thursday night football. It's a football game that's on Thursday night. It's going to feature Al Michaels. He's probably going to at some point during the game because it's probably just going to be frustrating given the Texans underachieving this year and the Jets underachieving this year. Going to talk about how he hates football.
I hope not this week.
Oh, he will at some point.
I hope the Texans just beat the crap out of him when he's.
I do too.
Just lamenting, and when he's lamenting, it's about Aaron Rodgers.
I would love him to, as the kids say, glaze C.J. Stroud for an amazing performance with few weapons against a defense that is supposed to be good. But I am skeptical that will happen, and Vegas is too. The Jets are 2-point favorites per mybookie.ag. Joe, you asked this question. Who do you believe in the most among Texans wide receivers to step up? Because Tank Dell has to in this game.
Yes.
There's no Nico Collins. He's the number one. So who's the number two? I refuse to say wide receiver 2. John Mechie, Robert Woods, or Xavier Hutchinson?
I'm going to go with Xavier Hutchinson.
Oh.
Of all the guys, Mechie, I want to believe in still. And he's got, 2 catches this year, some nice preseason moments, but nothing else really past that. So I don't think we can expect a lot from him. Robert Woods is slow. And while he had his moments last year, but Hutchinson is the guy that when he's out there, for me, it feels like that for a season and a half now, it still feels like there's some potential there, that he could be a guy that could be a good contributor to this team, could be an actual wide receiver, like your third wide receiver, instead of having to acquire someone this offseason when Stephon Diggs walks away. Because that's part of what this is for Mechie and Hutchinson too, is this is a very important time in their careers and for the Houston Texans, because if you're not going to bring back Diggs, well, one of these guys has to become your third best option then. If you're not going to go back into the draft or free agency
the
offseason. It'd be nice if one of them could.
So it does sound like they're exploring receivers just based off of that Jeremy Fowler report from today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who that wide receiver would be, but the names that have been attached to the Texans per Fowler include the following. Sorry, things are loading on my computer really quickly. Darius Slayton, Kendrick Bourne, KJ Osborne, Jacoby Myers. So there's a chance that they trade for somebody there. I would say big picture, it's probably not going to be one of these guys as that third or fourth receiver, but these aren't bad guys to have on the roster. If I'm picking one of those guys, I would pick Robert Woods, but I'm going to answer the question in an unconventional and borderline annoying Texan swarm kind of way. You know who I believe in the most to step up? CJ Stroud.
Swarm.
It's all about CJ. Look, if you're a great quarterback, make it work. Even if you're on the road on a short week going up against a team that kicked your ass last year on a bad field, make it work. You're going up against a team that has all sorts of problems right now. The head coach doesn't seem to know what he's doing. There's bad game management going on. Aaron Rodgers isn't the same. Jets defenders are busy accusing Bill Belichick of going down on them on social media. Hassan Reddick actually did that with Belichick. I can't believe that Hassan Reddick tweeted it the way that he did. Whatever the case, this is a team in disarray, and I know it's a team that's a short week virgin. This is their first time. They're a maid. They've never done this before, but CJ Stroud's the one who has to step up in this situation.
You're not wrong, though.
Yeah, it has to be him. He's got to make these guys better than they actually are.
Yeah, Sauce Gardner's going to take someone away
Tank Dell
every
probably.
play, most likely Tank Dell. And then whoever else is out there, CJ has to make it work. And you can also say Joe Mixon has to be the one to step up the most in this game. He's got to carry the rock 30 times, carry this team until they can acquire a receiver on Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
At least they don't play till next Sunday night after this game. So they can make a trade on Monday and they'll have, at least an extra 8 hours.
Is he gonna just do last minute cramming of the
Yeah.
playbook?
Yeah, you just got to cram it in.
Just pull an all-nighter.
I've heard certain political candidates might be doing that before some of the interviews they've been doing, just like cramming right before they go on. You just got to go in there. Just got to go in there and talk.
I think that's the weirdest thing about the political cycle is now all of them. This is really our first election where
they're all
doing podcasts.
Yeah,
it's very different where they're not really doing TV because no one watches, so they're all just doing podcasts.
It's
very different.
I honestly enjoy it. I like hearing them in long form instead of in the bites. And TV interviews, sadly, they're very edited. But yeah, I was this morning. I was on the treadmill and I saw there's 3 different channels that are up in front of me, and I swear I saw Tim Walz on one channel, the next channel, and the next channel. There's ABC, NBC, CBS all in a row, and legitimately with the same background, went from one to the next to the next. We're talking like a 20, 30-minute period because I was just on the treadmill going for 30 minutes or so. And I was like, wait a second. So he just sat down, interview. What a process.
Leave Zoom, enter Zoom,
Yeah.
leave Zoom, enter Zoom.
On all the Morning America shows.
I don't think I'd want to do that.
What?
Like just like those interview circuits.
Yeah, even like what the
I would just lie. I would just lie as much as possible and see if I ever get called on it. It doesn't seem like anyone gets called on it.
Also, like the when movies go on press runs, and so like they had to just sit in those little folding chairs. Just had to sit there next to their co-stars and be like, "Yeah, it's a beautiful movie." I've always wanted to make a Transformers 4 movie, and luckily I can do that. Like they have to just answer the same question over and over again.
I feel like if you do that, like if you're the interviewer, you have to go in with
curveball.
At least one curveball.
I think you start curveball.
Yes, you got to start curveball. It's got to be a full on.
Like, hey, I'm gonna throw Mark Wahlberg off his footing.
Ask me a curveball question right now. I have one for you guys.
You can ask. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask myself this question. This is how I would start off an interview with Paul Gallant.
Yeah.
Are you gay?
Is that a curveball? I mean, people ask you all the time.
I've never answered.
This
is the big exclusive. Then I would usually like the slow dramatic reveal
with Barbara Walters.
Can I get some breaking news sound over here? That's before Paul.
You know what I would do the whole time? I would just filibuster. And I would give a really long answer and not say anything.
And then just in the
Because
middle.
I'd have a bit. No, and then they'd ask to follow up, and I'd just do the same thing over and over again. Honestly, I would just want to annoy somebody. But anyway, yeah, it's gonna suck in a week.
Yes,
I can't wait till this process is done. Anyway, Gallant George, he's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You know what didn't suck? The greatest moment in baseball history, which took place last night. Stay put. What a moment last night.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out, one gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turned into a double back at Dodger Stadium. And yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove, and this fan literally tries to take his glove off. Pries the ball out of there. A for effort.
Well, he won't be watching the game much longer.
He truly did pry it out. And I would give him an A for effort too, Dodger Joe Davis. Look at Dodger Joe Davis not being biased at all.
Yeah, you can't say he's biased
On the
ever
call.
again.
Yeah, but I still will, though.
I don't know. He's pretty. I mean, he's chuckling at it.
Joe Buck would have called that a disgusting act.
That might be the nicest thing he could say.
Dodger Joe Davis had a little bit of fun there. And guess what? That moment last night was fun. No one got hurt. And baseball needs more of it.
Didn't change the game.
It did not.
Like
They
literally,
called it
it
an out.
did nothing.
They called it an out.
The guys are getting a refund for their tickets. They're not perma-banned. Like, it's all good. It's all sunshine and rainbows.
It was great. I thought it was the funniest thing I've seen on a baseball diamond in a really long time, especially because of the amazing cameras that these broadcasts have. They were able to zoom in, show it in slow motion as this guy with a maniacal, evil smile on his face grabbed the glove and pull that thing apart for his buddy next to him to pull it out.
How many beers for you to do that at a game? Like, because I know, like you love sports. I know you love baseball. You wanna, and you wanna.
Both of those are questionable statements, but
you want to affect change for the Houston Astros. But Mookie Betts comes into lower right field on a Yordan Alvarez pop out, and you have a chance to change the game. How many beers do you need to rip it out of his glove?
Well, I'm not thinking about it from a change the game perspective. I'm thinking about it from a can I get our show numbies perspective.
Oh, so then no beers.
Don't need any.
Yeah.
I will do my part.
I'll be the other guy then.
You'll be the other guy?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then Sean can be the guy with like the teal glove on, which I have more questions about.
Well, there's a guy with the teal glove. I
Yeah.
didn't know there was a third gunman. I mean, third remover of the ball in this
He's
game.
not, but he's wearing a sliding glove.
Okay.
Like as a fan. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen.
Oh, the guy over to the left. Yeah. No, he's not involved. It's these two.
No, but why are you wearing a sliding glove as a fan? Like what does that do for you? Is it to help slide the beers down the road? Like
I
what?
don't know.
What does it accomplish?
It's a good question. I didn't notice that, and I truly do not know.
It's just a baseball thing that he owns, I guess.
He's like, I'm gonna wear it to the game.
It's just a baseball thing.
I enjoyed that last night. And look, I don't think that the Yankees are about to do some sort of miraculous comeback like the Red Sox did to them in the ALCS 20 years ago. But I do think that moments like this are good for the sport. I feel like the sport needs to take itself a little bit less seriously. And I'm not just talking about we need more bat flips, because the bat flips do get annoying after a little bit of time.
Mm-hmm.
I just mean I want more chaos in all of my sports. And that moment last night ultimately was harmless. So I'm cool with stuff like that happening. And there is a part of me that sort of wonders if there is a world where baseball ever thinks to itself, a la Savannah Bananas baseball. Yeah, the ball's in the stands, not necessarily free game, but there's a little bit more at stake.
The whole sport, this is always my biggest issue with baseball, and it goes from the people who cover it to a lot of the older generation of players and the managers. Like, they just take themselves way too seriously. Way too seriously. I mean, this is still the same sport that you hit a home run and you hold your bat too long running down to first base. You should expect the ball thrown at your head.
Hell yeah.
Like, it's just so stupid. They take themselves way too seriously.
Honestly, though, now that I think about it, I kind of like that the guys are getting beamed when they celebrate. I kind of like it.
My biggest issue is now that the DH is gone, is that the pitchers are immune from it.
Yeah, but they already were.
Yeah, but you should throw at the pitcher. Like, if the pitcher throws at someone Like, you throw the bat at him, I guess.
You know what?
Like fully weaponize it.
That has been a foreign concept in Houston since 2011, and for me, it's entirely a foreign concept. The idea of a pitcher batting is offensive. Like, they're terrible. Like, sometimes they're wearing their warm-up jackets when they're standing in the batter's box. I remember seeing Pedro Martinez once do it in interleague play, and I was I love Pedro, favorite athlete at that moment in time, but I was embarrassed seeing him in a hitter's jacket, like standing in the batter's box. It's like, what are you doing, dude? Look, I just want more moments like this in the sport. But it does have me wondering about scum fan bases because, look, New York fans are a particular breed of scum. And if you missed this last night, here is Freddie Freeman in the midst of a moment of silence for victims of cancer. I believe that Freddie Freeman, didn't he beat cancer himself?
I think so.
I honestly forget the backstory with Freddie Freeman. All I know is that Freddie Freeman in particular, this was a poignant moment. A moment of silence, and yet a Yankee fan found a way to ruin it. You can hear it in the background right there. You suck, Freddie Freeman.
You just gotta find time to voice your displeasures with a guy who's just whipping your tail.
I will say that was like perfect delivery, not great timing.
Yes,
but perfect delivery for like. It was the right tone, you suck, Freeman. It was can't give it A+. A-. The doc is for, doing it during the
during the cancer part of the game.
Yeah.
He lost his mother to cancer when he was 10. That's horrible. Really is horrible. But this is on brand for Yankee fans. And this is on brand for Jets fans as well. And I don't know how many people are making the trek tomorrow to the Texans-Jets game at MetLife Stadium in the marshes of New Jersey by all the bodies that the Sopranos killed.
Mm-hmm.
If you go to that game, you are going to deal with people that are just like this. These are the kind of people that go to these games. These are the kind of people that New York fans are.
What's the split normally? It's Giants, Yankees normally, right, though?
Yes.
Jets, it's the Jets, the Mets, the Nets.
It's usually Jets, Mets. However, it's a little bit more with the Jets. There are definitely a good amount of Yankee Jets.
Gotcha. I kind of figured. Yeah, because there's not as many Mets fans.
The Mets are like Long Island and Queens.
Okay.
Where the Jets are kind of Long Island and Queens, if that makes any sense.
Yeah.
It is bizarre. But I do think, like, of all NFL fan bases, that Jet fans are underappreciated in their trashiness.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
And they're towards the top. Because Giants fans don't seem to be as trashy as Jets fans. Just an observation.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, Eagles fans have to be towards the top of that list. Just no matter what they do in life, you'll never be able to shake the fact that you threw snowballs at Santa with batteries on the inside. Like,
the Philly fans also interesting because they get so upset every time another fan base does things like this and doesn't get crucified for it. Like, I saw so many Eagles, Phillies, Sixers fans,
Philadelphia fans took this one personally,
being like, "Imagine if this was a Philadelphia sport. They would have been shot on TV."
I don't have to imagine it. They do it all the time.
Yeah, it's like,
just wait till the next Eagles game.
These guys are heroes, but Philly fans, whatever. I'm like, guys, you're taking this way too serious.
Yeah, I knew exactly where to go. I know exactly what Twitter account to go to.
Who?
Guy used to work with us, Greg Frank. Went right to his Twitter account.
You're revealing my sources.
Because I was just like, I'm assuming he's talking about. I don't care. Greg and I still talk. It's okay.
Yeah. No, he texted me during the Texas-Georgia game when Texas fans threw garbage.
That's
he
funny.
Texted me personally.
That's funny. I appreciate that.
He's like, these scumbags, huh?
Yeah, I like that. But they're so defensive. Like, well, you are. Like, you're mostly
You should
scumbag.
accept it.
Yeah, that's the difference. Like Philly fans, like they don't accept their scumbagness.
Yeah, like
Yankees fans, no. Look at this guy's smile on his face when he's committed.
No, that was fine.
He was having the time of his life.
Because he paid for those tickets. That was fine.
I mean, he probably got
How did he pay for those tickets?
His union probably gave him a raise today.
His union? Yeah. Oh, because he probably works for the
Yeah,
sanitation union.
Yeah. He probably got a huge raise today.
Well,
in Jersey, but
maybe. I mean, he probably could have. Would he have had to go to work tomorrow? I don't know. Racketeer. I mean, going to work in New York can be difficult. The commute would be difficult, but he didn't get arrested. They just escorted him out of the stadium, and apparently, I don't know if we have a confirmation on this guy being banned from the stadium, but he definitely has not been banned for life. That's for sure. And a lot of people are like, he needs to be banned for life.
Jesse Rogers says he's been banned. The Yankees have agreed he will not be at tonight's game, but they both got a full refund of their tickets, so they're not banned.
See, like that's a
soft ban.
I like how the Yankees get to decide the punishment like they're Georgia football and be like, well, okay, he's not suspended for the entire season,
But also, like,
but he'll miss our non-conference game. Like they get to be like, okay, but if it what? Oh, I guess this is the last game in Yankee Stadium all year anyway. So it's like if we get to Game 7, then maybe he can come back. But no, I don't get why they get to negotiate with MLB.
It's their stadium. They should get to make the rules, just like the Astros should be able to decide if the roof is open or not.
Which they do.
It's not except in the World Series.
Yeah.
But like I don't really understand why people are so upset about this. But it's baseball fans. Like I saw Jeff Passan. I haven't even watched the video. I don't need to watch the video. I saw it on mute on my computer of him just like looks like screaming while he was on with Pat McAfee today. Stunned that he's a guy who's very upset by this.
He at least has a sense of humor.
Usually.
Yeah, I don't know how it can go with Jeff Passan.
He is actually keeps you guessing because most of these guys are like, this is an insult to a historic game that was played back in the 1880s, but only by white people. Like there's this weird
Buster Olney, Tim Kirkchin, Ken Rosenthal. They don't like this. I feel comfortable painting with the broad brush that none of those three guys do not like this.
I agree. For all I know, they all wear bow ties. For all I know, they're all 5'3".
Verducci too.
Verducci, my God.
Oh.
Verducci had that.
My favorite of these.
When Verducci writes his Hall of Fame column, I get nothing arouses me more than Tom Verducci hyping himself up, like sauntering out with my column about the Baseball Hall of Fame. He slowly walks out. Look at this thing I made. It's just for you, baseball fans. Hey.
About how Scott Rowland upholds the values of MLB.
Rowland, I forgot he made it in. Jesus. Oh, it's such a dumb sport, and it's so great that this guy is the star of the sport. What's his name? Campagnolo or whatever? Yeah. Great Italian American.
I thought you were saying Verducci. I was like, no.
No, another Italian.
Or do you think Verducci is like good stuff? Good stuff, He
Tip
didn't.
the cap.
He got pinched. He didn't say a word. Now he's out.
Probably. All right, it's Gallant George. He's Joe and Paul Shaw behind the glass. The Texans are doing something for the first time in a really long time, and the first time with D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud. Is it going to hurt them tomorrow night? We'll discuss. Stay put.
You're listening to Gallant and George on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
They have playmakers all across the field, right? A lot of playmakers, a lot of veteran guys who have been successful in this league for a while. So you look at their offense, just the receiver position with Wilson, with Adams, it's a tough match for us, right? So we have to be on our guys. You got to play sticky in coverage versus guys. And also the running back position, they got two backs, Young back and Allen, and also Brees Hall, explosive players, right? Explosive physical backs that can make plays all across their defenses. They've been a top 10 defense for a while. So it's a tough matchup and one we're really excited about, looking forward to.
That's D'Amico Ryans talking about the New York Jets. Yesterday, the Texans played the Jets in MetLife Stadium tomorrow night. Last time they played them there was last year. They lost 30-6. This is the first time in the C.J. Stroud and D'Amico Ryans era that the Texans, Joe, will play a Thursday night football game and have to prepare for a team on a short week.
Does that matter a lot to you that that's happening?
It does to a degree.
Okay.
I feel like it's just foreign territory for all of them. And hearing so many players in the locker room when I was in there on Sunday talking about how this is new to them does make me wonder if they're going to have adequate prep, if they're going to feel rested. They've already got a lot of injuries. I feel like there are a lot of factors at play here that make it so that that 2-point Jets favorite line isn't the craziest thing in the world.
Yeah, and it's interesting because I don't know when the movement happened. I don't know if it must have been quickly into the week, because I know we've been saying that for a couple of days. The Texans technically opened as 1-point favorites in this game, and then it's shifted to the Jets -2. I don't know if that's all because of Stephon Diggs and what they were hearing. I don't know if he's worth 3 points himself, but this is where, kind of going back to we joked a little bit about Case Keenum. You hope he's around, because that's the one person, CJ Stroud, that I would say he's definitely the most unprepared for this. Like, at least in all the other rooms right now, you've got Joe Mixon, you've got Laramie Tunsil, you've got Robert Woods. Like, you've got veterans all over this team and a coach and OC who've done this before. Really, if Case Keenum's not there on a daily basis, all you have is CJ Stroud and Davis Mills. And they're totally unprepared for what a short week looks like. So hopefully they'll be okay.
Hopefully.
I think they will be. The Jets are tough. D'Amico Ryans just listed their entire offense. There's a lot of talent on that team. There are a ton of really good football players. But this team just lost to the Patriots. I don't take them seriously. Maybe I'm giving the Texans too much credit, but I think we'll all be enjoying Halloween night.
Well, I mean, I got to watch Thursday Night Football on the most sacred holiday of the year.
You're not going to tape it and watch it later?
No.
Oh, okay.
I got a job. Covering the NFL. That's
you could tape it and
no, you can't.
Enjoy Halloween.
You can't tape a football game. No.
Why not?
No, you can't.
I think you can.
I think it's psychotic behavior to not watch a game live.
Yeah, I know, but
I'm doing my live stream after the show.
Yeah, that makes
sense. For
sense.
Friday's show.
Yeah.
It's school night.
I'll watch it after the game ends. I'll pick up at halftime, and then watch the first half before.
So, Paul, you're really not doing anything?
Are you gonna go out for Halloween after your live stream?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not doing anything on Thursday.
All right.
No, what? Look,
I was
I'm immature.
surprised.
I'm immature. I'm immature, but I mean, we got a show to do Thursday night. Got a show to do Friday morning.
Yeah.
I mean, last week you were staring at caviar at 5:30 in the morning and showed a good Texans game.
But he made it to the Texans game on
No, Saturday.
That's what he's saying.
Saturday.
I still can't believe you didn't eat any of the caviar.
Well, I didn't want to get a Venmo request or anything like that.
It's a fair point. But I don't take the Jets that seriously, and so maybe I'm overlooking them.
No,
that watches the team. But
I get why. There's just a lot of factors that I think add up to them being the 2-point favorites, and I don't think it's that crazy. I don't.
Well, especially when you factor in last season's game, because that's got to factor in some ways, right?
It's last year's game with how the defense frustrated the Texans, and it's the injuries that they are currently dealing with. I mean, it's a lot to overcome. So it's a short week. weird things happen on Thursday nights, and even a Jets team that seems dead, I think has a chance. And I think that the Vegas line reflects how the entire country is now starting to look at the Texans and raise their eyebrow a little bit. I think everyone is realizing that they're underachieving to this point, and that the injury to a key player who happens to be their number one wide receiver while Nico Collins is out complicates it a little bit further, because Tank Dell has not looked like last year's Tank Dell once this season.
Nope. Not even close.
So I think everybody looks at the Texans right now and they think they're underachieving. And I feel like people feel the same way about the Jets, but you're trying to get action on a underwhelming, nationally not as relevant, kind of boring to this point Texans team. You put a 2-point line out there.
Yeah, and the Jets have not. It's not like they're losing these games 48-40 and putting up a ton of points. Like, they've really done nothing all season long. They have moments where it's exciting, but they're 2-6 for a reason. Like, they're just not a good football team. So, I do agree with that sentiment, though, that the national media is starting to catch on.
Yeah, everyone's saying, well,
yeah, feels like that's why they kind of don't get talked about a lot. Because people don't really know what to do with them.
CJ Stroud's great to watch. Texans are holding him back.
Yeah,
it's that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's not. There's really not a lot of just deep dive into what's happening, because they don't really talk about defense on these national shows. They really focus on just like the offensive players, because those are the names that fantasy football people, that's what they know. But people are catching on, and the real question is just like, in 2 days, can you solve your problems? I think we all have to assume the answer to that's no, and just hope for the best for CJ Stroud's life.
Right. It's can you solve your problems on a short week when you're doing it for the first time against a team that has not solved any of its problems this year and is in the midst of a 5-game losing streak.
Mm-hmm.
And sadly, that is a toss-up question right now. This is Jeff Ulbrich talking about the Texans and Jets. I'm just going to read it one last time. It's a fantastic thing as far as getting the taste out of your mouth. To sit on that one for 6 days. I mean, it's hard enough to sit on it for 1 day. So I really believe it's a good thing for us right now to play on Thursday. Get that taste out of your mouth.
And sitting on it?
Sitting on it for 6 days. Hard enough to do it for one.
They're gonna sit
Sit
on it for 2 days.
on that loss that they suffered to the Patriots.
I wonder what the next day was like for them when they walk into that room.
I think they're all thinking about their offseason plans. And if the Texans win on Thursday, it is over. This is really the last stand, I think, for the Jets, because they got a pretty tough schedule coming up. And this is a game that actually, of those games ahead, is winnable.
Yeah.
that's where they're at right now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the playoff standings at this point. I mean, the Jets, even though they're 2-6, the Chargers are 4-3 and the last team in the playoffs right now. If they have any prayer,
they're not out. They're not out of it.
They're not dead yet.
But their schedule coming up, it's Texans at the Cardinals, against the Colts, Seahawks, at Dolphins. I feel like all of those games, they are toss-ups at best. Like, I don't think any of those are a lock. And yeah, I'm even saying that about the Jaguars and the Dolphins. This is a team that has the talent. And I know that they were doing that win-loss thing with Greenberg, and he was saying they were going to win like 8 of the last 10. I mean, I suppose you could talk yourself into that, but none of that happens if they don't win on Thursday. And I think every player in the league has a sense of pride. It's a short week. You know that you got a chance in a game like this. And I think it's going to be a really tough one for the Texans tomorrow.
I do expect it. I don't expect it to be like a total breeze. Like, it wouldn't shock me if it comes down to a field goal. I hope it doesn't. Like, they're just not a good football team. Like, they just lost to the Patriots.
I think no matter what, this is a close game.
Well, because that's all the Texans do.
Yeah.
So
and I don't think the Jets are good enough to blow them out of the building like the Vikings did. Like,
Definitely not.
I just think that this is going to be a close game.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing for this one is if Aaron Rodgers is as mobile as he looked, I just imagine Will Anderson and Dylan Hunter just going off on him the entire game. It'll be, will the Texans offense do enough to win this game by multiple points? I think you said it on Monday. Like the Colts game, it felt like the Texans were up by a way bigger margin for most of that game than they actually were. And it wouldn't surprise me if we feel the same way on Friday about this game, that it just feels like the Texans are in control, and the whole game, the scoreboard just doesn't necessarily reflect that.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Up next, it's Wednesday, 2:30. Washed Watch Wednesday. Who's washed? Like Scott Boras. Stick around. You got voice guy in there.
There we go.
All right, Joe. Who's washed?
All right, we got 3 this week to go through. First one here, something I never thought that would happen. I thought she would retire before she let this moment happen to her.
Karina Kopp?
No, she's not washed. She just quit.
I think she's back in the game.
She
Fake retirement.
pulled a Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Brett Favre.
Pulling a Mike. It's not.
Oh, it's closer to what she's doing.
She literally is doing many things that Brett Favre is doing.
Yeah, yeah, but like people are wanting those. That's the difference.
Yeah,
there's consent.
She monetized it. Yeah.
Anyway, all right. Who is this she?
Red Panda. I was watching a Bulls game.
She lost her fastball,
and she was the halftime show. And she got to her second to last trick, where there's the 4 bulls, or no, it's 5 bulls.
And for those who don't know, Red Panda rides a unicycle.
Yes, and flips balls under her head.
And puts balls on her head.
Yeah.
This has been a regular basketball halftime
for
show
years. And she had the 5 balls trick, sort of second to last one, where she kicks them up into the air. She missed it 4 straight times.
4 straight.
Everyone has an off night.
Now, to her credit, the 6 balls, the next trick she got on the first try.
Okay.
But that's why she's on the watch list.
Okay.
I don't know if she's officially washed just yet, but just something to keep an eye on. She's been in the game for a long time.
Yeah.
I feel like Red Panda's been a part of my life forever.
I don't remember NBA halftimes without Red Panda.
Yeah, I don't either. Like at least like early 2000s, she's been doing this. So I've got her. I've got it on the list. So
I've seen her do it live.
I think I've only seen like probably 2 or 3 times.
I've seen her at least once at Toyota Center,
Yeah.
probably twice.
Yeah.
She did a Texas basketball game one time.
Is she based in Houston?
I don't know.
No, I think she seems like she does it every night.
Yeah. I would. Do you think she does it more than 82 games? Like she's more active than the teams are?
I mean, if she's doing college games for sure.
Yeah.
Like,
I definitely
she's
seen
probably
her
active
do
every night.
college games. Yeah.
I mean, good for her.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? I'm willing to watch a watch list, but I don't know. It's 1 out of 82.
I'm gonna veto that. This is one of the
Okay.
greatest athletes in American
All right.
history.
LeBron had an off night.
This
all
is our
right?
first veto.
Yeah.
Well, this might be our second veto.
Okay.
This is based off of the reaction that you got when you started talking about your Halloween outfits, costumes, and that people like the one crazy person who texted us. What did they say? Oh no, that texted us the girl from your dating app.
Oh,
That said that there's scary people out there.
yeah.
So
sorry, I forgot. I had to be reminded.
Is Halloween washed?
No.
I mean, we can't
No,
even
I'm
decide.
35
We
and
can't
still
even
celebrate.
decide. We can't even decide what weekend it's supposed to be.
Well, it's both. If it's not one.
Now, see, I agree with that statement, but I just feel I don't know. I feel like it's losing its fastball a little bit.
No, it's never losing its fastball. I intend to celebrate this as long as I can, and I do not care if I get called a Peter Pan boy for being what? Peter Pan never wanted to grow up.
Oh,
No, you're
okay.
just
I was like a Peter Pan.
No, you're just eventually you just your outfits just change. Your costumes just
Yeah,
change.
yeah. You just slowly start becoming, maybe the
older characters.
Yeah, the grandpa from Up or something.
Yeah, Hugh
That's
Hefner. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
Grandpa
Hugh
from Up's a good one. See, if the beard gets fully gray, you just have to go all in one year.
No, I can't. I hate this beard so much right now.
Tom Selleck from Blue Bloods instead of Hawaiian
I can't wait to get rid of this facial hair.
What's the game plan? Like as soon as you get home,
I'm dressing as Jon Snow. I will be at Nick's place for probably a little bit on Thursday. I will be dressed as Jon Snow for that. I think I might have a date on Friday. I think are going to a Halloween pop-up shop.
Okay.
I don't know if it's still going to be open November 1st, but if it is, I will be dressed as Jon Snow on this first date with somebody that I match with on Bumble. And then on Saturday is Magnum PI Tom Selleck, dress low-key slutty and see what happens.
Now,
for the night.
like let's say you get home at 3 a.m. Are you shaving that thing at 3 a.m. because you want to get rid of it so much?
What?
Your beard? Or you like?
Yeah, I'm shaving it probably
as soon as you get home.
I mean, depending on what happens Friday
Yeah,
night.
well, yeah.
Yes.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you go on this date, she says she likes it, you're stuck.
No, I'm not. I don't care. I can change my look up, and
Yeah.
I do not care. If the person tells me that they want me to do something, I will do the opposite because I am the worst. Don't even
I was
have a
gonna say,
reason for it.
Joe, it's a little bit different than your wife saying that she likes the mustache. It's a little bit different of a situation.
Yeah, she was mad when I got rid of it last week. That's why it's coming back.
It comes back pretty quick though.
It does. Well, it's because I just don't. My ability to identify the guards is really bad apparently. Because I thought I wasn't gonna shave it all off with the guard I put on my electric razor.
The razor guard.
The razor
okay.
guard.
I was like, what? Okay.
And like,
Not Kenyon Green and Shaq Mason.
Yeah,
no,
that's what I thought.
no,
Whoa,
those
Tyson's
guys.
take.
No, those guys I know suck. I'm good at
Like
that.
that. I thought you were turning into the Kendrick Green washed.
Yeah, just bust.
Chris Strassman.
I think
whatever.
he skipped. I think he skipped washed. He went straight to bust. Him and Anthony Richardson both. Last one here because he hasn't played yet this season, and now his team is suing the Los Angeles Clippers. Kawhi Leonard. Is he officially washed? Are we there?
I saw Stephen A. Smith said he's the worst star in the history of star athletes.
I like that take. I actually agree with it.
I hate that there are so many players that are like Kawhi, and that's the problem. Since there are other players like Kawhi, can I say that Kawhi is washed without saying Joel Embiid is theoretically washed, and some of these other guys who don't play every single game are? I think it's a sport-wide problem, and these are half measures that Adam Silver is putting in. Guys need to be suspended and fined. Penalizing a team does nothing.
And $100,000, it's not enough.
And the thing with Kawhi is that's like he's more Lance McCullers than Joel Embiid. Like this guy just can't. Like his body cannot stay healthy.
Yeah, I mean he's got 2 Finals MVPs for 2 different teams.
He hasn't finished a playoff series. He hasn't played the last game of a playoff series since the bubble. Every other year he gives it a shot and he can't make it 3 playoff games. So like this isn't like he just packs it in. Like he actually cannot stay healthy. He physically cannot hold up.
He's crazy to think that it's a pandemic since he's been able to complete a playoffs.
Because what, they won the championship in 19?
Yes. And then the first year with the Clippers was 20.
God, that was that long ago when Toronto won it all.
That's what I thought it was. When you said the bubble year, I was like, that's not right because they won the no, the Lakers won that championship.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that, but it does feel like there's a lot of players right now who you can't say that about, and because they just don't play very often. And it's the NBA has a relatability problem for sure. And
do I just add NBA to the list today? Watch.
Well, and I think we'll talk a little Rockets tomorrow because there is a game tonight. I am having a hard time enjoying the Rockets on offense to this point because they are shooting a high volume of threes and they're just not very good at making them. They're not bad by percentage points. They are 14th in the league, but it's such an up and down kind of performance. And it just reminds me of the past. I don't like this basketball.
So you're getting like James Harden vibes. Like from
a
the
little
team,
bit,
from
yeah.
the team.
It still feels like they're playing Morey ball, and I mean, I guess Rafael Stone is basically Daryl Morey's hired or replacement because he was in the right place. Like he had an office down the hallway from Morey, and okay, he's done all right. But yeah, I like the defensive side of the Rockets. I'm not thrilled with the amount of threes that are being shot up.
It is when they're not going in. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
It's not enjoyable.
Yeah. I think that's part of just like this is how everyone like it's not even
100%.
Morey ball anymore. It's just like what 2024 NBA basketball is, where like the Celtics put up 63s on night 1 and they made 29 of them. But there's also going to be games where they make 19 of them and they lose by 20.
12, right. Exactly.
So like it's just going to happen. That's why part of the reason we see, I think in every Rockets game, there's been a blown lead of like 15 points by one team or the other. It's because you get hot in the first quarter and you get cold in the third quarter. That's how these big runs happen.
Is there a fix? Like, do you can't really expand the 3-point line any further.
Well,
you would have to expand the court and then.
Well, they talked about getting rid of the corner 3. So where
the corner 3.
So where the 3-point line would go, instead of it curving down to the baseline, it would just go out to the sideline.
Because the corner 3 is shorter than up top. And so if you just don't change the angle of the curve, it just runs into the side.
I wouldn't hate that.
I wouldn't hate that either. I actually think that's a really interesting idea.
I mean, you got a G League to try this out.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I was like, can we try that in the G League first just to see where guys stand? Because I don't know where you would people just go back to standing where like Udonis Haslem, like,
maybe,
or would we have power forwards that are like Juwan Howard again? Like I don't know what would happen.
What does Alpy do? Like Alpy takes shots in the corner. Like does he?
But he doesn't like spot up.
No. But like what a guy. If it was a play for Alpy in the corner, like does he just now move in 5 feet?
That'd be great. That's where Amen Thompson would just stand every time.
Yeah, Amen Thompson's screwed.
Just stand there and then cut.
Yeah.
Boom. There's the layup.
I think that's actually a change we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
But there's also been people who have said that to try to do more spacing, that they might expand the court.
Expanding the court like would help. Just making the court bigger would help, and then pushing the line out. But
that's really the only thing. But they'll still shoot.
And like you'd have to change 30 different arenas.
Mhm.
It's probably not going to happen.
I missed the mid-range shot.
Mm.
Random take.
This one's for you, LaMarcus Aldridge,
Chris Paul,
Allen Iverson.
AI.
Iverson was good at that.
Luis Scola.
I miss AI. My favorite basketball player growing up.
AI misses his money.
A lot of players do. It happens.
Antoine Walker.
Yeah, I've seen the
Tim Duncan.
the documentary. No, Tim Duncan got it stolen from
Well,
him.
it's the same difference. Doesn't matter.
Credit. They
Yeah,
would've-
it's gone. Yeah, I guess.
The money is gone.
They would have won on Brewster's Millions. Anyway, it is Gallant and George. He's Joe. Sean behind the glass. That is Washed Watch every Wednesday at 2:30. What is washed in the world of sports? You can nominate your own at 713-780-3776. That's how you call. It's how you text. You can join us on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. And you can join us at Nick's Place tomorrow for our send-off for John Granado and Lance Zierlein, and a watch party for Texans and Jets. We're going to be there starting with the Killer Bees in the afternoon. I'll be there for a little bit in a Halloween costume. Up next, we got some garbage time. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last chance to dance, Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. The long national nightmare is over for many pearl clutchers on those mean internet streets because it is now official via statement from the New York Yankees. Fans who interfered with Mookie Betts on a attempt to catch a foul ball by grabbing his glove and physically separating it and then pulling the ball out. Those fans will not be permitted to attend tonight's game in any capacity. They also said it was egregious and unacceptable. It is not immediately clear if the ban against Austin Capobianco and John Peter will apply to next year. But the Yankees said in their statement, the safety and security of players, fans, and stadium staff is the foundational element of every event held at Yankee Stadium, and it cannot be compromised.
Do all these teams now have what Longhorns the Longhorns have at their stadium, where they that tracker technology? Like, how do you stop these guys from getting in and like sitting in the 300s?
Face recognition technology is pretty impressive right now. Not
Is
gonna
it?
lie.
Is it
Yeah,
at every
you should see it.
stadium?
You should see it at Texans games. I am stunned by the technologies that they have. At least for media members, I do not even have to flash a badge anymore. It is facial recognition, and it's quick. It's crazy.
There's something with the Astros. Weren't they doing that too for like certain, like you download an app and you don't have to show a ticket, you just walk in?
Theoretically. I think they were working on that.
Or they're working on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like it's not everywhere yet.
People are not fans of it, by the way, and I kind of understand why.
Yes, because we've seen movies.
Yes.
What's the one with Shia LaBeouf?
Eagle Eye.
Yes. There you go.
Shia LaBeouf
I'm
had a
glad
good
someone
run.
got that. Sean was looking at me like I was the dumbest person.
No, I wasn't looking at you like you're dumb. I was just like, you're
Shia
asking
LaBeouf.
to ask to pull a Shia LaBeouf movie out.
There's some good Shia LaBeouf movies.
I agree.
They always have very attractive female leads.
They do.
Michelle Monaghan, Sarah Romer. Yeah,
Mhm.
good stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if that's ever gonna fully catch on.
I don't know, man. I
I
mean,
think it will. I think it will.
There's a part of me that was thinking to myself, do I really want to join in with the facial technology recognition by applying for a Houston Texans season credential? Actual thought I had for a moment, just for a moment, but I was like, no, I'm going to these games. What am I going to do? But databases like this are only going to get crazier and crazier as time goes on. I mean, it's just the year 2024.
Yeah, that's true. It's true.
It's crazy. You go up to this thing, it's like snap. Paul Gallant says it on an image. It's crazy.
That is wild. Is there going to be like the I think the Clippers arena is like this, which makes sense because it's brand new and it was made by the guy who made Microsoft. But where you don't even have to like pay for things, you can just like pick them up and the camera.
Well, the Astros have that.
Yeah, where it's like like an Amazon grocery store kind of thing that you see where you
I'll be honest,
pick
I
things
hate
up
it.
and walk out and they charge you.
I hate it. When I went to the Aggies game, to the Notre Dame game, you scan your card, and it's like it seems cool, but it's not to the point where you can have multiple people in there. So if you get stuck in line behind a slow shopper, someone that doesn't know what they want, you're just sitting there waiting. Because like I don't want to go in with them because as they pick up every beer, it's like, and yeah, if they put it back, it's fine. Like I don't want to get charged for whatever they're doing.
Yeah.
So I get why you only go one at a time, but like it can be a slow process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Time for a little garbage time. My Lord and Savior's ex-wife, Gisele Bündchen, is expecting a child.
Whoa.
Yes. She's expecting a new child with the jiu-jitsu instructor that she started having a relationship with after things between the super couple went on the fritz. Also of note,
seems reckless.
Tom Brady posted a picture of a sunset with a cover of the song Landslide, Stevie Nicks.
Mm-hmm.
after news broke that Giselle Bundchen is having a baby. Is it related? I don't know, but he posted a sunset with a and I'm here for my buddy Tom Brady, my Lord and Savior. I'm here for you, man. Although it might have just been a cryptic post, and he was appreciating the sunset and likes that song.
I mean, maybe he's talking about his new role as the owner of the Raiders. Can the child within my heart rise above? That's what it says.
Right, especially
that's Gardner Minshew.
It's a Gardner Minshew effect.
He's trying to, propel his guys to victory.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't want it to be related. I don't want 45-year-old Tom Brady to be posting like he's Deshaun Watson circa 2020. I just don't want that for him. I hope it's unrelated.
If Tom Brady's my Lord and Savior, then Bill Belichick is the Holy Ghost. And Bill Belichick's ex, Linda Holiday, wore a Kill Bill Halloween costume.
I guess she's jealous.
Yeah,
he is dating a 24-year-old.
I mean, he might not coach again because she's not sure she's ready for that lifestyle. That is out there right now. That Bill might stay with the studio work to keep his 24-year-old happy. What a weird thing to say.
Also, why would she not be ready for that life? I don't know.
She doesn't want to travel as much anymore. She wants.
You're 24.
Okay. She wants Bill to come home to snuggle every night
at a reasonable hour.
She doesn't want him grinding the tape at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Linda Holiday posted to her Instagram story today. Can everyone please stop being offended by absolutely everything? Y'all would have never survived in the Eddie Murphy, Andrew Dice Clay days. Shoot, you wouldn't survive the late night talk shows like Jay Leno or David Letterman. For the love of God, laugh a little, lighten up. Everything isn't an attack. Laughing emoji.
I like the response.
Is that about Kill Tony?
No.
I mean, there's nothing about that.
It could be.
It really could be.
Oh, boy. Anyway, there you go. No response from Belichick or from his girlfriend.
Oh, no response from Bill Belichick didn't get on a podcast?
I mean, she got mad. His girlfriend got mad at a radio host who said that she could make the cheerleading team at the small college in New England that Belichick's girlfriend went to. So I imagine that a response is potentially cooking. Just something to keep in mind.
I just think on the Manning cast, Bill just be to some kind of response.
As an aside.
Yeah.
No, I want Peyton and Eli to tee him up. Like, well, by the way, Coach,
Coach, I think this is a costume right here.
Halloween just passed.
You ever seen Kill Bill before? What do you think, Bill?
What do you think? Yeah, that would be funny. Anyway, on that note, he is Joe George. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. Big thanks to them. Big thanks to our texters, Twitchers, YouTubers, etc., etc. I am really Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are up next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It's a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5, and a busy show planned for you. The Texans play tomorrow. Texans play football tomorrow.
They do, yeah.
On Halloween. They play football tomorrow in New York. We'll get you ready for that. That's you. That's loud.
No, that was me talking on your computer, and then I thought it was me, and I turned my volume up.
I think mine was on first, and then yours hit.
Yeah.
My computer's faster than yours.
No, I thought my volume was on, hearing it.
Sick brag, bro.
No, it did. There was an echo on yours. Yours was on. It's just that mine was faster, quicker. It's like it's user.
Okay, no. What happened was yours went off, and I hit my volume button thinking, I got to turn that down, and it turned it on.
Oh.
So then I had to turn it off again.
I'm a moron with a mic. You know this. D'Amico Ryans, how he's handling these injuries. I like it. A lot of receiver names have been popping up for the Houston Texans. Pick a receiver. You can only get one. Do the Texans need to keep up with the Joneses? Seems like everybody else is making moves. Garrett, Blesson, or Stresson, he'll be joining us later on in the show as well. And we'll get to some NFL stuff, some overreactions around the league, whether you think so or not. 713-780-ESPN. 713-780-3776. You can follow us on Twitter. He's at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Brian's at Sacked by BMAC. Did you see the crazy play in the World Series yesterday? I heard it because I've been listening to every pitch on ESPN 97.5. I haven't watched a single pitch. I've only been listening to every single pitch. But, of course, I saw it on Twitter. How could you miss it? Fly ball down the right field line, slicing into foul territory. Mookie Betts goes into the crowd, a story that we know too well in Houston. Makes the catch. His glove is right around the wall. Bronx Bomber fans start ripping at his glove, trying to take the ball out of his glove. Quite the scene in the Bronx yesterday, early in that game.
Yeah, first inning, really crazy. And then watching it, you think, first of all, in real time, the first thing I thought about was, oh my God, Branham is going nuts right now because this is the Mookie Betts play all over again.
Sort of, yeah.
But then when you see the replay and you see these two jabronis just completely manhandle Mookie's glove and his arm and the ball and the way that they went about it, it was like, what are you thinking when you're taking a player on the field and ripping on his glove, pulling his arm up, and then ripping the ball out of his mitt? Like, that's okay?
Yeah, I was a fan of it. I like this move. How much? Look, it's 3-0. It's 3-0 in the World Series. Do you want to win the World Series or not? Do you want your team to win the World Series? Ask yourself, as an Astro fan, if there's, like in right field in 2018 when Betts went into the crowd, the Astro fans should have been as far up as they could possibly get, hold their hand straight in the air, and build a fan wall. They should have been. That's legal. You can't break the plane. That's where the fans yesterday crossed the line. You can't break the plane. Like anything beyond that wall into your area, that now belongs to the fans. You can't just go in there and be like, "Oh, this is my territory. I'm entitled to the baseball whenever I enter." No, you go into the crowd. That space belongs to the fans. I've always been a proponent. And like these guys said, they talked about this, which is genius. This is genius fandom, really. And I hate to give compliments to New York Yankee fan, but this is genius. This is absolutely as smart as it gets. Now, where they screwed up is they crossed the line. They crossed the wall, and they're like reaching at the glove. Like I'm not going to sit here and say that was like, this brilliant idea. But they've talked about doing this. They've talked about how whenever a right fielder comes into their area, they're going to be defensive as fans, which you should do. Now, I think that you should probably just, hold your hands up in the air like you just don't care and try to create this wall. I don't think they should be reaching at the glove. But at the same time, you're down 3-0 in the World Series. You do what you got to do. What?
2-0.
No, it's 3-0. They were going for the sweep. You're talking about the score of the game.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the series.
Of the game. Yeah.
We are both correct.
Yeah.
You've always been called brilliant. I shouldn't have doubted you. This is, I like this. And you know what happened, too? They outscored the Dodgers from that moment 11-2. So, like, people, we need a lift from Judge. We need a lift from Giancarlo. We need a lift. No, you needed a lift from those bozos out of play in right field to give you a lift. They outscored the Dodgers 11-2 after that moment. If the Yankees come back from 3-0 down and win the World Series, they need to put those jabronis in Monument Park. They need to give them a bust in Monument Park in center field at Yankee Stadium.
The Red Weasel said they need to get their own float in the parade if they win it.
I don't disagree. That's his best take he's ever had.
Did you see that Gronkowski is college buddies with these guys? And this guy was like talking all about him. look, to me, I think you can already figure this out, that I have the opposite opinion in the fact that when it's one thing to say, hey, you know what, we were in our right to be in our seats, and the ball came our way. Look, it happened in the Astros game this year when Trey Cabbage went in the ninth inning on a Josh Hader pitch, went up into the stands to catch and save a home run, and because his glove was over the wall and into the fan, that he dropped it on the way out, and so it was a legitimate home run, and the fan was not at fault. In this case, when you see the replay and see the one dude that with just the hell-bent biting of the lip and everything to get to pry the glove open and then flip the ball out, and the other guy, whatever the hell he's doing, to grab Mookie's wrist and try and put it back up over the wall. It's like, oh, okay, guys. Like, at a certain point, there are limitations, and whether you say player safety or just the game, interfering with the game itself, that was way too far.
I think it was about a half a foot too far. Austin Bianco, the fan that interfered with Mookie. I thought there was more than one. I was talking to him at a local bar when a bunch of other fans asked him to take a picture with him and for his autograph. He was a beaut. Story up at ESPN. If it's in our area, we're going to up. This is good fandom. Capio Bianco. We always joke about the ball in our area. We're not going to go out of our way to attack. If it's in our area, we're going to D up. Someone defends. Someone knocks the ball. We talk about it. We're willing to do this. This is good fandom.
There was two of them.
Yeah, there was two.
Because they threw the other guy out, too.
The reaching into the glove, and one of the fans was reaching beyond the wall. You can't do that. I'm being a little facetious here, a little tongue-in-cheek. Now, I do think that you should have a plan of attack. If you're going to sit in the front row beyond the boundary wall at a Major League Baseball game, knowing that you're entitled to that space, I firmly believe that you should go belly up to the wall, hands in the air, maybe even doing this little gesture where you're pretending like you're a college basketball fan and you're trying to, force the guy shooting the free throw to miss the free throw because you're waving your arms, because if they stick their arm like Mookie Betts into the stands and you're doing this number, well, his hand's going to move and you're able to defend him catching the baseball. The fans at Minute Maid Park in 2018 should have been doing that. They shouldn't reach across the wall, but they shouldn't allow Mookie Betts to go into their territory like it happened in 2018. I blame Joe West for that, but you fellas that were in right field when Mookie Betts impeded into your territory and you allowed him, that's on you.
Yeah, they can imitate the Dodgers when they get a hit by doing that arms in the air kind of hip thrust tilt.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you look at the crazy thing is I saw some people tweeting going, how can we vilify Bartman, but we can celebrate this guy in New York?
Result of the play.
Well, it's also the team involved. Like, it's the home team. The Cubs were screwed by their own fan in the Bartman case because he interfered with a ball that hit the home team would have caught, that a lot of people believe would have led them to the World Series, a World Series win. Whereas in the case of this one and the Jeter ball against the Orioles in New York back in however long ago that was, New York fans will celebrate this all day, every day, because of the fact that they were trying to help their team. Regardless of whether they were successful or not, if they got thrown out or not, they're going to be completely, putting these guys on a pedestal if they're for the home team. If you screw the home team, then you're going to get vilified like Bartman did.
Yeah, it depends on the result of the game, really. Like how the rest of the game goes. Like if that was a critical spot and it cost the Yankees multiple runs and then they go on and lose the game, like those fans aren't being celebrated. They're not heroes. But if they go on to win this World Series after that, you outscored the Dodgers 11-2 after that moment. You come back from a 3-0 deficit to then win it all. Those dudes are never going to buy a drink in the Bronx ever again. They're going to be considered heroes in the Gotham City.
Yeah, you're probably right. And I mean, look, they already are. I mean, you look at how many people are having drinks with these guys and celebrating these guys and putting their pictures up all over social media, and how many people like us are talking about these guys. They're already getting their claim to fame and their 15 seconds and more. And everybody that's a Yankee fan loves these dudes already. But I mean, it's a microcosm of what we're dealing with in society today, that we take these two guys and they go across the street after getting thrown out and losing front row tickets to a World Series game, and they have the time of their lives, and now they're heroes.
If the fans did that in right field against Mookie Betts in 2018, and the home run counts, the Astros go on to win the World Series, aren't those dudes pretty much heroes in Houston?
Sure.
Yeah. It depends. Like they went too far. Like I'm like being sarcastic about this slightly. You can't reach across the field. You can't be reaching into the glove and start taking the glove off. Like they went too far. Like that was a bit egregious. But I'm all for fans holding their ground when a ball goes over a boundary wall. Here was Mookie Betts talking about it after the game. And I thought Mookie Betts handled this great. I really did.
What happened with that fan, that foul ball? It's irrelevant. We lost. It doesn't matter.
Just how is that hand feeling? Because it kind of looked like, from our perspective, that your wrist kind of went a little bit back.
No, I didn't even know he grabbed my hand, so no, it's perfectly fine.
There you go. Mookie Betts.
He got the out.
It's fine.
So, I mean, I think it didn't affect the outcome of the game. And
well, it looked like he said something to him.
Oh, there's no doubt. Yeah, when he came down, whether he wants to tell the media that he didn't realize he grabbed his arm or not, he was pretty fired up and screaming at those dudes about the fact that they were all over him up there above the wall.
I love this so much. What great drama that was. I saw some people losing their minds on Twitter. What if he broke his wrist? They're grabbing his glove. He could have slid his hand off the wrist. What if he got hurt? Like, that's people were going way too far with what was happening yesterday. 7869. If Mookie got hurt, would the fans be charged with anything criminal? Yeah, probably.
I would have to believe. I mean, I think the craziest thing of all of this is that the Yankees were going to give. The Yankees were going to give them their seats for tonight.
I know.
And then Major League Baseball had to step in and basically say, no.
That's smart by the Yankees, though.
And almost. To me, it's like I would say just giving them a refund if the dude's season tickets on the open market. World Series tickets probably gives him way more if he sells them online than he just a straight refund off the face value.
Yeah, you're kind of screwed him out of money there,
Yep.
although he might deserve it. Tyler and Conroe, Dodger fans forget that Mookie is a known cheater. He deserved what he got from the Yankee fans. I have a problem calling Mookie a cheater. I think he was just doing what everybody in baseball was doing. 6381, Betts is a class act. Hate the Dodgers, but he has class. Same as Freeman. I do like Freeman. I like Ohtani, too, even though he threw his translator under the bus for betting on sports. 3209, I mean, doesn't Major League Baseball want more fan interaction? It's a great point. It's a great way to bring fans closer to the game, give them a front row seat, get them a close to filled experience for the fans yesterday.
Do you think that the Dodger fan the other night was looked at as somewhat of a hero when he made sure that it was a ground rule double instead of a home run in the outfield?
I don't know. I don't feel like anybody really talked about that.
Yeah, they really didn't, because at the end of the day, it was the Freeman grand slam that saved the day and won the game. But at the same time, the fact that you didn't let the ball get anywhere near the wall.
But it wouldn't have changed the result, though, right? Like, it was clearly going to be a ground. It was clearly going to be a double.
I thought it was clear enough, but he was outside, far enough away from the wall. But, yeah, you could see, though, he already knew he was going to get ejected. He was packing up his things and trying to bail before the security got there.
No doubt that yesterday was crazy. There's no doubt that play was crazy. I'm all for fans playing defense when the ball goes into the stands, though. So I kind of defend these guys. Now, you can't go across the wall. But I started to think, what are the craziest things that we've seen happen in a game? Or listen to them on the radio. You can catch all the World Series games here on ESPN 97.5. What are the craziest things that you've seen in a game? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, where I'm gonna judge with an iron fist. I'm gonna roll with an iron fist on Twitch today. YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitter at ESPN 975, Blankers at Pac-Man, Joel, Brian at Sacked by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Gosh, before we go to the break, a word from mybookie.ag. Look, you know that there's games on almost every night now with NBA basketball, college basketball getting ready to start. But, of course, with the World Series and college and pro football, you have got a ton of sports to watch all the time. Sometimes you don't really care that much about the teams that are playing, but maybe you want to make the game more interesting. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag and set up an account, and you can bet on the games, and you can make them more interesting and give yourself a bigger rooting interest whenever you want. And the good thing is right now, when you sign up at mybookie.ag, they're doing a double your first deposit to where up to $1,000, what you put in, they put in, and you see it in your account immediately. That means more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win because you play at mybookie.ag. Just remember our promo code BET975. Using that promo code will open the door to getting you that double your first deposit. And if you are reloading your account, there's all kinds of rewards for you as well. And if you get friends to sign up, there are rewards for that too. All you got to do is go to mybookie.ag. And when there's no games going on and you feel like playing some casino games, or maybe you just like and prefer casino games, there are live dealers standing by at all times so you can play blackjack, poker, and so much more. No flights to Vegas or drives to Louisiana. You got this right here at mybookie.ag. They are the ones that take care of you every step of the way. That's why I tell you that's where you need to go and you play. Go to mybookie.ag right now. Use our promo code BET975 and sign up and start and let the games begin. It's like I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag. Use our promo code BET975.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The Mattress Firm Battleground 2K24 college basketball doubleheader is coming to Toyota Center Saturday, November 9th. Catch high-level college hoops featuring Rice versus Florida State at 6, and then a top 10 matchup, the main event featuring Houston and Auburn at 8:30. You can purchase your tickets now at toyotacenter.com, toyotacenter.com for the Mattress Firm Battleground 2K24 college basketball doubleheader. Going to give away a pair of tickets right now. First person to call Brian, 713-780-3776, and tell him who was the Cougar point guard last year that got injured against Duke. 713-780-3776. First person to call Brian, give him the correct answer. Pair of tickets heading your way for the Mattress Firm Battleground 2K24 doubleheader, and you can get your tickets now at toyotacenter.com. Craziest things that you've seen, 713-780-3776, because yesterday was crazy. 1209, Branham, no way you actually believe this incident was caused the Yankees to win. How could you not? They were trailing in the game 2-0 when it happened. They're trailing in the series 3-0. They were well on their way to a sweep. Do you believe in momentum in sports? Do you believe in old Uncle Mo? Because Mo was not on the side of the Yankees until this very moment. What did the Yankees do after that? A run in the second, a grand slam in the third, 5 spot in the 8th, on their way to an 11-4 victory. You know that Aaron Judge wasn't going to deliver the momentum swinging hit. You know it wasn't going to be Anthony Rizzo. No, the Yankees fed off of the fans who were a little savage yesterday to Mookie Betts' glove.
Oh, they also fed off a bullpen game for the Dodgers and shaky pitching. And to your point,
what happened first?
To your point, at least, the fact is that that's the first time all series that the team that scored first did not win the ball game. So now we'll see if Garrett Cole has anything about keeping the series going longer than it's ever been when a team starts out 3-0. But look, the Yankees have been a disappointment. You look at the team and all the way that they went about their business, and they were supposed to have the advantage in pitching, and they don't. And and Aaron Judge has been a no-show. Stanton, thankfully, has been more than people thought he was going to be because he's always hurt. And yet here we are. So if they use it to their advantage, it's fantastic. But it's pretty sad when you've got the guys that make the money, that have the MVPs and all the accolades of an Aaron Judge and or Stanton and some of those guys and Soto, and you're hanging on by a thread trying to make this a series. But the fans did what they did.
It happened first.
It happened in the first inning, Jeremy. You're right.
It happened before the onslaught of runs for the New York Yankee lineup. So what's the craziest things that you've seen in a game? 713-780-3776. What jumps out to you?
I got a couple that I experienced in person, and the one that was as crazy as I've ever seen is when we had that bat in Compact Center in the middle of the game.
Oh, yeah. Didn't Manu catch it?
Yeah, he killed it.
What a weirdo.
Yeah, so it was like, and Moochie had the big fro that night, and the bat was somehow like following around Moochie and the fro, and it was during game action, and he was ducking, and the referees finally stopped the game, and the thing was just hovering around the court, and Ginobili just grabbed a towel and snapped it out of the air, and it just hit the floor, and everybody stopped for a second and looked at it, and then one of the janitorial guys just came in and scooped it up and ran it outside.
Do you think that bat was rabid because it was flying around during day? It wasn't daytime, but it was well lit.
Oh, yeah. I mean, believe me, it was a discussion because of the fact that I think Ginobili at one point touched it first.
Yeah.
That there was discussions about if he needed to be tested and or get shots. Because when you get rabies shots, they're in your stomach.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So there was there was a lot of guys that were like, yeah, I'd rather risk it. I'll tough it out. I don't think I got anything because they don't want the shots in the stomach.
That's brutal. I did not know that.
Yeah.
The one that always jumps out to me is the Malice in the Palace. Like that was, oh my goodness, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah. I don't know that we ever will again either. But, every time you go back and review that tape, you see something you didn't see the first time. And, just from the guys trying to get off the floor, and I think Reggie Miller was in street clothes, and just getting hammered by beers, like full beers. And then the fact that Artest is literally laying on the scorer's table, kind of relaxing until that beer comes down and drills him. And then you find out what Ron Artest is made out of, and you're like, oh, boy.
That's the one that I was so fascinated with that too. Like I watched all the coverage of that for hours. I watched was it the 30 for 30? I can't remember who did the documentary, but I thought it was a 30 for 30. I was so obsessed with the Malice of the Palace. I've read everything about Malice of the Palace. I've seen everything to see about Malice in the Palace. That's one that jumps out to me. Junior Broncos, where that guy ran on the field and jumped the center field wall and got away. He's talking about it Minute Maid when he ran up Towles Hill, climbed, like did a pull up onto like the little deck where like the gas pump's at, and then ran out of Minute Maid Park. So like he was a streaker. I think he was clothed, but he ran onto the field before security could get him. He ran up Towles Hill, jumped up, did a pull up onto the gas pump, and then ran out like over to Crawford Street or whatever.
And they never got him?
Not in the ballpark. Wow, not in the ballpark. He was out like that.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that was really well done. I do remember that. Virginia said I once saw a minor league hockey player take off his skate and try to stab a guy. Okay.
You sure that wasn't Happy Gilmore?
Maybe it is.
I saw that happen in Happy Gilmore.
Maybe that's what he's referring to.
Maybe there's a joke there. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe it just went over my head because it's hard to read, context on text. King of Twitch said I once saw a bull kill a bull rider. I doubt that you saw that. Now I know it's happened. But I doubt the King has actually seen it.
Some of the great ones are, I think it was the Rams that did it last, where you get the fan that is streaking or like trying to draw attention to a political statement on their T-shirt, and the players just flat out lay them out.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it was last year, and the guy ran onto the field, and he had like a pink shirt with a message on it, but he had like a smoke bomb attached to him, and two linebackers for the Rams just came off the sideline and annihilated the kid.
Those are always my favorite.
And the security guards
sometimes, I've seen it a couple times in baseball where a security guard will just spear them. Yeah, those are just the best, especially if you have Kevin Harlan on the call, who makes all those moments 1,000 times better.
The one that I will never forget is the fan in Portland that was given Vernon Maxwell. And half of us were all into the stands, and the guy was vulgar and he crossed the line way too far. But the fact that a player was going into the stands trying to throw haymakers and rip the guy's head off was something that I never thought I would have experienced.
Yeah, that's pretty nuts. Virginia says Randy Johnson's pitch killing the bird. That was
amazing.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
Like, poor bird. Don't want Peter calling us, but that was something that I've never seen before.
The bird just disappeared. Like there wasn't even a body.
Yeah,
it was just a cloud of feathers.
I had a bird run into my window. I think it was yesterday morning, maybe Monday morning. Like I saw, because like usually if like I'm doing work on the couch, like the sun is rising from the east, and the east is to my left eye, so it can kind of see like the change in direction or the change in sunlight. So I see like this, this flash of shade kind of like move from front to back, and then I hear a big thud. And then I walk out there, and there's feathers all over the place. I didn't find the bird, though, so he must have survived.
Really?
The bird must have survived, yeah.
Couldn't
find
find
the
those
bird.
happen
Bird's a dog.
a couple times.
It is a dog, yeah. As it was trying to evade some dogs, I guess. Junior Broncos seeing the Texas fans peer pressure the refs to change the call by throwing water bottles onto the field.
That was fun.
That is a good point. I've never quite seen anything like that.
Yeah, imagine Brian thinking that was fun.
One that stood out to me, I don't know if you guys remember this because it's been more than a few years, probably like 10 years ago, but there was a big fight between it was during a college football game between Miami and Florida International, where just a massive fight broke out on the field. But what made it even better is for some reason the colored analyst for Miami football started talking smack during while calling the fight and kept shouting, "You don't bring that mess into the OB." Like he was very proud for some reason of Miami University, which should be obviously a high football program, deciding they were going to fight Florida International on the field.
That's pretty good. You don't bring that here.
Bring that mess into the OB. He just kept shouting it over and over again. It was hilarious.
Now, from my TV days, there was production reels that would, during game action, when the cameras would catch something not suitable for television, they'd keep a running reel of it.
Sure.
And two that came out of, ironically, both I think out of Sky Dome. One was the one where the hotel rooms didn't have one-way glass.
Seen that.
And the couple was going at it in the hotel room while the game was going on. And then the other one was there was a couple literally in the third deck while the game was going on, and they kind of look around like to see if anybody's looking. Like, there's no cameras, obviously, in a baseball stadium. And then she just flat out just mounts him during the game, and then like they get the video of it, and the minute they start realizing people are starting to, they bailed.
How do you remember this so vividly?
It's pretty good video.
3243 Antonio Brown jump kicking someone mid kick return. I don't remember that.
Antonio Brown
like the Antonio. Yeah, that's what he said.
I do remember Antonio Brown ripping off his jersey while the game was still going on and running
walk
off the field. That was pretty memorable. We've never seen that before.
That's the Antonio Brown thing that I remember. I don't remember him jump kicking someone mid kick return.
I don't either.
Yeah, I'd send some video of that one. I'll watch it. 0053, Jose Ramirez knocking out Tim Anderson. That was pretty good.
That was
pretty good. Now, I've seen baseball players take swings at other guys before. I mean, you saw who was the Odor and Bautista got into it.
Yeah, Joey Bats getting knocked out by Odor has to be one of the best punches in sports.
Yeah, yeah. If you get away of like the combat sports,
right?
If you go with just non-combat sports, it's one of the better ones. Although there were some good ones in like the late '80s basketball and prior. Quite frankly, Kermit Washington,
Nolan and Robin Ventura.
That was a good one.
That's the famous picture with Nolan having the blood all over him.
Yeah, there's been some good ones. There's been some good ones. They just kind of faded away like 90s. I think is whenever the good fights stopped happening. 4106 says 3 rounds of 8 shots in your stomach for rabies.
Ooh.
That's a lot of shots in your stomach.
Yes, it is.
I never won rabies. 7117 Altuve taking his shoe off has to be up there. I have never seen a baseball player for a non-injury take off his shoe in the middle of a game ever.
Yeah, that was different.
That was the weirdest. That was one of the weirdest things you've ever seen. Someone texting about the Tal's Hill thing. KD stepping out of bounds with the refs looking away. Then that 3 by Harden. That's an interesting one. I've seen stuff like that though. Like Finley did that with the Mavs when they were playing the Rockets that one time.
I do remember that.
Yeah. So like that's happened before. 6381. I was at the 18 fan interference game. That game didn't end until 1 a.m. due to all the pitching changes in that fiasco. Longest game I ever attended. Was that a flex there by 638? He didn't really add anything other than to say, hey, I was there and it was a long game. I think it was a flex.
Yeah, sounds like it.
That was flexious, right?
Yeah,
we can call it a flex. Yeah, I think that was a flex.
I think one of the good ones is the T-Mac 13 and 32 seconds.
Well, that was something that really hasn't been done before.
Yeah,
for sure.
That everybody. I remember we were getting beaten that game pretty badly, and most of the stadium had left. And then people that had tickets were like, "I was there, but did you stay?"
Yeah, Rockets' final broadcast being interrupted by the OJ chase. Yeah, I watched the T-Mac game on. I think it was TNT that night. Wasn't it Kevin Harlan?
I think it was a split broadcast. Yeah, I think it was both.
Yeah, I was watching the national broadcast.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I was at home. I remember where I was. 3243. He jump kicked the Browns kicker. He sent a link, so I'm gonna have to watch the link during the break because I don't have any recollection of that.
But I can't. Yeah, that one I would think would stick out if.
Somebody sent it on Twitter. Yeah. Okay. So they were playing. Oh, it was whenever he was with the Steelers.
Oh.
So this was before he actually went crazy. Huh. This was before he had the whole CT. Oh, he was the punt returner. He was the punt returner, throws it to the 40, cuts to his left, the 45-50, has some space. Oh, he was trying to leap over the kicker, and he just kind of he realized he wasn't going to clear him. And he used the punter as like a hurdle, and he realized he wasn't going to clear the punter, and he just kind of stabs him right in his right shoulder plate. I do remember this now. For some reason, I was thinking he came off the sideline and did it, but it was as a punt returner early in his career. He just stomps him. Remember this? He just curb stomps him right into the ground. I do vaguely remember this now.
Well, wasn't there one where the coach came off the sidelines and stopped
Woody Hayes, wasn't it?
Woody Hayes punched the player.
But then more recently, there was a guy that
Tomlin did it. Tomlin did it, but didn't stop the guy.
Yeah, he didn't stop the play, but he did step out onto the field.
Yeah,
that's the one I remember that was more recently.
See, he why does Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season? Because he's a dog and he wants it. He's willing to do something that other coaches are not willing to do. He's willing to walk onto the field to try to prevent a touchdown from being scored on his team. It's kind of like the fans in New York yesterday. They were willing to do whatever it took, just like Mike Tomlin was willing to do whatever it takes. And Mike Tomlin has one of the better coaching resumes in recent history.
If I were to power rank the coaches I think will be most willing to fight an active player, Mike Tomlin might be at the top of the list.
Dan Campbell?
Dan Campbell would also be. He'd definitely be top 5. D'Amico could, but I don't think he has that same angry energy.
I don't either.
But Mike Tomlin and Dan Campbell, I think, would definitely fight a player if they could get away with it.
This is one that I did think of earlier. 6856, the guy who parachuted into the boxing ring during the Evander Holyfield fight. Wasn't that against Riddick Bowe?
I don't remember.
I want to say it was Holyfield Bowe.
So what happened?
He parachuted. It was like they were having it at an open roofed venue in Vegas, and the dude parachuted into the ring
and it wasn't part of the game.
I think it was during the fight. I don't think absolutely not.
Oh.
He had political stuff. I don't even know. I don't think it was political stuff. He had stuff all over his body, written on his body. I don't even think it was before the fight. I think it was in the middle of the fight. I think it stopped the fight for a brief period to clear the fight. I think it was in the middle rounds actually. Cushing headbutt to the Browns player when he was wearing a helmet. That was insane. Bobby Knight throwing a chair. That was really good.
Yep.
I was
another
Mike
one,
Tyson
too.
ear bite. I don't know if you guys have mentioned that, but that's something no one will ever forget.
That crossed my mind when he was talking about the boxing thing. It was like, I don't think we've ever seen a fighter
No, we've
bite
never
another
seen
fighter's
someone else
ear
bite
off.
someone's bite part of someone's ear off.
O'Brien screaming "F you too." That was pretty good. Fan hopped the wall and attacked Billy Spires. I do remember that. I wouldn't have thought of that unless you said that. Somebody on the Twitch also said that crackhead dad and his son, whenever they attacked the Royals' first base coach.
Yeah,
I just thought
right.
of another one.
Yep.
Monica Seles.
Oh, she got
Oh,
stabbed.
yeah, she got stabbed,
Monica Seles got
in the
stabbed.
back. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. Hopefully, that would never ever happen again.
That's right.
Yeah, Monica Seles one might be the trump card, really. 7285 Khabib versus McGregor after fight. That was pretty nuts. But I've seen brawls after fights before. That happens quite a bit in boxing. Bloody Nolan was the Bo Jackson line drive, not the Ventura fight. I don't really remember the. I remember the image of Nolan Ryan.
Brian
but Nolan Ryan was doing the whooping.
He was, but he still had blood on it. He got it in the lip.
I don't remember him having blood from Ventura.
I remember the bloody picture. I don't remember
That's
the
not from
actual
Ventura.
line drive hitting Nolan Ryan, though. Like, I don't remember the play that led to the blood. I just remember the image of Nolan Ryan being bloody. It says Holyfield versus Lewis.
I've seen one of the images. I thought the most iconic image was Nolan Ryan having Ventura in a headlock, but still having blood on his face.
We got the picture up here in the studio. You could come take a look during the break, but I don't think he's got any blood on his face during the Ventura fight.
Yeah, I don't think he really took a hit.
Okay. I've seen the picture.
I think that was a 10-8 round for Nolan.
Yeah, maybe. I know one night in Utah, we were in Salt Lake, and it was close to the end of the game, and the coaches called Charles for some reason, and they couldn't find him, and he wasn't on the bench, and the security guys were going nuts, and one of the guys turned up and said, he's back there, and he was about 30 rows up with a really strong handshake on a guy's arm who had been ridiculing him, and the security had to get up there because he was ready to punch him.
Sheesh.
In a game.
Man. 7470, Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan, Christopher Humble. That's a good call. I know it's basketball, but Ime Udoka definitely would fight someone as a coach. Yeah, he would. I actually don't have a problem with a professional head coach fighting a professional player. They're both adults. I don't have that issue. Like, it's weird when a college coach is talking trash to a college player, but if a professional coach in any sport is talking trash to a professional player, I really don't mind. They're both adults.
Well, remember, that was PJ Carlissimo.
Well, I don't know how much talking he was doing.
I'm saying he yelled at Latrell Sprewell during practice, and then Sprewell put him in a stranglehold.
I remember the stranglehold. I just don't know how much of a fight PJ put up. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't call that a fight.
I don't think. I think
that's
to your
the
point,
I'm
though,
trying to make.
PJ's was probably yelling at him, and he didn't want to take it.
Ooh, Myles Garrett hitting Mason Rudolph with his helmet. That was
Did you see what happened? Was it last weekend or the weekend before, where someone's helmet flew off and Myles Garrett picked it up, and I think it was against the Steelers, and one of the Steelers guys ran away and was like, no, and pulled the helmet away from him right away, and Myles Garrett was like, hey man, I wasn't gonna do it.
That's pretty funny. 6856 says it was Holyfield versus Riddick, not Lewis. So we have some fighting for the Twitchers. I thought it was Holyfield versus Riddick Bowe, but I don't remember. I'll look it up during the break. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I love how D'Amico's handling the injured guys this week. I'll tell you what I mean next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, guys, a quick minute for Underdog Fantasy before we get to the break-in. I took a tough loss last night. Not quite as brutal as some Yankee fan ripping the ball out of Mookie's glove, but I was right on 3 of the 4 higher or lower picks in my pick'em entry. Just missed on Luis Hill's strikeout total. Rough way to go. Never trust the Yankee. That's the lesson here, and that's on me. But the good news is with Underdog Fantasy, the losses never linger. Every day is a new day and a new chance to win big money, real money with Underdog Fantasy. And it's not just baseball. Have fun playing fantasy sports with the NBA, NFL, college football, soccer, MMA, NHL, and much more. No matter your game, Underdog Fantasy has you covered. And the best way to play on Underdog Fantasy is with their pick'em games where you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats like hits, strikeouts, total bases, and more. And don't forget while playing pick'em that with Underdog's double flex option, you could even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a win, or cash out a winning entry early just by tapping the Win Now button to cash out your entry whenever you want. And with that type of flexibility, why would you play anywhere else other than with Underdog Fantasy? So download the app right now, sign up with promo code BMAC, that's BMAC, and deposit to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, BMAC. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
YouTube, Keith brings up the LeGarrette blunt punch Boise State, Oregon game that he was watching live. I remember watching that game live, too. It didn't click in my mind. That happened. There's so many things going on upstairs. But that was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you see some brawls after games, though. Houston and Hawaii had one in the Honolulu Bowl long time ago. That was pretty gnarly brawl. Buddy Ryan, Kevin Gilbride, a couple of people texting that.
Yeah.
It is not too often that you see a couple of coaches going at it.
Remember the Cheney Calipari in the media room?
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, that was great. That was phenomenal drama.
That's a good call. That was so good.
Yeah, Cal was at the podium, and Cheney was in the background and just started yelling things at him, and then they just kept and Cheney wanted to rip his head off.
That was so good.
Yep.
That was whenever Cal was at UMass.
That's right.
It was. I think it was a conference game. I think it was A10. I think it was the A10.
Yeah.
I think it was the A10.
Yep.
That was nuts. Steve Bartman. That's a good call. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line 713-780-3776. King of Twitch was saying that he was quoting the movie 8 Seconds. You ever watch that? I think it was the guy from Beverly Hills 90210.
Luke Perry, right?
Luke Perry, rest in peace.
He's passed away.
Yeah, he's no longer with us.
Really?
Passed away a few years ago. Yeah, remember do you remember the bull that actually did kill people though? Bodacious. Remember Bodacious the bull?
I think
I do remember that story.
Yes, vaguely.
I want to say, and I could just be misremembering this because I was a young lad, but I want to say that Bodacious whenever I was a young kid. So let's go like mid-90s, early mid-90s. I want to say that they would bring Bodacious to the Houston Rodeo, not to compete because it was retired because it killed people, but they would have them just like on display, like in the open area, like at the livestock show.
Wow.
I want to say that was the case. If anybody remembers that, 713-780-3776. Because now I don't know if I'm just making that up or if I actually saw that.
Multiple rodeo guys?
I don't know I don't really know the whole story, but I know he killed at least one.
Wow.
And I don't remember if it was a bull rider or a rodeo clown. I have to remember the story. And I could have maybe just dreamt this and made believe that it happened because I was young. I really don't remember, but I want to say that was true. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRP listener line. Angel and Dayton, what you got?
Hey guys, well, there's two things that I've seen. One on TV, one live. One, I don't know if you guys mentioned this already, was when Andre Johnson just completely beat up on Courtney Finnegan. Man, that was surprising, but it was awesome to see that. That was one. And then the second one was I was actually at the game when the Texans, I think, played the Colts, and Gary Kubiak had like some kind of maybe like a heart attack.
The medical emergency.
I just remember all the medical team coming there with him, and nobody knew what was going on. So that was something crazy that I saw live. So just want to share with that.
Yeah, it's a good call.
Yep, I remember that. Appreciate the call, Angel.
I want to say that was Sunday Night Football. And that was an NBC game, and like they had the production of like
It
the
100%
overhead.
was.
They had the overhead, like I don't know if it was a blimp or whatever it was, but they had the ambulance pulling out of NRG, and like they were following it up to like the medical center, which wasn't a long drive, thank goodness. But yeah, that was an NBC game. I think that they started like 0-4.
Was he supposed to do the radio interview, or he was kind of heading?
No,
that
I think
way.
it happened just before that.
Yeah, and then he just started to. He kind of just.
I want to
faded,
say.
right?
I want to say there was still time left in the half.
Well, I don't think so.
I know it happened right at the end of the second quarter,
Yes.
going into the
Yep.
locker. But I can't remember if there was still a little bit of
I don't
time
think it
left or
was.
if it was all expired.
I thought
don't
it was.
remember that.
I thought it was at halftime.
Yeah, I do too.
I thought there might have been a
on his
few
way
seconds
walking
left.
to the locker room at halftime, and that the other part of that game I always remember, obviously, is the Case Keenum, Andre Johnson. I think it was 3 touchdowns in the first half, and then they ended up blowing the game in the second half.
I want to say that was Keenum's first start. First NFL
It might have
start.
been. It might have been.
They benched Schaub after all the pick sixes.
That-
Was it Schaub?
Yeah, well, Schaub would have been the regular starter, but yeah, but Case Keenum, I think Case and Andre had 3 touchdown
Oh, they did.
connections in the first half.
They caught everybody by surprise. It was right after the end of the second quarter.
That's what I thought. Well, and with that, when he mentioned the ambulance, the DeMar Hamlin thing was.
Oh yeah,
I remember just being riveted to that. Going, is he okay? I mean, they're basically acting and reacting like he's not going to make it. And just all the reports from everywhere that were coming out about him, and now to think that he's playing football again.
It's nuts. There's a lot of theories on that, conspiracies about that. Hamlin might be the biggest, like, something you don't see in football. Because, like, the Kubiak thing, obviously very scary. Durker had something in the dugout, too. I remember exactly what it was. But, like, those games finished. Well, Kubiak's game finished. I think they stopped the Durker game, actually. But they finished the Kubiak game. Like, how many football games have been completely stopped?
Right.
Not many. Like, I can't think of any football games that have been completely stopped whenever it was not weather-related.
I do remember an article recently about a game where they decided at that point in the game they could not continue. They would treat it like either a rain delay or they would finish it at a later date. And I want to say it was baseball as well.
They'll do it more often in baseball because you have more opportunities to play. You know what I mean? So
where someone got seriously hurt, but yeah, that one was one to me where I was just like, oh my God. I mean, to say that we've never seen anything like that before, and basically, I think most people thought he wasn't going to make it.
When Bain imploded the Steelers stadium.
Yeah, Heinz Ward was on that field. I can't believe he made it out alive.
7837, Kermit Washington, Rudy T. That was pretty nuts. I mean, obviously, I've read about it.
Yeah, I just read the
Didn't
book.
see it.
Saw the video.
Cody says they brought Bodacious out on the field a couple times for retirement remembrance of the fallen soldiers. Lane Frost was the bull rider that was killed. I want to say they brought him to like the livestock show, though, and just had him like, this is the big bad Bodacious that is the greatest bull of all time. Like, it was kind of weird, actually.
The Joe Theismann play and then the J.J.
Bad.
Watt hit on Alex Smith with the similar result. That was against the Texans when Alex Smith had that lower leg injury. That
was that Watt?
Yeah, he was in on the play.
Yeah, it was Watt.
Yep.
I remember Trent Green was trapped. Travis Johnson was the one who got Trent Green.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, back in the day. So the Texans have announced a few players being out. Azeez Al-Shire out with the knee, although he was practicing yesterday. Jared Patterson, concussion. You knew he was going to be out. Damian Pierce has a groin. The soft tissue injuries with Damian Pierce are starting to stack up. Had a hamstring, now he has a groin. And then Jimmy Ward was like practicing, but will not play Thursday against the Jets. I like what D'Amico's doing with this because there's two players specifically here. I think Azeez Al-Shire, if you're playing Sunday, maybe could have gone. I think he could be able to go tomorrow. Same thing with Jimmy Ward. I think he might be able to go tomorrow, probably could go on Sunday. But short week, that turf is so atrocious and so bad. Like, just go ahead and get them right. If it means missing one more game to get them right, one more game, and you buy them an extra 9-10 days, whatever it is, I think D'Amico's making the right call there.
I agree with you. I think that at a certain point, you've got to make a business decision for the betterment of the entire season. And because it is a short week and people already think the odds are stacked against you on the road, down two of your top receivers, that people aren't going to lose a whole lot of sleep if you end up losing this game. And if you win, obviously it would be a huge shot in the arm. But I just think that you got to be smart at this point in the season, knowing after you get done with the Jets, you've got the Lions and you've got a tougher portion of your schedule still to play, to where you need those guys because you need Al-Shire quarterback in the defense for sure.
Yeah, so I'm good with what he's doing there. I like what D'Amico's doing there. I give him compliments there. Jesse on YouTube says, wasn't Keenum's first start versus the Chiefs at Arrowhead? That is true. It was his first home start was the one where Kubiak had the mishap. At Arrowhead the week prior was his first start, and then they played the Colts that following week. So good catch on that, Jesse. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Pick a receiver. Pick just one receiver you want in Houston. Also, Stephon Diggs. He's released a message since the news of him tearing his ACL. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I just went into a bull hole on Bodacious.
Just don't go into the bullpen. That's Saturdays.
And Lane Frost. So Lane Frost was not killed by Bodacious. Lane Frost was killed by a Brahma bull named Taking Care of Business in Cheyenne.
He sure did.
In 1989.
Man.
It's too soon.
When was it? 1989?
It's too soon.
I feel good.
You can't be making fun of deaths of and it also it wasn't during the actual ride. He completed a successful 85-point ride on Taking Care of Business. He dismounted, landed in the mud, and then the bull turned and knocked Frost over. Pressed his right horn on Frost's back.
And
then that's what I don't know if maybe I don't know. It doesn't really say.
Oof, boy.
I think he said that he rose to his feet, took a couple steps, waited for help, and then fell to the ground. Maybe it was just like the brunt force, maybe like internal bleeding and
I would
stuff.
think the horn could possibly if it
dying
goes
on the
through
arena
back,
floor from massive
pierce.
internal injury. So it
Yeah.
wasn't a pierce. I think it was a blow, like such a big blow that like shoved him into
the bull put his full weight on you. That
Yeah.
I think that would be enough to do
So
it.
it was the brunt force of Taking Care of Business that killed him. And then, yeah.
Wasn't there a golf cart incident once where the
that happened
coach
to,
got run over by a golf cart?
A couple people did. That was actually, I want to say that was Danny Amendola's dad, Willie Amendola.
Okay.
It happened at the state championship game at Jerry's World. And then it was,
it was a high school game.
It's a high school it was like the state championship game. State championship game, the pylon hit the gas pedal on the cart. So that's like, instead of having the foot on the gas, it was the pylon was on the gas because there was a guy that was running around like picking up the pylons because the day was over. So he picked up the pylon, put it in the seat. It fell, and the pylon perfectly wedged to the gas pedal. And you had a runaway golf cart that's probably going 25, 30 miles per hour. It's like one of the bigger ones too. It ran over. I think Willie Amendola is the one who actually jumped on top of it and put the brake
Stopped
on.
it?
Yeah, Danny Amendola's dad, Willie Amendola, who was up in, I want to say Spring ISD forever. And then the other guy was a media member named Jerry. I'm blanking on his last name. Jerry Woodley. Okay. Jerry Woodley. I think he sued him too, actually. I think you got a little bit of money for that. You're right. That was a crazy one.
Yeah, that was nuts. And then didn't you guys have back in the day, wasn't there a receiver, a defensive back that ran through the back of the end zone
Patrick Edwards
and hit the golf cart? It was pretty traumatic.
I don't remember if it was a golf cart or if it was just something left by the band.
I think it was one of those bigger than a regular golf cart, like a flatbed, when it had like the steel side to it.
It might have been a medical cart.
Yeah,
it might have been a medical cart. Yeah, and they left it in a spot that it shouldn't have been left in, and then he ran into it. It's compound fracture. I mean, it's snapped his leg in half. Still played in the NFL.
Did he?
Still played in the NFL. Huh. He had an amazing recovery. Like those compound fractures can actually be like not terrible to recover from.
It's a clean break.
Yeah, you can actually be like standing on it pretty quickly. But that was at Marshall.
Okay.
That was at Marshall.
I just remember that it was just a bizarre injury, and then it was, of course, the blame game of who left the cart and why was it
well,
there.
They did sue him and were successful.
Huh.
Yeah, they were successful. And also, Bodacious did not kill anybody. That's shocking to me. He critically hurt two different bull riders and then was retired after that, and he's debated as one of the best bulls of all time. And this also, Wikipedia says that he was at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo in 1992. So
as an actual
I think I remembered it right. No.
Just to like show.
Yeah, they just brought him there to show like this is the great big bad Bodacious. So I did remember it correctly. I was 7 years old. How do I remember that?
Did you ever watch?
Good recon.
I know.
Did you ever watch Cheap Seats on ESPN Classic?
Not really.
Well, the reason I ask is they would show some of the bull riding shows that ESPN used to show back in the day. And the reason I remember Bodacious is one of those episodes on Cheap Seats, but Bodacious was a big part of the show. So I didn't know if you'd watch that.
Oh,
that was triggering your memory.
Was that the one where they would do sometimes jumping from one like clip to another?
Yeah.
I do remember
it was
that
done
vaguely.
like Mystery Science 3000, but with two comedians making fun of the old stuff ESPN used to
I
show.
remember the show, but I'm saying, when did they use Bodacious? Was it jumping in between videos?
I don't remember exactly, but they did a couple episodes where what they were making fun of in that episode was one of the bull riding shows that ESPN showed.
I remember a bull being used as like kind of a cut to jump between one segue to another, like one segment to another, but I might be misremembering that. Yeah, I remember the show. I just didn't watch it all. I thought it was not very good. 713-780-ESPN. HRMP listener line. Let's pick a receiver on the other side. I filibustered you with Bodacious and Bull Riders.
fun, though.
All of that. 713-780-3776. Pick a receiver, and what did Stephon Diggs have to say now that he's hurt and maybe his time as a Texan is done? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Well, he tried to have a little interaction with Bevo, and Bevo ran him off a couple years ago.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Pick a receiver. Pick just one. There's certain things that are coming out. Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano, who do good work for ESPN. I think we've had them both on. Yep. Jeremy Fowler's really boring. So boring.
He really is. He doesn't. Yeah, he's not.
He should stick to print.
Yeah, there's no quickness to his game.
He's good at what he does. Not great on air. Graziano, I think, is better. Way better, actually. They had what they're hearing around the NFL. They mentioned that Kenyon Green is a name to keep an eye on that could be traded. Which
interesting.
What? Like, who's trading for Kenyon Green? We saw a starting left tackle yesterday get traded for, what was it, a fifth rounder?
I mean, he could be maybe involved in a swap for a wide receiver instead of.
When do you see player for player trades?
I know,
Almost
but
never.
I could just see instead of trading a 6th-round pick to a team for a wide receiver, you swap him and with a wide receiver and call it even.
I don't know.
I'll tell you why a team wants him, because coming out, I'm sure there was a scouting department or a general manager that was enamored with him and believes that in a fresh start in a different environment with maybe a different system blocking scheme that they could do something with him.
I don't know how much desire there would be for a general manager to acquire Kenyon Green. If they did, it would be for the reasons that you said.
Mm-hmm.
The issue with it, though, is he's in his 3rd year. He's in it after this year. You have to make an option whether or not you want to pick up his 5th year option. So either you have him for the rest of this season and next year, or you have him for the rest of the season and then 2 more for a player who hasn't been very good. So, I understand the 1st rounder, the prospects are high. The problem is you don't have them for very long. So if it's this project that you're trying to get the most out of, you don't have them for very long. I think that if you were to compare his value to a draft pick value, that's what the trades that we normally see are late draft picks for players. Deontay Johnson got traded with a 6th rounder for a 5th rounder. The left tackle for Jacksonville that went to Minnesota, he went for a 5th rounder.
Cam Robinson.
Was it a 5th rounder?
I thought it was later than that.
5th or a 6th rounder.
Okay, yeah.
I think it might have been a conditional 6 that can turn into a 5th based on playing time.
Yep.
What other trades have there been? There's been these
I
late
agree with
rounders. So if I were assigning a draft round value to Kenyon Green, I think it's a 7th rounder.
Yeah, I don't see a player for player trade happening. I just don't see. I think a lot of guys systematically already in their playbooks, if they're a skill position player or otherwise, I don't foresee that happening in any moves the Texans make or basically almost any other team. But I think that from a draft pick perspective, you could see them make 2 separate moves. And if they do bring in a left guard, that they're probably open to a team that might be enamored with a Kenyon Green to say, we don't have to deal with that next year, because I think there's no way in hell that they're picking up the option.
And I'm not completely dismissing Brian's player for a player thing. It's just, I think that you have to figure, what do you think his value is in the equivalent of a draft pick? I think it's a 7th rounder. If you were looking at 1 through 7, obviously it's not the first 5 rounds. Does Kenyon Green have a 6th round value or a 7th round value right now in the trade market?
Yeah, I think it's a 7th round value.
I think it's a 7th rounder.
Yeah, I think simply because of the fact that he can't pass block, and at this point, no matter where you were drafted, at a certain point, there's so many deficiencies instead of any kind of success that I don't think teams, no matter how much they don't value lower round picks, are giving up even a 6 for him.
Anyways, that was the news going around with the Texans today. I'm with you. I think 7th rounder at best, a 6th or a late round pick swap. That was kind of the lead of this story from a Texans perspective, with Graziano and Fowler coming together. But then at the bottom, you scroll on down, and they talk about the Texans at 6-2, trying to maximize Stroud's rookie contract window. I wouldn't be surprised. This is Dan Graziano. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Texans active early next week. And that's Nick Caserio's MO. He is an aggressive guy. He said, I do hear rumblings they're poking around at receiver. Now, there was a report that they were not calling about Deontay Johnson. So they didn't call about Deontay Johnson, according to one report. Rumblings that they're poking around at receiver, according to Dan Graziano. The names mentioned here, and I want you guys to pick one, and we can go through these too, and how much does it move the needle? Darius Slayton mentioned. How much does he move the needle? 1 to 10. 10 being good.
6.5.
Okay, I'm about a 5-6.
About 5 to 6. Yeah.
Kendrick Bourne from the Patriots. He's still with the Patriots, right?
Same.
I think so.
Same.
I would go lower.
6.
I would like a
6.
I'm like at a 1 for
2 or
Kendrick
3
Bourne.
for
I
him.
don't think he's good. He can't get on the field. He can't get on the field with the Patriots. If he can't get on the field with Jalen Polk and Butte, I do like Demario Douglas.
He's young though, right?
He's not younger. Oh, he's 29.
Oh, I
He's
thought
29.
He was
I would be. If Bourne is the guy they trade for, you should have just not traded for a receiver. I'd much rather just go to work with what you have. KJ Osborne, another name that he mentions. How much does that move the needle?
3.
That's at a 1 for me again. That's a 1. I'd rather not have KJ Osborne.
He's been in the league for quite
He's
a while.
also with the Patriots.
Osborne had a decent run with the Vikings before they drafted Jordan Addison, but I don't think he's much. He's kind of he's like a poor man's Gabe Davis, and Gabe Davis is already a poor man quality receiver, so that'd be like a 2 for me.
Yeah, Kendrick Bourne and KJ Osborne excite me at the very. I'd rather Brian go catch some balls for CJ. I mean, Brian could get
Brian's
5 yards.
Tell you that he's definitely getting a 5-yard.
Yeah,
out.
get a good offensive lineman. Brian gets you 5 yards.
I'll get 5 yards.
He's pulling it in with the oven mitts.
So those 3 names don't really excite me. Slayton more than the other 2. I'd be cool with Slayton. Bourne, Osborne, don't even make a trade. Don't even bother. Just keep your 7th rounder. But then he says, I think they'd want in on Jacoby Myers if the Raiders made him available. I got to thinking a little bit today, too, because I know Jacoby Myers was a name that came up yesterday. I didn't put 2 and 2 together yesterday. Jacoby Myers was an undrafted free agent with New England. Mm-hmm. Nick Caserio was still in New England whenever they signed Jacoby Myers as an undrafted free agent. So they do have a relationship. I'm sure, like, they're not boys. I'm sure they don't kick it. But he knows who Jacoby Myers is, and I think Caserio has at times favored players that he's known in the past, especially early whenever they were rebuilding.
That goes back to the Kenyon Green conversation. If you've had an experience or you were, really heavily scouting a guy coming out, you never forget that, to where if there's a chance, you remember what you saw when you saw them when they were coming out. And a lot of times general managers go to that too. So yeah, if they work together in New England, that's definitely a connection worth watching.
Yeah. Well, how much would that move your needle?
I think he's got talent. I think a 6.
Yeah, I'm at a 6 with him too. That'd be the name of these bundles that I like the most.
I did some research on some of the other beat writers and columnists nationally and what they were saying of who might be out there. The other guys, aside from your list, were, of course, Mike Williams with the Jets.
Dan's list, to be fair.
Okay, but I mean the one that you found. But Mike Williams of the Jets, Tyler Boyd, who we all know from Bengals.
Mike Williams, let's go one by one. Mike Williams would move my needle. I'd be like a 4. If they're like, we're cool with Mike Williams. Mike Williams has some skill.
He does.
Mike Williams isn't bad.
4.
I like Mike Williams.
It's been a while though. I mean, he
obviously
missed most of last season with the ACL. Hasn't done much this year, so we're talking 3 seasons since he's done something.
Well, he's been the whole time with the Chargers. He was limited by injury.
You're selling him short for his performance this season. Like he's been.
Am I?
Yeah, he's had a game or 2 where he's been really
okay.
Really
a game.
Good.
That's kind of what Gabe Davis
nothing.
does.
You said
I know,
nothing.
But like we just said, we wouldn't be excited about Gabe Davis light. That's what Gabe Davis does. He has 1 game out of 6.
I think Mike Williams is younger.
Who did you call Gabe Davis light? You were talking KJ Osborne?
Yeah, KJ
Like, you're
Osborne.
putting KJ Osborne in the same conversation as Mike Williams?
Well, that's what KJ Osborne was when he was with the Vikings. He was
KJ Osborne or Mike Williams? Who would you rather have?
Now?
Correct, yes.
I'd rather have Mike Williams, but it's not a big difference to me.
Okay.
I don't think either one is doing much for you.
I'd much rather have Mike Williams than Osborne. I'm at a 4 with Mike Williams and a 1 with KJ
I'd
Osborne.
go higher than a 4 with Mike Williams.
He had a 67-yard game, Mike Williams did.
I mean, because he got dragged by Rodgers after the one
KJ
game.
Osborne.
Everybody thinks he's hot trash.
Yeah,
but I think he's young. Yes, he's been through some injuries.
He's not young. He's 30. He's not young.
He's 30?
He's not young, yeah.
I mean, it's for 8 weeks, for 9 weeks.
God, I thought he was younger than that. Didn't he go to school in Texas somewhere?
No.
He went to USC.
Wrong
okay,
again.
Well, then I was
wrong.
This says Clemson.
Oh, I'm thinking of the other. There was another Mike Williams that went to USC.
Was Mike Williams the one that tried to challenge the NFL's rule with Maurice Clarett?
I think so.
I think it was that Mike Williams.
Wrong Mike Williams.
It is that Mike Williams. All right, who else was on there?
Tyler Boyd.
Tyler Boyd. See, he's kind of Robert Woodsy to me. He doesn't really do much for me. Like, he'd be a veteran in the room.
And he's a slot guy.
He's a slot guy for sure, which I'm okay with.
I mean, are you saying that because of Tank?
I'm saying that more because I think that's where Mechie goes to if you have to promote your depth.
See, I think this is more for a depth piece.
I think it's a depth piece, but I also think that because we've seen him play, and obviously Texans fans remember that he dropped a ball that would have given the Bengals the win last year, but he's been a good receiver in this league in the slot, and Tank can be outside. Nico's going to be outside. And I think that because Diggs was playing a lot on the inside, I have no problem with Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, I think he'd probably be I think he'd be behind all the receivers they currently have.
Maybe
I think
so.
he'd be behind Nico, behind Tank, behind Hutch, behind Mechie, behind Woods, and then I think he'd be like the 6th guy. And do you want to roster 6 guys? But from a depth perspective, I wouldn't mind that. I like him more than Osborne or Bourne. I'd be at a 2 with Boyd.
Okay. I'd say 4.
Okay.
Elijah Moore from the Browns.
He hasn't done a whole lot.
Yeah, they said he's out there.
He's starting to actually produce now that they traded Amari and they brought in a real quarterback. I'd be surprised if they traded him because I don't think that he would have I don't think he would get in return what they think he's worth. And at the same time, like he and Tillman and Judy now like had a good game with Jameis Winston. I have a hard time thinking he gets traded. But if that is the move, I don't know, 4 probably.
Yeah, probably same. And then Josh Reynolds.
Yeah. Josh Reynolds, didn't he get shot at a strip club?
I don't know. That's Josh Reynolds that used to play with the Lions, right?
Yeah, pretty sure he got shot at a strip club.
Not recently.
Yeah, I think like 2 weeks ago or a week ago.
Well, they mentioned him in trade talks that the Browns are shipping everybody.
He attempted murder. Josh, but apparently he was back on the sideline 9 days, so a miraculous recovery.
Okay.
I don't know if he was actually
Broncos,
shot. I think he might have been shot at.
Elijah Moore is Browns. Josh Reynolds is Broncos.
No, actually, he was shot in the head.
In the head?
That's a big difference. Yes, he was shot in the head. Denver Broncos player Josh Reynolds was shot in the head. That's okay. Let's see. That's Daily Mail. I can't trust Daily Mail.
Oh, okay. And then, of course, Cooper Kupp's not getting traded.
It says he was shot last week. Josh Reynolds shot in Denver last week. He was shot at the strip club. I don't know where the shot happened, but he was apparently on the sidelines recently with Denver. That's incredible. This past weekend, he was on the sidelines. But no, I don't want to trade for Josh Reynolds after he was shot at a strip club.
Probably a good idea.
No, he's going to be in the protocol for a while.
Which one?
Anyway, I was going concussion protocol.
Leave it alone.
Here are the 6 guys that Matt Young of Houston Chronicle threw out there today on the Houston Chronicle. Mike Williams was one of them. We already talked about him. How much would Adam Thielen move your needle?
I still think he's got some. That would intrigue me. I would say that's right there in the 6 range.
Yeah, he's been super injury prone the last couple of years. But if I'm getting him for a 7th rounder, that's something that I'm doing. I'd put him at a 5.
He was really good like the first half of last year.
He probably had a 60-yard game, yeah.
No, he was actually someone that was, I think, on pace for the first half of the year to lead the league in receptions and tailed off over the second half. But yeah, like you said, he's older. He's like 31, 32,
34.
And he's how old?
34.
Okay, that definitely drops it a couple points. I if it's a 7th rounder, I'm at like a 4, a 5. I mean, I think he could do worse, but I don't think it adds much to the team.
He got 100 passes last year.
I know that's what I'm saying, but
I'm pretty high on Thielen.
Injury prone.
I think he
definitely is. He definitely would help
you. And veteran, good hands. I don't think the workload's going to be like super heavy for him, but I think he definitely is an upgrade of what you got.
No doubt. Osborne, Bourne, we already talked about them. Don't like them. We talked about Slayton. And then the last one that Matt mentions is T. Higgins of Cincinnati. Of course, on the franchise tag, super expensive. You're going to move some money.
I don't like the money.
But, how much? I mean, Higgins would move my needle like at a 9.
Yeah,
I just don't think it's realistic.
I don't think also have to probably trade a first to get him.
No, I don't think so. Final year of his deal? No, I don't think he's getting first. I think
second.
I think a 3rd.
Okay, if it's a 3rd, I'd be interested if you could make the money work.
Final year of his deal, like a rental? No, I don't think that since he's getting it 1st or 2nd.
Okay, I guess we'll have to see what the market is. If it's for a 3rd rounder, I'd be into it if they could make the money work. But that's a lot of money to move around, considering they only have just under $6 million in cap space. So they'd have to do a lot of creative work there.
Yeah, I also don't think Cincinnati's going to trade him.
I don't either.
I feel like Cincinnati
I don't think they're out of it yet.
Make a run, keep the band together, have this final hurrah between the two. So of all those names we mentioned, let's throw Higgins out because we don't feel like it's realistic.
Right.
Of all the names we mentioned, you can pick one. You can pick one of them. Which one are you picking?
To me, it's between Slayton and Thielen, and I just feel like Thielen would be a good fit. I would say Adam Thielen.
I'll go with Thielen too.
I'm with Jacoby Myers, but Slayton would be my second.
Jacoby Myers pretty high. I'm between those two.
Yeah, Jacoby or Slayton would move my needle the most.
I feel like Thielen completes the room a little bit better. I feel like he's a little bit better fit than Jacoby.
I agree.
I just worry about him being on the field.
No, that is a fair concern. That is my biggest worry about an Adam Thielen as well. So I'm right there with you. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Before we go to break, though, Stephon Diggs, he's released a message. He has released a message on the fact that he has a torn ACL. Stephon Diggs on IG, I just want to say thank you to everyone who reached out in this tough, bad word time. It mean more than you'll ever know. Bad word, lame for real. Like bad word, not fair, how much work, bad word put in. But bad word, here I am. Got to trust God's timing. I'm going to shake back. Love y'all. Red heart emoji. So you reading anything into this? Stephon Diggs, he put it. He's in a Texans jersey. The back of his jersey, Diggs #1. It's a white top with the old traditional helmet with the new H-Town H on the back in red. How much you reading into this?
I'm not reading into it, except for a guy that understandably is super bummed at the fact that he's going to see this thing through.
Yeah.
And the fact that coming up on his contract year, it sucks that he's going to be hurt.
Yeah. I do feel bad for Diggs. And I feel bad. Selfishly, I feel worse for the Houston Texans because I do think this is a blow. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We've already seen trades from the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills, even the Jets, who are favored against you tomorrow, by the way, the Vikings, all these teams have already made moves. They've already made moves ahead of next week's deadline. Do you feel like the Texans need to keep up with the Joneses? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute before the break for Allstate Siding and Windows. Look, if you're looking to protect the most important and probably biggest investment that a lot of us have, your house, then I'm here to tell you that you need to talk to the people at Allstate Windows and Siding because they are fantastic. If you want to give your home a facelift, don't worry about painting or staining anymore. Get some siding from Allstate Windows and Siding. The siding they have a huge selection of colors. It's super protective. Their products are energy efficient, impact resistant from wind and weather, and they're perfect for the conditions here in Houston, Texas. From a window side, look, I'm here to tell you that we got our new house a little over a year ago, and the minute we got into it and moved into the house, we upgraded our windows with Allstate Siding and Windows, and right away the curb appeal went way up. The windows are phenomenal, but more so than that, the energy bills, they came way down, up to 30% savings on your energy bills. And the fact that you can sleep comfortably knowing that these windows are going to protect you just like the siding from all the elements of hurricane season and the super hot summers, and of course, the times that we get those deep freezes here in Houston, you need a house that's going to compete for you. And that's what you get when you use Allstate Siding and Windows. 30% off windows right now, $2,500 off a complete siding job as well. And those free estimates are what I'm here to tell you about because it costs you nothing to have the family run situation that Mary has with her brother going out and doing those free estimates. They've owned the business for almost 50 years, and the family is committed to Houstonians and listeners to ESPN. They'll come out, you mention us, they're going to take care of you right, but they're going to do a free estimate for everybody. All you do is call them, 832-204-1936. That's 832-204-1936. They will come to you and tell you how they can help. Explain all the different varieties of products they have in the windows and the siding category, maybe even a front door if you're interested in that, and then walk you through what they think are the best fits for your specific house. That's it. You don't have to sign them with them. You don't have to tell them you want to do the job. They're here to help you. And if you're willing to go with them, they're going to take care of you. My neighbors saw our windows. They got their windows done too. They could not be happier with the job that they got and the products they received from Allstate Siding and Windows. Go to allstatesidingandwindows.com right now, see all those products and how they can help, and call them if you want them to get that free estimate, 832-204-1936.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
6487 is the real talk of Tyreek Hill to the Texans, and then he sent us a picture of the article. It says it's by Marissa Myers. I've never heard of Marissa. I'm sure she's lovely. It says the Miami Dolphins will trade Tyreek Hill to the Houston Texans.
Lovely.
It looks like it's Bleacher Report. I can't really tell, but that's the first time I've heard of it. 8711. And I've never heard of Marissa Myers, so I'm not putting a whole lot of validity in this story.
They're going to take that 20-some million a year contract and pair it with Nico?
I guess, according to Marissa Myers. Yeah, I'm gonna call BS on that.
I'm going to agree.
Caleb Mike Williams, a very talented receiver. He's just injury prone. I would like to have him. Okay, so there's one for the Mike Williams camp. Would Hunter Renfrow move the needle at all? Renfrow, he's not even doing workouts.
That's the thing. We talked about this. Like, if this is Hunter Renfrow of a couple years ago catching 100-plus passes for the Raiders, then you could say, yeah, hell yeah, there should be a lot of teams that would be interested in Hunter Renfrow. The fact that we're this late in the season, he's not on anybody's roster. We don't know what the hell he is or isn't doing, tells me he doesn't want to play football.
Yeah, so I'm or teams don't want him.
Right,
one of the
or
two.
both.
Like, I don't even think he's in the NFL player pool anymore. I think he's been deleted from the NFL player pool. Also would be calling about Jahan Dotson. Why? Two teams don't like him. Like the Commanders, who have a very young team and not a great wide receiver room, were glad to give him away to a division rival right at the start of the season. And what is Dotson doing without a clear number 3 in Philadelphia? What is he? He's doing nothing. I have zero interest in
And remember
Dotson.
when they made the move, everybody thought they had the best 3 receivers in the NFL?
Yeah, it was
How's that working out?
1022. Their top 2 are really
Oh, their 2 are
Just
really good.
Dotson's not
But top
good.
3, that he ain't the tight end's better.
Why? Oh, and that's. I mean, it sounds like you're like discrediting Goddard.
I'm not. I'm just saying we said tight ends weren't part of the equation, but if
Yeah.
you're saying who your 3 best receivers are, it's not your third receiver, it's
Yeah,
your tight end.
I think Goddard's always been better than Dotson, though. Why couldn't we get someone like Cortland Sutton? Well, Sutton's on a team that's 5-3, and he's easily their best weapon. So I don't know if they would be trading him. I tend to doubt it. 9920 Mike Williams or Thielen. 2422 Dig. Okay, you're gonna love this. Dig should give Houston a nice discount and sign him for 3 to 5 years at 18 to 20 million. I don't want to sign a 30-year-old receiver to a 5-year deal. I don't want to sign a 30-year-old receiver to a 3-year deal. I don't want to sign a 30-year-old receiver to anything longer than a 1-year deal. But even then, I need to see how the rest of the season goes before I'm willing to commit to Diggs.
We're just looking for some stopgap insurance policy and maybe a little bit more for the rest of this season.
6482 pickles and hot Cheetos are good in ramen. I've never tried that. Have you seen that new pickle sandwich at Jimmy John's?
No.
I saw it on TikTok. They put, the fillings of a sandwich in between a giant pickle. They cut a giant pickle in half and put the fillings of a sandwich inside the pickle. I would try it.
I don't mind it as a compliment on a sandwich. There's no chance I want that
it's partly
as the
just
main.
because I don't like pickle, but it's
Well, that's a big deal.
it's kind of a problem.
See what I did there?
Oh,
Lord,
God,
great
great
the
joke.
joke there.
I put hot Cheetos in my
2-6.
popcorn sometimes.
You went too high.
That's a great joke. It's not a big deal. That's way better than any of you clowns ever do.
You got to sit on
way better.
dill. Not. It's almost like you said deal. Still, you got to say dill.
That's very nitpicky.
Yes, I nitpicked it.
Deal and dill. What I put hot Cheetos in my popcorn sometimes. That's the weirdest thing that I think I do with hot Cheetos.
I will do like the bottom of the bag of the Ruffles sour cream and cheddar.
Yeah.
You get the kind of the sprinklings and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll definitely put that over popcorn.
Oh, okay.
I usually go sweet. I love eating popcorn with like M&Ms.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like to do that.
I
I'm
love
not a big fan
I
of the
can't-
sweet
Agreed
with
with
popcorn.
you.
I
Cannot
like sweet and savory sometimes, but not that one.
I can't do sweet with savory. It's just not my thing.
Is there anything that you do with hot Cheetos?
I don't like hot Cheetos.
So no.
Joe doesn't like spice.
Doesn't like a little flavor. That's why you don't get along with me, because I got a little beat guy in me.
It has nothing to do with food.
I feel like I was going to go somewhere else with that.
And I'm Mexican.
I don't remember what else I was going to do with that. All right, we'll just move on. Keith from LA says 5.5 on the joke. That's not bad. That's not bad. Awesome.
LA's in his feet. He's feeling pretty good.
6381. Awesome joke. Love it. 5 out of 5. I think what we're learning today is that I am the funny one. I am the comic relief of the show.
The bar is very low for humor.
That's probably fair. Okay, let's ask you the question that we teased. we've already seen some of the top teams in the AFC make moves. Chiefs have made a move. The Chiefs have made multiple moves. Ravens make a move. The Bills have made the trade for Amari. Even the Jets have made a move. Devontae Adams. The Vikings have made a trade, traded for a new left tackle. Do you feel like with all of these trades that these contenders are making, AFC contenders as well, do you feel like the Texans need to make a trade to keep up with the Joneses?
I feel like the Texans need to make a trade to give themselves the best chance to have the kind of outcome in the season that I think that they're going for, that everybody is expecting. I think that in the process, if it means that you're keeping up with teams that have already made moves, then so be it, and add that to the list is something that I think that they should do too. But I think that because you've been all in, because you were in go for it mode, because of everything you did in free agency, the players you brought in, and the way this team came together, regardless of schedule and all the outside details, you had a legit chance as a roster, and with the season that you've had so far with your record, to say, if you're sitting currently at the second seed in the AFC, then I believe that you should do everything in your power to try and get some reinforcements for where you might be lacking, whether it's because of the less than stellar play of your offensive line, or whether it be because of the injuries to your wide receiver room, or maybe another position that we're not thinking about as heavily as those two. I firmly believe that they should be in go for it mode yet again, and they should be looking at every possible option to upgrade to make sure that they are in the best position to compete with whoever's at the top of the AFC.
I won't go as far to say need to do it, because what are you really like if you're not trading for a player at the top of the end of the trade market, which I don't even believe that there are a ton of players at the top end of the trade market that are available. Like the Vikings traded for a replacement left tackle who's been okay this year. Yes, he's playing the franchise tag. The Jets made a desperation trade for Devontae Adams, but Devontae Adams demanded a trade and basically forced his way to New York. Amari Cooper, like that would have been interesting, but the Texans really weren't in that position yet whenever Amari Cooper got traded. Deontay Johnson, like whatever. Like I'm not going to lose my mind about Deontay Johnson. Same thing with DeAndre Hopkins. So like, I don't think that anybody you're trading for, anybody that's available to trade for, is going to push the Texans over any of these teams. I think your better chances, you hope that these young guys develop. Like bringing up like a Tyler Boyd, or who was another veteran, like a KJ Osborne. I'd rather see if John Mechie is that guy. I'd rather see if Xavier Hutchinson is that guy, as opposed to trading for this very mid player and your ceiling of your room is not as good. Like your floor might be higher with some of those guys, but I feel like it lowers your ceiling if those guys are getting snaps over the youngsters.
Yeah, I mean, I think a guy like Thielen is a guy that is a veteran that I think could impact this team better than the young. Yeah, and I think that he's a guy with his experience, with the back of his football card. I believe that he's a guy that would make you better. And I hear you what you're saying. Look, I truly hope this is I don't want to say the last, but I hope this is the best opportunity yet that John Mechie can actually step up and step in and be the kind of guy that everybody was hoping he would be when you took him in the draft. I really do. He's got an unbelievable attitude. Everybody loves the kid. He had unbelievable ability when he came out of Alabama. And then with the medical issues and everything else, he just hasn't been able to get there. Maybe this is the opportunity that even he wasn't expecting, that there's a chance for him now, or Hutchinson, or whoever it is. But I think that the bigger thing to me is whether it's keeping up with the Joneses or not. In this case, there's one big Jones that plays on the Kansas City defense that if you're looking to make sure that you can have your best chance to beat the Chiefs, you damn well better have an offensive line that can block him and everybody else. Yeah. And so if you are less than in your interior offensive lineman, then that's a position that definitely needs to be a focus between now and Tuesday, and not just as an insurance policy. You should be looking for, if there's an opportunity, to get yourself someone better than what you got.
Agreed. But what if he's not out there?
Then you got to live with it. I mean, at least you're trying, right? You're making every effort possible to do what's necessary. And a lot of times there's just teams that aren't willing to cooperate enough or at the right price. You reach a stalemate and you don't get the deal done. But you got to try, and you got to look for it, and you got to realize, hey, as good as our quarterback is, he can only do so much, especially when he can't get through his progression sometimes because the offensive line has been that atrocious that something has to change. You've given Kenyon Green every chance to change and adapt, and D'Amico seems like he still wants to do that. But at a certain point, reality hits, and you go, hey, if we want to compete later in the season, we need better.
Yeah, I feel like that's very basic, to be honest. Like,
why is it basic?
Because Nick Cassera is doing that.
But, I mean, not just doing it, but finding someone, whether it be the same way we talked about receivers. If there's veteran offensive linemen that are out there that can do better than what you have at Kenyon Green, go make the move. Because, again, we're not going to be talking about high draft picks that you're giving up and the assets you're giving up in return.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that that's common sense, quite frankly.
But I don't, because I think in the receivers, if you don't make a move from a receiver position, I think because you have Tank and you have Nico, and we knew what those guys did a year ago, and you do have the possibility with some of the young guys or Robert Woods on your roster, you're going to be fine. I don't think the receiver room was a problem beforehand except for the injury.
Sure.
I think from an offensive line, it's a different conversation. I think the offensive line has been less than. I think you pointed to the left guard in the center position, and you look at it, and as much as all the scrutiny has been on left guard, we said the two positions where you could contemplate a change would be because of the fact Juice could also move over to guard. But I don't think he was great there either, to where I think that they've been so less than expectation and it's affected your offense. That's the focus first and foremost.
I agree. But the reason that I think it's basic is, don't you think that Nick Caserio also knows that and has been talking to teams about potential interior offensive linemen that could be available?
But the question was asked, do you have to make a move to keep up with the Joneses? To me, you do, because of the fact that the teams you're going to play later in the season in the playoffs are going to have above average defensive lines for the most part. And in order to compete with the Joneses, you need an offensive line that can compete with them. And so, therefore, I think that he does have to make a move from the offensive line perspective.
I would really like C.J. Stroud to have time.
He needs it.
I would really like C.J. Stroud to have time to operate. 713-780-ESPN. Our guy Garrett, blessing or stressing? What are we blessing or stressing about this week? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, before we go to the break, big Texans game tomorrow night, and that starts the big weekend of college and pro football. You might be having some folks over to the house. You'll have a bunch of great food on the spread, I would imagine, with the pizza and the wings and the chips and dips and salsas and all the different things that you throw out there when you're having a good time at your house watching sports. The big thing is what are you serving to drink? Because everybody always has the beer and they have the hard liquor, but give them another alternative that goes great with absolutely everything you're serving, and it all starts with Stella Rosa wines. Stella Rosa wines come in a variety of different flavors with all natural fruit and a ton of great spices, but based on what you choose, and they're all served chilled, they're going to go fantastic with whatever you're serving for the palate with all the different food on the plate. They are the perfect mix, and the best thing about them is it's just the right amount of alcohol. Not too much, not too little, but you don't have to pace yourself like you do with hard alcohol and or the beer. This is just the right amount, and it tastes fantastic. And another great part of it is it's available at your local retailers, like your grocery stores, as well as your liquor stores. So when you're stocking up to have people over for the weekend to watch sports, stock up on some Stella Rosa wines too, because it's delicious, it's served chilled, it's refreshing, and it goes with anything you're serving. The fact is it's going to be a hit, just like whatever else you serve when you're watching sports. So check it out today, and please celebrate responsibly.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
You see what Brian did there? Okay, you saw a little smirk on his face. You can't hear the rejoins. Gary can't hear the rejoin, but he's playing a song that's very, very convenient and goes with your title. Bless or stressing.
Yep.
And he had a little smirk on his face. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know I done good now." Is what Brian was thinking.
He's
Creative
the DJ
genius
in the club when he gets
Yeah.
the whole place jamming and out on the dance floor.
He
That gives you
thinks-
that look.
He thinks
Yeah.
because he sits behind.
You
the
like that one?
glass.
Yeah, that's me.
He thinks
Then he takes the headphones
Yeah.
and does this.
Give you a
Yeah.
little.
and he thinks because he sits behind the glass that he's like the brains.
I mean, it's hard
I've
for me to
never
argue that
labeled
from
myself
my
that once.
perception thus far. I would say that he is the brains.
Wasn't there a
Hey,
cartoon
you
back
like
in the
being on
day?
this show?
Peaky
Yeah, I
the
do.
Brain.
Yeah.
Okay, then I wouldn't
No.
make that comment again.
Brian, what's this riff going on right here? I don't get
It's
it.
called the
Yeah.
Killer Bees. Is what it's called.
No, there was a
Brian is a bee.
Yeah, it was He-Man. Wasn't there a character in He-Man that would it was just the brain, and he would sit like in this custom
Oh, you're
chair?
thinking. I thought you were thinking of Ninja Turtles with Krang. There was the brain that would
Oh,
have
that might
the
be what I'm
robotic
thinking
body.
of. His name was Crane.
Krang, Krang, and it was a brain that would have a robotic body that would move him around.
That is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, it was this. Brian
What?
thinks he's Krang. You remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember that, but
You don't remember
that's-
Krang?
That's exactly what he described. I have no idea what that is.
Krang, Bodacious.
It looks pretty sweet though.
You ever heard of Bodacious
Were
the
you a
Bull?
big Ninja Turtle guy?
I was as a kid. I was. Yeah,
Same.
huge
Same.
Ninja Turtle guy. Yeah,
I guess I just
Michelangelo.
missed the boat on that one.
Yeah, 'cause, I
Krang.
mean, you're younger than me.
36.
Yeah, I'm 39. 30. Dang, I'm 39.
Yeah.
Were you contemplating whether you're
Yeah,
going
what
to
was
give the
that
real
pause?
answer?
I didn't know for a second.
I only know my age because I'm 36 today.
Oh, happy birthday!
Yep.
Hey, happy
I
birthday. My
didn't know that.
daughter's 5 today.
You see what
Oh,
Garrett's
wow.
doing? Garrett's birthday today, and he wants to be celebrating with the bees. You notice Blankers didn't give his age.
Yeah, that's
Again,
all right.
I said it's my daughter's birthday today. Happy birthday, Maddie.
All right, enough about this silliness. Blessing or stressing? HoustonStressins.com. You can find him on IG, Houston Stressins, section commenter on TikTok and Twitter. What are we blessing or stressing today, Garrett?
There's a lot of both, but I'll start with a topic that I actually tuned in on the way up here, and y'all are already talking about, so we can kind of parlay off of that. But are we blessing or stressing the Texans wide receiver depth, and should we make a trade? I'm actually blessing our depth. John Mechie obviously is somebody that they have a lot of faith in, has a lot of high upside. We saw some flashes in preseason. We still didn't really get to see a full picture of that with his limited role so far in the regular season. Robert Woods is actually somebody, I know fans don't want to hear this, but I think the team thinks very highly of him. And given a lot of the struggles the offense has had, which has been people being unreliable, he is the exact opposite of that. He is a reliable guy you can trust on third downs, sure-handed, and he's an absolute force in the run game blocking, except for obviously that pitch play late in the game. But I think between them two, those would be immediate guys to fill in that slot receiver role for Diggs. And then in the meantime, you got other guys, obviously Xavier Hutchinson, who's stepping up for Nico, can now see more targets, and the same with Tank Dell. So I don't know where you guys stand on that.
So to the question, I'm blessing the depth because I think that this is not as big of a worry as it would be with a lot of other teams when you're down a receiver of the caliber of Stephon Diggs. So I am, to your point, blessing the fact that there is depth in this wide receiver room like we didn't think there was a year ago. And I believe that they can get by. But I think that they should still be kicking the tires on with other general managers on who might be available, who's out there. And to the conversation that you mentioned that we were having, if an Adam Thielen falls into your lap for a 7th-round pick or a 6th-round pick, and now he suddenly becomes a Diggs-esque slot receiver, so Tank can be on the outside with Nico, and they can do more things, then so be it, and I'm loving it, and I'm all for it because of the fact that this team is too good to not take every possible move to make this team better going down the stretch.
Yeah, I'm blessing the depth too. Like I like the wide receiver room in 2 weeks when Nico is back. Now tomorrow it's a little different story. You're going up against a good defense, and then Tank Dell is going to be your one. Mech and Hutchinson, you're trying to get the most out of. I do think what you said about Robert Woods is how they feel about him, though. Like he was never really in consideration to be cut. Like everybody, we're all trying to cut Robert Woods. They were treating him like he was like a guaranteed, and you could tell by the way they were using him preseason games.
Yep.
Like he was playing not necessarily with the ones, but he was in the rotation with the ones and the twos, and he was out of his pads in the second half. So it's like, okay, They think a lot more of Robert Woods than we do. I think that you have the depth there to compete. Junior Broncos on Twitch mentions the tight end's gonna benefit too. And why is Dalton Schultz not put up the numbers he did a year ago? Probably similar to Tank Dell. Stephon Diggs is getting a lot of the targets. The offensive line's preventing the Houston Texans from getting a lot of opportunity too. Like CJ Stroud last year led the NFL in yards per game, right? He's not there this year. Why? Okay, well, what's the domino effect? Well, if he doesn't have those yards, the targets that he's throwing to isn't going to have those yards either. So I think it's more of a luxury, not a necessity. Like if Blanker said, if you can get a Thielen for a 7th, why not? Why not? Like, okay, cool. You've upgraded, the 53-man roster, whether he's above those guys or not. So I'm with you. I'm blessing the depth of the Houston Texans wide receiver room.
Well, that'll be interesting because Nick Caserio by trade is a very conservative GM. He's not one to be aggressive and be desperate. He'll do deals if they come to him or fall in his lap. But he did do some moves this offseason that showed aggression. So you're wondering if he's going to mirror that all-in type of behavior. But either way, I'm fine, and I would love Thielen too. I agree with that. So next up, I got one. I'm sure we all have the same answer on this. Are we blessing or stressing playing on the MetLife turf on short rest on Halloween with our putrid O-line against that defense? I'm big stressing on this. Joel, do you want to step in?
Yeah, I understand you stressing. The Halloween you could throw out for me. The short week does concern me a bit. The bigger thing is, like you mentioned, look, they have good players on their defense. Now, their defense hasn't been great the last several weeks, but I don't think that it's anything you can look past because of how bad your offensive line is. That turf is horrible. And that is something that the Players Association has pointed at as Exhibit A whenever they're talking about getting all stadiums to go to natural grass, because of the fact that the NFL makes some money and should be able to do that. And I think the NFL should be more aggressive in trying to force something to happen there because it's the home of two different teams. But I think that the biggest thing to me is short week against a team that has good defensive pass rushers, and Reddick is getting more involved. And the fact that your offensive line hasn't been great, and certain guys like Kenyon Green have been getting their doors blown off. That's the biggest stress for me.
Yeah, I'm stressing this one too. It's a combination of all of it. Like it's MetLife. It's the game where CJ Stroud was a resumption of his concussion last year at MetLife. It's the short week, so like the body is tired. So it's all of these things that I am stressing. Like, yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that because we're going to talk about it a little bit later too. But very much stressing it.
Well, me and a couple of buddies that said like I would almost trade a loss for a healthy result getting out of the game. I don't want to risk injuring players. We saw it last year. Nico hurt his calf there. CJ got concussed. So it's definitely a scary situation with the field alone, but given our circumstances, it's pretty stressful for me. So next up, this one might be the same for all of us again. Are we blessing or stressing the fact that we are starting Kenyon Green over Kendrick Green until Jarrett Patterson comes back? This has me absolutely stressing. This is the first time that I'm like really starting to question DeMeco Ryans. I get some of the arguments that, Kenyon Green still has high upside. He's a first-round pick. You don't want to come off of him quite yet. It's a short week. You don't want to, make a change too soon. But the fact that you took him out of the game last week so early after you saw him get CJ Stroud killed, and then once Patterson came in, did great, and got hurt, you immediately put him right back in. It's got me stressing. I mean, there's no sugarcoating how bad he has looked.
There's no doubt that I'm stressing about it, but does this say more about, because I don't disagree with you that DeMeco's going to give Kenyon Green probably way too many opportunities to continue to play, but does it say more that Kendrick Green might just not be anything anymore? But then it begs the question, why is he even on your roster then if he can't take this opportunity? Because to me,
fullback
on a maybe possibility, because I think that to me, when you look at it, this is to a lesser degree the big conversation in the NFL this week about, do you bench a young quarterback? And if you do, and when do you owe it to the rest of the locker room and the team to give them the best chance to win, no matter what the long-term prognostication was or is of a former first-round pick, or in the case of Richardson and or Green. If you're the Texans and you're DeMeco Ryans, at a certain point, this team has got a ton of talent. You got a great record right now. You're sitting in a really good spot. You owe it to this team to do what's best for this team for this season, no matter what else you're going to do. And I think at a certain point, the writing has been on the wall for all of us that Kenyon Green is not the answer at left guard.
Yeah. What makes you think that Kenyon Green's starting at left guard?
Well, I think Aaron Wilson reported it today as well.
I think we have a classic beat writer standoff going on here.
I'm aware.
Are you?
Somewhat.
Earlier in the
Continue.
week. Well, I mean, he's been a little bit kind of, I guess, vague and maybe even a little bit cryptic with changes, but Big Sarge has tweeted that he's heard that changes are a-coming, that the wind might be changing. Now, he didn't have specifics, didn't say what might be changing, just that something could be changing. Aaron Wilson tweeted today that the Texans plan to go with Kenyon Green again at left guard, so no changes, in which Sarge quote tweeted, #interesting. So
which he loves to do.
We might, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into this, which I've been known to do. We know that I certainly look for storylines. We know that I look for drama. Sometimes I create things that are not there. So I always run it by Blankers and Brian. Am I losing my mind here? Is there something
Just
here?
throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Yeah, that was Granado, Radio Hall of Famer, saying that I throw things out there for clicks, although I tweet these things. And what are you clicking, Granado? Get with the times. So I don't, I've never been more interested in who plays left guard because of the beat writer standoff that we have going on. And Aaron Wilson's been right 93% of the time.
Yep.
He said D'Amico Ryans is not coming to the Texans, wasn't interested in the job. He says that Kamari Lassiter had a broken spatula, which has not been confirmed or denied. That has not been confirmed. We do not know the answer to that story. Now, I think with deductive reasoning, I don't think Kamari Lassiter had a broken spatula. It would be the fastest return from a broken spatula in known football history.
Yeah.
So
he is a dog, though.
I don't think he had a broken spatula, but again, that has not been confirmed. That has not been denied. We don't know if Aaron's wrong on that or not. So if Kenyon Green's playing left guard, I think Aaron Wilson wins this round. If Kendrick Green's playing left guard, then can we trust Aaron Wilson? 713-780-ESPN. So, but if are we blessing the Kenyon Green playing left guard? Yeah, I am. I would have benched him 2 weeks ago. The move that I would have made would have been Kendrick Green. I'm not privy to the practices. I don't know who's playing at a higher level, with the twos against whoever they're going up against at practice. I would have went to Kendrick Green over Kenyon Green in this past game. I was surprised that it was Jared Patterson. So yeah, I want Kendrick Green to be the left guard tomorrow. And then if he is the left guard, then we got some drama with Aaron Wilson and Sarge.
Well, on that story there, I think Sarge, he mentioned that he kind of vaguely put it out there, but we all kind of assumed that he meant that the change would be that Kendrick would replace Kenyon at left guard.
He also had a video, right? He had a video of Kenyon Green and Kendrick Green running next to each other, and he's like,
"Oh, at practice."
Yeah, I forget the wording that he used.
So, but then I think he said, 'cause I kind of followed along, and he said he had sources that told him that, but he didn't say specifically because he knows things change and didn't want to be wrong. And then he said that I think he said last night that they decided they had a change of heart. So I think he has now agreed that Kenyon is actually starting. And then I base it off of the interview as well with D'Amico
That's
yesterday.
Where I was just going to say.
But that can also be a double-edged sword too, is D'Amico being a player's coach, backing up his guy. But, I mean, before that, he said all things were on the table the week before. So that tells me he actually wants to play Kenyon. So.
See, but I would say that it could be coach speak, except for he was so specific. Because he was so specific about saying Kenyon's going to have those opportunities. Yeah, he had some good plays. He had some bad plays. But, Kenyon knows about his bad plays, and he's going to keep working. He's going to figure it. I just think that he said so much to me that I believed at least for one more week, Kenyon Green was
to say that and then to not start him would be even more messed up.
Horrible
look. You can't just do that.
And then coach speak is, hey, we're still going to throw Kenyon out there. He's still going to have every chance to compete, as opposed to coming out and really adamantly backing this guy.
Yeah.
The short week might be a factor.
Body language. You might know
I am a body language expert. Yeah. That is true. Self-proclaimed. He was asked specifically about Kenyon Green, though.
Yeah.
So, he has to answer the question. And, he has been a coach that's going to defend his players whether or not he starts them. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then the Sarge thing is, I don't think that they would change their mind. If they decided early in the week we're going Kendrick Green, I don't think at some point later in the week they're going to be like, oh, no, never mind.
So it was never set in stone. It was conversations of potentially doing it.
Maybe so, because you're not letting it leak out that you've made a change at that position and then don't have a change at that position. When does that
But
happen?
Are you convinced that it was going to be Kendrick Green? Because I could see that they would be. I was going to say if Patterson was healthy and wasn't going through the protocol, that maybe that was where they were leaning. If he's okay and this isn't going to be, for a little longer on the protocol side of things.
Well, there's no way D'Amico's talking from that vein on Monday or Tuesday, because Jared Patterson was concussed Sunday, was never playing Thursday.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't. Sometimes they say that he was in the tent and they were preparing whatever precautionary concussion. But when you go into the full blown protocol, then he's not available.
I think if he made the game, I think if he got through the game healthy, he's your starting left guard.
I agree.
I think
Patterson for sure,
no doubt.
Oh, 1,000%.
Yeah. All right.
But I think that leads more to the fact that Kendrick Green might not just be very good anymore.
Well, so to counter your point, if they don't think Kendrick Green is that good, how much worse can he be than what we have? Is it not worth the risk to trot him out there and see if he's better?
But at least from a run game perspective, you got positivity out of Kenyon Green in the run game.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, he is decent in the run game, but like last on Sunday, he was still not up to his usual self in the run game. But I mean,
again, that tells you that Kendrick Green ain't either.
Yeah,
I wonder with that. Like, I wonder if there's more to that. Like, I saw some people theorizing that, they went Kenyon Green whenever Patterson got hurt because they want to trade him. But you're never going to bench him if you want to trade him.
Especially the guy people up against is using him all over the field.
Yeah.
That whole trade talk stuff is like people overanalyzing stuff, in my opinion. But I mean, it was telling too. Like, I'm sure we all saw it, like the pictures of Kendrick Green away from the O-line during the game when he saw that Patterson went in over him. And I think, again, he was upset when Kenny went back in. So,
he was ticked off. But you're going to tick off one person there.
Oh, for sure.
You already ticked off Kenyon Green because you benched him for Patterson. Yeah. Patterson gets hurt. Okay, well, now D'Amico has the decision. Who does he want to tick off the least, Kenyon Green or Kendrick Green? And I guess at that moment he went with Kenyon.
Maybe they got the names mixed up when they were deciding what to do.
Yeah, K Green. Get K Green in there. I can see
same guy.
Yeah, I also want to see what Kendrick, like to Blanker's theory, like maybe Kendrick Green's just not good anymore, which is possible. Like Pittsburgh didn't want anything to do with him last year, right? Like you got him very cheap at the start of the season. He was okay whenever he played, got hurt. He is a little bit older, has been around the league a little bit. So I do think it's plausible that he's just no good anymore. And he's a depth piece, interior offensive line, that sort of thing. But I would really like to see what he looks like there prior to the trade deadline. So hey, let's stick him out there. Let's see what it looks like. And then kind of like regroup a little bit and know what we need to do ahead of next week's deadline. So I would like to see Kendrick tomorrow.
Well, here's the question. Kenyon Green comes out in the first 2 drives and gives up 1 sack.
Yeah.
Did they yank the rug from underneath him right away?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so.
I think it's a quick hook.
Yeah, I think so too.
Very quick.
Yeah, again, because we're not just talking about a guy that's not doing his job at his position. It's how that affects the most important position on the field. Right. It's one thing if a safety's not doing his job and you can just easily, but it's directly correlated to the health and safety of your quarterback, who's the most important position on your roster. So if the hook better be super quick, and if he looks like he's going to have another game like he did last week, you can't take chances and just go, it's our guy, though. We're going to stick with him. You got to do something for the benefit of CJ and the team.
So I am hoping that he didn't put Kendrick Green in over him because it's a short week, and you just maybe realize that the communication is definitely a factor between the O-line. Maybe Kendrick Green has not had enough time to practice to get those reps in with the center and the tackle. I mean, although Kenyon Green's communication with LT and Scruggs is not the best either, but maybe that's it. I didn't expect for us to talk on that. It sounds like we can talk about that all day, huh?
Yeah.
I got one more if we have time for it.
I think it's the lead story with the Texans right now. Except for Diggs. Like Diggs injury is the biggest story with the Texans this week. But I mean, right after that's left guard.
Oh,
we got time for one more.
Yeah. So the last one I got is, are we blessing or stressing the toss call late in the game against Indy in which we fumbled? I'm gonna say I'm kind of in the middle, but I'll mildly bless that. It is a little overcomplicated. We should dumb things down, especially when the game's essentially in hand. But looking back at it, it looks like there's just a multitude of errors there. Stover in motion. We don't know if his motion was incorrect, whether he was too quick or whether the ball was snapped too quick. Robert Woods was expected to down block on a defensive end, didn't get there, and it was just chaos from there. So I don't know if you guys are blessing or stressing on that.
Jeremy brought up the point, and when he watched the All-22, and then when looking at it, and he showed it to me before we left the studio the other night, it looked like Stover might have had something to do with where that ball was placed and how the whole play unfolded. Now, in retrospect, is it easy to say, well, you shouldn't throw a pitch play anyway? The most secure way to run that play is just make sure you put it in Joe's breadbasket and make sure that the last thing you're dealing with is the least percentage of turning the ball over or fumbling it. But at the same time, if he just catches it normally, no one's going to say a single word about that play call at that point. So I'm not stressing too much about it. These things happen. I don't know how often they practice that play or what actually happened there, but I'm sure they learn from it and you go.
Yeah, I'm blessing it. Sorry to interrupt you. No. Like, if you can't call a simple halfback pitch, what are we doing? Like, it's the NFL. If Bobby Slowick has to stow away a halfback pitch, I am very concerned about this offense. If he has to put away half of the playbook, and again, a very simple thing like halfback pitch, then you don't really need to be playing in the NFL. So I'm blessing this. I wonder if it hits Stover. Like, I watched it closer and closer, and I didn't pick up on this on the game. And like the behind the cam is where I see it the most, because like it is behind.
He's in the way,
and you can also see the ball like change direction.
How is CJ supposed to pitch it right there when the guy's literally right in front of him?
Yeah.
he has to try and like throw a curveball around him. You know?
I think Stover definitely got too deep. Like there's no like Stover can't be there.
I suspect Scruggs has a lot more issues than we think. A lot of these penalties we've seen have been snap count issues. This could be him snapping it too soon. We saw a bot snap last week. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of stuff with Scruggs we're not highlighting enough.
I think that you could be onto something with Scruggs, but he's not snapping it to Stroud, who's under center at home until Stroud calls for it.
Yeah, that's true.
So like I don't think that the snap
So that this
on
could be on
Scruggs here
CJ for asking for the ball too
could
soon.
be. It could be. It could be that Stover's timing is off.
Regardless, this to me is a microcosm of why our offense is struggling this year. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. It's a million little things.
Yeah.
And like it's encouraging and discouraging at the same time because it's not one glaring thing, but it's a bunch of little things. And it's like, how quickly can you fix all these little things?
If you gun to my head, you told me, did Stroud call for the ball too soon or did Stover get too deep?
It
I would
looks
actually
like
put it on Stroud.
Oh, really?
I would put it on CJ. Yeah, because CJ needs to snap it knowing where Stover's going to be. And if he knows that Stover's going there, unless Stover got too deep, but if he knows that Stover's going too deep and then Stroud calls for it there, he called it too soon. He needs to buy a little bit more time for Stover to reset the motion.
I think both things could be true because it looks like Stover maybe overstepped where he should be at that point. So maybe it is both.
But also, you're not trying to reverse until the ball's been snapped. So that's tough. Like that, I would really.
Whatever
like
it is, I guarantee you they've been talking about this a lot this week.
I know a guy over there. Maybe I'll give him a call. But like the ball is certainly, it's like like it looks like they're playing monkey in the middle and Kate Stover's the monkey. Like he's in the middle of them, right smack dab in the middle. So I know that Stroud's trying to get it to Mixon's back left shoulder, which isn't a great spot to pitch the ball, but he really has no choice.
Well, could you argue too here once Stroud realizes Stover's
in
the way, should he eat the play right there? Yeah. That's another question too. You know,
probably like if the pitch is in danger of even getting
just
to the
drop
pitch
down.
Man, yeah, you're probably right.
But
that's
then
a good call.
to counter Joel, you know, this is a point to make. He said, you know, most fans would say, okay, just run the ball at the middle, which they hate when Bobby does it. So if he does do that, he's going to get criticized to run the ball at the middle too. So, I mean, it's kind of a lose-lose. I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like there's not enough accountability on players and execution. I mean, this is like day one basic stuff, like you said.
I'm with you. Stroud either snapped it too soon or Stover went too far. It might have been a combination of both, like Blanker said. But if you can't run a halfback pitch, like – what's Bobby Slowick to do? Like this is more execution.
You can only do so
I think
much.
you're onto something with Stroud. Like, hey, you know, read the play. Like, and that's part of the communication with Slowick too on the headset. Hey, super safe here. If this pitch is in danger at all, just eat it.
End of game scenario once again where there's like a lack of communication of like, you know, just it takes you 2 seconds to reiterate certain words. Hey, whatever you do, be safe on this play. Stay in bounds on this play.
And that might be happening. Like that's the hard thing of like blasting a coach for that.
Yeah, we're just assuming
what
things.
If he's doing that?
Yeah.
What if he's doing that? The player's not coachable.
See, but I'm with you going back to what you said initially. At a certain point with an NFL offense, I should never be deeply concerned about throwing a pitch play late in the game inside the 5-yard line. I should never have an issue with that play because that is a standard NFL play that is executed in everybody's offensive playbook.
Garrett enjoyed it. HoustonStressons.com, IG Houston Stressons, Texan commenter on TikTok and on Twitter. Hear me out. The Texans are actually following the Kansas City model. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Houston taking on Kansas State this weekend. Cannot wait. Houston's coming off the victory against Utah, the homecoming win over Utah, and they're looking to make it back-to-back wins on Saturday. Hosting Kansas State, number 17 team in the country. They're rolling. I'm sure that they have aspirations of being in the playoffs. The Cougars look to spoil those aspirations this Saturday at 2:30 at TD-ECU Stadium. It's a blackout game at TD-ECU, so do not miss our blackout special. Ticket, T-shirt for just $30. Can't beat that deal. Go to uhcougars.com/black right now. uhcougars.com/black. Pick up your ticket and shirt for just $30. Get ready for an afternoon of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Also, weather's going to be great. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. Let's show our Cougar pride and support the team. Come early, stop by the Bud Light backyard tailgate area, enjoy some tasty foods, a cold beverage, and all of your favorite tailgate games. Adds to the pomp and circumstance of college football. Do not miss the blackout special. Ticket and a T-shirt for just $30. You can get yours now at uhcougars.com/black, uhcougars.com/black. Come early, be loud, wear black as we pack TD-ECU Stadium, and let's show our Cougar pride and support the team.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Jeremy Fowler is reporting that if the Jets beat the Texans tomorrow and Mike Williams plays a vital role in the victory, the team will likely decide to keep him. If they lose, expect a trade to happen. So tomorrow's game decides the fate of Mike Williams. It's kind of like the Hunger Games in a way.
Is this like a loser leaves town match?
This is the Rams game of a week ago, but this is the final straw of all the straws when it relates to the Jets, because this is the last chance. Because if they do win tomorrow night, I think they're like a half game out of the last wild card spot where they still have a chance.
God, that's sad. They'd be 3-6.
Unreal, though, because that's how bad a lot and underperforming a lot of the AFC has been.
That's wild. Join us at Nick's place tomorrow, Halloween. Barry Lemonak in for me, be broadcasting with Blankers from 3 until 6, and then a Halloween watch party for the Thursday night game with John Granado, Hall of Famer. It's presented by Coors Light. Make sure you arrive before kickoff. Before Hall of Famer John Granado will be buying Coors Lights for the people that show up early to get out there to Nick's place. You know how doctors, once they get their, is it their MD? I think it's their MD. I have no idea. It's got to be MD because it's WebMD. It's got to be MD. So, you know how they make them call you doctor. Like, you can't call a doctor like a mister, or you can't just be like, hey, Robert. No, you call him their doc. You say doctor.
Okay.
You call him doctor.
Yep.
Once you're in the Hall of Fame, do you have to call him a Hall of Famer? Like, every time we bring up Granado's name, we have to be like, Hall of Famer, John Granado, Hall of Famer, Lance
don't
Erline.
think that's the same thing.
I think we have to.
I think that I think that when John Granado signs his multitude of autographs from now on, he does have to put HOF 24.
Yeah. I'm just going to call him a Hall of Famer, John Granado, every time. I'm going to use that like I'm using doctor.
Because, Murph and Hall of Famers, they have a tendency to sign HOF in the year they got in.
Yeah, they also get paid for their autographs.
A lot of them do.
Which I usually have to pay people to pretend to want my autograph. So it's a little bit different. I think the Kansas City Chiefs are I think the Houston Texans are following the Kansas City Chief model. What do you mean? How are the Houston Texans following the Kansas City Chief model? All right, let's take a look at some things. Last year, the Kansas City Chiefs weren't great offensively. They're good. They weren't great. They were 9th in offense despite having Mahomes and despite having Kelsey. Even Rashee Rice last year, who was healthy as a rookie. They were 9th in offense. Not bad. I mean, it's top third of the league. 9th's not bad. It's in the top 10. But it was their defense that really carried them. They were 2nd in defense last year when you look at total yards. Do you know where the Houston Texans rank offensively right now in the NFL in total yards? 9th. Do you know where they rank defensively in total yards? 2nd. But just who cares about the stats? Who cares about the numbers? Let's look at personnel. Let's look how a team is built. Well, the Houston Texans, people might not be willing to admit this, are a more defensive-minded team than they are an offensive-minded team. I think their defense is better than their offense. It certainly produced better than their offense, and they have a defensive-minded head coach, which is a difference with Kansas City. But you look at Kansas City last year. Their defense was ahead of their offense really for the entire year. Did they heat up a bit in the playoffs? Yes, but you do that whenever you have some good personnel. But how about their style? Okay, well, if you look at how Kansas City plays games offensively, they run the ball more than people think. So they're built with defense. They're built on a good running game. And then when you need a play, you put it in the hands of your quarterback, Patrick Mahomes, and Patrick Mahomes goes and makes a play. How are the Houston Texans winning games right now? They're winning games with their defense. Their offense, it's not bad. It's 9th in the NFL in yards per game. But how many third downs have they been in? How bad has their offensive line been where it's, hey, CJ Stroud, go bail us out. Go make a play. So like Kansas City, who's built behind defense, good running game, and a superstar quarterback that's going to go make a play when you absolutely need it, that's kind of what the Houston Texans are. A defense that's good, a good running game, putting your quarterback in a tough spot, but saying, hey, CJ, go bail us out.
I totally see it. I mean, when you look at the fact that as much as we thought going into the season that this was going to be a pass-happy team, and we were talking about the fact that if Mixon's out for any substantial length of time and they don't have any backups worth anything, that they could still get away with it because of the talent in their receiver room and because of the way that they could use the passing game to actually replace the running game with short passes and things like that. But as we've seen this season unfold, we know damn well Joe Mixon is a powerhouse that is the driving force behind a ton of what they're able to do, specifically because the offensive line, as bad as they are at pass blocking, has somehow done good enough to open up holes for the running game and Joe Mixon to succeed. So I think that as much as we've heard in the past too that Bobby Slowick and D'Amico are on that train of saying we want to be a strong running team, whether they came out and completely said we want to be a running team first or not, they let you know that they aren't going to abandon the run, that they want to emphasize the run. And we've talked all season long about the fact that the defense has been a half step to a step above the offense in terms of the overall performances throughout this point in the season. That's not wrong, and that's not bad. And because you invested so much with the trades that you made and the money that you spent and the draft picks that you've used to upgrade the defense, because of the fact that Bullock has been better than we could have thought at the start of the year, and we were concerned about that other corner position, that they even upgraded even more in an area we weren't sure about. The D-line, interior D-line, has been way better than we thought. We're getting as advertised on the edge, and the defense has been extremely strong. So I think that it's spot on.
4741, stop it, all capital letters. 2585, I've been thinking about this for a few weeks now. Look at all the close games Kansas City's winning, and the Texans are also winning close games and letting their defense carry them. I think the Chiefs have, like, every single one of their wins a one-possession game, or they have like 5 one-possession wins. Ocho Branham, the Texans don't have a Chris Jones in the middle of their defensive line. That's a huge difference. Chris Jones is a different kind of animal, but let's not sleep on the Houston Texans defensive line. Like, they're right up there with pressures. Will maybe Anderson has dropped the maybe middle name, and he's getting it done. He's amongst the leaders in sacks. Daniil Hunter is making a presence. So, like, even like Tim Settle has been surprisingly really good. Foley's been solid. So, yeah, they don't have Chris Jones specifically, but I actually think the Texans' defensive line is one of their major strengths.
Look at the production that you got out of the, as I mentioned, the interior defensive line that we weren't expecting. Look at guys stepping up like Mario Edwards, where at the start of camp, we had heard great things. We heard so many great things. We're like, yeah, but regular season comes around, he's not going to be that guy. You miss him when he's not there because he was impactful. And Foley has been really, really good. So you don't have a Chris Jones, but you know what you got? You got 2 edge rushers that can really get home and can really put a ton of pressure on a opposing offense. And then because you got Stingley and Lassiter, and you see what you're getting out of Bullock that I don't think anybody was counting on for year one with the concerns we had about Jimmy Ward. And Azeez El-Shaair has been way better than anything you've had previously, and the quarterback of the defense, to where you don't have that one guy, but you got a couple of guys that can, and almost every guy that's basically playing way above what they've done or way above expectation.
Thank you for calling him Bullock, by the way. I'm sure Kalen and his family appreciate that because that is the correct way to pronounce it. Texans just don't care. They're putting no respect on his name. 6181 to counter Kansas City's problems where their receivers couldn't catch the ball, while the Texans' problems are C.J. Stroud doesn't have time to read the field. That's true. Like, why are their offensive efficiencies on Kansas City last year 9th in the league in total yards? Houston this year 9th in the league in total yards as of right now. Like, what is holding them back? Kansas City last year is because I believe they led the league in drop passes a year ago.
That's right.
And yes, the Houston Texans offensive line is poor. Which of those is the lesser of two evils? I would probably go with the receivers. Dropping the ball is the lesser of two evils. I think the offensive line is a bigger problem than receivers with the case of the dropsies.
I mean, obviously we know what Pat Mahomes is, but at the same time, if you take away a lot of his progressions, it's a lot tougher for him to do the things that he does. Because I think that the key for both guys is, and that's why I don't like CJ taking a lot of criticism this year about taking a step back. When you're dealing with a line like this in a situation like he's dealing with, he can't get through all of his progressions. He doesn't have the time to make the precision throws every time. But that shouldn't discredit when he does do those things, how accurate he is. And when you go back and look at the tape and watch games more than one time and see that he has to throw guys open, he has to throw to spots while he's running for his life, that in scramble mode, while he is completely out of the pocket, he's able to do things with his body contorted that a lot of quarterbacks can't do. So when you look at those things, I think both guys are great going off script. Mahomes is a guy that doesn't have to make those kind of throws as much because he is the guy that's elusive and can extend plays that way. CJ more so is what I just said about throwing guys open and making those unbelievable throws while his body is, in the air and contorted.
Yeah.
And that's not to discredit either guy. It's just different ways of getting the same job done.
Yeah, I think Stroud's been more of a playmaker this year, though. Actually, like he's used his legs. Yeah, maybe it is out of necessity. The invention mother necessity thing that we were talking about the other day. He has been more of a playmaker. I remember him saying early in the year too that Mixon challenged him to use his legs a little bit more. Now, Well, let's be safe when we do that, CJ. You got to be safe. You got to be healthy. You got to be upright, all of those things. Ocho blankers, but they can't stop the run when the opponents commit to it. Talking about the Texans defensive line. Have they really had a game this year where they've been torched? Like, they got killed in Minnesota, but I don't remember the running game just dominating them.
I mean, Jonathan Taylor went over
I was just
100
going to say,
last game,
week
but
wasn't
he's a
torched.
beast.
Yeah, he went over 100, though, but he had like 2 huge chunk plays. Like, it wasn't this just commitment of just running the ball down their throats. You know what I mean?
Well, but so last week was the first week I took notice to say they weren't torched, but at the same time, they gave up multiple runs where he got to the outside or he had a hole and then was able to get way past the second line of defense and get, 7, 8, 10 yards. It wasn't even a massive chunk. He just, when he got yards, he got substantial yards to where I was like, run defense isn't great today.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're as good as Kansas City, like it's stopping the run. But I haven't looked at the Houston Texans and be like, oh, this is a team that just can't defend the run.
Yeah, no, and I think that's, but the reason why it's more problematic because of last week was you were focused on stopping the run. I think you were overly committed to, you knew Jonathan Taylor and you knew that Richardson were going to be guys that were going to run. So you were supposed to be more focused on the run, yet when he was getting his.
They're also good at it, though. You know what I mean?
Sure
Like, how many rushing yards did they have in that game? Probably like 120. Because I don't know what Richardson.
I don't know what
Richardson
finished.
Richardson didn't have a huge day running the football. They didn't have anybody else. I don't even think anybody else took a carry in that game. So. Yeah, they gave up 163. They gave 45 to Richardson, 105 to Taylor, and then 13 to Downs. So that's a bit high.
Yeah.
163 is higher than you would like it for it to be. 713-780-ESPN 2419. The fact that you're comparing the Texans to the Chiefs is comical. The fact that they are the same. Okay, let's be very careful what we're saying here. I said the Texans are following the model. I said that they're following with the build. They're playing like the Chiefs played.
Identities similar.
Yeah, I've also said, not necessarily today, I've also said that the Houston Texans are not close to the Chiefs and the Ravens. I've said that they're second fiddle to those teams. I said that the gap is greater today than it was the start of the season. So in no way am I saying the Texans are equal to the Chiefs. I'm saying that the way that they've kind of modeled their team and the way that they're currently playing are similar. Really good defense, really good running game, offense is okay, and then quarterback play that's going to bail you out of bad situations, which is exactly how Kansas City won a Super Bowl last year.
It's more so to who what their identity really is, because I think to the outside world and the national media, the Texans are a passing team. The Texans are supposed to be a passing team because they had Diggs and they have Nico and they've got Tank. But when you watch them from a local perspective, the true reality of their identity is they're a running team that also can pass the ball when they need to, but they can't pass it as much as they'd like to because of the pressure that they receive from the bad offensive line play.
8412, what if you keep the rosters the same and switch coaching staffs? Are the results the same?
I think Andy Reid would have a ton of success with CJ Stroud.
Yeah, I would take the Chiefs coaching staff. Not only Reid, because Reid versus Slowick is a mismatch. Andy Reid's the greatest offensive mind in modern football history. But Spagnuolo might be a better DC than D'Amico.
Remember a couple years ago, Spags was like in the crosshairs that he could be fired because they were all hypercritical. It was him, not the defense. Spags is underrated even still with as good as the defense been the last couple of years because the offense is what everybody looks at. But he's damn good.
I wonder when he would get another head coaching opportunities as well as defense is played.
I don't feel like he's ever going to get it.
I know. I mean, because obviously the hot name in Kansas City forever was Eric Bieniemy, and then he goes to Washington, and that name has fizzled
it was Nagy
out.
Too, and then Nagy fizzled with the Bears, and now Nagy's the OC back with the Chiefs.
But Spags, I mean, I know he had. I can't. Where did he coach before? I forget.
St. Louis.
He was with the Giants too, wasn't he?
He was there.
I'm forgetting. But
he was the interim head coach. He replaced him.
But he was the DC, and then he was the interim. Yeah.
As well as their defenses play the last 2.5 to 3 years, I would think he'd at least get a call and an interview this next hiring cycle.
He replaced McAdoo. I don't think so. I think his time as a head coach is done. 64 years old. It's not ancient. But I don't think that Spagnuolo is viewed as an NFL head coach.
I don't think
anymore.
so either. As well,
I think he's the DC there until he retires.
And I think that sometimes that you got to. It's hard because the Bengals guy a couple years ago was on everybody's radar as a potential head coaching candidate because of how good they are.
I can't say his name.
Yeah, and then now it's like he's completely fallen off the radar.
Yeah. I mean, that's the coaching business. You can be a really dang good defensive coordinator. You don't have the roster. You could be fired in a year and a half. Like, that is the business. That's how tough it is in the NFL.
Look at Wink
really
Martindale.
all coaching professions.
Wink forever
Yeah.
was getting all the credit in the world for the Ravens defense, and then all of a sudden, where's he at? Michigan now?
I mean, you could have this conversation could also be a Bobby Slowick conversation. As the shine on Bobby Slowick as an offensive play caller like diminished to where he's not going to be a hot name in the coaching
I think
cycle
it has.
like he was last year. Like last year, he still might not have gotten a job last year, but it's like, hey, I'm going to pull my name out. Like he might have saw the writing on the wall. But even when that happened, the prevailing thought by everybody was that he was going to get a job the next coaching cycle. As we talk October 30th, how confident are you that he's getting an NFL head coaching job?
I'm not confident at all.
I think it's less than a 50% chance.
I said this a couple weeks ago, though. I think he's going to get interviews.
Sure.
But not to the same level of the interviews that he got in the past with the same. I think a lot of people are going to like kick the tires and maybe try to learn some intel along the way about what he knows and what he doesn't and how his philosophies are offensively. I don't think he's going to be in high consideration at all for head coaching jobs this offseason if they keep going the way they're going.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. If you could only get one position upgraded at the deadline, what would it be? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, a word from our good friend Doc Linville. Look, just being honest with you and having just a ton of conversation with Doc Linville, the fact of the matter is he's a really, really good, genuine guy that really cares about Houstonians. And what he's emphasized to me and Granado and Todd and the people that he talks to here at the station is he just wants enough people to be aware of the fact that there is a solution when you start losing your hair. It's not all the gimmicks that you see on TV late night and the other opportunities that you just know from the jump aren't going to do it and get it done. This is really, truly the solution that people that struggle with hair loss need. And when they get the results and they see what he can do, it's a game changer. And that's why I speak for him, because I really wasn't even thinking about it. I was just steadfast in the fact that I was losing my hair and it's gone. And instead, he sat me down one day when we and asked me if I would talk to him when we were at one of the radio functions. And I said, absolutely. Sat down, talked to him. He explained the procedure to me. And I said, well, what do I've got to lose? I'm still losing my hair. If I gain anything, I could gain some. And I did the NeoGraft procedure, and I followed it up with the PRP treatments, and I got my hair back. And I was amazed. And I want you guys to at least have the same kind of consultation that I had, because if you sit down with Doc and his staff and they explain everything to you, it's really a game changer, and it's at least something that you should be interested in considering because it gets the job done. All you got to do is go to 975hair.com, and you can get a free consultation like I got. People off the street pay $150 for it. You get it free because you listen to us and you want to talk to him. It's awesome. And then just have them explain everything to you. PRP treatments and how that's like fertilizing your lawn, and the hair that you still have will get thicker and stronger. And then that NeoGraft procedure, which is actually essentially taking hair from an area of your head, you're never going to lose it, the sides and the back, and putting it where you need it most, whether it be your hairline in front or a bald spot on top. He'll take care of it with the NeoGraft, and that hair will be there. And because he's taking it from a spot where it doesn't go away, it'll be there for the long haul, too. Tell him I sent you by, because I tell everybody that's interested at all, you need to go talk to Doc, because he really can get the answers for you. Check him out. Get the consultation. See if it's right for you. Go to 975hair.com.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
It's the Beast, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5, 713-780-ESPN. Question: if you could only get one position upgraded at the trade deadline, which a big day next week, NFL and otherwise. If you could only get one position upgraded to the deadline, what would it be? 713-780-3776. What is the one position for you, Blank Man?
I think that right now, because of all the national attention, everybody is focused on the loss of Stephon Diggs and the wide receiver position. But as we were talking about throughout the show, I just think the number one priority for them has got to be to upgrade this offensive line. I think that the fact is that you're losing Diggs, but you're also getting Nico back in a week. And you've seen enough to know that in small doses, Hutchinson's made catches to make you believe he can fill a role. Robert Woods can fill a role. Mechie, you hope, can not only fill a role, but maybe take a step up and have a bigger role. But I think that room is deep enough right now already to where you've got guys to where you're not going to be inept. Whereas at the offensive line, there's just too many concerns, and because it's directly connected to CJ. Because of the fact that you've given Kenyon Green more than enough opportunity. Because you have one guy in concussion protocol and another guy that maybe can't play anymore or is not being used, you need help at left guard. And if there's a way to upgrade more than one position, so be it. But if you're focused on any one position that you need to get something done before Tuesday, to me, it's a no-brainer that it's the offensive line and it's left guard specifically.
Yeah, I think that anybody who knows ball would say left guard when it comes to the Texans. If anybody didn't say left guard, I would highly question their ability to know ball, quite frankly. I think left guard is an obvious answer.
But you see so many people out there on social media, and even we're getting, responses. Wide receiver. You got to get a wide receiver.
I don't think those people know ball.
Yeah, I think the key is, is there an opportunity to upgrade the depth at that position, and it would almost be a luxury to be able to pull something off at this point in the season with the news you just got on Diggs? Sure. And should they be looking at it? Absolutely, especially because the prices have been really, really low. But the number one priority for this football team has got to be to upgrade the offensive line and left guard, because a year ago when you were playing musical chairs and moving everybody around, you had better depth. You had other guys that could play well enough.
You do have a second rounder that you drafted, and Blake Fisher.
But we've seen enough of him to know he's not ready, and I don't know that you're going to move him inside.
I would agree with that.
So I think
no. The answer I think would be moving Titus Howard inside.
And as he stated, he on his X, he does not want that. He is not that guy.
He doesn't have a choice
anymore.
I understand. Anyway,
he doesn't have a choice.
Cheek on that, but I'm just saying, yeah, that could be your final option too. But now I think you're affecting two separate positions. I think that as much as Howard, fell on his keister once, but I think he's definitely better than serviceable on the outside on the right side. You have to try and shore up left guard, and I don't want to change two positions for continuity. I'd rather just fix one.
Now, obviously, we're having this conversation for the sake of radio. We do believe that they're not mutually exclusive, that you can upgrade both positions, but it was for the sake of the conversation. You only get one. You only get one. Is it offensive line or receiver? It's like telling the kids tomorrow as they go to bed, you only get one piece of candy.
Good luck with that.
Reese's or Kit Kat?
Kit Kat for me.
Kit Kat.
Reese's.
The answer is both. The answer is yes. The answer is both. But left guard. And yeah, again, I would question anybody who does not say left guard, like 4963. After the Diggs news, definitely wide receiver. 4963. You don't know ball. I'm sorry. That you do know radio, though, and entertaining sports radio. But ball, I don't know. 9953. How does Diggs' injury change the perception of contract restructure decision? I think it's probably sound. Like, it's good. Like, you don't want Diggs under contract next year coming off of a torn ACL. Now, if you get to the offseason, it's like, hey, he's recovered. He's going great. We really loved everything that happened here. We didn't see from Hutchinson and Mechie what we thought. Then, yeah, you'd bring back Diggs probably to discount. 6543 left guard or right tackle and move Howard to left guard. I don't care about Titus Howard's feelings. I don't care about any player's feelings. I care about the team and the team winning games. I care team more than the individual. I care we more than me. But I think Titus Howard's actually been pretty good at right tackle. I don't want to move him to left guard and lessen who Titus Howard is as an offensive lineman and then all of a sudden be searching for a right tackle. And I agree with you about Blake Fisher. I'm not comfortable putting him in the starting lineup yet.
And I just think, to me, it also comes down to why mess with two separate positions on the line when the guy playing one of them has still been good enough. and we know the glaring weakness is at left guard.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. 9271 vet safety. I don't trust Murray and Ward playing the type teams in the playoffs that we're going to be playing. The secondary is very young and have not seen a lot of coverage to be solid. I think that it's fair to have a concern about safety, just not above left guard. I like what I've seen from Bullock, but if you're not comfortable with Murray and Ward, I totally understand that. But give me Murray and Ward over Kenyon Green at left guard. 8664, I agree, Blankers. We know that Diggs was just a glorified possession receiver, and the drop back from him to the next receiver isn't so great. That was Ocho. Who does not like Diggs. No point in having a great receiver if CJ doesn't have time to get the ball out. Definitely need a solid left guard. Agreed. Left guard. I 100% agree with you, Blankers. In my opinion, CJ's in the class that he can create receivers like with Brady, Mahomes, and Manning. I don't disagree with that. I'm not saying that CJ's as good as Brady, Mahomes, or Manning, but I do think that a quarterback at a certain level, elevates the rest of the wide receivers, and I do think that Stroud's that guy, and I kind of want to find out if he is. 9271, talking about the safeties, that allows Jalen to be kept at roving linebacker and nickel. I don't love Jalen Petrie at nickel and man-to-man.
No, I don't love him in coverage.
Left guard, and zone, he's pretty good.
Okay.
Zoney's pretty good.
Look, I'm never going to question his ability to get into the box and hit and get in the backfield on blitzes and stop runs. It's just that I still think that there's something to be desired in his coverage.
Left guard all day. No reason to get a wide receiver if you don't have time to throw the ball. A tight end that is good at both blocking and catching, like a Kittle type. Fix both protection and weapon in one. Yeah. I agree with you, 9953. Just where are you finding
George Kittle at this point in the season?
Where are you finding George Kittle?
Let alone ever.
Go trade a 6 for Ben Barch for San Francisco. I've never heard of him.
I don't know
or Austin Corbett. I don't watch offensive line play. I'm not Lance. 7322, really missing Noah Brown right now. Agreed. You kept Steven Sims over Noah Brown. Pretty interesting. All right, 713-780-3776. Going to give away some U of H football tickets. Yeah, U of H taking on Kansas State this Saturday at 2:30 at TD ECU Stadium. It's going to be a blackout. Get ready for an afternoon of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a college football game. Do not miss our blackout special. A ticket, a t-shirt for only $30. To grab this deal, visit uhcougars.com/black, uhcougars.com/black. Come early, be loud, wear black as we pack TD ECU Stadium. Caller number 4 to 713-780-3776. You win a pair of tickets to go see Houston and Kansas State this Saturday afternoon. Overreactions in the NFL. What do you have? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, guys, before we go to break, another quick minute here for Underdog Fantasy. And what are you guys going to watch tonight? The World Series, one of the big games like Lakers, Cavs, or Celtics, Pacers in the NBA? Whatever your choice, the best way to enhance your experience is playing pick'em games with Underdog Fantasy. It's simple with pick'em games on Underdog Fantasy. You know sports, right? Well, all you got to do is choose higher or lower on player stats like hits, strikeouts, or total bases in baseball, or points, rebounds, and assists in the NBA. It's as simple as that. My entry tonight is a mix and match between the NBA and the World Series. You think Anthony Davis goes higher or lower than 19.5 points? How about higher or lower on 14.5 points for Tyrese Halliburton? And what about higher or lower than 3.5 strikeouts for Garrett Cole tonight in Game 5 of the World Series? Give me higher on all three. Going to cash that entry later tonight. And don't forget, while playing Pick'em, that you can cash out a winning entry early by just tapping the Win Now button to cash out your entry whenever you want. And every dog deserves a second chance. And with Underdog Rescues, you can get your money back and receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. And with that type of flexibility, why would you play anywhere else other than with Underdog Fantasy? So download the app, sign up with promo code BMAC, that's BMAC, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. That's promo code BMAC, BMAC, and you can get up to $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Must be 18 plus and present in state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I have a pair of tickets for you. Mattress Firm Battleground 2K24 college basketball doubleheader. Coming to Toyota Center Saturday, November 9th. Catch high-level college hoops featuring Rice and Florida State at 6, and then a top 10 matchup featuring Houston and Auburn at 8:30. You can purchase your tickets now at toyotacenter.com. But to give away a pair right now to 713-780-3776. Caller number 4, because it's college basketball and you try to be one of the final 4. So 713-780-3776. You'll win a pair of tickets to the Mattress Firm Battleground 2K24. What are your big overreactions that you have with college, or not college football, NFL, after this weekend's game? 713-780-3776. Here are a couple.
Okay.
Dan Graziano, ESPN. The Eagles' offense is going to be just fine. Is this an overreaction or is this reality?
I think it's reality. I think that they just have to be healthy. I think their offensive line has played very, very well. And they've been out without one of their 2 receivers for almost every week in the season. Now that they're both back, they're healthy. Saquon's running the football. I think the biggest concern was Hurts, and he looks like he's playing a lot better now that he's got all of his weapons. I think they're going to be just fine.
Yeah, I think that I do too. Jalen Hurts has been good. Saquon Barkley's been one of the top 2 running backs in the NFL this year. He and Derrick Henry, I think, would be in that conversation. Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, maybe the best wide receiver duo in the NFL. And then Kellen Moore. I like Kellen Moore. I've been criticized for having that take. I think Kellen Moore is a good offensive coordinator. So I'm right there with you. That one's reality. Anthony Richardson will not be the Colts starting quarterback in 2025.
I think that's overreaction. I think that as much as there's now more deep-rooted concern than there was when he was hurt last year, or anybody that when they drafted him thought, his throwing woes or other things were going to be a problem. I think that this is a little bit bigger issue because of the fact that you have legitimate guys in the locker room that didn't like him tapping out. But and your coach, Steichen had a comment today at his press conference where he wouldn't commit that he was going to be the quarterback next year and, or start again for the Colts. That's a little strange for a head coach with an organization that spent as high a draft pick as they did on him. But I think that he's got enough talent and the physical tools enough that he will start again for the Colts starting next year.
This thing kind of, I don't know what to make of the situation. Shane Steichen's announcing today that Flacco's their quarterback the rest of the way.
Yep.
The rest of the way. So Anthony Richardson, in his second year after being the number 4 pick in the NFL, is not, unless there's health or performance-based, is not going to be the starting quarterback the rest of the way. So that means Anthony Richardson has one more year next year before you have to decide on his 5th-year option. Otherwise, it's a 4-year contract. So if you're making the decision to play Joe Flacco over Anthony Richardson, not 1 week or 2 weeks, or, hey, I might lose the locker room, let me have this little soft suspension on Anthony Richardson. You're going the full year with Flacco over a guy you drafted at number 4 last year? That, to me, is you're quitting on him. That sounds to me like you're quitting on Anthony Richardson. I think that this is reality. I don't think Anthony Richardson will be the starting quarterback next year for them.
Did you hear the follow-up?
No.
Because the follow-up question was then, do you foresee Anthony Richardson starting games for the Colts again?
What's he supposed to say?
And he was like, well, I hope so, but,
So I got a little theory here. I think Irsay's involved.
I was going to say.
I think Irsay's involved in this.
Ballard is going to say, yes, he's going to start again.
Yeah.
I think Irsay says, I want to win, and that's my number 1 priority. And if he's going to be this bad, then Flacco can find a way to finish the season and give us a chance like Minshew did a year ago, and then we'll find somebody else yet again.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I think I think both things could. I just think that at a certain point, cooler heads are going to prevail, and if Ballard has his way, they're not done with Richardson yet.
Yeah. I'm gonna say this reality. The whole full year this year makes absolutely no sense. The Bills are going to coast to their 5th straight AFC East title. Reality or overreaction?
Reality. I think Tua's not going to turn the Dolphins around to that level. I think that the Jets could possibly, if they beat the Texans, that they still are in it to where they can still have a big puncher's chance, but not a great chance. And the Patriots suck. So I think they're coasting.
Yeah, I hate to,
you called that one. Yeah.
Pat myself on the back, but I was saying this before they ever played a game.
A 4-game lead already, don't they?
It's pretty big.
I think it's a 4-game lead already, which is crazy. They should book that. They should definitely have that cleared up before December.
I was clearly wrong on the Jets.
There's still time, like Aaron Rodgers said this week. And they are favorites tomorrow
2
night.
and 6.
There might be time
Favorites
to
tomorrow
squeak in, but there ain't no time to win the division.
The Rams and Cardinals are both legitimate threats to win the NFC West.
I would say, even though McCaffrey's coming back, I think this week.
Is that right?
No,
they have
they're
a
on
bye
bye.
this
He'll
week.
be back the week after.
Next game.
Next game.
I think that they both are legitimate contenders. I would say the Rams more than the Cardinals. I think the Cardinals are fool's gold. I think that they can play very well. They also can crap the bed. And I think the Rams, as long as you got Stafford and those receivers, they're going to be in a lot of football games. Rams, yes. Cards, no.
I think everybody in the division's a contender. That division's wide open. It's anybody's race.
Seattle looked in total disarray.
They're tied for first.
I understand, but they look completely. I mean, the fighting amongst the guys fighting each other on the sidelines.
They care. It just shows they care.
Okay.
The dogs.
It just shows that they care. We fought verbally on the air. We care. We like each other.
I'm a dog.
We're not a winning team, but I mean,
we have been.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't care. A little healthy altercation. Vernon Maxwell and Akeem Olajuwon were nearly stabbing each other in the locker room, and they won 2 titles.
Kobe and Jordan punched multiple teammates, right?
Yeah, Kobe and Shaq hated each other. Jordan punched Paxson. I don't mind a little fight every now and then. I really don't. I'm being dead serious.
We know.
I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I think it actually builds camaraderie. I think you're closer together after a fight. Yeah.
Teammates fight each other every year.
Now, obviously it's fun to like mock them, be like, look at these idiots, ha 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 ha. But I don't think it makes them a lesser team.
I think that you have to have control of it though within the locker room. And then when you see Gino look like he was going to cry, and and they couldn't do anything offensively, and you've got a good young defensive-minded head coach. But it just seems like I said, that there's so many different things to point a finger at and go, what's going on here, that it seems like there's a little bit of disarray with Seattle.
Yeah. It's just a crazy division. I think anybody's alive.
Everybody expected the Niners to run away with it. And between the holdout and the health and everything that's been going on with the long injury to McCaffrey, it set the table for it to be, a wide open division.
The Falcons signing of Kirk Cousins has lived up to expectations.
So far, so good for him. I think that people, because of the success of the Lions and some of the quarterbacks and the stories like Jaden Daniels, they're not looking hard enough on the fact that no matter what they did, once they signed Cousins with drafting Penix and the things that they've done that look kind of foolish, Kirk Cousins has played really, really well. That has been a really good signing.
Yeah, I think they do need to make the playoffs to justify it. But if the season were to end today, they are the NFC South champions. So yeah, I think it has lived up to expectations, and I actually think it will. Like if I had to pick a champion today in that division, I do think it'll be Atlanta. Tampa Bay's the injuries they've had. Godwin out for the year. Mike Evans is still going to be out for a while.
Baker still has a propensity to throw picks. He's had a really good year. He's putting up big numbers, but now you're telling me you're going to take away his 2 best receivers and they're still going to be the same kind of offense? I don't see it.
Yeah. All right. 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. What's your car wreck of the day? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If your car wreck of the day is, I don't know, human capital management, if it's HR, if it's payroll, if it's benefits administration with your company, I know just the people for you. HR&P. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990. Go Cougs. He's been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. Chris Fisher over there and Aggie, they're great people at HR&P. They're customer service elite. Their customer service top-notch. They are the very, very best. But you want somebody to take all those things off your plate, right? You want them to take off the HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll. You don't want to handle that anymore. I get it. You don't want to handle human capital management. I get it. I wouldn't want to. Let HR&P do the hard work for you. So that way you can spend your time and your resources back into the good things you like to spend your time within your business. HR&P will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. I can speak to the customer service. I was ranting and raving about how good it is because I've lived it. I know it. I deal with HR&P. We use HR&P here at Gal. And anytime I have a question, quick response, very easy to understand. Thankful that we have HRP here at Gal. So let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business, doing the things that you enjoy to do. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 and let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
After spending most of the day on the upside, stocks sold off into the close as the market awaited further technology earnings. Meta came out and disappointed the street a bit. Stocks down 2% after hours. Microsoft beat, stock moving higher. For the day, the Dow lost 91 points to 42,141. S&P down 19, 0.33% to 5813, while the Nasdaq slipped nearly 105 points, just over 0.5% to 18,607. Long-term interest rates were all over the map today and finished higher as stronger than expected job growth, as reported by ADP, offset slightly weaker than expected economic growth in the third quarter. The economy expanding at a 2.8% annual rate, though the inflation data contained in that report were quite favorable. Oil rebounded $1.65 to $68.86 a barrel. Gold, a new all-time high, just a couple bucks below $2,800, finishing the day $17 higher. We'll watch to see how today's earnings report affects tomorrow's opening prices for the Nasdaq, which came off record closing highs yesterday into today's sell-off.
What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what's your car wreck of the day?
To bring it full circle from the opening of the show, I think it's the two clowns in the stands for the Yankees and the fact that you thought it was okay to, one, pry the ball out of Mookie's mitt, but two, the other dude, too, for grabbing his arm and trying to pull him back up.
Yeah, I'm going to trash that.
That's fine. That's not the segment.
They
Trash.
They single-handedly turned that game around. Single-handedly turned that game around.
Not all heroes.
So
were
the
capes.
Grand Slam had nothing to do.
Why do you think Anthony Volpe
He was inspired.
Yeah, why do you think he was inspired? The momentum changed on that play. The momentum in the series changed on a dime, and it goes back to that specific moment. Yeah, I said it earlier in the show. If the Yankees come back to win this series, those jabronis need a bust in Monument Park beyond center field at New Yankee Stadium. Ruth, Gehrig, these two jabronis that single-handedly brought the Yankees back to life. They were dead. They were dead. They're down 3-0 in the series. They're down 2-0 in Game 4. If they win the series, those two guys need monuments in Monument Park. I mean that.
They should take the one of the retired numbers away from one of the single-digit guys and give it to these guys.
Yeah.
I don't think any one of them had a bigger impact.
You retire those numbers.
Ruth, Gehrig.
Shocking that Brian is on this.
Jeter.
Jeter should lose his number and give it to these guys.
These
That's the
two
right
losers.
thing to do.
Yeah. Number 2, this guy. Number 3, that guy. My car wreck of the day, Jameson.
I've never compared you in a positive way with Jake Asman before, but now you and Jake are in the same boat. How do you feel?
Well, Jake Asman's making tons of money on YouTube.
I
He's
didn't
an
ask that.
influencer. He's a social media star.
So you aspire to be him?
I mean, we have takes with people we don't agree with all the time. So yeah, I think this is a great take by Jake. He didn't say the bust in Monument
said a
Park.
parade.
He said they
should
should
go
go
far
float
enough.
in the
They should have
parade.
their
He
own
didn't go
flag.
far
Been
enough.
soft.
He was. He wasn't being as hardo as he should have been. Detroit police letting Jamison Williams off the hook with this little gun charge thing. He had a gun in his brother's car. He's like, hey, I play for the Detroit Lions. The cop called his sergeant or whatever. The sergeant's like, hey, I'm a Lions fan. You can go away for no problem. But now they're being looked at. There's been a big investigation about this whole thing, and I think Jamison Williams has now been cited for this as well. There's always something with Jamison Williams. It's always something. It's okay. Let's go bet on games. It's an injury. It's what did he get suspended for? PEDs
or something.
Oh, it's 2 games. Oh, now he's got a gun that he doesn't have. And like, if you want a gun, you got your freedom to do that, but you need to have a license for it. His brother had a license for his gun. He's perfectly fine. He doesn't have a license for his gun. Jamison Williams, there's always something with that guy.
Well, not
always
only that,
something.
but he didn't endear himself to the city he plays in either, because the dialogue with the cop was when they asked why you have a gun, he said, "You see where I live? You think
no.
Yeah, he said, "You see where I live? I got to have a gun in Detroit."
Is that better or worse than "Don't you know who I am"?
Well, he did that.
Oh, he did both.
Yeah, he did
Okay,
that.
great.
And the
Great,
guy's like, "Oh,
Jameson.
you are. That's good." It actually worked this time. For a little bit, anyways. Temporarily,
But the
it
Detroit
worked.
folks ain't going to take too
I
kindly
don't
to that.
know.
The
I
other
feel
comment.
like Detroit kind of takes pride in the fact that they're kind of
a bad boy,
bad boy
culture.
city.
Yeah,
I
for
actually think I actually think that's a term of endearment in Detroit.
We'll have to ask Brendan.
I don't think Brendan's a bad boy.
I don't think Brendan's not bad.
He would have a better idea of how people might take
I don't
to
know
that
if
comment.
I don't know if he would. Brendan's more in the suburbs.
I don't think he walked a mile.
I understand that.
Yeah. Yeah, he certainly didn't walk on 8 Mile. Like, yeah, Brendan might not be the guy to ask on about how tough and how hard
how
it is
the
in
people
Detroit.
would receive a comment like that.
Maybe. What are you nominating for the car wreck of the day?
So I looked up at ESPN here in the studio a little while ago, and the headline that they were talking about was Bronny set to play with LeBron for the first time since opening night. That's where this sideshow has gotten to. It's not like, hey, a bench guy comes into the game when we need him. It's that we're broadcasting, well, we're going to make it a sideshow tonight. We're going to decide to put Bronny in.
No, they're playing in Cleveland. So, yeah. So the fact is I guarantee you he will touch the floor tonight in the game because they're going back to Cleveland.
That's why. It's just a car
One
wreck.
late nomination on Trayvon Diggs. He talked to the media today. He apologized to Mike Leslie, the guy that he yelled at. He also gave him a gift. He gave him I guess a bottle of nuts, like actual
for the comment.
That's pretty funny.
That's actually funny.
That's pretty funny.
He gave him some nuts. Now I'm going to nominate Diggs though. If you're going to be a jerk, you got to live the gimmick. You got to stay that way. All right, who's winning? I give it to Jamison Williams.
I'm good with that.
All right, Jamison Williams, you win car wreck. Thanks to Brian, the hard work. He's blank on Brian. Talk to you tomorrow. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis up now. World Series later. Goodbye, Houston.
All right, welcome in, everybody. A big thank you, as always, to the Killer Bees, Joel and Jeremy, for setting me up here tonight, and also our presenting sponsor, the Daspit Law Firm. Listen, soccer fans, tonight the number to call in, 713-780-3776, 713-780-ESPN. We stream at ESPN975.com. By the way, I'm nervous here today. We're opening the next hour ahead of Game 5, right, Brian, of the World Series?
Game 5? That makes you kind of like, I guess, are you the opening act for the Stones? Like, what band would that make you?
Yeah, they've had some good ones during their time. Cactus Music would love that. I would say Peter Tosh once opened for them when reggae was big. Foreigner. I actually saw people throw bottles at Foreigner.
Who opened up this last time when you saw them?
Last time was Gary Clark,
April, right?
Gary Clark Jr. in Houston.
Oh, okay, nice.
Fantastic. All right, so we got a lot to get to tonight here, and I really am excited about this show. We'll have the Dynamo General Manager, Pat Onstad, join us. We also have from Sounder at Heart, Nico Moreno. The Dynamo lost in penalties, as we mentioned last night. They have got to win on Sunday at 5:30. We got Dynamo tickets to give away here tonight. But the first thing is big news here, again, on the international soccer front. We have hosted the CONCACAF Gold Cup for many years, but we have never gotten the final here. And we always questioned, hey, why are we not getting the final? I mean, we are an incredible soccer city when it comes to the international content. Well, guess what? It was announced today, Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, CONCACAF, announcing the Gold Cup final has been awarded to Houston next summer. Very well could be Mexico, U.S., Canada, who knows? But this is, I mean, the hits just keep coming. This is another big boon, and this is another reason why we are hosting the World Cup in 2026. So next summer in 2025, the Gold Cup final is here. Here is Lone Star Sports and Entertainment, David Fletcher.
Yeah, next summer is definitely going to be gold here in H-Town. So excited for the opportunity to host the 2025 CONCACAF Gold Cup final right here at NRG Stadium on Sunday, July 6th. Really a culmination of the incredible efforts that so many in this community have done for so long in building up the beautiful game, building up Houston as a premier destination in the sport. Really can't even begin to put into words what it means to host a final, the stage that this is, the passion, the atmosphere that we'll see here at NRG Stadium around this event, leading into the FIFA World Cup the following year. Just a really important and really exciting development for our community, and looking forward to a big one next summer here at NRG.
Well, that is big stuff there. And again, that was David Fletcher from Lone Star Sports and Entertainment. So super exciting. By the way, congratulations again to the guys on the morning show, John Granado, Lance, for their Saturday's induction into the Texas Radio Hall of Fame. Where is that, by the way? Do we know?
Kilgore, Texas.
Oh, okay. Where is Kilgore, Texas?
I don't know
Okay.
exactly. I think it's near Waco. I'm not 100%.
Okay. All right. Good. Well, that's exciting. That's a great achievement for a great radio pairing, and obviously an incredible body of work that John and Lance have done there. Great listen. All right. Again, Pat Onstad tonight, Nico Moreno of Pulso Sports and Sounder at Heart. I do want to wish a very happy birthday to a former teammate, Roberto Beto de Santos, who came here to Houston the same time I did, 1984. He did not speak English. He came from Club America in Mexico. And Beto went on to obviously play for both the Houston Dynamos and then indoor with the Houston Hotshots. And even more important, did a ton of work in the youth community training young players. So Beto today turned 60. Happy birthday to Beto. And all right, we got something here. All right, it's time to put a bow on the Ballon d'Or talk and this whole thing with Vinicius Jr. and Real Madrid and the fact that they didn't show up to the event in Paris. This is 100% a protest and a boycott. There's no question. You got to say why. Well, the reason why is Vinicius Jr., their talented attacking player, he did not win the award for the Ballon d'Or, which is given to the best player. Rodri got it. A kind of balancing midfielder that is a all-around midfielder. He got it. Generally, it's goal scorers and people doing those types of things. So that might have been a little bit of the shock. But, He did not win the award. Real Madrid effectively then took their ball and they decided to go home. Now, I think this was driven by the president. I think we know that, Florentino Perez. But they went home like babies. Vinny Jr. had a party that was set up where he was reportedly going to hand out Rolexes. That was canceled. And then Nike was going to roll out a new shoe for Vinicius Jr. Now, again, Florentino Perez pulled the plug on this and said, look, we're not going to the event. It's embarrassing. I don't know why you would do that. I think that it's egregious in many, many ways for Real Madrid to not show up at this event. I think it's bad sportsmanship. By the way, sportsmanship is one of the criteria that they use to pick the number one player. So to not be there, it's very sad. The La Liga president, Javier Tebas, came out. He spoke about the fact that, he loved Real Madrid, but that for many years now, Real Madrid has struggled in the sportsmanship category. Bad look for La Liga. Bad look for Real Madrid. I'm not sure if it was Vinicius Jr. who pulled the plug on it. Doesn't seem like it was. It seems like it was Florentino Perez. And he may have done it out of ego, of course. Embarrassed to go there after losing to Barcelona 4-0 in El Clasico. He could have done it to poke the bear of motivation. But everybody against us, that whole thing, we've been cheated, the Crimea River, we're victims. I think we're all tired of that in a lot of areas. So I don't know. Hey, if you're Jude Bellingham, you might have said, hey, maybe I should have won the Ballon d'Or, right? The beauty in this is that the man who won it, Rodri, reached out to Danny Carvajal of Real Madrid, who also is injured, and said that this award was his as well. And that, in the end, was real sportsmanship. Took the ball and went home. Hard to believe. All right, that's game on for 90. So there you go. Let's put the end to that. Just bizarre. I don't know. Here's what Javier Tebas said. Let me just tell you what he exactly said. He said, I'm a real Real Madrid fan. He then goes on to say, and this is the president of La Liga, president of the league. He says, quote, the most important values of this club are being a gentleman and shaking hands when you lose. I think Real Madrid lost that spirit a long time ago. They should have gone to the ceremony and not questioned France football system, which is transparent with 100 journalists voting. If they're mad, they have to be mad at the journalists. They're the ones who voted. I don't know. To me, it's Crimea River. It's victimhood. It's an exaggeration of the situation. And I don't think it's a good look. I don't think it's leadership. And that's too bad. So, of course, all the former Real Madrid players are going to come out and defend Vinicius, Karim Benzema, Zinedine Zidane. Of course, they're all going to come out and defend it. But I think you can make those points that here's why we think he really should have won. And I think you can make those points very strongly without doing it in a way that it looks a little bit shaming on your own club by not showing up. But that's the president, and we all know football presidents and presidents of professional sports teams have pretty big egos, right? Brian, up there in Dallas, that man's got a pretty big ego, Jerry Jones.
He might have the biggest in all of sport.
There you go. Well, it's his team. He can do what he wants with it.
He has for years.
And you know what? His craziness probably draws attention to the club, but they don't win titles. That's one thing we know for sure. All right. Last night caught, I wish I could put mainstream sports people in front of what I saw last night, which was Copa Libertadores, second leg of a semifinal between Atlético Mineiro of Brazil and the Argentine side. And, this was incredible. At the Monumental Stadium, crazy amount of fans, fireworks. River Plate is the team I'm talking about. They ended up in a 0-0 draw, so they will not advance. Atlético Mineiro will advance. And then tonight, Botafogo plays, but they're up 5-0 on aggregate. So you're going to get an all Brazilian final with Botafogo and Atlético Mineiro. But the environment in this stadium was crazy. There There were more fireworks floating. They took overhead shots with cameras. It's absolutely spectacular. And I've said it on the show a lot of times about the Copa Libertadores and the game in South America. When you get the spit-shined, investment, perfectly manicured football of the Premier League, the counter to that is the beautiful rawness of the game in South America. The definition of a foul in the Premier League is definitely different than the definition of a foul in South America. They let the game play a little bit more in South America. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. It's Botafogo and Peñarol tonight, but Peñarol, they got to reverse a 5-0 aggregate, so I think it's pretty clear it's going to be two Brazilian teams. But I would push you, especially all of you who's so tied in to the Premier League and that's your watch, I would push you and nudge you, or maybe both, to watching the Copa Libertadores final, which will be between Botafogo and Atletico Mineiro. They got two of the highest goal scorers in the tournament. Botafogo has Junior Santos with 9 goals. Paulinho with Atletico Mineiro has 7. This will be pretty crazy. It would have been better if maybe River Plate had gotten through, so it was an Argentine-Brazilian clash, which would have been even more crazy. But sit down and watch it and stick with it. And then I would love to hear some people respond to what they saw, because it's refreshing nowadays with a lot of the over-commercialization of the game sometimes. It's refreshing. So anyway, that will be, I believe, on Saturday, the final. I believe the Saturday is the final. And again, coming up after this show tonight, we have the World Series. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in. 713-780-3776. I got tickets to the Dynamo Seattle to give away. Couple of notes on the Dynamo Seattle. So first of all, the Dynamo have to win Sunday night, 5:30. They have to win. Couple of things I would say. They're going to have to be bolder. They're going to have to be a little bit more courageous in attack, a little less pragmatic than they were on the road, which a lot of times happens with road tactics. Hector Herrera's got to get higher up the field. You've got to get Ezequiel Ponce higher up the field so he can do his thing around the penalty area. And you're going to have to find a better wide game than you had in Seattle. Set pieces will be a big piece of this. There's no question. But the Dynamo hang their hat on the possession game and their combination play. Seattle's got a great back four. They got guys that can do it in the air. Yamar, Jackson Reagan, Nuhu. You hit crosses in there. With this team, you're not going to win a lot of them. So the Dynamo combination play, their play on the ground, their 1-2s, their tricks and flicks, they're going to have to be successful with that, and they're going to have that part of their game balanced with a wide game to pull people a little bit apart, east to west on Seattle. I don't think there's a lot of secrets between these two teams. Obed Vargas, who's now with the Mexican national team, he returns for Seattle while we lose Coco Carrasquilla. And by the way, emotional control can be the difference in winning and losing games. And emotional control was not something Coco had. And I'm sorry, I know there's a lot of Coco fans out there, but if you watch that game closely, when I was calling it, I noticed he was very agitated very early. I also noticed he was throwing his arms around. It was very aggressive with his upper body in this game, to the point it was almost a little bit silly. So it's not a surprise he was sent off, but it was, it defined the Dynamo tactics. Now they were going to sit back and play for penalties. I think the Dynamo were playing to keep it close the whole time. Even there were some signs in the first half, even where there was time wasting, taking your time, tying shoes, throwing the ball in, because fairly, you're trying to disrupt the tempo of an opponent. But there's just not enough going forward. Didn't have a shot on goal. That'll change without a doubt on Sunday. But don't forget, this is the number 1 defensive team in the league you're playing in the Seattle Sounders. They do not concede a lot of goals. Dynamo were 21 out of 29 in the league when it comes to scoring goals. So Seattle very much is going to come in here and, decide that we'll play in transition. We'll see if Jordan Morris can play for them. He's had a hamstring issue. Their head coach, Brian Smetcher, said if he says he's able to go, we'll go with him. If not, I've got a very, very capable striker. In fact, he's the all-time leading goal scorer for Seattle, Raul Ruidiaz, who has already said he's moving on. So Hector Herrera's got to get higher. Ezekiel Ponce's got to get higher. The entire team has to get higher. And I do think it has to be a little less methodical and a little bit more urgent in breaking lines when it comes to penetrating passes. I get holding on to it and being a bit methodical in Seattle. Very tough place to play. I don't care what anybody says. Artificial surface out there is hard to play on. It's not easy. You have to pass the ball differently. You've got to play at the feet more. It looked like the Dynamo, to me, struggled in possession with the surface. And look, you win Sunday, you go back there and you got one more shot at it. It's not bad. It's not over by any means. 713-780-3776, the number to call here tonight. What was a little interesting to me is that everybody, and I guess fans do this now, and I know there's others out there who saw other things, but what you see on the internet and social media is, oh, we should have won in penalties, and it was the referee. I said this last night. Coco shouldn't have been sent off. Coco deserved to be sent off. I say it truthfully here. He was itching to get sent off, and he got sent off, and now he can't play. And like I said, to control your emotions is a weapon. It's a weapon in sports. It's a weapon in life. You have to know when and where to break out with it. Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad is coming up next. Big shout out to Cactus Music. Cactus Music is going to like the fact, and my good friend Quinn, that this is the Archangels with Charlie Sexton. Great Texas band. Unbelievable. Hugh O'Connor's Pub. That's where you can watch games. NFL, Premier League, you name it, they've got it. Hugh O'Connor's Pub, I-10, the Marquee Entertainment Center. Great whiskey and beer offerings out there. Get out there. Been great supporters of this show. Also, brought in a little gift for Brian. I know he's happy. He's going to go home with a little Patagonia empanadas tonight. You love them.
Yeah, that'll be some nice food to chow down on and watch the last few innings of the World Series when I get home.
You heat those babies up.
Yeah,
I didn't have enough
great.
time because I cut it way too close.
Oh,
I didn't have
perfect.
enough
I don't
time
care.
to get them warmed up because I was worried I was going to get here on time. So it's a yellow card to me. Right now, caller number 4, 713-780-3776. You will get a pair of tickets to the Dynamo Seattle playoffs.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. You ever heard of this band, Brian? Devo?
Of course.
De-Evolution. Maybe that's what we're in right now. I don't know. All right. Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. Jan Christensen, the best in modern contemporary furniture, danishinspirations.com. And we're very, very thankful for our presenting sponsor, John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. All right, let's go right to the general manager of the Houston Dynamo. He's Pat Onstad. He joins us now. Pat, thanks for coming on as always.
Hey, Glenn, thanks for having me on.
I'm a fortunate radio host because whenever I ask, you always come on, and I really appreciate that. And I think more importantly, I think the Dynamo fans appreciate that. So, again, thank you for that. All right, so let's just get right into it. Thoughts on game one?
Yeah, it was an opportunity maybe for a little bit. I think we probably look at it as an opportunity lost. The way the playoffs worked for us, and now the setup that we have is we'd lost 5-0. It's the same as losing 5-4 penalty kick. So that's a little bit disheartening. But I would say from the belief from the group was that we can hang with these guys, even though our record isn't great with them in Seattle. And I thought we played, taking the red card out of it, about as good a game as you can play against Seattle. I mean, they're a difficult team to break down, and we hung in there, and hopefully we can get the result here and then go try to get some success up there in game 3.
Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad, and by the time this interview is over, Pat, I'm going to ask you about your time in goal in the playoffs with the Dynamo. But there was a moment where the Dynamo put together I believe it was the first half, some great combination play. They put in Ezequiel Ponce, and I'm just like, okay, this could be it. 1-0. Shoot. And he turns and turned out of there. I know it was at a pretty tough angle, but he turned out of there and then recirculated the ball. And I'm saying, man, that's why you're brought here. Shoot. And then the surface is wet. Do you remember that play and your thoughts on that?
Actually, I'm trying to remember. I don't remember the play itself. What I will say is, I think for our group is when you play at Seattle is you're not going to get a ton of chances. And at times, I think you've got to, when you do get an opportunity, you got to take your chance. You're not going to be able to walk it in against them. I think they're really well disciplined in how they play defensively. And I think the example is, there was an opportunity where Ibra maybe could have crossed it to Ponce in the transition, and it takes a left-footed half volley from the corner of the penalty box. But in the end, to your point, Glenn, is that might be a shot that's worthwhile taking against a Seattle, whereas against maybe someone else, we would kind of want him to try to walk it in and get a little bit of better opportunity. But it was a game. Again, it's going to be few chances for both teams, and whoever can take them and then kind of hold on is who's going to win it. Unfortunately for us, it came down to penalties.
So these are the two of the best defensive teams in the league. We know that the Dynamo's a great possession team. Seattle's 17 out of 29 teams in goals scored. We're 21. Is there an additional pressure, you think, on this team to be efficient, to be so efficient when maybe you don't get as many chances? And is that something you're looking at trying to correct?
I don't know if we're going to maybe correct that in the next 3 to 5 days or whatever it is now until we play. I barely remember what day of the week it is. But I think for us, it's something, we'll try to address in the off season. But for us, we know who we are and we know who Seattle is. And if anyone was expecting a high scoring affair, that's not going to happen in this series. But it's just going to take their opportunities when they get them. I think at home on a grass surface where it doesn't take us 30 minutes to adjust to the turf, we'll be in a much better position. And hopefully we can create a few more opportunities and put 1 or 2 past them and force game 3.
Yeah, that wasn't a question that was meant short-term here in the playoffs. That was more of a long-term question to you.
And I think it's a good question, Glenn. I think it's something I've discussed before on the show, and it's certainly, as you mentioned, we have an elite defense. I think we can compete with the best of them, like the Seattle and we don't give up many opportunities, which keeps us in a lot of games. And this year, that's probably the number one reason why we're in the position that we're in when we finished fifth is because of our defense. We need to start taking some pressure off of those guys and find ways to score goals and be a little more efficient in the final third, as you mentioned as well. Great possession team, but it kind of breaks down often in the final third. And I think that's while coaching can take you so far, I also think in the end that ends up being high quality. Our league's a very good league, and it's tough to score goals. So something we'll certainly be looking at in the offseason.
He's Dynamo General Manager Pat Onstad. Yeah, I agree. And by the way, I just want to remind people it's really easy from my position here to be saying these things, but they are things. They are things that we do see, and it's okay to debate and talk about these things, especially when we have Pat on. I would just say, does this team need a dribbler, a little bit more of a breakdown guy in the front five? Does this team need a little bit more transition game to balance off all these great things that are already in place?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Do we need some more options? I think yes. I mean, that was part of the idea by bringing in Lawrence and Ollie. I think we went out and recruited a guy that's being recruited by top 5 leagues, and we're pretty happy we landed him. And unfortunately, I think in the game that he really had a breakout moment against LAFC where he rounds Hugo Lloris and with at ease and scores, and you think there's the guy we need here to help jumpstart our attack. And unfortunately, 15 minutes later, he's being carted off and he's got an ACL and done for a year. So I think we tried to address that. Nelson Quinones is another one that also had an ACL injury with Colombia. So for us, it's a little frustrating. I think if we had those two players, are we in a better position? Are we able to create more, especially against a stingy defense like Seattle's? And maybe, possibly. But it'd be nice to have those options, but we don't have them. We'll have them next year. That's what we'll have to focus on, how we do that this Sunday.
Yeah, that was a big blow, losing those two guys. Do you ever think that, let's say all three of those guys were healthy, Anali, Quinones, and Aliu? If all three were healthy, you think there's a way to get 2 out of 3 of them on the field?
That's the Ben question. That's a great.
I had a
good question. That's a question that Asher Mendelson, our technical director, and I will ask Ben on Wednesday nights. I'm sure Ben would love to be able to have that question thrown at him, so he has those options. But at the same token, I think with what we've had in terms of this season, I think we've done really well. We got 3 more points than we did the year before. Last year, that gave us 4th spot, 51, 54. This year is 5th. So unfortunately, we have to go play that game 3 on the road now. So for us, we're focused A in our attack, but B, we're just really excited for the opportunity to make sure we get a game 3 in this series.
Yeah. And the Dynamo 5:30, HoustonDynamo.com for tickets. Get out there, support the Dynamo. HoustonDynamo.com for tickets. I'm going to give a pair away at the end of this segment, so be ready. We've been giving them out here last night and tonight, so people are getting some free tickets to go down and see incredible soccer and high-level playoff soccer. Pat, I know you have an eye on everything next year as well as Sunday, right? I mean, that's what a general manager does. You're looking at all these very, very different things. You've got a lot of money invested in Sebas Ferreira, Hector Herrera, and Ezequiel Ponce. First go to Ezequiel. Man, this is a savvy striker. He uses his body well. I guess one of the big pieces of Sunday is getting him around the penalty area. I mean, he did some things that are very subtle. In fact, he threw a little bit of a nudge on one of the center backs of Seattle. He opened a counterattack up for the Houston Dynamo. Speak a little bit about him. He's got 5 goals now in 12 games.
Yeah, I think he's he's done well for us. He hasn't played all his stretches, but also it took a little while to get him used to our group. I think he'll be better next year. We'll have a better understanding how to play with him. And I thought the Seattle game was a good example of some things that he can bring to our group. I thought he held it up well against 2 of the best center backs in the league. When those guys, it's not easy to do. And I thought at times, as you'd mentioned, he was able to kind of lay balls off and then combine in the one play that really turned the game, unfortunately for us. But he did that's and then getting behind. And I think he's going to bring different options for us as a forward, and he seems to have adjusted pretty well for us.
There are highs and lows with the general manager. Were you disappointed in Coco Carrasquilla for the lack of control last night?
Yeah, if I'm being honest, yes. I think it's unfortunate for us, and we have a terrible history against Seattle on this, and we've taken 4 red cards in the last 5 games against them, and I think they're a good team, and it's them with 10 men, all the best. It's pretty difficult. So the guys did, certainly battled hard to make sure they took it to penalties, but Coco's an experienced player. He should try to control his actions, but at the same token, I've been there before. I've lashed out as a pro, and I was a lot older than Coco, so it is an emotional game, and we like our players to play edge. Unfortunately, he went over the edge a little bit.
I don't remember you getting sent off. Did you get sent off?
Uh,
I don't know if we lost Pat here, I think. Hey, Pat, I think we lost you. By the way.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, okay, there you are. I don't remember you ever getting sent off.
Yeah, I got sent off once for a last man back one, but I've had a few moments. I think this day and age it's good there's no VAR. Let's put it that way. So I kind of got away with it a few times. We were talking about that, saying now with VAR that you can't get away with Coco's actions anymore. I think in the past that was pretty common, and Robertson Stadium, and you would see those dust ups and guys would get little shots in. But nowadays we all know that. We know what we live under, and unfortunately, it's going to cost us Coco for game 2.
How about a thought from you on the Gold Cup final being awarded to Houston? This is a very big deal for the city. Obviously, we got the 2026 World Cup here, but the content that continues to pour through Houston internationally, what a big boon this is really for the city.
Yeah, I think the city itself it's a soccer city. I mean, there's no, you don't have to go out and try to find people, and I think you really saw it last summer or this past summer, which I attended some of those games, but and I think back to the Paraguay-Colombia game, and I thought, it doesn't seem like it's going to be that busy, and I came in and it was a sea of yellow. I don't know, it was 57,000, I believe. So there's a lot of soccer fans here. They support it, and I'm glad to hear that they've got the final.
Pat, best of luck on Sunday. Thank you so much for coming on, as always, on pretty short notice. We appreciate it, and I know the fans do. Thank you.
Thanks for having me on, Glenn. I appreciate it. Let's
right.
go. Let's get out there if you can. Support us on Sunday. We're excited about the game.
There you heard it from Pat Onstad, the general manager. HoustonDynamo.com for your tickets. HoustonDynamo.com. So a big thanks to Pat for coming on. This is ELO, Do Ya? Great song. Got to get that game's first goal. That would be nice. There's very slim margins between these two teams. Very slim margins. I hope the Dynamo can get Ezekiel Ponce around the penalty box more in this game. Get higher up the field. Get Hector higher up the field. I'm hoping. You win that game, and guess what? You go back to Seattle. Anything can happen. We've already seen Columbus. Columbus lost to the New York Red Bulls at home. Minnesota took RSL in penalties at RSL. So there's 2 results from teams that were on the road. All right, another pair of tickets. Can we do that, Brian? All right, Brian says, yes, we can. So we are. Caller number 3 at 713-780-3776. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. You get a pair of tickets. Dynamo Seattle, 5:30 on Sunday. And these tickets, courtesy of Little Patagonia Empanadas.
What can I say? So for first, of course, congratulate him and all his family and dear friends. It's an incredible news for him and of course for all of us, for all Manchester City, for our fans. We are so proud of him. I think it's the first time we could never imagine, years ago that one player received this prestigious award, that we are so delighted to be part of it, to share it with him.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
That was Pep Guardiola, and this is Duran Duran with the song White Lines. This was a cover of Grandmaster Flash and Mel Mel with a song called White Lines. It's actually an anti-drug song, if you listen to the words, but I like the beat. All right, so our break music always makes me think of the great Cactus music. Get down there for vinyl, CDs, new and used vinyl, by the way. I like the old school. You don't find a lot of 90s vinyl. That's hard to find because that's when CDs began. So, all right, so Duran Duran. I once saw them at Madison Square Garden. It was in the fourth row. All right. Welcome back to the show. We're working on Nico Moreno of Sounder at Heart. We're working on him. Projected lineup for the Dynamo Sunday. I mean, I think we're only going to see probably one change. That's with Coco Carrasquilla out. I think it's a pretty safe bet you're going to see Sebastian Kowalczyk from the start. He's had a starting role. He's busy. He's energetic. I think that would be a good guy to play in there at the start of the game. Could potentially be Latif Blessing as well, but I don't think that's going to be much of a surprise. I think it's going to be Sebastian Kowalczyk, but that's projected from me. That's not from the coach, Ben Olsen. For Seattle, I think you're going to see Obed Vargas come back into the lineup for Joao Paulo, although Joao Paulo, he came back into the lineup for Seattle and did what he needed to do. And I think I was always thinking it was going to be him because of his experience. So flip side, the Dynamo lose Coco Carrasquilla. They're going to probably start Sebastian Kowalczyk there. And flip side for Seattle, Obed Vargas, expect him back in the lineup for Joao Paulo. We go Sounder at Heart. He is Nico Moreno. He joins us now. He was on the show recently, and he's back on again tonight. Nico, thank you very much for coming on.
Hey, Glenn. Thank you for having me back on. I am excited about Game 2. And you know what? Just a warm hello to all of your audience.
All right. So post-mortem, one thing I like about the Seattle press, I was listening to the press conference with Brian Schmetzer. And one thing I like the press relationship you have there. The other thing is the press are not afraid to say, hey, you won on penalties, but you didn't really play as well as maybe you wanted to, right? They're not afraid to say those types of things. And in return, Brian Schmetzer doesn't really, that doesn't bother him.
I love you bring that up. I really do. Because we do. Me specifically, Brian knows that when it comes to Nico Moreno, I want to be straightforward. And I want to tell him how things are like and what I see. So when he came to the game, there was a couple of us that brought up the fact that they couldn't close the game in 90 minutes, although they had an extra man on the field for most of the game. And you know what? He thought it was interesting the way the game played out, and that in a 3-game series, it was important to get the W. But honestly, he knew and understood the fact that the team was not able to do what he wanted to, and that they should have closed the game in 90 minutes. So yes, when it comes to the Seattle media, there is 1 or 2 of us, 3 of us, that we let him know how it is.
Yeah, he never exaggerates things, and he never, tries to make things what they're not. I mean, I think he's a real realist when he comes to being involved with the press, and I really like that. We're talking to Nico Moreno of Sounder at heart. By the way, before I go back to you, Nico, Juventus a 2-2 draw today with Parma. I just wanted to mention this before the show's over because you got goals today from two Americans, Weston McKennie and Timothy Weah in that game. So that's good news. We always like seeing the Americans hitting the goal scoring charts. Okay, so back to the Seattle attack. It's 17 out of 29 in the league. The Dynamo were 21. These two teams are cut on basically being great defending teams and able to control games. That's what Seattle will do when they come here Sunday. What do you think has been the problem in attack this year for the Seattle Sounders?
Man, where do I start? I mean, it honestly has been a variety of things. A guy like Pedro de la Vega, your young DP, he has not quite gotten what Brian wants. And I mean, he's a young player, for one. And then for two, he's had injuries. There's been a lot of things that have enabled his process with the team. So when you don't have one of the main components of that attacking triangle that is fully involved with what Brian wants, he tends to, hold things back.
Nico, can I just stop you there though? He came over when? When did he come to the team? Was he here preseason or did he come in the summer?
Oh my God, he came in between preseasons because he got hurt in Argentina national team U20 camp.
Okay.
And that's why he wasn't really available.
So he's had limited games. I think he's only played 12 or 13 times, right?
He has, but if you go 90 minutes, he's had about 8 games total.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got less than 700 minutes overall. So he's still trying to catch up to what Ryan wants. The chemistry with the team, I mean, it's difficult. You know that.
Yeah, and he's a young DP, and he's trying to work his way into it. So what else do you think's the piece? Albert Lushnak has looked like he's done a good job in the playmaking role.
He has, absolutely. And you can see it with the stats. But ultimately, who puts the ball away? The striker. And Jordan Morris, his forte isn't really finishing. And you could see it every single game, right? So now that Raul Diaz might be the guy, and I think it's unfair to try to say, hey, Raul, come and finish the game for us in the playoffs when the last time you were the starter was against Sporting Kansas City in June. So it might be difficult. There's some rust. There's some game rhythm, things that need to be worked out when it comes to Raul Diaz. But at the end of the day, I think that he's one of the guys that when it comes to finishing, he has that venom in him. Yeah. He has one of those traits in his DNA that might make things work.
And he's the kind of guy in Houston that in a small space can make something happen. We've seen him do it so many times, and he can produce a goal. I think he's a really, really dangerous X factor. I think he has a point to prove leaving Seattle. I think we saw that with the Panenka and penalties. And I also think that, listen, what are you guys complaining about? You got a 13-goal scorer in Morris. Raul Rui Diaz has got 8. Our leading goal scorer has 6 down here.
Hey,
our leading goal scorer has 6. What are you complaining about?
That's that Glenn Davis factor. I mean, you know the game, right? Most people are like, oh my God, Raul Diaz coming in. You know the game. There is a specific profile when it comes to strikers, and he serves that. He has that within him. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, it's difficult to ask him to do as much as you want when he has 100 minutes. But if Glenn Davis says, hey, you got to come in, you got to score, I think Raul hears you.
I listen, I know the Houston Dynamo respect this guy. MLS respects him, and he can make a play, and it can happen in the blink of an eye. I did hear that Brian Schmetzer said that Jordan Morris, they're going to check his hamstring. He could still potentially start, but this is another great X factor in this game. We're talking to Nico Moreno, Sounder at heart. Nico, if you look at the Sounders in the future, Is it fair to say, because I hear a couple things. I hear people say this is not the best version of the Sounders. Well, it certainly is defensively because they're number one in the league. But I also hear that there may be big changes coming with former Dynamo Craig Weibel in the GM position when it comes to bringing in more attacking pieces. How do you feel about that, and what do you know?
There are big changes coming up. There are. And Raul Ruiz probably won't be within the squad next year. I've talked to Craig several times, and I believe that the club wants to bring in a new striker. And Jordan Morris, he has abilities at the position, but I feel like he could do the exact same productivity when it comes to the team at the wide position. So we could put him out wide, be a winger, come in, do what he does, which is be electric, be dynamic, be a guy that collapses defenses. And you go out of there and get a true striker